Linda Hai stood quietly in front of the spiritual field, staring at the land in front of him that was full of vitality but made him feel a little powerless. Everything here was completely different from the immortal life he had imagined. Looking back, Linda Hai was just an ordinary social animal who was deeply trapped in the 996 work mode every day. On a night when he worked overtime until late at night, he was overworked and finally couldn't hold on, and died suddenly on the desk full of documents. However, fate always seems to like to play tricks on people. I don't know if it was Mungpa's soup that leaked water, or Mungpa's soup that leaked water. In short, when Linda Hai regained consciousness again, he found that he had become a hungry baby and was reborn in this mysterious world called Xintian continent. At first, looking at the quaint and ancient living environment around him, Linda Hai was full of joy and thought that he was about to embark on a path to change his fate by passing the imperial examination. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, he is already 8 years old. That year, the gears of fate began to turn quietly. The immortal master of Qingyun sect came to Linda Hai's village to recruit disciples. This news was like a thunderbolt, and it instantly exploded in the small mountain village. After a rigorous test, Linda Hai actually possessed the rare immortal spiritual roots, and he also had 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood and fire. At the same time, there were 2 other children in the village who also had spiritual roots, but they were only slightly inferior to 4 spiritual roots. Faced with such good news, Linda Hai was so excited that he almost jumped up. Recalling the immortal novels he had read, the protagonists were always able to dominate the world and kill people with their outstanding talents. Now, he seemed to see his glorious future slowly unfolding under his feet. With infinite longing for a better life and a strong desire to become the protagonist of this world, Linda Hai resolutely bid farewell to his parents in this life and followed the immortal masters on the long journey to Qingyun sect. Along the way, the fantasies in his mind kept emerging like colorful paintings. He was holding a magic weapon. Majestic, he subdued demons and saved the people. However, when he really stepped into Qingyun sect, Linda Hai was surprised to find that the reality was far from what he imagined. Although the fairy air here is lingering and the scenery is pleasant, the competition is extremely fierce and cruel. When entering Qingyun sect, the scene in front of him made Linda Hai's eyes widen. I saw a group of radish heads standing densely on the square. At a glance, the huge crowd was like a black ocean. It was roughly estimated that there were at least thousands of people. From the immortal master who led him here, I learned that these children were immortal seeds collected from all over the place. Linda Hai felt like an insignificant drop of water, instantly blending into this vast sea of people without even a splash of water. Through talking with other children around him, Linda Hai was surprised to find that within the jurisdiction of Qingyun sect, there were thousands of small villages like the one where he was born, and hundreds of cities with a population of more than 100,000. With such a vast area and a large population base, there are naturally many people with spiritual roots who can embark on the road of cultivating immortals. In this Qingyun sect, there are at least tens of thousands of people with spiritual roots. There are no thrilling soul-searching roads or difficult and dangerous test levels as described in the legend. On the contrary, the sect simply issued a basic mental secret book to each new disciple. It is stipulated that as long as you can cultivate magic power within 3 months, you can stay in the sect to continue practicing, otherwise you can only leave sadly. Considering that some new disciples may not be able to read, the sect specially arranged for someone to come to them regularly every week to explain the key points of the mental method to ensure that everyone can start the journey of cultivation smoothly. Strangely enough, Linda Hai seemed to have retained some memories of his previous life, so that his memory and comprehension in this life were quite good. Just 1.5 months later, he finally successfully nurtured the first ray of magic power in his body. Although such an achievement was not particularly outstanding among many fellow disciples, it was enough to be considered above average. Who would have thought that these 3 short months would become the most leisurely and comfortable days for Linda Hai in Qingyun sect? Time flies, and 3 months pass in a flash. Those who failed to cultivate magic power welcomed the moment of departure. Before leaving, they were all severely warned without exception. Never pass on the skills they learned. In the end, there were only more than 1,000 people who stayed here to continue practicing. Even the 2 fellow villagers who came with Linda Hai were not spared and were also ruthlessly sent away. And these lucky ones who stayed were taken away by various managers according to their different characteristics. Due to Lin Dehai's unique spiritual root attributes, he was assigned to the sect task of planting spiritual fields. When he first saw the boundless and vast spiritual fields, he could not help but feel a strong shock in his heart. But the heavy labor that followed made him deeply understand what the social animal life in another world is. Planting the spiritual field is not easy. Every operation must be infused with mana to succeed. In the first year after arriving, Lin Dehai even had difficulty completing the most basic tasks. Not only that, he also owed the sect a large number of contribution points, so that he had no extra time for self-cultivation and improvement. This embarrassing situation continued until the third year, and it was only slightly alleviated after Lin Dehai successfully broke through to the second level of qi refining. If the sect contribution points are overdue for a long time, not only will there be the risk of being expelled from the sect, but in more serious cases, the mana obtained through hard cultivation may even be abolished, and the consequences are unimaginable. During the years in Qingyun sect, Lin Dehai gradually realized a cruel fact. Ordinary disciples like him were just tools recruited by Qingyun sect to serve as free labor. Those who were born with natural spiritual roots or dual spiritual roots were able to enter the inner sect early, and they devoted themselves to cultivation under the careful guidance of their respective masters, without having to worry about trivial matters such as sect tasks. The sect tasks that must be carried out every year were even easier for them, and they could complete them successfully by just running errands for their masters. Even outer disciples with some backgrounds and connections could open up the joints by spending a certain number of spirit stones, and thus be assigned to sect tasks that were relatively easy and comfortable. In fact, how could Lin Dehai, who had lived 2 lives, not know these human relationships? However, he was helpless because he was short of money, and his pockets were cleaner than his face. Even the spiritual grains that he had worked hard to grow in the spiritual fields, their harvest could not even meet the share requirements for handing over to the sect. In this impoverished and financially strapped situation, he really couldn't find objects or gifts that could be used to smooth relations and please others. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth and hold on, continuing to live such a miserable life. However, fortunately, when the outer disciples practiced to the late stage of qi refining, there was still a slight possibility of entering the inner sect. Chapter 2. A decade in the blink of an eye. A decade had slipped away. Lin Dehai slowly opened his eyes, concluding a protracted journey of cultivation. Through relentless effort, he had finally advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement, successfully entering the mid-stage of qi refinement. Reflecting on the arduous path of the past 10 years, Lin Dehai was overwhelmed with emotion. To maximize his cultivation time, he had adopted a regimen of sleeping late and rising early, often toiling until midnight before finally resting, only to awaken at 4 in the morning to resume his practice. His diet had been exceedingly simple, relying solely on the qi-nourishing pills to sustain his body. Such a grueling existence was even more arduous than the grueling 9-to-6 work model he had endured in his previous life. Yet, despite the immense toil, it had taken him a full decade merely to reach the 4th level of qi refinement. What weighed heavily on Lin Dehai's heart was the realization that, as a transmigrator, he lacked the powerful advantages that other protagonists possessed and had not encountered any fortuitous events. Once filled with fervor for the pursuit of immortality, his passion had gradually diminished amidst the monotonous grind of daily cultivation. Now, the sole motivation propelling Lin Dehai forward was the prospect of returning home upon reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement. He longed to know how his parents were faring in this life, especially his younger brother, who had been but an infant when he left home. Did he still remember his elder brother? As time flowed on, the memories of his past life grew increasingly hazy, while his yearning for family in this life deepened profoundly. After a brief period of rest and consolidation of his cultivation, Lin Dehai resolved to seek out Manager Wu, who oversaw the spirit fields. This manager, now in his 60s, had reached the late stage of qi refinement but would never break through to the foundation establishment stage due to his limited aptitude. For disciples without the hope of foundation establishment, the sect typically appointed them to managerial roles, overseeing various affairs of the outer sect. Should Lin Dehai fail to successfully establish his foundation before turning 60, his fate would likely mirror that of Manager Wu. Upon presenting his request to Manager Wu for a visit home, the manager did not grant immediate approval. Instead, he feigned hesitation, responding, "Lin, my junior, it is not that I am unwilling to let you go, but this is the busy farming season, and it is hardly an opportune time." Observing the manager's troubled expression, Lin Dehai sighed deeply and stepped forward, firmly grasping Manager Wu's hands. With earnest words, he implored, "Manager Wu, I understand this matter places you in a difficult position, but I truly have no other choice. It has been over 10 years since I left home, and my longing for my family has grown increasingly intense. It is unbearable. At that moment, Manager Wu sensed something unusual in Lin Dahai's grasp. Drawing upon years of experience, he quickly discerned the nature of the object. The frown on his face transformed into a delighted smile. I can genuinely feel your goodwill and concern, junior brother Lin. Since this is the sect's established rule, I certainly cannot obstruct you. Therefore, I hope you will make your visit swift. With a smile, Manager Wu retracted his hand, discreetly concealing the item into the storage pouch at his waist. After bidding farewell to Manager Wu, Lin Dahai hurried back to his modest abode. Once inside, he meticulously examined and counted his possessions. The first item that caught his eye was a standardized storage pouch issued by the sect. Unremarkable in appearance, it offered a mere cubic meter of storage space. Though limited, it was sufficient for Lin Dahai's current needs. Next, he retrieved a delicate jade vial from the pouch. Upon opening it, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted into the air. This vial contained the qi-nourishing pills distributed to disciples each month. Consuming just one would allow a person to forego sustenance for the next 10 days or even half a month. After all, worldly food invariably contained impurities. And the fewer impurities in one's body, the more effective the cultivation would be. However, high-quality, spirit-rich food came at a considerable cost, typically requiring precious spirit stones for purchase. As a disciple lacking wealth or influential connections, Lin Dahai could only rely on these few qi-nourishing pills for sustenance. Finally, his gaze fell upon a spirit hoe resting in the corner. This implement was essential for tilling and cultivating the spirit fields. Due to the unique soil composition, ordinary farming tools would prove ineffective. Hence, the sect had specially provided each disciple responsible for the spirit fields with this tool. However, if it were to break, one would need to spend a whole spirit stone to either purchase or repair it at the refining hall. This seemingly ordinary spirit hoe was Lin Dahai's only magical artifact at present, accompanied by 9 spirit stones he had painstakingly saved. Originally, he had 10, but he had reluctantly spent one to bribe Manager Wu for permission to leave the sect. According to the sect's regulations, each year, disciples were required to submit a fixed quota of spirit grains, while the surplus could be freely managed and disposed of. It was only after Lin Dahai's cultivation had successfully reached the 3rd level of qi refinement that the yield from the spirit field he tended began to improve, slowly yielding a surplus. Once everything was organized and in order, Lin Dahai set forth with determination towards the outer affairs hall. Upon learning that Lin Dahai intended to return home, the disciple at the hall's entrance brightened instantly. With a smile, he remarked, "Junior brother, it seems this is your first time leaving the sect? I wonder if you are adequately prepared. For the world outside is far from the tranquility we enjoy here in the sect." Lin Dahai understood the underlying meaning of the words. Yet he was in need of valuable advice from others at this moment. Thus, he sought to draw out the disciple's wisdom, asking, "Then I would greatly appreciate your guidance." Senior brother. Chapter 3. Purchasing the magical sword. Upon hearing Lin Dahai's words, the disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall revealed a satisfied smile. He produced 2 talismans and presented them to Lin Dahai. "Junior brother, these are the swift movement talismans. Once activated, they grant the user extraordinary swiftness, allowing one to travel thousands of miles in a day. These 2 talismans are a benefit provided by the sect to its disciples." Lin Dahai promptly extended his hands, respectfully accepting the 2 talismans. He scrutinized the talismans in his grasp, yet with his current level of knowledge, he could not discern their intricacies. Despite his intense curiosity, he decided to set them aside for the moment. It is widely acknowledged in the realm of cultivation that the most lucrative skills include alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting. However, even the relatively modest expense of talisman crafting was beyond Lin Dahai's financial means at this time. After safely stowing the swift movement talismans, the disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall began to enthusiastically introduce other treasures. "Junior brother, when we venture out on missions, our greatest concern is encountering unforeseen circumstances. Thus, I also have some practical talismans here. This is the Fireball Talisman, which can instantly unleash a blazing fireball, and here is the Wind Blade Talisman, capable of generating fierce wind blades to strike down foes. Moreover, one cannot be without a reliable weapon." Before he finished speaking, he reached into his robe once more, producing several talismans along with a low-grade magical sword that radiated a faint spiritual light. Upon seeing these items, Lin Dahai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the Fireball and Windblade talismans were mere low-grade spells, they could significantly conserve his magical energy during combat, especially the magical sword, which ignited his desire. As a transmigrator, who does not harbor dreams of becoming a graceful and ethereal sword immortal? "Brother, may I inquire about the prices of these talismans and the magical sword?" Lin Dahai asked with curiosity, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Noticing Lin Dahai's evident interest in purchasing, the disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall immediately donned a more enthusiastic smile. Responding swiftly, "These talismans are consigned by other junior brothers, and I only charge a modest material fee. You can acquire 10 for just 1 spirit stone. As for this magical sword, well, look at it. Doesn't it seem particularly fated for you? Let me take the liberty to offer you a special price of just 15 spirit stones for it. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lin Dahai secretly nodded in agreement. He understood that this offer was indeed fair, and the disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall likely did not intend to take advantage of him. although he had never ventured into the sect's market to purchase items before. He was somewhat familiar with the general pricing of various goods. With delight, Linda Hai reached out to gently caress the magical sword. However, after a brief moment, his expression turned pained as he reluctantly withdrew his hand from the sword's hilt, sighing, "Alas, brother, it's not that I do not wish to buy it, but the price of this sword is rather steep. Given my current financial situation, it is simply beyond my means." Initially, the disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall intended to persuade Linda Hai further, as making a sale would be beneficial for him. However, he suddenly recalled that Linda Hai was responsible for managing the spirit fields, and his income was likely quite limited, thus he abandoned the thought of continued persuasion. He put away the sword on the table but then remembered something and retrieved another magical sword. This one emanated a noticeably dimmer spiritual light. This sword was crafted by a senior from the weapon forging hall, but its spiritual essence had diminished significantly due to being taken out later than intended. While its durability was reduced, it still served well as a temporary means of self-defense, and the senior only requested a mere 5 spirit stones for it. Upon hearing the price of 5 spirit stones, Linda Hai felt a tingle of excitement, akin to countless ants scurrying about in his chest. Unable to contain his impulse any longer, he quickly approached and carefully picked up the sword. The moment he held it, he infused a small amount of magical energy. Linda Hai furrowed his brow, attentively sensing the flow of magic within the sword. As he suspected, the sword's magical flow was not particularly smooth, in stark contrast to the previous one he had seen. Furthermore, its power seemed slightly inferior. However, in light of such an enticing price, all its shortcomings appeared trivial. A smile crept onto Linda Hai's lips as he expressed his satisfaction, gently placing the sword back down. He then turned to the disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall, saying, "Brother, I shall take the sword. Additionally, please provide me with 10 fireball talismans and 10 wind blade talismans. By the way, do you still have any swift movement talismans? If so, I would also like 10 of those." For cultivators in the chi refinement stage, their magical energy was far too weak to support prolonged flight. Moreover, cultivators like Linda Hai, who were in the mid-chi refinement phase, had yet to master any escape techniques. Therefore, at this stage, the swift movement talismans undoubtedly represented the most cost-effective option. After all, should he encounter a formidable adversary, even if he could not defeat them, he could at least rely on the swift movement talismans to swiftly escape and preserve his life. "Certainly, junior brother. No problem at all." The disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall replied with a smile, promptly laying out the items Linda Hai requested on the table. Finally, he produced a piece of yellowed parchment and gently unfurled it before presenting it to Linda Hai. "This is a map of the surrounding area. Consider it a small gift from me to you." Linda Hai gratefully accepted the map and quickly scanned it, noting that his hometown, Dashi Village, was included. With this map, navigating would be much easier, sparing him the trouble of inquiring about directions. With this thought, he hastily clasped his hands in thanks, exclaiming, "Thank you very much, brother. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall surely repay you. Also, here is the token for going out. You must take care of it." The disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall said earnestly as he handed Linda Hai a token. Linda Hai joyfully extended his hands and respectfully accepted the token. "Thank you for the reminder, brother. I will be certain to keep this token safe." Linda Hai retrieved 8 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to the disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall. After gathering the items on the table, he turned and departed the Foreign Affairs Hall. Chapter 4. A sudden change. After obtaining the token, Linda Hai walked briskly towards the imposing gates of the Qing insect. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "Da Hai, where are you headed?" Linda Hai turned to see a young man with a hint of fortune on his face approaching quickly. This was Wu Yaowen, his neighbor. Wu Yaowen had a respectable background, being the nephew of Steward Will. Due to this connection, despite both managing the spiritual fields, Wu Yaowen was assigned to the most fertile and spiritually rich area. Furthermore, with his uncle's frequent support, he had no worries about fulfilling the sect's tasks. Since their residences were close, and they had never had any conflicts, their relationship remained amicable. Upon hearing Wu Yaowen's inquiry, Linda Hai immediately wore a friendly smile. "It's nothing serious, just that I've been away from home for a while, and I miss my family. So I thought I'd take this opportunity to visit." Wu Yaowen was taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Da Hai, could it be that you have successfully broken through to the 4th level of chi refinement?" As he spoke, Wu Yaowen attentively sensed the spiritual fluctuations emanating from Linda Hai. Moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed, you have reached the 4th level of chi refinement." In response to Wu Yaowen's admiration, Linda Hai modestly nodded and smiled. "Yes. After much diligent practice, I have barely managed to break through to the 4th level." Wu Yaowen gazed at Linda Hai. His lips parted as if he wished to say something, but ultimately refrained. Although he had also reached the 4th level, it was merely a month earlier than Linda Hai, aided by the precious elixirs provided by his uncle. In contrast, Linda Hai had solely relied on his own efforts to achieve this level. This realization stirred a complex array of emotions within Wu Yaowen. Despite sharing the same talent, he had access to superior resources. Yet Linda Hai had caught up to him in cultivation progress. This disparity left him feeling a tumult of emotions, difficult to articulate. After much hesitation, he could only manage a strained, "Be careful on your journey." After bidding farewell to Wu Yaoan, Lin Dahai strode lightly to the mountain gate. He retrieved a token from his pocket and respectfully presented it to the sect disciple stationed there for verification. The disciple examined the token closely. Upon confirming its authenticity, he activated a spell to slowly open a gap in the protective formation, allowing Lin Dahai to pass. The moment he stepped outside the sect, Lin Dahai felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, akin to a fish leaping into the vast ocean or a bird returning to a lush forest after a long confinement. Relishing this newfound freedom, he promptly produced a swift movement talisman and carefully affixed it to his feet. In an instant, a peculiar energy surged within him, rendering his body incredibly light, as if he were a feather dancing on the breeze. With a mere leap, he soared 6 or 7 meters into the air. Subsequently, Lin Dahai oriented himself towards Dashikan and sped away like an arrow. When he initially journeyed to Qingyan sect, he had traveled swiftly aboard a flying boat, unaware of the length of the journey. However, as he set off from Qingyan sect back to his homeland, he acutely felt the vast distance. Even with the aid of the swift movement talisman, it took him a full half-month to finally set foot on the familiar soil of Dashikan. Yet, the village before him was no longer the tranquil and harmonious place he remembered. It was riddled with potholes and uneven terrain, with only remnants of crumbling ruins left. Once bustling with life and laughter, the village now seemed devoid of any human presence, plunging Lin Dahai into a state of confusion. He steadied himself and began to scrutinize the remaining houses within the village. Dust had settled thickly indoors, indicating that an incident had occurred some time ago. With a heart full of worry and uncertainty, Lin Dahai hastened towards the home that once radiated warmth. However, what greeted him was a heart-wrenching sight. The house that held countless cherished memories had collapsed halfway, gazing into the gaping pit where the other half once stood. An ominous premonition welled up within him. Yet, after a frantic search, Lin Dahai found no corpses or remains. This outcome offered him a slight reprieve. Yet the unease in his heart remained unresolved. Thus, he endeavored to convince himself with various rationalizations. Perhaps his family and the villagers had received warnings before the calamity struck and had relocated to safer grounds. Lin Dahai wandered around the village for what felt like an eternity, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his clothes. At last, fortune favored the persistent. As he climbed halfway up the mountain, he spotted a hunched old woodcutter bending over to gather firewood. Lin Dahai rushed forward in haste, his face etched with concern, and inquired, "Old man, do you know what has happened to Dashikan recently?" The sudden question startled the old woodcutter, causing him to drop the branch he had just picked up. He looked around in fright, but when his gaze settled on the tall, dark-skinned man before him, he felt a measure of relief. Although the man wore a coarse gray robe, his appearance suggested a life of labor and not that of someone with ill intent. After calming himself, the old woodcutter replied, "You seem unfamiliar here. May I ask where you hail from?" Lin Dahai smiled broadly, revealing an innocent grin. "Old man, to be honest, I am from Dashikan. I left the village many years ago to seek my fortune elsewhere. Recently, I found time to return and visit my family, only to be astonished to discover that the village is completely deserted. It is truly puzzling. Therefore, I came to inquire what calamity has befallen Dashikan." Chapter 5. The Village Chief. The matters concerning Dashi Village. The old woodcutter set down the heavy firewood he had been carrying on his shoulder, gently massaging his aching shoulder as his gaze drifted into the distance, seemingly lost in reminiscence. After a moment, he turned to Lin Dahai, who was looking at him with eager anticipation, and spoke. "I heard that a few years ago, 2 immortal masters suddenly arrived at Dashi Village. For reasons unknown, they ended up in a fierce conflict. The scene was truly one that could shake the heavens and weep for the spirits. Alas, Dashi Village suffered greatly, innocently caught in the crossfire of this dispute, and many villagers lost their lives as a result." At this point, the old woodcutter shook his head, a look of sorrow crossing his face. Listening to the woodcutter's tale, Lin Dahai felt a tight knot in his heart. Upon hearing of the numerous lives lost in the calamity, the tension that had gripped him suddenly snapped, leaving him as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. However, he quickly composed himself and, with a glimmer of hope, inquired, "What became of those who survived in Dashi Village?" The woodcutter raised his head, squinting as he thought for a moment before replying, "The survivors. Oh, right. I remember they all seem to have moved to Dali Village up on that mountain. It is said that the village chief of Dashi has a familiar relationship with the chief of Dali, so he led the remaining villagers to seek refuge there." Upon hearing this, Lin Dahai felt a slight relief wash over him. He hurriedly thanked the old woodcutter and turned towards his own home, which had already collapsed halfway. Along the way, his steps felt heavy, and memories of the time spent living here with his family flooded his mind. Finally arriving at his doorstep, he gazed at the familiar yet dilapidated sight, unable to resist pausing, standing still as he stared at the house that held so many memories, reluctant to move. After a long while, Lin Dahai took a deep breath and resolutely stepped inside. He surveyed the interior, touching the remnants of furniture and belongings, as if he could sense the lingering presence of his loved ones. Ultimately, he exited the house, casting one last glance at the lifeless structure before gritting his teeth and setting off towards Dali Village. Despite a growing sense of foreboding regarding the safety of his parents and younger brother, he remained unwilling to relinquish the last flicker of hope. After all, some villagers had survived and followed the chief to Dali Village. Perhaps he would find his dearly missed family there. utilizing a swift movement charm. Linda Hai arrived at the entrance of Dali village in less than half an hour. The sun was now high in the afternoon sky, casting a golden veil over the ancient village. Standing at the village entrance, Linda Hai glanced around. Suddenly, a pungent scent of tobacco wafted into his nostrils. Turning his head, he spotted an elderly man with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles, leisurely smoking a pipe in front of his home. Noticing Linda Hai's gaze, the old man set down his pipe, slowly rising to his feet and asked, "Young man, what brings you to our Dali village? Are you searching for someone?" Linda Hai's heart leapt with joy. He had been at a loss for how to inquire. Yet here was the old man asking him first. He quickly stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "Esteemed elder, I have come in search of someone. Might you know where Lindashu resides?" Lindashu, the former village chief of Dashi, was quite a notable figure in Dali village. The old man, upon hearing the name, displayed a hint of confusion, sizing up Linda Hai before asking, "Young man, what do you seek from Dashu?" Linda Hai hurriedly explained, "To be frank, elder, I too am a villager from Dashi. Due to unforeseen circumstances in my family years ago, I had to venture far away to pursue my studies. Now that I have completed my education, I wish to return home to visit my family. However, upon my return to Dashi village, I discovered it lay in ruins. After much inquiry, I learned that the remaining villagers had relocated to Dali village. Thus I have come to seek my kin." After hearing this, the old man nodded in understanding, having grown accustomed to villagers from Dashi seeking their families over the years. Now, his gaze towards Linda Hai bore a touch more sympathy. "Oh, I see. Child, do not fret. Lindashu's home is on the west side of the village. Follow this road, and when you see a house with a tall osmanthus tree at the entrance, that will be his home." The old man kindly gestured ahead. After expressing his gratitude once more, Linda Hai hurried towards the west side of the village, his heart pounding with anxiety over whether he would succeed in finding his family. Before long, he located the residence of the village chief of Dashi. From a distance, he saw smoke curling up from the house, resembling a delicate white ribbon gracefully floating through the air. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he approached and gently knocked on the door twice. As soon as the knock resonated, a robust voice echoed from within. "Who is it?" Accompanied by the voice, hurried footsteps approached, and then with a creak, the door was slowly opened, revealing a weathered face of a man in his 40s, who curiously eyed Linda Hai. "Who are you?" the burly man inquired, his tone laced with curiosity and caution. Linda Hai gazed at the unfamiliar yet vaguely reminiscent face, a surge of complex emotions welling up within him. After all, when he had left the village, he was merely 8 years old. Now, a decade had passed, and time had changed everything, making it understandable that Lindashu would not recognize the grown man before him. He took a moment to compose himself, smiling as he addressed Lindashu, "Uncle Dashu. I am Linshu Dahai. Do you remember me?" Upon hearing this, Lindashu furrowed his brow, straining to recall the past. After a moment, a spark of recognition lit up his eyes as he exclaimed, "Linshu Dahai? Ah, I do seem to recall something of the sort." He scrutinized Linda Hai's features, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, so you are Linshu Dogzi. Weren't you supposed to be studying under the immortal masters? What brings you back to our humble abode today?" Hearing Lindashu call out his childhood nickname, Dogzi, Linda Hai felt a warmth spread across his cheeks, a hint of embarrassment surfacing. It is well known that in their small village, children often had whimsical nicknames, and names like Dogzi were not uncommon. But they were certainly rustic and straightforward. Chapter 6. The Offering. With a smile, Linda Hai replied, "It has indeed been far too long since I last saw my family. Coincidentally, the sect has granted us a break, so I hurried back to visit." His gaze revealed a profound yearning for his loved ones. Upon hearing Linda Hai mention his family, Lindashi suddenly seemed touched by an invisible cord, his demeanor shifting into a profound silence. The previously light-hearted atmosphere solidified into a heavy, oppressive stillness. "Uncle Dashi, could it be that my parents and younger brother have met with misfortune?" Linda Hai's tone grew somber, his voice trembling slightly with anxiety. Yet, in response to Linda Hai's inquiry, Lindashi simply lowered his head, sealing his lips in silence. Observing Lindashi's hesitance, Linda Hai felt as though his heart was gripped by an unseen hand. An ominous premonition surged within him, and despair settled in the depths of his heart. After a long pause, Lindashi finally lifted his head, sighed deeply, and said, "Come inside, child. After your journey, you must be famished. Let us have a warm meal before anything else. Once we finish, I will take you to light incense for your parents and brother." Lindashi's words conveyed everything. Like a soulless figure, Linda Hai entered the house, mechanically grabbing his chopsticks as he sat at the table. This was the first meal he had partaken in since embarking on his cultivation journey, yet at that moment, the once familiar flavors were tasteless, akin to chewing wax. After a painstaking swallow of the last morsel, Linda Hai set down his chopsticks, his gaze vacant and fixed ahead. At that moment, Lindashi emerged from the inner room with some prepared paper money, quietly standing at the door, awaiting Linda Hai. Taking a deep breath, Linda Hai summoned his strength, rising to follow Lindashi out of the house, heading toward the back mountain of Dalai village. Atop the mountain, they gazed down upon the original site of Dashi village. Scattered across the open land lay numerous graves, densely arranged, roughly estimated to number over 100. Under Lin Dashi's guidance, they eventually halted before 2 larger graves and 1 smaller one. It was evident that these tombs housed Lin Dahai's long-for parents and younger brother. Lin Dashi meticulously arranged the offerings, then turned to Lin Dahai, gently saying, "Dahai, go ahead and light a stick of incense for your parents and brother." Like a marionette devoid of strings, Lin Dahai mechanically nodded and approached the incense burner, igniting a stick and placing it within. After offering the incense, he returned silently to Lin Dashi's side. The two knelt together, beginning to burn the paper money. The flames danced, consuming the paper, transforming it into wisps of smoke that ascended into the air. At that moment, as Lin Dashi added more paper to the fire, he spoke in a low tone. That day was truly unforgettable. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the sky, stepping upon the void, radiating with brilliance. Clearly, they were formidable cultivators. They exchanged spells, unleashing a tempest of power, the scene akin to the apocalypse. Alas, we unprepared souls had nowhere to hide from the terrifying onslaught. Lin Dashi paused, letting out a deep sigh before continuing. In that moment, a massive fireball shot straight towards your brother. Just as it was about to strike, your parents rushed forward, using their bodies to shield him. Yet, alas, the fireball's might was insurmountable, and ultimately, your parents and brother could not escape this calamity. Fortunately, the one who unleashed the fireball was later slain by another immortal. According to that immortal, the assailant was a demonic cultivator from another state, specializing in murder to enhance their dark powers. This immortal was sent by the Qingyan sect to eliminate such threats. Despite the tragic loss of life, it was a necessary act. Had he escaped, more lives would surely have been claimed. Dahai, my child, do not entertain thoughts of vengeance. Lin Dahai stood like a statue, lips sealed, revealing nothing of his internal turmoil as he processed Lin Dashi's words. Observing this, Lin Dashi sighed helplessly, then slowly reached into his pocket, carefully retrieving a small pouch. Inside this pouch, there remain a few spiritual stones, remnants left by that immortal to compensate for our losses. However, I have exchanged most of them for silver to help resettle our fellow villagers. What remains is scarcely sufficient for any significant purpose. Furthermore, I have heard that the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, demanding an exorbitant amount of spiritual stones. My capabilities are limited, and I cannot provide you with more assistance. Consider these stones as a small token from your parents. With that, Lin Dashi gently patted Lin Dahai's broad shoulder before turning away, his steps heavy as he departed, leaving Lin Dahai standing alone. The pouch was quietly placed upon the ground. At that moment, memories surged within Lin Dahai's mind, flooding with every tender moment shared with his family since his arrival in this realm. Those once joyous scenes, his parents' caring gazes, all flashed before him like frames in a film. Initially, he believed that confronting the brutal reality of his family's departure would leave him devastated, tears streaming down his face. Yet, standing amidst this poignant situation, he discovered that his heart did not swell with overwhelming grief. Instead, he was left with a hollow sense of loss, as if a vital part of his existence had vanished. Lin Dahai lingered atop the back mountain of Dalei Village throughout the night. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, he slowly rose, dragging his weary body down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, he made his way directly to Lin Dashi's home, where Lin Dashi hurriedly emerged to greet him. Lin Dahai appeared somewhat pale, his eyes bloodshot, bearing the marks of exhaustion. Concern etched on Lin Dashi's face as he asked, "Dahai, are you all right? What are your plans moving forward?" In response to Lin Dashi's inquiries and worries, Lin Dahai offered a faint smile, striving to infuse his voice with levity. "Uncle Dashi, do not fret too much. I merely wish to be alone for a while. As for my future, I intend to return to the sect." Chapter 7. Encounter in the forest. Upon hearing that Lin Dahai was about to return to the sect, Lin Dashi suddenly realized that Lin Dahai had already become a celestial master. Over the years, since entering the sect, Lin Dahai had been responsible for cultivating spiritual fields, spending long years in communion with the earth. As a result, he bore none of the ethereal qualities typically associated with a cultivator. Instead, he exuded a simple charm that reflected his years of toil in agriculture. For this reason, Lin Dashi often unconsciously overlooked a crucial truth. The seemingly ordinary and humble man before him was no longer the mischievous child of his youth, but a celestial master whom he revered. In the end, Lin Dashi earnestly advised, "Dahai, if you find the time, remember to return home often to pay your respects to your parents and brother. This place will forever be your hometown. Our doors are always open for you." Lin Dahai nodded slightly in agreement, waved goodbye to Lin Dashi, and resolutely set off on the uncertain path ahead. At this moment, Lin Dahai traversed the mountains and forests alone. Lost in contemplation about his future, he did not employ the divine movement talisman to hasten his journey. The loss of his family had undoubtedly weighed heavily on him, rendering him disinterested in returning to the sect to continue his cultivation. After all, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, and for an ordinary cultivator like him, devoid of any extraordinary advantages, the hardships were even more apparent. He knew well that on the vast expanse of the Xiantian continent, a staggering 90% of cultivators with 3 spiritual roots ultimately struggled to break through the golden core barrier. For many, foundation establishment was already the pinnacle of their achievements. Reflecting on this, Lindahai could not help but sigh deeply, his steps growing heavier with each passing moment. After a decade of trials, he gradually recognized a harsh reality. He was but an insignificant member of the masses, utterly ordinary. He understood that he was not the protagonist of any grand tale and had no fervent desire for immortality, only a curiosity about the realm of cultivation. The Xiantian continent was infinitely broader than the blue planet he once inhabited. He yearned to explore this mysterious and wondrous world with his finite life, rather than squander precious time in monotonous agricultural labor. With this thought, Lindahai's spirits lifted somewhat. Yet, there was a slight flaw in this idyllic vision. The spiritual energy of the mundane world was exceedingly thin. Even in the depths of secluded valleys, the amount of spiritual essence he could perceive was less than 1,000th of what he experienced within the sect. It was no wonder that those highly skilled cultivators avoided the mundane realm. The sensation was akin to a fish out of water, leaving one utterly uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lindahai's current level of cultivation was still shallow, so the discomfort from the lack of spiritual energy was not overly pronounced. After a few days of adjustment, he had gradually grown accustomed to this environment. At that moment, a cacophony of startled exclamations suddenly reached Lindahai's ears. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously approached the source of the sound, eager to uncover the mystery. Upon nearing, he was astonished to discover a group of mysterious figures clad in black, fiercely attacking a lavishly adorned carriage. A closer inspection revealed that the carriage was exquisitely decorated, leading to the inference that its occupant must be of considerable wealth or status. The black-clad assailants were evidently not ordinary foes. They moved with ghastly agility, their strikes swift and merciless, aiming to deliver fatal blows. The guards surrounding the carriage struggled to maintain their defenses, but due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, several had already fallen. As it appeared that the defenses would soon be breached, the black-clad attackers intensified their assault, descending upon the carriage like a tempest. Just at that critical moment, a voice resounded through the air, in broad daylight. "How dare you openly block the road and commit murder? Do you have no respect for the law?" With that proclamation, a figure dashed forth like a bolt of lightning. It was a strikingly handsome youth with red lips and white teeth, clad in a white outfit and wielding a long sword, exuding an aura of formidable vigor. Upon his arrival, he swiftly dispatched two of the black-clad assailants attempting to lift the carriage's curtain, sending them flying. Lindahai watched in awe, his heart swelling with admiration. The scene was exhilarating, surpassing anything he had witnessed in 3D films from his previous life. At that moment, if only he had a bottle of soda and a packet of seeds beside him, it would have been perfect. Since arriving in the enigmatic Xiantian continent, despite the fortune of joining the Qingyun sect and embarking on the path of cultivation, Lindahai, as a low-ranking disciple, found himself perpetually occupied with arduous tasks assigned by the sect, leaving little time to diligently practice his techniques and familiarize himself with various spells. Hence, he had yet to witness the fierce duels between cultivators. Though he could not see those fantastical battles imbued with dazzling effects, the raw, tangible combat of martial heroes held its own unique charm. As for whether he should intervene, the age-old adage rings true. One should not comment without understanding the full picture. Just as Shen Gongbao once said, a person's biases are like a towering mountain, difficult to shift. Who could definitively declare that the black-clad figures were irredeemable villains? And how could one be certain that the individuals seated within the carriage were virtuous and upright? The crux of the matter was that Lindahai had no knowledge of his own true capabilities. The young man before him possessed exceptional skills, his swordsmanship fluid and captivating, akin to clouds flowing in the sky. Thus, the two sides exchanged blows, neither yielding ground, and the previously tilted situation regained its equilibrium, rendering it impossible for either side to gain a decisive advantage. Just then, a black-clad figure suddenly shouted at the youth, "You little brat. Stop meddling in matters that don't concern you. If you know what's good for you, scram. If you leave now, I can overlook what has transpired." Unfazed by the threat, the youth snorted coldly and retorted, "Umph. The type I loathe most in life is those who hide their true selves. When I see injustice, I must draw my sword to help. This matter is mine to intervene in." As soon as he finished speaking, the youth flicked his wrist, and his sword shot forth like lightning, instantly sending the black-clad assailant flying. The assailant, caught off guard, staggered back several steps before barely regaining his balance. "Well done. You truly are an arrogant little brat. Since you refuse to heed my warning, you shall suffer the consequences." With that, a glint of malice flashed in the black-clad figure's eyes as he suddenly reached into his robe and pulled out a packet of white powder, hurling it toward the youth without hesitation. Unfortunately, the youth was entirely focused on battling his opponent and had not anticipated such a treacherous tactic, leaving him completely defenseless. Chapter 8. The Strike with a Piercing Shriek. The young lad clutched his eyes tightly, crying out in rage, "Despicable scoundrels." It turned out that slaked lime had been thrown into his eyes, and the intense irritation rendered him unable to open them. The cloaked figure, witnessing this, erupted into a triumphant laughter that resonated through the air, mocking and belittling the boy. Seizing the opportunity, the dark-clad assailant prepared to launch a fierce attack to defeat the youth. However, the guards understood that their survival hinged on the boy's tenacity, should he falter. their fate would be equally grim. Thus, they courageously formed a protective barrier around him, slowly retreating towards the carriage. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was suddenly drawn aside, revealing a voluptuous young woman in her 20s. Her face etched with concern as she leaned out to gaze at the boy. "Young hero, are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?" she asked anxiously. The boy gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he replied, "It's nothing. Such trifles cannot harm me." Though blind, his spirit remained unyielding. Observing this, Linda Hai couldn't help but admire the boy's defiance. Just then, the boy's ears perked up, sensing something amiss. Indeed, amidst the chaos, a cloaked figure stealthily approached the woman, brandishing a long knife aimed directly at her. In a split second, the boy extended his arm, deftly wrapping it around her slender waist and spinning her away from the lethal strike. The sequence of events unfolded with a breathtaking grace, both perilous and exquisite, leaving Linda Hai momentarily entranced, as if he were watching a cinematic masterpiece, clapping in admiration. When he regained his senses, he realized that both factions had inexplicably paused, all eyes now fixated on him. "Continue the fight. Pay me no mind. I'm merely a bystander," Linda Hai declared nonchalantly, firmly believing in his own assertion. The woman, still anxious, called out to him, "Young brother, run. You just witnessed their heinous act. These villains will not let you go easily." Linda Hai couldn't suppress an eye roll, pondering whether she was deliberately alerting the assailants to his presence. As anticipated, the previously hesitant attacker's expressions turned menacing upon hearing her warning. One of them barked, "You too. Swiftly deal with that boy. Be quick, then return." The two pointed out exchanged glances, understanding the command, and charged at Linda Hai like ravenous wolves. Seeing this, Linda Hai furrowed his brow. Truth be told, he had no desire to be embroiled in this conflict, yet their audacity left him no choice. After all, he was a cultivator. How could he fear these mere mortals who only knew martial prowess? Taking a deep breath, Linda Hai retrieved a wind blade talisman, infusing it with his magical energy. In an instant, the talisman blazed with brilliance, unleashing a razor-sharp wind blade that howled through the air. The two advancing attackers were caught off guard, struck directly by the sudden onslaught. Their bodies froze as if time itself had halted. Moments later, their upper half slid away, blood gushing forth and staining the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of iron, inducing nausea. Is he a celestial master? The lead assailant gasped in terror, his eyes wide with disbelief as cold sweat trickled down his brow. After a brief moment of shock, he decisively commanded, "Retreat." Quickly, at his command, the remaining assailants snapped back to reality, turning to flee in a panic, disappearing without a trace. Only Linda Hai and the group by the carriage remained, the guards still in shock, failing to consider pursuing the fleeing foes. Linda Hai stood dazed, surrounded by blood and dismembered limbs, a tumult of emotions roiling within him. This was the first time he had witnessed such a gruesome scene, and it was of his own making. A wave of nausea surged, as if countless insects were writhing in his stomach, causing him immense discomfort. Yet, to maintain his facade of composure, he bit his lip, striving to suppress the urge to vomit. Nevertheless, his face turned pale as a ghost, devoid of color. Fortunately, his naturally dark complexion provided some concealment. Unless observed closely, others would be oblivious to his distress. At that moment, the woman finally emerged from her shock. She approached Linda Hai, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, noble master, for saving our lives. Without your timely intervention, we would surely have perished today." Linda Hai waved his hand dismissively, indicating that she need not be so formal. At this moment, he was too preoccupied with suppressing his churning stomach to engage in conversation. "Does the noble master have a place to go? I am the young mistress of the Zheng family in Haoyue City. I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. If you would not mind, might you accompany me to my home for a brief visit? It would grant me the opportunity to express my gratitude properly," she proposed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with warmth. After a moment of contemplation, Linda Hai nodded slightly, agreeing to accompany her to the Zheng family. After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to at the moment, and a visit would not be amiss. Thus, under the enthusiastic guidance of the young mistress, they slowly made their way towards the Zheng family in Haoyue City. Chapter 9. Entering the city within the spacious carriage, a subtle fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air. Linda Hai sat quietly to one side, his eyes gently closed, resembling an old monk in deep meditation. On the opposite side, a young swordsman also occupied the carriage. At this moment, the dust from his eyes had been meticulously cleaned with sesame oil, restoring their clarity and brightness. He was now gazing curiously and with great interest at Linda Hai, as if seeking to discern something profound from him. Meanwhile, Madame Zheng was skillfully adjusting the slightly tense atmosphere within the carriage. Her soft and graceful voice was akin to a gentle spring breeze, delicately stirring the hearts of those present. As the jovial and light-hearted conversation unfolded between the young swordsman and Madame Zheng, Linda Hai learned that the young man was named Lu Qianzhou. Having just reached the age of maturity, he had been expelled from his master and Appo's tutelage and embarked on a solitary journey through the martial world. Despite his youth, His exceptional martial arts talent and relentless diligence had allowed him to successfully break through to the realm of a postnatal martial artist, placing him among the ranks of second-rate experts even within the secular martial arts community. Madame Zheng spoke of the Zheng family, renowned throughout Haoyue City, a name known far and wide. For generations, the Zheng family had been the undisputed foremost clan in the city, possessing immense power and profound heritage, earning the respect of all. However, as fate would have it, in recent years, the Shin family had risen abruptly, like a dark horse emerging unexpectedly. Within the Shin family, a remarkably talented prodigy had appeared, elevating the once third-rate family to a status capable of contending with the Zheng family. Following the sudden attack incident, Madame Zheng speculated quietly, suspecting that the rising Shin family might be the orchestrators behind it. Upon hearing her conjecture, Lu Qianzhou could not help but be filled with righteous indignation. He thumped his thigh and declared with fervor, "Rest assured, Madame Zheng, since fate has brought us together, I, Lu Qianzhou, will do everything in my power to ensure your safety." As soon as he finished speaking, a look of gratitude illuminated Madame Zheng and Appo's face, and she replied with a smile. "That is most reassuring. If we can safely weather this storm, I would be honored to call you my brother, so we may look out for each other in the future." Lu Qianzhou, delighted by her words, readily agreed, and they promptly addressed each other as siblings, creating an atmosphere of warmth and harmony within the carriage. Lin Dehai lazily squinted, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he observed the naive and inexperienced young man before him. At that moment, Lu Qianzhou was being skillfully lured by Madame Zheng and Appo's persuasive words, gradually leaning closer to her. However, Lin Dehai, having experienced the vicissitudes of 2 lifetimes, was not easily swayed by her rhetoric. He believed only half of what she said at most. After all, individuals from prominent families seldom possess simple minds, and Madame Zheng clearly exuded the charm of a silver-tongued orator. Nonetheless, it was worth noting that all of this had little bearing on Lin Dehai himself. His purpose for coming was merely to explore Haoyue City. Since arriving in the Xintian continent, more than a decade had passed without him ever having the opportunity to step into the city and behold its sights. Moreover, upon hearing Madame Zheng mention the prodigious Xinqing, Lin Dehai felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him. With a heart full of questions and anticipation, he resolved to accompany them to Haoyue City and uncover its mysteries. Thus, the carriage sped along, and after several hours of travel, they finally arrived beneath the gates of Haoyue City. From a distance, the city was far grander and more magnificent than Lin Dehai had imagined. Its towering walls seemed to pierce the heavens. As one of the foremost noble families in Haoyue City, the Zheng family naturally enjoyed a distinct privilege. Consequently, when the ornate carriage approached the city gates, there was no need to queue like other common folk. The coachman skillfully cracked the whip, guiding the carriage directly into the city, while the soldiers stationed at the gate did not attempt to impede or inspect them. Instead, they bowed respectfully to the occupants of the carriage. Madame Zheng, seated within, clearly relished this esteemed treatment. She even turned to show Lu Qianzhou, whom she had just acknowledged as her brother, the display of their family's immense power within the city. Having spent his days secluded in the mountains, immersed in study and companionship with nature, Lu Qianzhou had never witnessed such bustling, vibrant urban life. He leaned eagerly against the window, his eyes wide with wonder at the city before him. Everywhere he looked, throngs of people bustled about, and rows of buildings lined the streets. Indeed, Haoyue City was a place of great prosperity. The Zheng family's opulently adorned carriage drew the attention of many passers-by. Each time it glided by, the common folk would instinctively step aside to make way. Before long, the carriage entered the affluent district, where the streets grew eerily quiet, devoid of the external clamor. Towering, imposing gates lined the sides of the road, evoking an inexplicable sense of oppression. When the carriage finally came to a halt before the Zheng residence, several individuals were already standing quietly, awaiting their arrival, likely alerted by Madame Zheng's prior arrangements. As Lin Dehai disembarked, an elderly man with graying hair hastily approached, bowing repeatedly in gratitude as he addressed him. "You must be Master Lin. I am immensely grateful for your intervention in saving my daughter-in-law's life." After introductions, Lin Dehai learned that this sprightly elder was none other than Zhang Yin, the current head of the Zheng family. The refined middle-aged man standing behind him was his son, Zheng Bowen, and also Madame Zheng's husband. Although the Zheng family expressed profound respect for Lin Dehai, the naturally reclusive man felt somewhat uncomfortable amidst their enthusiastic greetings. Nevertheless, out of politeness and a desire to avoid offending the Zheng family, he suppressed his discomfort, nodding coolly and attempting to keep his tone neutral and detached. It was merely a trivial effort, truly not worth mentioning. Despite Lin Dehai's apparent indifference, the Zheng family seemed undeterred. After all, they perceived that someone of Lin Dehai's stature would naturally carry an air of distinct temperament. Such seemingly haughty behavior only deepened their respect for him. Meanwhile, Lu Qianzhou, the newly recognized younger brother, was warmly welcomed by the Zheng family. Perhaps due to the novelty of the experience or his inherently cheerful disposition, he quickly mingled with them, laughter and cheerful voices resonating from the group. Chapter 10. A token of gratitude. Lin Dehai was respectfully welcomed into the guest room, and as he stepped through the door, He was instantly captivated by the opulence that adorned the interior. His gaze leisurely swept across the room, taking in the exquisite paintings and calligraphy that graced the walls. The thick velvet carpet that covered the floor, and the finely crafted furniture made from premium wood, all of which exuded a subtle fragrance. To him, this scene was nothing short of a dream. Even considering his past life, it was the most luxurious room he had ever inhabited. However, perhaps due to the transformation of his heart and mind after embarking on the path of cultivation, Lin Dahai felt unexpectedly calm in the face of such extravagance. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he simply seated himself on the floor, crossed his legs, and began to meditate and cultivate his techniques. As he regulated his breath and channeled the spiritual energy within him, the atmosphere around him seemed to become tranquil and harmonious. Time passed quietly, and before he knew it, night had fallen. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. It was a servant from the Zhang family, inviting Lin Dahai to the main hall for dinner. Without hesitation, Lin Dahai declined the invitation, for he had never been fond of mingling with too many strangers, especially in such formal settings that made him feel somewhat constrained. Observing his reluctance, the Zhang family did not insist and promptly delivered the evening meal to Lin Dahai's room. Upon seeing the exquisitely arranged dishes before him, Lin Dahai instantly cast aside his meditative focus. As for the quality of the food, he had no desire to return to the Qingyan sect to endure a life of austerity, so there was no reason to deprive himself. He scrutinized the dishes on the table. Although they consisted of merely a few simple vegetarian options, each dish appeared to be a feast for the senses. He picked up a piece of cabbage with his chopsticks and savored it, surprised to detect a meaty flavor that left him in awe. It was undeniable that the cuisine of a prominent family was exceptional. Even the most ordinary ingredients could be transformed into something extraordinary through meticulous preparation. Thus, Lin Dahai relished this sumptuous dinner, praising each dish with delight. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the Zhang estate's courtyard in a warm golden glow. Lin Dahai walked steadily toward a quiet study. Upon entering, he found Zhang Yin seated at an antique desk, gently perusing a yellowed tome. Noticing Lin Dahai's arrival, Zhang Yin set aside his book and rose with a welcoming smile. Lin Skincher, how do you find your stay at our residence? Have the servants been remiss in their duties? If so, please do let me know, and I shall ensure they are duly punished. Zhang Yin clasped his hands in a formal greeting, his tone earnest. Lin Dahai shook his head slightly, smiling as he replied, Thank you for your concern, Lord Zhang. Everyone in your household has treated me with utmost kindness, and there has been no negligence whatsoever. May I inquire as to the reason you summoned me today? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin gestured for a servant nearby to step forward. The servant reverently presented a delicate brocade box, carefully offering it to Zhang Yin. He accepted the box and gently opened the lid, revealing a remarkable treasure within. Inside lay a peculiar ginseng that resembled a miniature old man, complete with hair and beard. Almost lifelike in its appearance. From its plump form and rich aroma, it was clear that this ginseng was of considerable age. While it may not have been a legendary elixir, it possessed a certain vitality, making it a rare find in the mundane world. Even for a low-level cultivator like Lin Dahai, it could yield significant benefits. This 1,000-year ginseng was acquired at a grand auction I recently attended, where I spent a staggering 10,000 taels of gold to secure it. Zhang Yin explained, pride evident in his voice as he observed Lin Dahai's reaction, almost as if boasting of his family's wealth. The second brocade box contained a stone, entirely black as ink, with a smooth and fine surface, yet at first glance, it appeared unremarkable. Lin Dahai, intrigued, reached out to lift the stone and examined it closely before turning to Zhang Yin for clarification. Zhang Yin smiled and explained. This stone was fortuitously discovered during our mining operations. Strangely enough, no matter how fiercely it is subjected to fire, it remains unscathed, and even the sharpest blade cannot mar its surface. Such a rare object is undoubtedly extraordinary. Today, having the honor of meeting you, Lin Xianshi, I believe this treasure is particularly suitable as a token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Lin Dahai's eyes sparkled with delight. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, causing both the ginseng and the mysterious black stone to vanish into his storage pouch. Witnessing this miraculous moment, Zhang Yan's previously mild smile transformed into a radiant grin. Although he had heard of Lin Dahai's prowess from his daughter-in-law, he had harbored a lingering doubt about Lin Dahai's status as a cultivator. However, witnessing the precious items disappear into thin air, Zhang Yan was finally convinced of Lin Dahai's extraordinary abilities. Thank you immensely, Lord Zhang. To be honest, I plan to depart in a few days to continue my journey. However, should you require assistance during this time, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall gladly offer my support within my means. After accepting this generous gift, Lin Dahai felt elated. He could discern that Zhang Yan's gesture was motivated by some request, but as long as it was not overly burdensome, he was more than willing to lend a helping hand. Then let me express my gratitude to you, Lin Xianshi. Might I request your assistance in assessing the potential for cultivation in the young ones of my family? Zhang Yan inquired, his face beaming with eagerness. Lin Dahai had not anticipated such a straightforward request. He raised an eyebrow, questioning, isn't the Qingyan sect supposed to recruit disciples every 10 years? Why the urgency, Lord Zhang? Zhang Yan's expression shifted to one of difficulty in articulation. He then explained that the Qingyun sect did not recruit from every city but prioritized the hometowns of former sect disciples, and Haoyue City was not among them. Those from Haoyue City wishing to join the Qingyun sect had to attend the Ascension Conference held in Juxian City, located at the sect's entrance. This arrangement provided a lifeline for second- and third-rate sects that relied on the Qingyun sect. After all, those with the best qualifications would naturally aspire to the Qingyun sect. Even in the unlikely event of a refusal, if the Qingyun sect extended an invitation, smaller sects would find it hard to decline. Of course, unless someone possessed extraordinary talent. They would still need to maintain a semblance of face for the Qingyun sect. Chapter 11. The qualification for cultivation. After Lin Dehai concluded his discussion with Zhang Yan. It wasn't long before Zhang Yan, brimming with joy, summoned his children to his side. Upon learning that a celestial master would personally assess the cultivation potential of his offspring, the Zhang residence erupted into a flurry of excitement, with everyone rushing to join the commotion. Zhang Yan had 3 sons and 5 daughters, all of whom were married off to others. His eldest son, Zhang Bowen, was exceptionally gifted and had already been earmarked as the next head of the Zhang family. Zhang Bowen had established his own family early on and now had 2 sons and a daughter. The second son had 1 son and 1 daughter, while the youngest had yet to expand his lineage. At that moment, Lu Qianzhou, who had been observing quietly, could no longer contain his curiosity and stepped forward, expressing his eagerness to ascertain his own potential for cultivation. As the crowd continued to swell, Zhang Yan's expression turned troubled. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Lin Dehai and whispered a discussion. They ultimately reached a consensus, given the lively atmosphere. It would be fitting to allow the diligent offspring of the Zhang household to partake in the assessment as well. The process of measuring a person's cultivation potential is quite straightforward. It merely requires the infusion of some spiritual energy into the subject. If the energy is absorbed successfully, the individual possesses spiritual roots. Furthermore, the speed at which the energy is absorbed can provide an estimate of the quality of these roots. However, Lin Dehai's current cultivation level limited his ability to distinguish the finer categories of spiritual roots accurately. In the end, the number of children to be tested exceeded 20, including Lu Qianzhou. Zhang Yan's sons harbored a flicker of hope in their hearts, wishing to determine their own potential for cultivation. However, Lin Dehai unceremoniously doused their hopes, firmly stating that those who had lost their original yang energy would achieve negligible results even if they began to practice, rendering the assessment unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's eyes dimmed, revealing the latent desire for cultivation he harbored within, despite his advanced age of over 60. Yet, Lin Dehai's assertion was a mix of truth and falsehood. While it is generally true that the loss of original yang energy significantly impacts cultivation, if one possesses exceptional talent, sects would undoubtedly strive to compensate for the deficiency. Unfortunately, such matters were beyond Lin Dehai's concern. After all, given his current level of spiritual power, testing more than 20 children proved to be quite taxing, and he had no desire to overexert himself. As expected, Lin Dehai's limited cultivation made the task of individually assessing these children a considerable challenge, consuming nearly 2 hours. By the time the assessments were completed, he felt as though his spiritual energy had been nearly depleted. Nevertheless, on the surface, he maintained an air of calm and composure. After a lengthy and meticulous evaluation, the results were revealed. Among the 20-odd children, only 1 little girl possessed 3 spiritual roots, and 1 little boy had 5. Notably, the girl was Zhang Yan's granddaughter, while the boy was the son of a family servant. To Lin Dehai's astonishment, the seemingly unremarkable Lu Qianzhou possessed a heavenly spiritual root. It is worth noting that a heavenly spiritual root is an extraordinarily rare and exceptional quality, granting one a smooth ascent in the path of cultivation. In contrast, Lin Dehai himself was of mediocre talent, having achieved his current standing through years of effort and fortunate circumstances, yet he felt overshadowed by Lu Qianzhou's brilliance. As he gazed at Lu Qianzhou's innocent face, a twinge of jealousy stirred within Lin Dehai. At that moment, Lu Qianzhou noticed Lin Dehai's unwavering gaze, which revealed a complex array of emotions, causing him to feel somewhat flustered. He cautiously inquired, "Master Lin, is there something wrong with my qualifications? Why do you keep looking at me?" Lu Qianzhou's question jolted Lin Dehai from his envious reverie, and his rational mind began to return. However, the previously aloof expression on his face faltered, reflecting the turmoil within. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to sound calm and collected, saying, "No, your qualifications are incredibly good. You are among the finest talents within the Qingyun sect." After uttering these words, Lin Dehai hastily excused himself, citing exhaustion, and retreated to his quarters. Left behind, Lu Qianzhou beamed at the compliment, oblivious to the emotional shift in Lin Dehai. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan, who had inadvertently overheard their exchange, stood some distance away, contemplating how to further deepen the bond with his brother-in-law, whom he had brought to the family. Once back in his room, Lin Dehai found it difficult to quell his emotions. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. as images of Lu Qianzhou's heavenly spiritual route continued to linger in his mind. Ultimately, after an entire night of meditation, he managed to subdue the overwhelming frustration that had taken hold. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Lin Dehai's face. After a night of recuperation, he finally regained his usual composure and resolved to explore Haoyue City to unwind. When Zheng Yan learned of Lin Dehai's plans, he intended to send several subordinates to accompany him, but Lin Dehai promptly declined the offer. In the end, Zhang Yan smiled and produced a thick stack of silver notes from his pocket, respectfully presenting them to Lin Dehai. "Master Lin, please accept this token of appreciation." Lin Dehai was momentarily taken aback, then a subtle smile graced his face as he accepted the notes, tucking them away without counting. With the silver notes in hand, Lin Dehai felt an immense sense of relief. It had been a long time since he had ambled through the streets with such ease. Haoyue City truly lived up to its reputation as a bustling locale, with the shouts of vendors filling the air and pedestrians bustling about, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Amidst this lively scene, Lin Dehai's attention was suddenly captured by a small stall adorned with an array of exquisitely crafted glass cups, shimmering enchanting colors under the sunlight. Intrigued, he approached and examined one of the cups closely. Although the craftsmanship of these cups fell short of the finest goods from his homeland, their purity and overall quality were commendable. Consequently, Lin Dehai carefully selected several cups he favored and negotiated a price with the stall owner. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Dehai asked the vendor, "Good sir, may I inquire who crafted these beautiful glass cups?" The vendor replied without hesitation, "You may not know, but these cups were all made by the esteemed master Shen of the Shen family in our city." Upon hearing this, Lin Dehai couldn't help but sigh inwardly, as it was exactly as he had anticipated. Chapter 12. The Way of Heaven. When the street vendor mentioned the name Shen Cheng, his eyes sparkled with reverence, as if he were speaking of a legendary figure. This expression instantly ignited a fervent curiosity in Lin Dehai. The vendor, evidently a loquacious individual, seized upon Lin Dehai's keen interest and began to recount the astonishing accomplishments of Shen Cheng with great fervor. The enthusiasm with which he spoke made it seem as though he had witnessed these events firsthand. From the vendor's narration, Lin Dehai gleaned a portrayal of Shen Cheng that starkly contrasted with the image he had previously formed from Zhang Fu's words. Shen Cheng, from birth until the age of 16, had appeared utterly oblivious, drifting through life in a daze, prompting neighbors to shake their heads in dismay at the seemingly foolish child of the Shen family. However, an unexpected incident at the age of 16 irrevocably altered the trajectory of his life. Allegedly, he had fallen into a pond, but was fortuitously rescued by a passerby. Following that experience, it was as if a veil had been lifted. Shen Cheng suddenly exhibited remarkable intelligence and creativity, inventing a myriad of novel and practical items. These astounding innovations, coupled with his business acumen, catapulted the once mediocre Shen family to prominence, elevating them to the ranks of a prestigious lineage. Moreover, it was particularly commendable that Shen Cheng possessed a kind heart, frequently demonstrating generosity by aiding the impoverished citizens. As a result, in the city of Haoyue, it was rare to find a commoner who had not benefited from Shen Cheng's benevolence. As the vendor continued to share tales of Shen Cheng's exploits, Lin Dehai's fascination with this unacquainted individual deepened, especially upon learning of Shen Cheng's invention of movable type printing and soap, previously unseen innovations that made Lin Dehai wonder if he might be a fellow countryman from Blue Star. By midday, sunlight bathed the bustling streets, and Lin Dehai meandered about, gradually becoming aware of a growing hunger. Casually glancing around, his gaze fell upon a rather lively tavern not far off. He sauntered into the establishment and found a vacant seat. As he settled in and ordered food and drink, he began to savor the rare tranquility of the moment. However, he soon overheard a conversation from the neighboring table, where a group animatedly discussed the recent activities of the Shen family. Initially, he listened with casual interest, but his attention piqued when he caught wind of Shen family acquiring large quantities of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, as well as hiring numerous blacksmiths to forge iron tools. Curiosity surged within him. This combination of items was all too familiar, representing the essential components for gunpowder, a necessity for any traveler from another world. Yet, this raised a question. What purpose could such gunpowder serve in a realm focused on cultivation? Did it imply that he might need to mechanize his ascension? Contemplating this, a peculiar expression crossed Lin Dehai's face. This fellow from Blue Star was indeed fascinating. He resolved to visit Shen Cheng later that night to make the acquaintance of this intriguing countryman. After a hearty meal, Lin Dehai inquired about the location of the Shen residence. As night descended, enveloping the city in a cloak of tranquil darkness, he activated a teleportation talisman. In an instant, he glided like a feather into the Shen estate. Although he was unaware of Shen Cheng's exact whereabouts, he remained unperturbed, instead finding amusement in surveying the estate's layout from the rooftop. Observing the familiar and intricately designed gardens, Lin Dehai became increasingly convinced that Shen Cheng, like himself, hailed from the modern world, indeed, a true compatriot. Having traversed this realm for over a decade, He marveled at the serendipity of encountering another soul from Blue Star. At that moment, the serene ambience of the Shun Estate's rear mountain was abruptly shattered by a deafening roar, akin to thunder crashing from a clear sky. The sudden eruption of sound disrupted the tranquility of the woods, sending startled birds scattering into the air. Linda Hai turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. Could that be the origin? It appeared he need not search any further. With curiosity and trepidation, he cautiously made his way toward the rear mountain. Navigating through the dense foliage, he came upon a young man, no more than 20, standing tall with a gleaming flintlock rifle, playfully toying with it. Not far away lay a battered suit of armor, discarded on the ground. Xinqing, brimming with excitement, was exclaiming, "I did it! I finally succeeded!" Witnessing Xinqing immersed in his elation, Linda Hai hesitated, uncertain if he should approach. Just as he contemplated his next move, an overwhelming pressure descended from the sky, akin to a mountain pressing down. A wave of fear washed over Linda Hai as he felt his blood run cold, rendering him motionless. Looking up, he saw the sky darkened by ominous crimson clouds, roiling and crackling with lightning, exuding an aura of impending doom. Strangely, it seemed as though a mysterious force had fixated on Xinqing, who remained blissfully unaware of the calamity unfolding above him. He merely glanced at the darkening sky and muttered, "Is it going to rain? No, my gunpowder must not get wet." In a flurry, he began gathering his belongings, preparing to escape this place of turmoil. But as Xinqing busily collected the scattered gunpowder, the storm clouds above churned violently, resembling an enraged beast. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning, shimmering with blinding intensity, descended like an arrow aimed directly at him. The speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it struck the ground. With a resounding crack that shook the earth, Xinqing and the gunpowder were instantly obliterated, leaving behind a gaping, bottomless crater, from which thick plumes of black smoke billowed, narrating the horror that had just transpired. Yet, the chaos did not cease there. The bolt of lightning, having annihilated Xinqing and the gunpowder, redirected its fury toward a nearby building within the Shin estate. In an instant, another deafening explosion erupted, transforming a once exquisite chamber into a heap of rubble, debris scattered in all directions. Witnessing the series of astonishing events from a distance, Linda Hai felt a jolt of realization surge through him. This world's celestial laws would not permit the existence of anything beyond its control. Chapter 13. The robbery. Upon returning from the Shin residence, Linda Hai's heart continued to thump like a drum, restless and anxious. Although he did not harbor an obsessive, almost mad desire for immortality, he was equally unwilling to face an untimely demise at such a young age. In this moment of reflection, he suddenly comprehended why. Despite thousands of years of development, the realm of cultivation had failed to achieve significant technological advancements. It was not due to an inability to progress. Rather, the heavenly Tao simply did not permit such developments. At this juncture, Linda Hai's sole thought was to escape this place as swiftly as possible, wishing to linger not a moment longer. Here, he felt an uncanny sensation of being scrutinized intently by the heavenly Tao, as if every movement he made was under its watchful gaze. With this thought in mind, Linda Hai felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, over the years he had devoted himself to rigorous cultivation, leaving him no time to consider introducing the technological inventions from Blue Star into this world. Had he done so, he might have shared in the tragic fate that befell Shin City today. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Linda Hai hurried to bid farewell to Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin had anticipated that Linda Hai would not linger long. Thus he did not display excessive surprise or insistence on his stay. However, out of courtesy and respect for the immortal master, Zhang Yin instructed his servants to present a thick stack of silver notes to Linda Hai. Gratefully, Linda Hai accepted this gesture without pretense. In return, he presented Zhang Yin with several invaluable fireball and windblade talismans, patiently detailing their specific uses. This exchange served as a fitting response to the hospitality he had received during his stay at the Zhang residence. It is also worth noting that Zhang Yin, seeking to further solidify his profound bond with Lu Qianzhou, unhesitatingly adopted him as his foster son. Days later, Lu Qianzhou, accompanied by his granddaughter, embarked on a journey to the Qingyun sect's Zuxian city, alongside Zheng Pingyun, a young man endowed with a 5-element root aptitude. Although Linda Hai believed their paths would not cross frequently in the future, Lu Qianzhou's remarkable talent was impossible to overlook. Wishing to foster a benevolent connection, Linda Hai generously gifted the three of them 3 teleportation talismans. After all, relying solely on their natural pace, reaching Zuxian City would be a lengthy endeavor. The talismans undoubtedly shortened their travel time significantly. After bidding farewell to Haoyue City, Linda Hai contemplated his next steps. The foundational cultivation techniques provided by the Qingyun sect could only support cultivators in reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement. Subsequent techniques required accumulating sufficient contribution points for exchange. If he were to return to the sect at this moment, he would undoubtedly need to devote himself to completing various sect tasks to amass the necessary contribution points for acquiring techniques. Yet, he had resolved to leave the sect and, with no other option, he decided to explore the nearby market, hoping to discover reasonably priced cultivation techniques for sale. Fortunately, the map he possessed clearly marked the locations of various markets, and the nearest one would take approximately 2 to 3 days to reach. As he drew nearer to the market, Linda Hai's heart raced with anticipation. After all, this was his first venture into the market of the cultivation world. In countless cultivation novels, protagonists often stumbled upon treasures in these markets, acquiring coveted artifacts. Linda Hai was acutely aware that he lacked the fortune to obtain a divine artifact. Yet even a modest magical item would make his journey worthwhile. Just as he indulged in these hopeful musings, a masked female cultivator suddenly appeared before him. She wielded a resplendent flying sword, radiating a dazzling light. A mere glance revealed that this sword was far superior to the broken magic sword currently in Linda Hai's possession. Sensing danger, Linda Hai instinctively attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Unbeknownst to him, another masked male cultivator had emerged behind him, standing firmly on his flying sword. He exuded an air of profound cultivation, although theoretically one could fly with a sword upon reaching the mid-stage of chi refinement. The steadiness exhibited by this man indicated he was at least at the late stage of chi refinement. At this moment, Linda Hai, still yet to reach the market, profoundly felt the ruthless nature of the cultivation world and the law of the jungle. A wave of desolation surged from within, enveloping him entirely. Helpless, he grasped his cherished storage bag tightly and knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, "Fairy, spare my life. If there is anything of value on me that you desire, take it. I only beseech you to show mercy and grant me a chance to live." The woman, clad in a robe as white as snow, frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of displeasure. "How can you so easily choose to surrender? Without attempting to escape, how can you know that success is impossible?" In that moment, Linda Hai lowered his head nearly to the ground, internally lamenting his predicament. He longed to rise in defiance. However, when his gaze met the flickering spiritual light surrounding her, despair washed over him. It was evident that this was not the spiritual aura of an ordinary cultivator. Against such a formidable foe, he knew he stood no chance. At that moment, another male cultivator approached swiftly, with a smile plastered on his face. He softly reassured the irked female cultivator, "Junior sister, do not be angry. Most loose cultivators like this one are weak and incapable. Let us first see if this fellow has any valuable treasures on him." With that, he reached out and snatched the storage bag from Linda Hai's grasp. Linda Hai, recognizing the situation, promptly erased his personal imprint from the bag to avoid further unnecessary torment. The female cultivator, upon receiving the storage bag, opened it eagerly. But as she examined its contents, her expression darkened, resembling the ominous sky before a storm. "What a pitiable beggar. He cannot even produce a few decent spirit stones," she complained, continuing to rummage through the bag with fervor, ultimately appending it to dump all its contents onto the ground. Initially, the male cultivator paid little attention, but upon seeing the items that fell out, he could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in resignation. "What use do you have for this pile of mundane silver notes?" Chapter 14. The pauper before her, the female cultivator meticulously sifted through a pile of items. Her gaze suddenly drawn to a millennium-old ginseng. This ginseng was none other than a gift Zheng Yin had previously bestowed upon Linda Hai. She reached out to grasp it, inspecting it for a moment before proclaiming, "Ah, it seems this ginseng holds some value." With a sardonic tone, she continued, "Pray tell, you don't have any other storage bags concealed, do you?" As she spoke, she lightly kicked Linda Hai, who lay on the ground, with a visage of sheer terror. Linda Hai hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Fairy, spare me. I truly have nothing left. All my possessions are right here. If you do not believe me, feel free to search me." Upon hearing this, the female cultivator's face flushed with embarrassment, and she scoffed, "Pa, who would want to search the body of such a wretched man?" Observing this mid-stage chi refinement cultivator swaggering through the market, she discerned that he was without a mentor, and thus, such a destitute practitioner could hardly possess anything of worth. The male cultivator, Yi Wuchen, a direct disciple of the Falling Leaf sect, stood by. The Falling Leaf sect, though slightly inferior to the Qingyun sect, was still a prestigious establishment. Yi Wuchen had come to this remote market because his junior sister, Hua Linglong, wished to experience the thrill of robbing a cultivator. Therefore, he had brought her to this small market, far from their sect. Yi Wuchen had no intention of unduly tormenting these wandering cultivators, for most were without a sect and faced a difficult path in their cultivation. Hua Linglong, too, understood that Linda Hai, a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator without a mentor, would possess very few valuable treasures. However, she was taken aback by his utter poverty. After searching him thoroughly, she found only the ginseng, worth perhaps a few dozen spirit stones, while the rest of his possessions barely exceeded 10 spirit stones in value. Moreover, the sword he had carelessly discarded emanated a dim light, clearly a defective item. Standing nearby, Hua Linglong found it hard to fathom how a cultivator could be so destitute, wielding such a crude sword. Even within her sect, a sword of such poor quality would hardly warrant a glance, let alone the effort to pick it up. Yet, despite her disdain for Linda Hai, her decision to rob him was firm, and she could not leave empty-handed. Thus, suppressing her aversion, she reluctantly moved forward to claim the meager spirit stones and the ancient ginseng. Truly a wretched pauper. I hope never to encounter such a misfortunate soul again, Hua Linglong muttered as she gathered the items. With a swift motion, she hurled the now empty storage bag at Linda Hai's head. Seeing this, Linda Hai dared not delay. He quickly bowed his head, trembling, and pleaded, "Thank you, fairy, for your mercy. I assure you, I shall never appear before you again." To Linda Hai's flattery, Hua Linglong paid no heed, not even casting a glance in his direction. This act of robbery had wholly disappointed her, as her opponent had offered no resistance, meekly surrendering all that was of value. More critically, this man was so destitute that he had brought her no sense of accomplishment. Frustrated, she huffed, stomped her foot in indignation, and transformed into a streak of light, dashing away into the distance. Following closely behind, Yu Wuchen urged his flying sword, calling out, "Junior sister, wait for me." As the two figures receded, Linda Hai finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his head lifting slowly. He wiped the sweat that had beaded on his forehead and breathed deeply. "Oh dear, that truly frightened me. For a moment, I thought my life was forfeit." Reflecting on the perilous encounter, he lamented, "The world of cultivation is far more treacherous than I had imagined. A single misstep could lead to one's demise." Once his heart settled, Linda Hai bent down to retrieve the now empty storage bag. He began carefully collecting the scattered items on the ground. The silver notes, though crumpled and dirty, were still of considerable use to those in the mundane world. The talismans, though left behind, had suffered considerable damage. Upon counting, only 2 fireball talismans, 1 wind blade talisman, and 1 divine movement talisman remained intact. Alas, his long-cultivated food avoidance pills lay strewn about, the vial that had held them shattered during the chaos, spilling the pills like playful little beans. With a resigned shake of his head and a sigh, he crouched down, meticulously gathering the pills one by one. Wrapping them carefully in a piece of cloth, he tore from his garment. The stone Zheng Yen had gifted him remained, leaving him to wonder if it was merely an ordinary stone or simply overlooked by Hua Linglong. Finally, his gaze fell upon the spiritual hoe that had accompanied him for a decade, stirring feelings of regret and sorrow within him. The hoe had suffered greatly under Hua Linglong's careless handling, and unless he found a way to restore it soon, it might become nothing more than a piece of scrap metal. After painstakingly collecting all the scattered items, Linda Hai was now fully alert, each step taken with utmost caution. At last, his efforts bore fruit as he successfully reached the entrance of the market, encountering no further unexpected obstacles along the way. At the entrance stood 2 formidable late-stage chi refinement cultivators, their expressions grave and their auras imposing. To enter the market, one had to pay an entrance fee of a spirit pearl, which was merely a scrap of spirit stone. Typically, 10 spirit pearls were required to exchange for a single complete spirit stone. Such pearls circulated only within smaller markets, while the grander sects regarded them as beneath notice. Poor Linda Hai, having just endured a brutal robbery, now found himself penniless, unable to produce even the most basic spirit stones. He was left with no choice but to offer his remaining talismans as an entrance fee. Yet, under the terrifying pressure emanating from the 2 late-stage chi refinement cultivators, Linda Hai felt as though he were a lone leaf adrift on a stormy sea, at risk of being swallowed whole. With no other options, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly relinquished 2 precious talismans to gain entry, finally stepping through the grand doors of the market. Chapter 15. The Wenshu Pavilion. This bustling market is jointly controlled by 3 prominent cultivation families, each represented by a foundation-building stage cultivator. Linda Hai has just paid the entrance fee, which permits him a mere 3 days within the market. Should he exceed this limit, he must pay an additional fee to avoid expulsion. Of course, for those wishing to reside here long-term, a monthly tribute of a spirit stone is required. Or they could align themselves with one of the 3 families. Upon entering the market, Linda Hai quickly realizes that it is far less vibrant and boisterous than he had envisioned. Among the throng of cultivators, most share his cultivation level, being at the mid-stage of chi refinement. While there are a fair number of early-stage cultivators, those at the late stage are surprisingly few. This revelation brings a sense of relief to Linda Hai, as he had feared encountering formidable figures beyond his means. Due to his limited finances, Linda Hai first meanders towards the street vendors. There, he finds a neat row of stalls, numbering perhaps a dozen or even 20. Each vendor lays out a modest cloth, showcasing a variety of items. Remarkably, the market is devoid of the usual clamoring and haggling. Vendors respond coldly only when someone expresses interest in their wares. This atmosphere starkly contrasts with the bustling scene Linda Hai had imagined, yet he finds solace in the tranquil exchange, as he prefers to avoid social interactions. He leisurely inspects each stall, discovering an array of intriguing items, many of which are entirely unfamiliar to him. Whenever he encounters something unknown, he inquires with the vendors. Some respond briefly, while others choose to ignore him altogether. Linda Hai, however, remains unfazed, knowing that the market has strict regulations against disturbances, and that most vendors are solitary cultivators without backing, merely striving to make a modest living. After thoroughly browsing all the stalls without making a single purchase, due to his lack of spirit stones, Linda Hai turns his attention to the shops lining the streets. Upon entering one, he feels a notable shift in atmosphere. These establishments exude a sense of propriety, and it is evident that they have influential patrons. Thus, Lin Dehai refrains from casual inquiries, opting instead to cautiously ask about the prices and uses of certain items. The shopkeepers, perceptive as they are, quickly assess Lin Dehai's modest appearance and respond to his questions with indifference, allowing him to browse the merchandise unimpeded. Upon comparison, he notices that the quality of goods in the shops far surpasses that of the stalls, yet the prices are approximately 30% higher. Faced with such exorbitant costs, Lin Dehai can only sigh and, under the disdainful gazes of the shopkeepers, exit the store in embarrassment. After traversing the streets multiple times, Lin Dehai finally discovers a quaint shop named Wenshu Pavilion nestled in a relatively secluded alley. From the outside, it appears modest, roughly 50 to 60 square meters in size. Upon entering, he is immediately greeted by a plethora of books, predominantly travelogues of cultivators, alongside many popular tales from the mundane world, recounting various stories of love and conflict. However, to Lin Dehai and Appo's disappointment, he finds an alarming scarcity of books related to cultivation techniques and spells, most of which are merely low-tier methods. At that moment, an elderly man at the 8th layer of chi refinement is leisurely reclining in a chair at the center of the shop, seemingly indifferent to the arrival of Lin Dehai. Undeterred, Lin Dehai approaches the section dedicated to cultivation texts, only to be astonished to discover that the tomes contain only introductory passages. To access the subsequent content, he must inquire with the proprietor. This situation dampens Lin Dehai's initial hopes of finding a bargain, yet he recognizes the rationale behind such a practice. After all, if complete advanced techniques were freely accessible, the business would surely falter. Resigned, Lin Dehai decides to peruse the unrestricted travelogues and tales instead. As the proprietor shows no inclination to dismiss him, he boldly selects an intriguing cultivation travelogue and begins to read, becoming wholly absorbed in the world of literature. Unbeknownst to him, time slips away until he is jolted back to reality by the onset of nightfall. The shopkeeper, having awakened from his nap, leisurely makes his way to a nearby table, calmly pouring himself a steaming cup of tea and taking a sip. "Ah, young friend, it seems you have finished reading. I wonder if you have found any books to your liking?" The shopkeeper inquires with a smile. Caught off guard by the sudden question, even Lin Dehai, with his typically robust demeanor, feels a flush of embarrassment. He sheepishly scratches his head and replies, "I apologize. I was so engrossed in my reading that I lost all sense of decorum. How rude of me." The shopkeeper waves his hand dismissively, responding gently, "No need for concern. I, too, am an aficionado of books and understand their allure. Pray tell, what kind of books are you in search of? If I may assist you, I would be more than willing to offer my counsel." Lin Dehai's heart leaps at this prospect. He quickly bows to the shopkeeper and, with a hint of anticipation, responds, "To be candid, I am currently at the mid-stage of chi refinement, and I seek a manual suitable for cultivation beyond this stage." "Oh, you seek techniques for the post-mid stage of chi refinement," the shopkeeper muses, scrutinizing Lin Dehai with a thoughtful gaze. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly begins, "As for cultivation manuals, my shop's inventory is regrettably limited. Chapter 16. The universal technique. Is there a cultivation technique available that can be practiced beyond the foundation establishment stage? Ideally, one that could be procured for merely a few spirit stones." Lin Dehai, with a broad smile and a hint of obsequiousness, brazenly expressed his desires. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with the shopkeeper's incredulous gaze, as if to imply that Lin Dehai was merely daydreaming. "Humph. If I possess such a technique, would I still need to toil away in this humble shop?" The shopkeeper retorted with disdain, his tone dripping with contempt. "It is well known that cultivation techniques are treasured legacies of every sect and clan, and they are not shared lightly. Consequently, the techniques held by wandering cultivators are often incomplete and lack subsequent chapters. Moreover, even these fragmented techniques, which are generally not tailored to the individual, exhibit a poor compatibility, thereby significantly diminishing their effectiveness. This is one of the primary reasons why disciples of sects are invariably stronger than wandering cultivators. Sect members benefit from a profound heritage that allows them to find the techniques most suited to their unique characteristics, enabling them to flourish in their cultivation journey." Lin Dehai was acutely aware that his request was rather excessive, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He forced a smile in an attempt to ease the slightly tense atmosphere. Just then, the shopkeeper, who had previously been aloof, appeared to have a sudden epiphany. He furrowed his brow slightly and swiftly turned towards the shelf that housed the cultivation techniques. He began to rummage through the disordered array of books, muttering to himself, "I distinctly remember it being here." After a considerable period, the shopkeeper finally ceased his search, extracting an ancient and yellowed tome from the chaotic pile. "Hey, lad. I seem to have recalled a technique that might suit your needs. However, whether you are willing to cultivate it is entirely your decision," the shopkeeper said, extending the faded tome towards Lin Dehai. Upon seeing this, Lin Dehai was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such a technique. With cautious hands, he retrieved the tome and, upon closer inspection, discovered 3 grand characters emblazoned on the cover, "The Universal Technique." The name sounded rather unremarkable, but as he delved into the pages, he was astonished to find the entirety of the technique laid bare before him, without any deliberate concealment. However, as he continued to peruse, his heart raced. This seemingly mundane technique encompassed the cultivation methods for the late Golden Core stage. In the realm of cultivation, techniques for the foundation establishment stage are already considered rare, while those for the golden core stage are akin to priceless treasures, typically surfacing only at grand auctions. For many wandering cultivators, the best way to acquire such invaluable techniques is to explore the relics left behind by long-deceased great cultivators. Faced with such an enticing technique, Lin Dehai naturally harbored doubts, prompting him to inquire of the shopkeeper, "Mister, are there any flaws or shortcomings associated with this technique?" After all, acquiring a technique that could enable one to reach the late golden core stage for just a few spirit stones seemed implausible without significant drawbacks. The shopkeeper, upon hearing Lin Dehai's query, started to leisurely enumerate the various deficiencies of the universal technique. With a grave expression, he stated, "The primary issue with this technique is that practitioners will find their magical power becoming insubstantial and difficult to solidify during their cultivation. In comparison to other cultivators of the same period, their strength will be diminished by at least 30%. Moreover, to my knowledge, the success rate for establishing a foundation with this technique is a mere 20%. As for achieving the golden core stage, to date, I have not heard of anyone succeeding in that endeavor through this method." The shopkeeper shook his head slightly, clearly lacking faith in the technique. However, he refrained from mentioning a critical factor. Any wandering cultivator with aspirations and ambition would never choose to cultivate a technique riddled with such flaws. This revelation piqued Lin Dehai's curiosity, leading him to ask, if no one has succeeded in achieving the golden core stage with this technique, then why does it still exist? The shopkeeper took a delicate sip of fragrant tea and replied softly, "Legend has it that this technique was inscribed upon cliffs at the ends of the earth, where techniques for cultivating to the transformation stage are said to reside. However, whether this is true or not, I cannot say." The ends of the earth? Lin Dehai felt a stir within him upon hearing that name. He had indeed heard of this place before. The legendary ends of the earth lie on the outskirts of the western state. It is said that once one crosses the ends of the earth, they are met with an endless expanse of tumultuous ocean. Throughout history, countless cultivators have attempted to traverse this vast ocean, yet all have met with failure. The ocean there seems boundless, rendering it an insurmountable barrier on the Xiantian continent. Yet, it is precisely because of this that the ends of the earth and the infinite ocean beyond have become a paradise in the minds of those free-spirited wandering cultivators. While he had learned of this tantalizing information, Lin Dehai considered the ends of the earth to be far too distant. Given his current circumstances, merely achieving foundation establishment would be a stroke of luck, so he did not wish to harbor grander aspirations. Thus, he quickly refocused on the ongoing transaction and inquired, "Mister, how much do you intend to sell this technique for?" The shopkeeper smiled slightly and replied, "Since you have a connection with me, I shall sell this technique to you for 10 spirit stones." At that moment, Lin Dehai became acutely aware of a grave problem. He was utterly penniless, unable to produce even a single spirit stone. The only valuable possession he had was the rather dimly glowing magic sword he carried. Reluctantly, Lin Dehai steeled himself and said to the shopkeeper, "Mister, may I use this sword to offset the cost of the technique?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper scrutinized the magic sword in Lin Dehai and Appo's hand. After observing its dim glow and poor quality, his expression darkened instantly. Without hesitation, the once amiable shopkeeper coldly uttered a single word, "Scram." Chapter 17. Another decade. Lin Dehai, "I have retained you here to work, not to idly peruse books," Wu Chaodin exclaimed, his eyes widening with indignation as he glared at Lin Dehai, who was leisurely seated in a corner, engrossed in his reading. Once upon a time, Lin Dehai had been ruthlessly expelled by Wu due to his lack of spirit stones. However, Lin Dehai was not one to easily surrender. After days of persistent pleading, Wu reluctantly agreed to let him stay, under the condition that Lin Dehai would labor without compensation for a full decade in exchange for the Tome Fan Tian Gong. In the beginning, Lin Dehai adhered to the rules, diligently completing his tasks before seizing any free moments to study and cultivate. Yet, as days turned into months, Lin Dehai grew more familiar with the seemingly stern elder, discovering that beneath Wu's strict exterior lay a remarkably kind disposition. Moreover, their humble establishment, the Wenshu Pavilion, was situated in a secluded area with little business to attend to. With Lin Dehai's assistance in guarding the shop, Wu felt at ease to visit friends and family, often disappearing for days on end. The absence of oversight allowed Lin Dehai's once-taut nerves to gradually relax. He became enraptured by the world contained within the pages, often losing track of time, neglecting even his scheduled tasks. My sincerest apologies, Wu. I shall tidy up immediately," Lin Dehai said. His face flushed with embarrassment as he set aside the book that had captured his attention and deftly began organizing the somewhat disheveled shop. His movements were swift and methodical, and soon the previously chaotic items were arranged in an orderly fashion. Once everything was in place, Lin Dehai exhaled in relief, wiping the beads of perspiration from his brow. At that moment, Wu had already brewed a pot of fragrant tea, smiling as he gestured for Lin Dehai to sit and rest. "Lin Dehai, how long has it been since you began working here?" Wu inquired casually, though his eyes sparkled with reminiscence. Taken aback by the question, Lin Dehai found countless memories flashing through his mind, as if he were transported back to the day he first arrived. After a brief silence, he replied, "Well, it must have been about 10 years. Indeed, Time had swiftly passed, and a decade had elapsed unnoticed. During these 10 years, Linda Hai had lived a simple yet fulfilling life. Each morning, he would assist in managing the shop's affairs, and when time permitted, he would immerse himself in books, absorbing knowledge, occasionally finding moments to practice his cultivation. Day after day, year after year, while his life might have appeared mundane, it was, for Linda Hai, the most comfortable decade spent on the Xiantian continent. Having not engaged in strenuous labor for an extended period, Linda Hai had shed his youthful naivety. His skin had become fair and refined, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, perhaps a testament to his extensive reading. Despite his cultivation having reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, the power he had amassed through Fantian Gong felt somewhat insubstantial. Consequently, he often contemplated whether he could prevail in a confrontation against practitioners of the same level. In truth, as Linda Hai grew closer to Wu, the elder had repeatedly encouraged him to explore other cultivation techniques. Within the Wenshu Pavilion, there existed 3 alternative methods that could facilitate advancement to the foundation establishment stage: Chaqing Gong, Buddha Gong, and Bisui Gong. Linda Hai had thoroughly examined these texts, but upon comparison, he found that only Chaqing Gong somewhat aligned with his spirit root attributes, while the other 2 were ill-suited for him. However, though Chaqing Gong offered a slight advantage in longevity, it lacked any remarkable features, with its greatest drawback being the exceedingly slow cultivation speed. Naturally, Linda Hai was not particularly fond of such a sluggish technique. After all, the Fantian Gong he was currently practicing, despite its similar lack of outstanding qualities and somewhat unstable power, boasted a much faster cultivation rate. Look how, in the past decade, through a haphazard approach, he had nonetheless reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. When Wu posed his question, Linda Hai was acutely aware that it was time for him to depart. Yet, the thought of relinquishing his comfortable existence filled him with reluctance. Thus, he summoned his courage to plead once more. Master Wu, Unfortunately, Linda Hai had only managed to utter a few words before Wu raised a hand to interrupt him. Sipping his fragrant tea, Wu gently set his cup down, his eyes narrowing as he seemed to drift into deep reflection, murmuring, "At the age of 90, my remaining days are few. It is time to return home and take a look. Linda Hai, you are still young, with a long, uncharted path ahead. You ought to venture out and witness the vastness of the world. In 3 days, someone from my family will arrive to take my place. For the next 2 days, peruse the many tomes in this shop. If there are any that pique your interest, feel free to select 2 as compensation for your years of diligent service." With that, Wu gently placed his teacup down, rose with hands clasped behind his back, and ambled toward the door, his figure gradually receding from Linda Hai's view. Linda Hai quietly gazed in the direction of Wu's departure, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He understood that the time for farewell was approaching, and a new life awaited him. Yet, he still felt a sense of confusion and uncertainty about how to navigate the days ahead. His gaze drifted to the shelves brimming with an array of books, each a precious repository of knowledge he had perused countless times. The collection within the Wenshu Pavilion was vast, yet he had long since familiarized himself with the majority of the texts. After much contemplation, he finally selected 2 volumes, Introduction to Array Techniques and Compendium of Basic Talismans, while the shop also housed texts on alchemy and artifact forging. The costs associated with these disciplines were exorbitant. Given Linda Hai's current financial situation, he was acutely aware that he lacked the spirit stones necessary to pursue these studies. Thus, after careful consideration, he opted for the more practical and less costly paths of array techniques and talismans. Chapter 18. The Demon God Mountain. As soon as the personnel from the Wu family took over the shop, the owner, Mr. Wu, seemed to vanish into thin air, never to be seen again. Just before departing, Linda Hai, filled with reluctance, inquired of the cultivator who had come to take over about the future of the establishment known as the Wenbook Pavilion. The cultivator furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "To be frank, the Wenbook Pavilion has been operating at a loss for many years. If it weren't for Mr. Wu being a senior member of our Wu clan, this shop would have likely been reclaimed long ago. Now, we plan to completely renovate it and transform it into an elixir hall." Upon hearing this, Linda Hai felt a jolt of dismay. An indescribable sense of loss surged within him. After all, he had spent a decade here, developing a deep affection for the Wenbook Pavilion. However, faced with the harshness of reality, he could only silently accept this fact. Just before turning to leave, he found himself pausing at the entrance, gazing longingly at the closed door. Memories flooded back like a tide, each fragment of his past here vividly replaying in his mind. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, resolutely turned away, and strode away from this familiar place without a backward glance. In truth, during his decade of living in the market, Linda Hai had not emerged empty-handed. He had already formulated a clear plan in his heart. He decided to venture towards the southwest, to the Demon God Mountain, which lay in proximity to the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a region rich in resources that attracted numerous cultivators seeking adventure and treasure. For Linda Hai, the more pressing reason was that over the past decade, he had remained destitute, devoid of any wealth. Thus, he was in urgent need of hunting demon beasts to acquire precious spirit stones and alter his dire situation. Now, Linda Hai, after years of cultivation, had reached the late stage of chi refinement. Logically, if he did not recklessly delve deep into the heart of the demon god mountain, he was unlikely to encounter any unexpected dangers. Throughout the entirety of the past decade, he had mastered the art of sword flight. However, due to the strict regulations prohibiting flight within the market, he had only dared to cautiously practice flying within the confines of the bookstore. Upon finally stepping out of the market, Lin Dahai felt a mix of trepidation and exhilaration as he gracefully commanded his flying sword to ascend slowly into the air. After all, this was his first experience flying outdoors, and he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, so he refrained from soaring too high, fearful of an accidental fall from the heights. Thus, Lin Dahai wobbled along, making his way towards the outskirts of the demon god mountain. Along the journey, he frequently spotted groups of cultivators rushing towards the mountain, not to mention solitary figures like himself. The passing cultivators appeared hurried, while those like Lin Dahai, flying leisurely, were rather few and far between. Moreover, Lin Dahai keenly observed that most of the cultivators heading towards the demon god mountain wore expressions of ease and joy, engaging in light-hearted banter. In stark contrast, those returning from the mountain were on high alert, reacting with wariness at the mere sight of approaching individuals, instinctively choosing to avoid contact. This scene stirred a sense of reflection within Lin Dahai, reminding him of the brutal nature of the cultivation world. He recalled his own experience of being robbed upon his initial arrival at the market, a memory he had nearly forgotten after immersing himself in books for the past decade. The recollection tightened his heart, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. The demon god mountain loomed before him, far grander than he had imagined, resembling a colossal beast slumbering upon the earth. The deeper he gazed, the more palpable the oppressive aura became, making it difficult to breathe. At this moment, numerous cultivators at the chi refinement stage had already arrived at the entrance of the demon god mountain. They gracefully descended from the air, cautiously deploying their respective protective spells as they ventured step by step into the mountain. Above the forest, streaks of light occasionally dashed across the sky like shooting stars, vanishing in an instant. Due to their swift speed, it was impossible to discern whether they belonged to Foundation Establishment or Golden Core cultivators. However, it was certain that those who could traverse the demon god mountain with such freedom were not to be underestimated. It was said that deep within the mountain lurked a formidable beast king equivalent to the nascent soul stage. Naturally, for a mere chi refinement cultivator like Lin Dahai, such an existence felt exceedingly distant and entirely irrelevant. Upon entering the demon god mountain, Lin Dahai was immediately struck by the towering trees that obscured the sky. The thick trunks resembled pillars reaching for the heavens, their dense foliage intertwined to nearly block out sunlight, casting the entire forest into an eerie and mysterious gloom. Simultaneously, the fellow cultivators who had entered with him vanished without a trace, leaving only the sounds of chirping insects and the occasional low growl of a beast echoing in the surroundings. Beyond that, there was no other noise to be heard. Lin Dahai had initially come with the mindset of merely exploring, not intending to delve deeply into this perilous mountain range. Thus, he cautiously began searching for demon beasts near the entrance. After several hours of searching, although he had yet to uncover any traces of demon beasts, he was fortunate enough to stumble upon several first-tier spirit herbs. These herbs exuded faint waves of spiritual energy, likely worth a few spirit stones, making his journey not entirely fruitless. Just as Lin Dahai hesitated on whether to venture deeper, a faint yet distinctly audible sound of a babbling stream reached his ears. After some contemplation, Lin Dahai firmly resolved that if he found no sign of demon beasts by the stream, he would choose to leave temporarily, planning to return to the demon god mountain once he was better prepared. With his mind made up, Lin Dahai took a deep breath and quietly employed his concealment technique. Instantly, his aura receded, rendering him nearly undetectable as he melded with the surrounding environment. He then stealthily made his way towards the stream, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid startling any potential hidden demon beasts nearby. Upon finally reaching the stream, the scene before him evoked a sense of disappointment. There, in the crystal-clear waters, a petite deer was peacefully drinking, seemingly unconcerned. For Lin Dahai, this sight was disheartening. It appeared that this time, he would be unable to find any demon beasts to practice his skills. Chapter 19, The Mystic Water Tortoise. Just as Lin Dahai was about to turn and leave, a heart-wrenching cry from a fawn echoed by the stream, compelling him to instinctively glance back. The fawn was struggling desperately, and beside it, what appeared to be a stone the size of a millstone revealed itself to be a transformed beast. This beast, a mystic water tortoise, had opened its gaping maw, clenching the delicate neck of the fawn with its sharp fangs embedded deeply, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Lin Dahai's heart trembled. Drawing upon his knowledge from the texts, he instantly recognized the creature before him as a mystic water tortoise. Typically, an adult mystic water tortoise possesses strength equivalent to a human cultivator in the late chi refinement stage, categorizing it as a third-tier beast. However, the aura it exuded at that moment was notably diminished, likely at the level of a second-tier beast. It is important to note that a third-tier beast corresponds to a human cultivator's late chi refinement realm, while a second-tier beast is merely akin to the mid-chi refinement stage. Faced with this somewhat weaker mystic water tortoise, Linda High and Apos' mind began to wrestle with uncertainty. Although his current magical power felt somewhat insubstantial, it still surpassed that of a mid-chi refinement cultivator by a considerable margin. Moreover, as a water-dwelling beast, the mystic water tortoise's combat prowess would undoubtedly be compromised on land. Should he take the risk to intervene? At that moment, Linda High observed the enormous mystic water tortoise dragging the fawn towards the water with determination. Without the luxury of time for contemplation or hesitation, he swiftly produced a fireball talisman from his pocket and hurled it fiercely at the mystic water tortoise. In an instant, a blazing fireball streaked across the sky like a meteor, hurtling towards the unsuspecting tortoise. The sudden assault left the mystic water tortoise momentarily stunned, clearly bewildered by the unexpected attack. Nevertheless, while the fireball struck its impenetrable shell with force, it only left a charred mark, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Yet, Linda High was undeterred. Almost simultaneously with the fireball's impact, he unleashed another talisman, this one emanating a fierce aura, a blade of wind talisman. As the blade whistled through the air, it accurately struck the tortoise's robust hind leg, causing blood to splatter and stain the ground. Realizing it had been ambushed, the injured mystic water tortoise let out a deafening roar, releasing its grip on the fawn. However, contrary to Linda High and Apos' expectations, rather than charging at him in retaliation, the tortoise desperately attempted to flee towards the water. As it neared the edge of escape, Linda High's heart raced with urgency, and he hastily conjured the earth spike technique in a bid to hinder the tortoise's retreat. In the blink of an eye, a formidable earthen wall erupted from the ground before the tortoise, blocking its path to safety. With no avenue for escape, the mystic water tortoise halted, its crimson eyes glaring ferociously at Linda High. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of water that coalesced into a formidable water lance, akin to a fierce dragon, surging towards Linda High with relentless force. As the water lance approached menacingly, Linda High felt a surge of panic, his limbs scrambling to evade the impending strike. In a split second, he sidestepped just in time, yet the lance grazed his cheek, leaving a deep gash. Instantly, crimson droplets oozed from the wound, slowly materializing before his eyes. In that moment, Linda High acutely felt his vulnerability in this realm of cultivation. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Before he could catch his breath, a second water lance followed swiftly. However, armed with the experience from the previous attack, Linda High evaded this one with ease, seizing the opportunity to rush towards the mystic water tortoise. Gripping his magic sword tightly, he invoked the golden light technique. As the spell activated, the sword radiated a dazzling golden glow, significantly enhancing its sharpness. Without hesitation, Linda High swung the sword down upon the mystic water tortoise. A sharp clang resonated as the tortoise instinctively retracted its head into its hard shell. Linda High and Apos' sword struck the shell with considerable force, yet astonishingly, it sustained no damage. Instead, a small fragment of his sword broke off from the impact. Witnessing this, Linda High felt a pang of sorrow. This sword had been his companion for a decade. Thus, a fierce and protracted battle unfolded between the man and the tortoise. Time slipped away, and unbeknownst to them, the struggle persisted for nearly 6 hours. Ultimately, under Linda High's relentless assault, the tortoise's demonic energy was thoroughly depleted, leaving it incapable of continuing the fight. In truth, it could be said that the mystic water tortoise was not slain by Linda High, but rather exhausted to death. At this juncture, Linda High was not in a much better state. His energy reserves had dwindled to a desert-like dryness, devoid of any magical power. Even his longtime companion, the magic sword, lay broken in two, pitifully sprawled on the ground. His attire was tattered and ragged, resembling that of a beggar. Were it not for the tortoise collapsing first, it might very well have been Linda High who met his end there. In this moment, Linda High dared not linger, fearing any unforeseen circumstances that could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he quickly sat cross-legged to recuperate, striving to restore his nearly exhausted magical energy. Once his power showed signs of recovery, he hastily donned a fresh set of clothing. Subsequently, he stored the mystic water tortoise's corpse in his storage pouch. It is said that wherever demonic beasts roam, precious spiritual items often lie hidden. Linda High was well aware of this notion and could not resist surveying the surrounding area. Despite a lingering fear of sudden danger, the greed that resided within him ultimately overpowered his rationality. He repeatedly admonished himself, only a moment's delay, not a second more. Thus, Linda High began to meticulously search the spot where the mystic water tortoise had appeared. His diligence bore fruit, as it wasn't long before he uncovered something buried beneath a pile of sand and stones near a small stream, 5 perfectly round eggs. It seemed these were the eggs recently laid by the mystic water tortoise, which explained its diminished aura. Chapter 20. Robbed again after securing the turtle eggs. Linda High felt a profound sense of satisfaction and decided against further treasure hunting. After all, his current haul was already quite substantial, enough to satiate his desires. Thus, he turned and began his journey away from the Demon God Mountain. Like other cultivators, whenever he spotted others in the vicinity, Linda High took great care to keep his distance. This caution stemmed from the fact that his remaining spiritual energy was rather meager, and after the recent fierce battle, he had become acutely aware of his lack of effective means to confront adversaries. Consequently, he longed only to return safely to a secure place. just as Lin Dahai was drifting further from the demon god mountain, feeling grateful for the peaceful nature of his expedition. A dazzling flash of light suddenly sliced through the sky like lightning, appearing before him in an instant. Following the spectacle, a graceful, masked female cultivator floated in midair, her flying sword beneath her. With her brows furrowed, she exclaimed, "Robbery." This unexpected scene left Lin Dahai momentarily stunned, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. However, before he could ponder the reason behind it, his body had already reacted instinctively. Almost subconsciously, Lin Dahai knelt, raising his hands high with the storage bag, and shouted desperately, "Spare me, fairy." Witnessing this, the masked female cultivator, known as Hua Linglong, was infuriated. She had anticipated a fierce resistance. Eager to indulge in the thrill of being a robber, yet here was a late-stage chi refinement cultivator, utterly spineless, kneeling and begging for mercy without even a hint of defiance. Exasperated, Hua Linglong remarked, "Why are you so cowardly? You are a late-stage chi refinement cultivator. Yet you don and oppose, to even dare to try and resist. You truly disgrace your cultivation." 10 years prior, Hua Linglong had yearned to experience the thrill of being a robber. At that time, she and her senior brother Yu Wuchen had attempted to rob a mid-stage chi refinement rogue cultivator, expecting a thrilling battle. To their surprise, the rogue cultivator surrendered without a fight, leaving them dumbfounded when they discovered he was nothing but a complete pauper. Having successfully established her foundation, Hua Linglong took advantage of her senior brother and Appo's absence to venture out and seek the joy of becoming a robber once more. After careful selection, she set her sights on a late-stage chi refinement rogue cultivator who had just emerged from the perilous demon god mountain. A glance at his vigilant posture suggested he must have reaped considerable rewards. However, the unexpected occurred. As soon as Hua Linglong revealed herself, the rogue cultivator immediately knelt, his knees buckling in submission. His craven demeanor betrayed not a trace of the spirit expected from a late-stage chi refinement cultivator. "How could a mere ant like you dare defy a fairy?" Lin Dahai quivered. In truth, it would be a lie to say he did not wish to resist. Yet, upon sensing the overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanating from Hua Linglong, any remaining flicker of rebellion within him was swiftly crushed. After all, with the scant reserves of spiritual energy and means, he was no match for the enigmatic fairy before him. Rather than foolishly challenging her, he deemed it wiser to humbly kneel and plead for mercy, hoping to preserve his life. Seeing Lin Dahai trembling on the ground, Hua Linglong's cheeks puffed in frustration. She strode forward, snatching the tightly gripped storage bag from his hands, silently praying that it contained treasures to her liking. Otherwise, he would certainly not have an easy time today, as she vowed. Furrowing her brow, Hua Linglong glared disdainfully at the contents of the storage bag. With a flick of her wrist, she emptied its contents onto the ground. To her disappointment, most of the items were worthless trinkets. As her gaze swept over the scattered debris, it finally landed on the corpse of a third-tier Xian Shui turtle. Though somewhat damaged, it held more value than the other items. Still, Hua Linglong was not satisfied. She widened her eyes, meticulously searching every nook and cranny, hoping to uncover any overlooked treasures. Alas, her hopes were dashed when she recognized a few familiar silver notes and some ordinary stones. It dawned on her that this was the very rogue cultivator she had robbed a decade ago. Shaking with anger, she lifted her foot and kicked Lin Dahai aside with a resounding thud. "You again, you pauper!" Hua Linglong bellowed in fury. "What kind of misfortune have I brought upon myself to encounter you again in my attempts to rob? Last time, you swore you would never appear before me again. Yet here you are. And after 10 years, how are you still in such dire straits? I truly wonder how you managed to cultivate the late-stage chi refinement." On the ground, Lin Dahai rubbed his sore backside and muttered, "Well, I just practiced and somehow ended up at late-stage chi refinement." His voice dwindled as he felt the sharpness of Hua Linglong's gaze bore into him, rendering him too frightened to speak further. Hua Linglong continued her search and soon discovered several fragments of a magic sword. These shards were dull, their once vibrant spirit completely vanished. Clearly, they had lost any chance of restoration or value. Indeed, it could be said that purchasing a brand new sword would be far more economical than attempting to repair these remnants. With a frown and a look of disdain, Hua Linglong asked, "You still keep such useless garbage? Are you planning to take them with you when you die?" Unable to restrain himself, Lin Dahai retorted, "This sword has accompanied me for a decade. I have feelings for it." Hua Linglong was momentarily taken aback by his response before erupting into laughter. Stomping her foot as she exclaimed, "Oh really? I want to see just how deep those feelings run." With that, she raised her foot and stomped down hard on Lin Dahai. After this outburst, Hua Linglong's fury subsided somewhat. She glanced at the sky, realizing it was getting late. If she did not return soon, her senior brother would surely notice her absence. Thus, she coldly huffed at Lin Dahai, saying, "Consider yourself lucky. I shall spare you this time. But remember, do not let me see you again, or I will not be so lenient." With that, Hua Linglong clapped her hands and cast a spell to store the Xian Shui turtle's corpse into her storage bag. As for the few first-tier spiritual herbs, even combined, they would scarcely fetch a few spirit stones. Such low-grade herbs were abundant in her sect, and she had likely unknowingly trampled over countless of them in her daily life. However, the turtle eggs still held some value. so Hualinglong naturally collected them as well. Chapter 21. Return to mortality, gazing at the pitiful Linda Hai before her. It felt as though a delicate needle had gently pricked the conscience of Hualinglong. However, this peculiar sensation lasted but a fleeting moment before she forcefully suppressed it. Ultimately, after a brief yet intense internal struggle, Hualinglong resolved to leave Linda Hai a Xian Shui turtle egg. With a soft hum, she stepped forth, her sword glimmering beneath her feet, propelling her like a shooting star into the distance, vanishing in an instant. Linda Hai stared blankly in the direction Hualinglong had departed. And after a considerable pause, he gradually rose from the ground. He first brushed off the dust and grass clippings clinging to his garments, then bent down carefully to retrieve his beleaguered storage bag. As he collected the scattered items, he was suddenly astonished to discover, just a short distance away, a Xian Shui turtle egg lying quietly upon the ground. Linda Hai's eyes brightened instantly, a surge of indescribable joy swelling within him. He joyously cradled the turtle egg in his arms, then began to organize his thoughts. Yet, upon reflecting on his 2 brief excursions, each marred by robbery, his mood darkened considerably. At that moment, a profound sense of confusion and helplessness washed over him, leading Linda Hai to inwardly lament. Was the realm of cultivation truly this perilous? For someone like him, hailing from Blue Star, even upon entering this world of cultivation, without a formidable advantage, he feared he would remain merely an ordinary person, achieving naught. The more he pondered, the more despondent he became. Gradually dismissing the idea of returning to the market district, he felt that rather than struggling in this treacherous realm of cultivation, it would be far better to return to the mundane world. After all, with his current cultivation at the Qi refinement stage, serving as a minor national advisor in those secular lands should be well within his capabilities. Having made his decision, Linda Hai no longer hesitated, turning to embark on the journey back to the secular realm. For a cultivator at the Qi refinement stage, barring unforeseen circumstances, living to the age of 120 should not be difficult. Spending the remainder of his life in the mundane world might indeed be a commendable choice. At this juncture, he was in the prime of his youth, merely in his 20s, yet the road ahead was long, with decades of serene enjoyment awaiting him. As for the foundation establishment following the Qi refinement stage, it was essential to realize that a single foundation establishment pill was worth at least 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even if he opted to remain within the Qingyun sect, the prospect of successfully acquiring such a precious foundation establishment pill before the age of 60 was exceedingly bleak. After all, attempting to establish a foundation without the aid of a foundation establishment pill was undoubtedly a high-risk gamble. In this gamble, the victor could break through their bottleneck and ascend to a higher level of cultivation, while the loser faced a tragic end, their soul extinguished, doomed to oblivion. Faced with such formidable obstacles, which hindered the progress of the vast majority of cultivators in the realm, Linda Hai felt a distinct lack of confidence in relying solely on his own strength to navigate through. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately directed his gaze towards a small nation on the map, known as Qianyue Kingdom. From his understanding, this land was under the influence of the second-rate sect, Moon Worship sect, which was predominantly composed of female cultivators, and its local conditions were relatively stable. The only shortcoming was that it was somewhat distant from his current location. Previously, Linda Hai's magical sword had met an unfortunate demise, so at this moment, he had no choice but to rely on his still awkward golden escape technique to hasten his journey. Thus, after 3 relentless months of travel, Linda Hai finally reached the border of Qianyue Kingdom. It appeared that crossing this boundary would allow him to enter the interior of the kingdom seamlessly. Just then, Linda Hai acutely sensed an exceptionally intense fluctuation of spiritual energy. It felt as if, amidst an endless desert, he had suddenly stumbled upon a clear and sweet source of water, strikingly conspicuous and alluring. After much deliberation, he resolved to follow the direction of the spiritual energy's emanation. After all, individuals with profound cultivation were generally rare in the mundane world. Along the way, Linda Hai distinctly perceived the increasing concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding air. Although it still paled in comparison to the rich spiritual energy of the market district, it was approximately 1% of that density. Yet for Linda Hai, who had long been in a spiritually barren environment, such a change was exhilarating. In this manner, Linda Hai hastened onwards, eventually arriving at an unremarkable nameless hill. This hill was not particularly grand, standing perhaps only a few hundred meters high. However, to his surprise, as he approached the center of the spiritual energy fluctuation, the concentration of spiritual energy became increasingly dense. Roughly estimated, it reached about 1/10 of the concentration found in the market district. While such a level of spiritual energy could not be deemed exceptional, it was still sufficient to allow Linda Hai to cultivate here for a while. Standing at the foot of the hill, gazing upon the serene, breathtaking scenery of the forest, Linda Hai couldn't help but reminisce about his past experiences on Blue Star. Back then, he toiled diligently like a beast of burden, his greatest dream being to return to the countryside and lead a leisurely pastoral life, picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence and gazing at the southern mountains. Now, in this beautiful and pleasant environment. It seemed to perfectly align with the idyllic vision he once cherished. However, Linda Hai was acutely aware that a place abundant in spiritual energy could not possibly lack its own guardians. Thus, to avoid unnecessary troubles and conflicts, he cautiously employed a technique to conceal his aura, then began to search meticulously within the hill. Fortunately, the area was not overly vast, making the search manageable. He hurriedly traversed the woodland, his eyes scanning eagerly for his objective. Suddenly, just as he was nearing the summit, a live figure caught his attention, a formidable saber-toothed tiger. This beast bore a striking resemblance to the legendary saber-toothed tiger, yet upon closer inspection, subtle differences became apparent. Its mouth housed four sharp and glistening fangs, resembling glimmering blades, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Even from a distance, one could sense the terrifying aura emanating from this creature. However, despite its fearsome name and impressive appearance, this saber-toothed tiger was merely a first-tier demon beast. The one before Linda Hai was at the pinnacle of the second tier, merely a hair's breadth away from the third tier. This scenario was entirely within Linda Hai's expectations. After all, while the spiritual energy here was significantly denser than that of the mundane world, it could only meet the needs of mid-stage chi refinement cultivators and second-tier demon beasts. For those with ambitions, yearning to break through their cultivation bottlenecks, lingering here was beneath their consideration. The resources available were simply too limited to support their further advancement. Naturally, in such an environment, it was impossible to nurture powerful third-tier demon beasts. It was only those like Linda Hai, who lacked ambition and were content to drift, who would contemplate remaining in this place. Chapter 22. The escape. Despite its formidable size and ferocity, the savage saber-toothed tiger was, in fact, somewhat inferior in strength compared to the Xian Shui turtle. At this moment, however, Linda Hai found himself devoid of any weapon, utterly helpless against the fierce beast before him. As he pondered how to confront the creature, his gaze fell upon a dry branch lying on the ground nearby, measuring over a meter in length and as thick as his wrist. Simultaneously, he noticed the saber-toothed tiger, oblivious to his presence, bending down to drink water, its stout tail swaying side to side. An idea suddenly sparked in Linda Hai's mind. Without hesitation, he swiftly bent down to seize the branch and cautiously approached the oblivious saber-toothed tiger. Within mere seconds, he found himself just over a meter away, while the tiger remained entirely unaware of his presence. In a flash, Linda Hai unleashed his adept golden light technique. Instantly, a brilliant golden radiance enveloped the branch, transforming it into a sword that gleamed with a chilling luster, capable of slicing through iron. With both hands gripping the branch tightly, he thrust it forward with all his strength. A muffled thud resounded as the once sturdy branch pierced the tiger's rear with the precision of an arrow striking its target. Linda Hai's swift and forceful strike left only half of the meter-long branch protruding from the tiger's body. The saber-toothed tiger erupted in a bone-chilling, earth-shattering roar, echoing like thunder, shaking the very trees around it, their leaves rustling in response. The magnitude of pain inflicted by this sudden and unexpected attack was evident. In agony, the saber-toothed tiger turned its furious gaze upon Linda Hai. Its eyes had turned blood red, tears of crimson streaming from its sockets, and its ghastly visage seemed to promise a gruesome fate for Linda Hai. Staring into the depths of the tiger's eyes, filled with an insatiable thirst for vengeance, Linda Hai felt a shiver run through him. He had never before perceived such profound enmity emanating from a wild beast. As he confronted the enraged saber-toothed tiger, Linda Hai's mind went blank, as if he had been frozen in place. In a moment of panic, he instinctively uttered a greeting to the ferocious beast. "Hello there." Without delay, he yanked the branch with all his might. With a resounding crack, the branch slipped free, but simultaneously, a mixture of yellow and red liquid erupted from the tiger, spraying towards Linda Hai's face like a fountain. Unprepared, the liquid splattered onto him, bringing a wave of warmth and a foul stench. The saber-toothed tiger emitted another heart-wrenching wail, its cries resonating through the air, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. At that moment, a disheveled Linda Hai finally regained his composure. He hastily wiped his face, muttering an apology. "I'm sorry." Before he could finish, he vanished in a flash, employing his golden escape technique to dart away like a streak of light. Almost instantaneously after Linda Hai departed, the tiger's razor-sharp fangs snapped down in a fierce attempt to catch him, but alas, it struck only air. Yet, this did not deter the tiger's determination to chase. It charged forward with powerful strides, relentlessly pursuing Linda Hai. Remarkably, despite the grievous injury inflicted upon it, the saber-toothed tiger moved with astonishing agility. Linda Hai could clearly see segments of the tiger's intestines trailing behind, a grotesque sight as they swayed in the air. The tiger's eyes burned with hatred and murderous intent, and anything in its path became a target for its wrath. Tall trees toppled like dominoes under its mighty paws, and massive boulders crumbled upon impact, all in an effort to keep Linda Hai within its sight. As he sprinted, Linda Hai lamented his predicament, never anticipating such relentless pursuit from the saber-toothed tiger. Fortunately, after months of arduous travel, he had honed his proficiency in the golden escape technique. Had this been earlier, he would have surely been caught by the beast. With his heart pounding and his mind resolute, Linda Hai fled without a backward glance, the ferocious tiger hot on his heels, the distance between them remaining unchanged. Each step felt like walking on the edge of a blade. Any delay would lead to the immediate shattering of his skull by the tiger's gaping maw. He dashed forward like a gust of wind, consumed by a singular thought: escape. However, the prolonged flight drained his spiritual energy. And when he could no longer harness the golden escape technique, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. With his eyes tightly shut, he awaited the inevitable approach of death. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time passed, yet the anticipated gruesome scene failed to materialize. After what felt like an eternity, he mustered the courage to open his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, astonished to find that the saber-toothed tiger had vanished. Could it be that he had unknowingly evaded it? Linda Hai murmured in disbelief. Reflecting on the harrowing experience, he felt a wave of trepidation and silently admonished himself. Never again should he act so impulsively. No place, no matter how splendid, could compare to the value of life. Gradually calming himself, Linda Hai struggled to rise from the ground. The spiritual energy in the mundane realm was painfully sparse, making it nearly impossible to fully replenish his depleted powers, especially with no elixirs on hand to hasten recovery. Left with no other option, he trudged forward with labored steps, slowly making his way back. As he ambled along, stopping intermittently, half a day passed. And Linda Hai estimated he had traveled barely 30 miles. His legs and feet ached unbearably, feeling as if they belonged to someone else. Reaching his limit, he gritted his teeth and painstakingly retrieved a first-tier spiritual herb, the Lingxiao leaf. This herb was a primary ingredient for crafting a vital energy elixir. Though Linda Hai was utterly ignorant of alchemy, he resolved to consume the Lingxiao leaf whole. Despite the inevitable loss of potent energy through such a method, he had no other alternatives. He opened his mouth without hesitation, swallowing the petite pink flower whole. Surprisingly, as the leaf entered his mouth, a faint sweetness lingered on his tongue. At that moment, he promptly closed his eyes, crossed his legs, and entered a meditative state, channeling all his energy into the cultivation of his practice techniques. As his techniques flowed, the medicinal properties of the Lingxiao leaf gradually released, seeping into Linda Hai's meridians, painstakingly aiding him in recovering the spiritual energy he had expended. Chapter 23, Zhongnan Mountain. As Linda Hai painstakingly restored his magical powers to a mere 20%. The potency of the yang grass had nearly dissipated. Almost immediately, his abdomen felt as though it were being ravaged by a tempest, churning violently. The agony was so intense that after being tossed about in nature's embrace 2 or 3 times, he finally began to calm down. At this moment, Linda Hai deeply understood why those precious spiritual flowers and herbs are typically consumed only after being refined into elixirs. After all, ingesting such potent herbs raw is simply beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person. Once his physical condition stabilized and feeling assured of his well-being, Linda Hai did not hesitate to utilize the golden escape technique once more. After a swift and exhilarating journey, he successfully located the ferocious toothed tiger that had pursued him. Approximately 100 miles away, to his astonishment, the tiger lay lifeless on the ground, its copper-like eyes still reflecting boundless fury and resentment. Clearly, even in its final moments, this beast remained unwilling to concede. Upon closer inspection, Linda Hai noted the tiger's massive body sprawled in front of a colossal rock, which bore deep scars from the tiger's frenzied impacts. It was difficult to ascertain whether the beast had perished instantly from its reckless collision with the stone or if its prior exertions had led to excessive injuries and blood loss, ultimately resulting in its demise. However, for Linda Hai, these details were irrelevant. The fact that this fierce creature had met its end sufficed. He swiftly approached and skillfully collected the tiger's substantial carcass. Following the trail of blood that flowed from the beast, he gradually made his way back, soon returning to the nameless hill. Upon reaching the summit and finding a spot abundant in spiritual energy, Linda Hai sat down cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate and recuperate. The day's experiences had left him utterly exhausted. The chase with the tiger and the harm inflicted by the yang grass had drained him of considerable energy and strength. When Linda Hai finally opened his eyes, his energy was replenished, filling his dantian with a newfound vigor. At this moment, he was filled with excitement and anticipation. This place would be his in the future. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing the slightly thin spiritual energy in the air. Although the concentration of spiritual energy here was not as rich as he had hoped, this had its advantages. He need not worry about stronger cultivators encroaching upon his territory. As Linda Hai contemplated the mountains before him, he was unaware of their original name. However, from that moment onward, he resolved to name this mountain Zhongnan. While exploring the forest, he unexpectedly discovered a delightful surprise at the spot where the tiger had quenched its thirst. There, he found a spiritual spring, its mouth resembling the size of a plate, with a stream so fine it barely flowed. Faced with such a precious spring, Linda Hai felt both joy and caution. He understood that the remaining spiritual energy on the mountain was likely sustained by this spring. Thus, despite his curiosity and desire to interact with it, he refrained from doing so, fearing that a careless act might ruin the spring and extinguish the mountain's spiritual essence. If that were to happen, he would likely have to seek his fortune elsewhere, hoping to become a national master by relying solely on his abilities. Now that the ferocious beasts had been dealt with, Linda Hai faced the pressing task of establishing a place to reside. After all, to truly settle here and cultivate in peace, having a comfortable and stable abode was essential. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, a decade had passed. "Master, I have prepared the meal. Please come and eat." A handsome and clever young boy carefully emerged from the kitchen, steadying a tray laden with food, calling out loudly to the house. "Coming, coming," came the response. As Linda Hai leisurely stepped out from his practice room, he adjusted his slightly worn yet clean Taoist robe and then walked towards the courtyard. Upon entering, the brilliant sunlight shone directly upon him, causing him to squint momentarily. However, he quickly adapted to the brightness, gazing up at the sky. It seemed today would indeed be another splendidly sunny day. Reflecting on a decade ago, Linda Hai had resolutely chosen to remain on Zhongnan Mountain. At that time, he was filled with dreams and hopes, wishing to build a cozy wooden hut with his own hands as a refuge on the mountain. However, ideals can be grand, while reality often proves harsh. That fateful night, as he lay contentedly in the hut he had constructed, he suddenly heard a creaking sound. Moments later, a thunderous noise erupted as the roof collapsed. Had it not been for his quick reflexes to roll aside, he likely would have perished beneath the rubble. This painful lesson taught Linda Hai the wisdom that specialized tasks should indeed be entrusted to professionals. The narratives depicted in novels were utterly misleading. It is not as though just anyone could effortlessly construct a sturdy and beautiful wooden house. At least, Linda Hai, lacked such a talent. Afterward, through inquiries and searches, he finally located Zhangjia village, the nearest settlement to Zhongnan Mountain. He approached the villagers, requesting their assistance in repairing his home. Upon hearing his request and the location of his abode, the villagers displayed expressions of shock and fear. It turned out that his dwelling was situated near the infamous and dreaded No-Return Mountain. This mountain had always been a mysterious and perilous place, with legends claiming that none who reached its peak ever returned safely. However, in the face of their doubts and concerns, Linda Hai did not waver. Quietly, he produced the immense carcass of the ferocious toothed tiger from his pack. The scent of blood emanating from the beast captivated everyone's attention, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before them. Ultimately, actions spoke louder than words. The villagers began to trust that the beasts of No-Return Mountain had been vanquished by Linda Hai. To express their gratitude, the village chief decided to rally the entire community to construct a house for this celestial being, free of charge. Linda Hai felt somewhat embarrassed by such unexpected kindness. Nevertheless, he could not refuse the villagers' enthusiastic offer and accepted their goodwill. In return, he utilized his formidable magical powers to carefully cleanse each villager who aided in the construction of his home, expelling impurities and toxins from their bodies, leaving them feeling refreshed and invigorated. Additionally, recognizing that the villagers lacked any cultivation foundation, Linda Hai specifically prepared a small portion of the tiger's tender meat, crafting a hearty broth. This was not out of stinginess, but rather due to his concern for the villagers' health. After all, ordinary individuals without cultivation could be harmed if they consumed too much of such potent meat, as they might not withstand its energy. Chapter 24. Another decade from that day forth, Linda Hai settled peacefully upon the mist-shrouded Zhongnan Mountain. The villagers surrounding him, under the enthusiastic promotion of the Zhang family, gradually became aware that this once infamous place, known as the Mountain of No Return, had now become the secluded abode of an immortal. Thus, the name Mountain of No Return faded into history, replaced by the illustrious reputation of Zhongnan Mountain, home to the immortal. However, the days that followed were far from the idyllic life Linda Hai had envisioned. Villagers from nearby settlements would frequently seek him out. If it were merely to treat minor ailments such as headaches or fevers, it would be bearable. Yet, many arrived with aspirations of seeking enlightenment and immortality, which truly drove Linda Hai to the brink of exasperation. After all, if he himself had not yet attained clarity in his cultivation, how could he guide others? Moreover, the path of immortality was not one that everyone could tread. Without a spiritual root, no amount of effort could yield results. He was merely a nascent cultivator at the chi refinement stage. Ultimately, Linda Hai immersed himself in the study of the elementary array techniques, mastering the art of crafting illusions. After meticulous planning and arrangement, he successfully concealed the entirety of Zhongnan Mountain within layers of dense mist. Consequently, those daring enough to trespass would often find themselves lost, returning home empty-handed. Linda Hai did not wish to remain isolated for too long, thus, he would descend the mountain on the first day of each month to visit Zhangjia village, tending to those in need. For a practitioner endowed with magical abilities, such tasks were scarcely challenging. Typically, he would merely need to channel his energy to gently align the patient's meridians, achieving remarkable healing with ease. However, should he encounter ailments beyond the scope of his powers, he would be at a loss, as he was not a master of pharmacology. The boy living with him, originally named Zhang Xiaomao, had been renamed Zhang Lei. A few years prior, while diagnosing the 8-year-old Zhang Lei, Linda Hai unexpectedly discovered the child possessed 4 spiritual roots. When he conveyed this news to Zhang Lei's parents, they were initially overjoyed. After all, the prospect of their child embarking on the path of cultivation was the aspiration of countless souls. However, upon further reflection, they became hesitant, realizing that in the vast realm of cultivation, those with 4 spiritual roots often struggle to distinguish themselves. Having long dwelled alone on Zhongnan Mountain, Lin Dahai was acutely aware of the weight of solitude. Thus, he proposed to Zhang Lei's parents that the boy become his disciple, with the understanding that he could leave whenever he wished to pursue his own path. After thorough discussion, it was settled, and Zhang Lei naturally became Lin Dahai's apprentice. To ensure his disciple built a solid foundation, Lin Dahai imparted to him the fundamental techniques of the Qingyan sect. Regrettably, things did not unfold as hoped. Perhaps due to the complexity of Zhang Lei's spiritual roots or his lack of comprehension, months passed without him managing to cultivate even a hint of magical power. Faced with such circumstances, Lin Dahai ultimately had no choice but to assist him in transitioning to a more generalized technique, the Fantian Gong. As time swiftly passed, a month slipped by. To their delight, after much trial and tribulation, Zhang Lei finally succeeded in cultivating that crucial first thread of magical energy. At last, he had taken the arduous yet pivotal first step on the long road of cultivation. Lin Dahai gazed at the array of delectable dishes laid out on the table, his eyes lighting up with delight, and he could not help but exclaim, "Little Stone, your culinary skills have truly advanced to new heights." While speaking, he reached out to gently ruffle Zhang Lei's hair, his face beaming with pride. It was hard to believe that Zhang Lei had endured 2 full years of Lin Dahai's cooking, which had been, to put it mildly, less than commendable. Eventually, Zhang Lei could no longer tolerate it and took to the kitchen himself, determined to improve their meals. As for Lin Dahai, he relished in the newfound leisure, gradually becoming so complacent that he hardly lifted a finger. Since then, the myriad tasks on Zhongnan Mountain seemed to have been predestined to fall solely upon Zhang Lei's shoulders. Lin Dahai comfortably enjoyed this carefree existence, though occasionally, when he observed Zhang Lei toiling away, sweat streaming down his brow, a twinge of guilt would surface within him for his own laziness as a master. Yet, each time he witnessed the joy Zhang Lei derived from his labor, the thought of interfering dissipated. How could he deprive his disciple of the happiness that came from hard work? At that moment, Zhang Lei, feeling disgruntled by Lin Dahai's affectionate ruffling of his hair, vigorously shook his head and grumbled, "Master, look at me. I'm no longer a child. Please stop patting my head. It might stunt my growth." Upon hearing this, Lin Dahai erupted into hearty laughter, teasingly replying, Indeed, our little Stone is no longer a child. He's grown into quite the young man." The two of them bantered playfully, and their warm lunch concluded amidst an atmosphere filled with laughter and joy. In the afternoon, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows akin to golden scales across the courtyard. A gentle breeze wafted in, bringing with it a refreshing coolness and the invigorating scent of nature. Lin Dahai reclined comfortably in a bamboo chair, his eyes softly closed, his body rising and falling with each breath. Half of his face was cloaked in shade, while the other basked in the gentle sunlight, exuding an aura of tranquility and serenity. In this moment, he found himself in a state of semi-slumber, savoring the rare leisure and pleasant weather. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer, followed by Zhang Lei's clear voice breaking the serenity. "Master, Uncle Lu is here to see you. He says he has important matters to discuss." This unexpected call pierced through Lin Dahai's reverie like a clap of thunder, jolting him awake. He blinked open his eyes, sitting upright, still bearing traces of confusion and fatigue. After a brief moment, he finally regained his composure and replied, "Oh, Brother Lu has come, indeed. Little Stone, please invite Brother Lu to wait a moment. I shall be there shortly." Lu Yuan, the national master of Qianwei Kingdom, was also an outer disciple of the Baiwei sect. Although the Baiwei sect adhered to a principle of non-interference in worldly affairs, only intervening in matters of life and death, they still stationed disciples in the imperial palace. Thus, Lin Dahai's earlier ambition to serve as a national master in a small kingdom had been rather naive and presumptuous. Chapter 25, The Offering a Nanshan Daoist. The spiritual energy here has become increasingly rich, making it difficult for me to tear myself away. Even before he arrived, the voice of Lu Yuan had already echoed in the air. The title of Nanshan was self-bestowed by Lin Dahai. "Haha, since that is the case, Lu Daoist, why not linger for a couple more days?" Lin Dahai replied with a smile. Ever since he mastered the spirit-gathering array, he had set it up on Zhongnan Mountain. Now, the concentration of spiritual energy on Zhongnan Mountain had increased by a staggering 50% compared to before. Such an abundance of spiritual energy was sufficient to support a cultivator's journey to the peak of the qi refining stage. "Nanshan Daoist, do not jest with me. I cannot compare to your carefree existence. My sect is inundated with affairs and tasks that come in quick succession, leaving me no time to spare," Lu Yuan said. Though Lin Dahai was well aware that Lu Yuan was merely teasing him. After all, Lu Yuan resided within the imperial palace, where the training chambers constructed with meticulous care by the Baiwei sect contained far denser spiritual energy, at least more than double that of Lin Dahai's. It has been several days since we last met, and Lu Daoist's cultivation seems to have deepened remarkably. At this rate, the foundation establishment stage cannot be far off. Lin Dahai warmly invited Lu Yuan to take a seat and personally poured him a cup of fragrant tea. The two began to savor the aroma of the tea while engaging in lively conversation. "Hiki, Nanshan Daoist, you flatter me. You are not lacking in prowess either. Look at you, already at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Surely the peak cannot be too far away." Lu Yuan smiled, albeit with a hint of disdain in his tone. Lin Dahai's lips curled into a subtle smile, feigning indifference. Lu Yuan knew that Linda Hai practiced the Pantheon Gong, a technique notoriously difficult for establishing a foundation, especially given Linda Hai's current circumstances, where acquiring a precious foundation establishment pill was nearly impossible. Lu Daoist, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Linda Hai, losing interest in idle chatter, decided to get straight to the point. Upon hearing Linda Hai's question, Lu Yuan refrained from beating around the bush and stated directly, "The royal offering token has been crafted, and I have come today to deliver it to you." With that, he reached into the storage bag at his waist and carefully produced a golden token that emitted a faint glow. Linda Hai quickly extended his hands to solemnly accept the token. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a vividly depicted golden dragon coiling around the token, with the characters Qian and Feng inscribed prominently on either side. Linda Hai was momentarily unable to discern the material from which the token was made. "I truly appreciate Lu Daoist's effort in making this journey." Linda Hai expressed his gratitude while examining the token in his hands. Months prior, it was Lu Yuan who had approached him with the emperor's decree, inviting him to take on the role of the royal offering for the Qianwei kingdom. After considerable contemplation, Linda Hai had ultimately decided to accept this position. From this moment forth, he would officially be recognized as the royal offering of the Qianwei kingdom, finally obtaining a legitimate identity in this land. Nanshan Daoist, I must bring another matter to your attention. Just a few days ago, a fish demon appeared in Yutian village in the southern part of the Qianwei kingdom. Several individuals have already been harmed. As you know, I am currently at a crucial stage of my cultivation and cannot afford to intervene personally. Might I trouble you to assist in resolving this issue? Though Lu Yuan posed it as a question, his tone left no room for Linda Hai to refuse. As expected, Linda Hai did not outright decline. Generally speaking, beasts that manifest in the mundane world are not overly powerful. Thus, he did not harbor concerns about safety. However, exceptions existed, and thorough investigation would be necessary before making a decision. After all, the meager offering spirit stones hardly warranted risking his life, if it came to that. He could simply abandon Jiangnan Mountain and continue as a loose cultivator. Once the two matters were addressed, Lu Yuan clasped his hands in farewell, saying, "In that case, I shall take my leave. I hope you will forgive any disturbances caused today, Nanshan Daoist." In truth, he held Linda Hai in contempt, seeing him as a scatterbrained cultivator with no future, yet he still maintained a facade of decorum. Linda Hai appeared unfazed by this sentiment, offering a few insincere words of retention before instructing his disciple, Zhang Lei, to respectfully see Lu Yuan off. After Lu Yuan had faded into the distance, Linda Hai turned to Zhang Lei and said, "In a couple of days, I will take you down the mountain to deal with that fish demon." With that, he ceased his conversation with Zhang Lei and made his way to the meditation chamber, intent on continuing his practice to enhance his cultivation. Upon entering the meditation room, Linda Hai took a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes as he endeavored to adjust his state of being. Once his mind settled into tranquility, he sat cross-legged on the mat, fingers forming seals as he began to circulate his spiritual energy according to his usual method. However, after only a brief period of cultivation, Linda Hai suddenly sensed something unusual. Within his dantian, a faint golden energy had inexplicably surged forth. This mysterious energy flowed like a clear spring, mingling with the slightly unstable mana he had due to practicing the Pantheon Gong. As the golden energy infused into him, Linda Hai was delighted to discover that the once volatile mana began to solidify, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Though it was but the faintest trace for Linda Hai, who had long struggled with unstable mana, this was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. The phenomenon astonished him. Over the years, no matter how diligently he practiced, the elusive mana had always behaved like a stubborn spring, rebounding the moment he relaxed his control, leaving the issue unresolved. Filled with curiosity, Linda Hai cautiously guided the golden energy, seeking to trace its origin. After a thorough investigation, he finally discerned that this mysterious power emanated from the offering token he carried in his storage bag. Gazing at the token glowing faintly in his hand, a multitude of speculations flooded Linda Hai's mind. Could this be the legendary dragon energy? Or perhaps the so-called national fortune? Due to his limited knowledge, Linda Hai found it challenging to ascertain the nature of this energy. Regardless, the acquisition of such a force conducive to enhancing his cultivation was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence. He was well aware that absorbing this energy, tied to the state, could potentially bind him closely to the nation he resided in. However, in the realm of cultivation, most nations were dominated by powerful sects, and typically, the dynamics of these forces remained relatively stable for centuries, rarely undergoing significant upheaval. Linda Hai did not believe he would live long enough to witness such changes. With this thought in mind, he resolved to continue channeling the golden energy into his mana without hesitation. Chapter 26. The Immortal of Changchun. On a sun-drenched day, the moment of departure had finally arrived. Zhang Lei stood outside the training room, brimming with anticipation as he awaited Linda Hai and Apos' appearance. Perched on his shoulder was a petite, exquisite white turtle, undeniably adorable. This little creature was hatched from the mysterious water turtle egg. When the egg first hatched, Linda Hai chose not to form a contract with it, instead gifting it to Zhang Lei as a token of apprenticeship. Consequently, the little water turtle naturally became Zhang Lei's contracted spirit beast, which he named Shui Ling. Before long, the door to the training room creaked open,
and Lin Dehai emerged, invigorated and spirited. He smiled at Zhang Lei and simply said, "Let us be on our way." As soon as he spoke, he waved his arm, and a gleaming flying sword appeared before them. This sword was remarkable. Its blade crafted from the razor-sharp fangs of a ferocious saber-toothed tiger. Lin Dehai had invested a substantial amount of his magical power and time to meticulously shape these formidable teeth into the slender form of the sword. The hilt was fashioned from a piece of black stone gifted to him by Elder Zhang. After researching various texts, Lin Dehai discovered that this black stone was a rare mineral mother, a byproduct occasionally found in iron mines. For an ordinary mortal, such a mineral mother would be an invaluable treasure. However, for cultivators, only after refining 10 kilograms of mineral mother into 1 kilogram of refined iron could it be deemed a first-tier spiritual material. Lin Dehai summoned a blacksmith and personally melted the mineral mother using his fireball technique. The blacksmith then crafted the hilt, which Lin Dehai subsequently fused with the blade, resulting in a formidable flying sword. Remarkably, this sword proved far superior to the previous flawed one, leading Lin Dehai to believe he possessed an innate talent for weapon forging. Unfortunately, when he confidently attempted to forge 2 additional flying swords using the same method, both fangs broke, leaving him with only one remaining saber-toothed tiger fang. Lin Dehai hesitated to act impulsively, fearing that any recklessness might lead to further failure. Thus, he resolved to carefully preserve the last fang for a more opportune time and method in the future. With that, Lin Dehai mounted the flying sword and beckoned Zhang Lei to join him on the blade. The sword transformed into a streak of light, propelling them swiftly into the distance. They soared through the skies, and after an entire day of flight, the duo finally arrived at the outskirts of Yutian village. As Lin Dehai hovered in midair, he beheld the lively scene below. Yutian village was bustling with drums and banners, a spectacle of merriment. Zhang Lei appeared puzzled. "Master, the atmosphere here hardly suggests the presence of any monsters." Lin Dehai nodded slightly, acknowledging his disciple's observation. He gently patted Zhang Lei's shoulder, reassuring him. "I too am uncertain of the reason behind this. Allow me to investigate further." With that, he swiftly approached a cheerful woman beaming with joy. "May I inquire, dear lady, what event has transpired here to elicit such jubilation?" Lin Dehai bowed respectfully. The woman, initially taken aback, scrutinized Lin Dehai and Zhang Lei before hesitantly responding. "Are you newcomers to this place?" Lin Dehai quickly affirmed, "Indeed, my disciple and I happened to be passing through your esteemed village, and were drawn to the extraordinary festivities, prompting our curiosity." "Oh." The woman nodded thoughtfully but did not press further about their origins. Instead, she explained, "Not long ago, our village was besieged by a rampant monster, instilling fear and unrest among the villagers. Fortunately, a passing immortal has generously offered to help us rid ourselves of this menace. Now, everyone has come to witness how the immortal will vanquish the beast." Having said that, the woman appeared eager to continue on her way and, without waiting for Lin Dehai's response, quickly melded back into the crowd of villagers, hurrying along. At that moment, Lin Dehai was filled with curiosity. He found it difficult to discern whether it was mere chance that a wandering cultivator had come to their aid out of righteousness, or if Lu Yuan had orchestrated this intervention due to concerns for their safety regarding the rampaging monster. Regardless, to uncover the truth, he realized he must investigate personally. Thus, the master and disciple followed the villagers, moving swiftly until they arrived at the banks of a broad river. The area was already teeming with villagers gathered to witness the spectacle, their whispers echoing in a cacophony of excitement. Observing this, Lin Dehai couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering. This cultivator seems overly confident. Does he not worry that during the fierce battle with the monster, innocent civilians might be inadvertently harmed? At that moment, the surrounding murmurs grew louder, and following the noise, Lin Dehai's gaze fell upon a colossal water wheel constructed with great care from bamboo. The water wheel towered into the clouds, an awe-inspiring sight. At its pinnacle stood an elderly man with flowing white hair, exuding an ethereal presence. He held a pure white feather duster in his right hand, his eyes closed, seemingly meditating in tranquility. From a distance, Lin Dehai could not accurately gauge the true capabilities of this enigmatic elder. Lowering his gaze, he was startled to discover a sturdy iron cage positioned at the center of the water wheel, within which was imprisoned a young girl of around 7 or 8 years old. The child was exquisitely beautiful, her features delicate, and she appeared blissfully unaware of her perilous situation, smiling at the adults on the riverbank without a hint of fear. Filled with bewilderment, Lin Dehai turned to a nearby villager to inquire further. After some exchanges, he realized with astonishment that the little girl was being used as bait. This revelation left him incredulous. Such tactics were hardly aligned with the principles of righteousness. Did they not harbor any concerns for the girl's safety? Lin Dehai frowned, casting a perplexed look at the surrounding villagers. He could not comprehend their indifference, treating the life of an innocent child with such disregard, using her as bait. At that moment, a villager, grinning, explained, "Do not worry. The Changchun immortal has already considered this issue. He has placed protective talismans within the cage, ensuring nothing will go awry." Upon hearing this, Lin Dehai turned his gaze towards the cage containing the girl. Sure enough, he noticed several yellow talismans affixed to the cage's walls. Lin Dehai was not unfamiliar with the art of talisman crafting, having devoted years to its study. While his own talent in this field was rather mediocre, he had nonetheless acquired some knowledge and experience. However, as he scrutinized the talismans within the cage. He detected a sinister aura emanating from them, which appeared far from being legitimate talismans. Yet, given his ignorance about the true background and intentions of the Changchun immortal, Linda Hai, despite his doubts, dared not act recklessly. Chapter 27. The malevolent serpent. The once tranquil surface of the river suddenly rippled with waves, as if a colossal entity was maneuvering beneath the water. The onlookers on the shore quickly sensed the unusual disturbances, yet they remained relatively calm. Reassured by the presence of the Longchan immortal master, they believed that, even if a perilous creature were to emerge, the immortal master's extraordinary powers would easily handle it. At that moment, the Longchan immortal master, who had been meditating with closed eyes, slightly opened them and uttered, "Come forth." He waved his hand holding a dust whisk. And immediately, a faint red light illuminated, expanding rapidly into a translucent barrier that enveloped the surrounding area after a brief flicker. Linda Hai felt a sudden tightness in his chest, his gaze narrowed in alarm. He recognized that this was indeed a formation, one that encompassed all present within its vast reach. Instinctively, he turned to glance at the path behind him, which appeared unchanged at first glance. However, his years of experience and keen intuition revealed the truth. The path was shrouded and sealed by this mysterious formation, rendering escape impossible for everyone. Sensing Linda Hai's rising tension, Zhang Lei, standing beside him, grew increasingly anxious, tugging at Linda Hai and Appo's garment, his body trembling slightly. Linda Hai turned to meet Zhang Lei's gaze, a fleeting sense of bewilderment washing over him. How had this one small child grown to his current height? Gazing at the still youthful figure before him, Linda Hai reached out gently to pat Zhang Lei on the head, offering a comforting smile in an attempt to bolster the boy's courage. Just then, the massive creature beneath the water finally surfaced entirely. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a fearsome, gigantic serpent. The terror emanating from it indicated that it had reached the pinnacle of a third-tier demon beast. Like a bolt of black lightning, the malevolent serpent surged toward the hapless little girl. Her eyes widened in horror as she beheld the approaching beast. When she finally glimpsed its gaping maw and razor-sharp fangs, she could no longer suppress her dread, bursting into tears with a trembling, heart-wrenching cry, "Mother! Mother! Save me!" Meanwhile, a desperate woman nearby struggled fiercely to reach the girl, calling out frantically, "My darling! My darling!" Yet, 3 robust men beside her held her back, continually reassuring her, "Sister, don't be impulsive. The immortal master is protecting her. She will be safe." Despite their efforts, the woman fought against their grip, desperate to reach her child. In the blink of an eye, the malevolent serpent leaped from the water, sending a spray of droplets into the air, and with a monstrous bite, swallowed the girl whole. The woman stood frozen, watching in horror as her beloved child vanished into the serpent and Appo's maw. Her heart shattered, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Staring blankly, she struggled to comprehend the unfolding tragedy, muttering, "The immortal master assured us she would be safe. How could this happen?" Witnessing the girl's tragic fate, the villagers who had gathered to spectate were now engulfed in panic. The thrill of the spectacle had vanished, and they turned to flee from the dreadful scene. However, as they rushed to escape, they were stunned to find their retreat blocked by an invisible barrier, rendering their escape futile. At that moment, a man who resembled a village chief stood beside the Longchan master, his face contorted with rage as he confronted him. "Longchan master, you promised us the girl would be unharmed. What is happening now?" In response, the Longchan master remained unfazed, not even glancing at the chief. With a flourish of his whisk, he unleashed a powerful force that struck the chief, causing him to explode into a mist of blood, the gruesome scent permeating the air. The Longchan master, undisturbed by the carnage, gracefully waved his sleeve, conjuring a formidable spiritual barrier that isolated the sanguine mist from the vicinity. Standing tall and ethereal, he resembled a celestial being, untouched by the chaos around him, maintaining his otherworldly composure. As the onlookers beheld this scene, their faces drained of color, fear gripping their hearts. They suddenly realized that the Longchan master was not there to protect them from demons at all. At that moment, Linda Hai, who had been closely observing the Longchan master's every move, felt his expression drain of color. He sensed that the spiritual fluctuations emanating from the master were far beyond what an ordinary chi refinement practitioner could wield. Linda Hai's heart sank as he quickly embraced Zhang Lei, cautiously retreating step by step toward the edge of the formation. He understood that, given his current strength, breaking through the formation head-on was nearly impossible. However, with his accumulated knowledge of formations, he believed he might discern a weakness, offering a glimmer of hope for escape. With unwavering focus, Linda Hai scrutinized the surroundings, his mind racing with various theories and techniques regarding formations. After a meticulous search, he indeed discovered several vulnerable points. For someone of his novice skill, seizing the opportunity could allow for a potential escape. While Linda Hai pondered how to exploit these weaknesses, the Longchan master had already glided like a specter before the monstrous serpent. With a triumphant expression, he coldly regarded the beast, taunting, "Wretched creature. After pursuing you for so long, you have finally revealed yourself." Ha! With that, the Longchan master swiftly formed a complex seal with his hands and thrust it forward. As he did so, a mysterious beam of light shot directly into the serpent's belly. The serpent let out a tortured roar, its massive body convulsing violently. Linda Hai's heart raced. It appeared that the Longchan master had previously tampered with the girl, likely setting a trap or a restriction. Chapter 28. The malignant serpent escapes before one's eyes. The malevolent serpent thrashed furiously in the river, its massive form churning the waters into a tempest. The once tumultuous current now resembled a wrathful behemoth, raising towering walls of water. The villagers, trapped by the riverbank, were swept away by this formidable force, their terrified screams piercing the air. In an instant, the river's surface was stained a shocking crimson, a sight that was both horrifying and unforgettable. Linda Hai, witnessing this chaos, hastily covered the eyes of the young Zhang Lei beside him, fearing that the child would be traumatized by the horrific scene. At that moment, the Taoist of Changchun, suspended in midair, made his move. With swift gestures, he formed several intricate seals, and as he did so, the immense magical array above unleashed several thick, blood-red chains that, like serpents, coiled around the malignant serpent, binding it tightly. Linda Hai's keen eyes discerned that these blood chains were no ordinary bindings. They had been forged by siphoning the life force of those within the array's reach. It was then that he grasped the Taoist's true intention. He had summoned the villagers to bolster the array's power with their vitality to subdue the serpent. As the Taoist approached the serpent's head, relentlessly inscribing seals upon it, it became evident that he sought to claim the creature for himself. Linda Hai understood that if the Taoist succeeded, both he and Zhang Lei would likely face dire consequences. At that moment, the villagers, having lost substantial life force, began to collapse one by one, their bodies succumbing to unconsciousness, intensifying the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, Linda Hai whispered to Zhang Lei, "Little Lei, when Master opens the array, take your chance to escape." He gently nudged the boy, urging him to act swiftly. Just as Linda Hai turned to leave, he felt a powerful force grasping at the corner of his garment. He turned to find Zhang Lei's youthful face filled with concern, his eyes brimming with a depth of emotion that seemed to pierce through everything. Linda Hai smiled softly, patting the boy's head affectionately, and reassured him, "Don't worry, little one. You must trust that your master is quite formidable." He winked at Zhang Lei, radiating confidence. However, as Linda Hai gently brushed aside Zhang Lei's small hand that clung to his garment and turned to depart, the lightness on his face was abruptly replaced by gravity. He was acutely aware that the battle ahead would be the most perilous challenge since embarking on his journey of cultivation. Recalling previous encounters with bandits, although dangerous, he had not sensed the same lethal intent. Thus, the notion of surrender had not weighed heavily on his mind, as his storage pouch held no particularly valuable items. Even if he were to submit, it would only entail a measure of humiliation. Yet, the Taoist of Changchun exuded an entirely different aura. He seemed far from benevolent. With Zhang Lei by his side, a hasty escape could prove disastrous for them both. Resolving himself, Linda Hai gritted his teeth, an unwavering determination flashing in his eyes. He swiftly drew forth a semi-finished flying sword from his bosom, chanting incantations. With a fierce motion of his arm, he propelled the sword like a bolt of lightning towards the Taoist's face. In an instant, the sword's brilliance surged forth, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. Astonishingly, the Taoist merely raised a hand, effortlessly blocking the formidable strike with nonchalance. Turning slowly, his gaze pierced through Linda Hai, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. "A mere insect in the chi refining stage. I had intended to deal with that vile beast first before attending to you. Yet, you seem intent on courting death." Undeterred by the Taoist's threats and mockery, Linda Hai remained remarkably composed, betraying no hint of panic. He had anticipated the Taoist's awareness of his presence, hence his bold decision to confront him. Before the Taoist could finish his taunt, Linda Hai wasted no time in executing a spell, igniting the flying sword in an explosion of energy. The sword erupted with a deafening blast, sending shockwaves through the air. Although the attack would not inflict lasting damage on the Taoist, the sudden explosion startled him, momentarily halting his movements. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Linda Hai produced a large stack of talismans, painstakingly crafted over many years. Most were rudimentary, yet the power of numerous low-level talismans should not be underestimated. Aiming for the previously identified weak point in the array, he flung the talismans like arrows towards their target. A cacophony of thunderous explosions ensued, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. As the talismans detonated one after another, the seemingly indomitable array flickered violently, its light fluctuating chaotically. Although Linda Hai's talismans lacked sufficient might to dismantle the powerful array entirely, they delivered enough force to create a brief moment of vulnerability. In that ephemeral pause, Linda Hai fervently hoped his disciple would seize the opportunity to flee. Meanwhile, the Taoist, witnessing Linda Hai's audacity to attack the array, was consumed by rage and prepared to retaliate. Unfortunately for him, everything unfolded too swiftly for an effective response. "You seek death," the Taoist bellowed, his face flushed with fury, features contorted like a wrathful beast. Reciting incantations, he rapidly formed seals, conjuring a colossal blood-red handprint that radiated a chilling aura, etched with the essence of countless lives. The blood imprint, propelled by a gale, hurtled toward Linda Hai like a blazing meteor. In that moment, Linda Hai executed his evasion technique. Vanishing like a wraith from the spot, the blood handprint crashed down in a futile attempt, smashing into the ground and creating a vast pit, dust swirling in the aftermath. Not far away, Linda Hai reemerged, his visage pale as a ghost, a trickle of blood staining his lips, his body trembling. Before he could steady himself, he coughed violently, blood splattering onto the earth. It seemed that despite his timely escape, the residual force of the blood handprint had still taken its toll on him. His chest felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, with his internal organs seemingly displaced, causing unbearable pain. He was acutely aware that had it not been for his swift reflexes, he would have already met his demise. The elder from Changchun, witnessing Lin Dahai's escape, experienced a flicker of anger in his eyes. He initially intended to capitalize on Lin Dahai's injury to pursue and eliminate him decisively. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The malevolent serpent, during the brief moments when the magical formation faltered, struggled fiercely with its immense strength and astonishingly broke free from the blood chain's confinement. A deafening roar erupted from the serpent, reverberating like rolling thunder across the river. Its eyes blazed with a fierce crimson, filled with fury and dread. Moments ago, within the confines of the magical formation, it had nearly been completely dominated by the Taoist of Changchun, and the terror of being at the mercy of another had ignited an unquenchable rage within it. In that instant, it unleashed all its wrath upon the Taoist, its colossal form writhing as if it were a moving mountain, lunging fiercely towards the elder from Changchun. Chapter 29 Desperation in the depths of the river, shrouded in dark clouds and fierce winds. A malevolent serpent surged forth from the water's abyss like a streak of black lightning, its sinuous body twisting and writhing, unleashing a cacophony of wind that seemed to disturb the very air itself. At that moment, the Taoist Changchun stood resolutely above the river. His robe billowing gracefully in the wind, his expression tranquil, undeterred by the serpent's ferocious advance, as if the impending attack were merely a trivial farce. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, a glimmer of authority emanated from him as he spoke coldly, "Beast, I had offered you a chance. Yet you chose to disregard my kindness. Today, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." As soon as his words faded, he waved the floating dust in his hand, causing the strands of hair to erupt in a radiant glow. Those strands, seemingly animated, swiftly extended and spread, transforming into a vast celestial net that surged toward the serpent with an unstoppable momentum. The serpent, sensing the imminent danger, thrashed desperately in an attempt to evade the all-encompassing net. However, the celestial net wrought from the floating dust proved remarkably resilient, ensnaring the serpent firmly and rendering it immobile. In a fit of rage, the serpent opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a series of roars that reverberated like thunder across the river, causing the waters around it to churn violently. Just when Taoist Changchun believed the serpent was out of options, it suddenly reared back and expelled a luminous orb from its mouth. The orb radiated a soft glow, imbued with an aura of mysterious power, shining brilliantly in the dim air. "A demon core," Taoist Changchun exclaimed, disbelief flickering across his face as he murmured to himself. According to common understanding, a third-tier demon beast should not possess a demon core. Thus, the serpent's origins were undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps even hinting at a trace of dragon lineage. As the demon core materialized, a flicker of determination ignited in the serpent's eyes, and without hesitation, it detonated the core. Taoist Changchun was utterly unprepared for such ferocity, as the serpent resorted to self-detonation as its final act of defiance. The explosion's power far surpassed the earlier blast created by Lin Dahai. A blinding light instantly illuminated the entire river, followed by a powerful shockwave that surged outward like a tidal wave, causing the river to recede and rocks to shatter. Lin Dahai, sensing the impending doom, turned pale as he understood the explosion's magnitude was beyond his capacity to endure. He took flight, attempting to escape the perilous scene. Yet, the constraints of the surrounding formation allowed him little distance. Under the tremendous force of the demon core's explosion, the formation began to tremble, cracks spreading like a spider's web. With a resounding boom, the explosion finally obliterated the formation. The powerful aftershock surged toward Lin Dahai like an enraged beast. He had no time to react before he was struck by the wave, propelled through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, where he lost consciousness. When Lin Dahai finally awoke, he was greeted by a throbbing headache and a hazy consciousness. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld a battlefield in utter disarray. The acrid scent of smoke lingered in the air, the ground littered with debris and broken branches, evidence of a fierce battle recently concluded. He laboriously rose to his feet and scanned his surroundings, spotting Taoist Changchun, pale as a ghost, his once ethereal robe now tattered and hanging limply. His left arm was empty, blood gushing forth, staining half of his body a shocking crimson. The once mighty serpent lay defeated, its body severed and strewn across the ground, its scales scattered, and ghastly wounds visible, the aftermath of either the explosion or the Taoist's deliberate assault. It appeared that after the explosion, Taoist Changchun and the serpent had engaged in a fierce struggle, with the outcome indicating a Pyrrhic victory for the Taoist. Lin Dahai circulated his internal energy, assessing his injuries. He discovered only a mild shock to his internal organs, with no severe damage sustained. Drawing a deep breath, he exhaled slowly in an attempt to calm his racing heart, still haunted by the recent explosion. "Consider yourself fortunate, young one," Taoist Changchun said, gritting his teeth against the pain, his voice weak yet still laced with arrogance. His bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at Lin Dahai. A chill ran down Lin Dahai's spine as he hesitated, a flicker of wariness in his gaze. He was uncertain whether the Taoist was merely feigning weakness, but he could not trust that Changchun would spare him. Observing the Taoist's expressions closely, he sought any sign of vulnerability. "Ah," Taoist Changchun remarked, sensing Lin Dahai's silence. A sardonic smile crept across his lips, his gaze revealing disdain. "What delusion allows an insignificant cultivator like you to threaten me?" and do not think I am unaware of another little insect that has sneaked away. As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure of foundational cultivation descended upon Lin Dahai like a tidal wave, suffocating him. It felt as if an unseen mountain pressed upon him, rendering each breath a struggle, his legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly forcing him to his knees. Every inch of his skin felt as though it were being pierced by countless needles. Yet, this immense pressure did not break Lin Dahai's spirit. Rather, it fortified his resolve to eliminate Taoist Changchun. Given the intensity of the pressure, it was evident that Changchun was at most in the early to mid stages of foundational cultivation, and given his injuries, his strength would undoubtedly be diminished. Lin Dahai believed he could surpass this severely wounded adversary. Steeling himself, Lin Dahai inhaled deeply, forcing stability into his trembling body, his fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. He understood that this would be a battle for survival. Only by exerting every ounce of his strength could he grasp a sliver of hope. Should he miss this extraordinary opportunity today, he would be irrevocably doomed. He knew that once Taoist Changchun regained his composure, his vengeful nature would not permit him to relent. Though Changchun appeared disheveled and unsteady, who could guarantee that he was not merely pretending to be weak, lying in wait for Lin Dahai to lower his guard for a counterstrike? If Changchun still possessed any strength, he would undoubtedly not allow Lin Dahai to depart so easily, perhaps preparing to launch a sudden attack the moment he turned away. With each breath, Lin Dahai felt a palpable sense of menace in the air, as if countless eyes were fixated upon him, ready to consume him at the slightest movement. Chapter 30, Counterattack. Today, within the territory of the Moon Worship sect, countless lives have been lost amid such turmoil. And the higher-ups of the sect cannot possibly remain ignorant or indifferent to this upheaval. He cannot fathom that the Taoist of Eternal Spring would disregard the pursuit of the Moon Worship sect. Once the sect decides to investigate, even if the Taoist possesses extraordinary abilities, it would be exceedingly difficult to evade their clutches. Therefore, the Taoist of Eternal Spring would undoubtedly not allow Lin Dahai and his disciple to escape unscathed. The distinction between the foundation establishment and chi refinement stages lies in a crucial aspect. Upon entering the foundation establishment phase, a cultivator acquires spiritual consciousness. This consciousness resembles an invisible web of divine thought, capable of penetrating myriad obstacles and encompassing everything in its vicinity. Within the realm of this consciousness, all secrets and actions are laid bare. Lin Dahai finds himself enveloped by the Taoist of Eternal Spring and Apos' spiritual awareness. It feels as though he is exposed, stripped bare before the Taoist. Overwhelmed by this formidable pressure, Lin Dahai's legs buckle, and he collapses to his knees, the impact echoing against the ground. His face contorted in terror, tears streaming down as he implores, "Senior, I beseech you to spare my humble life. I shall not utter a single word about the events that transpired today. I swear by heaven. Should I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning and meet a wretched end." As he speaks, he weeps and repeatedly knocks his head against the hard ground, the sound resonating with each impact, until blood begins to flow from his forehead. The sight momentarily stuns the Taoist of Eternal Spring. Having traversed the realms of cultivation for many years, he has encountered a myriad of individuals and scenarios. However, he has never witnessed someone as abjectly humble and devoid of dignity as Lin Dahai, pleading for mercy in such a manner. In that fleeting moment when the Taoist is momentarily distracted by Lin Dahai's actions, the latter's expression suddenly hardens. Seizing the opportunity while the Taoist's focus wavers, Lin Dahai swiftly and stealthily retrieves the remaining fang of the ferocious tiger from his ropes. Grasping the fang, he crouches slightly and then lunges forward with the ferocity of a leaping leopard, aiming it directly at the Taoist's heart. Seeking death, the Taoist of Eternal Spring could hardly believe that the seemingly terrified Lin Dahai, who had been begging for mercy, would suddenly strike. Alarmed, he instinctively reacts, channeling his spiritual energy to form a translucent shield before him. The sharp fang pierces the shield, halting just an inch from the Taoist's chest, producing a resounding clang as sparks fly. In this tense and deadly space, the Taoist, with only one arm remaining, is filled with resolve and madness. Despite the agonizing pain emanating from his severed arm, he struggles to retrieve a long sword from his storage pouch. Gripping the hilt tightly, he thrusts toward Lin Dahai, the sword imbued with palpable killing intent. Over the years, Lin Dahai has fought his way through the cultivation world, acquiring knowledge of explosive spells. However, compared to those arcane techniques, their efficacy pales. Moreover, casting these spells often exacts a tremendous toll, each use akin to wagering his very life. As the Taoist's sword flashes toward him like lightning, Lin Dahai makes no move to evade. Instead, he invokes the blood ignition technique, an exceedingly perilous spell that requires burning 70% of one's blood to attain a fleeting surge of power. A searing force surges from his dantian, rapidly spreading throughout his body. His flesh begins to flush, and blood races through his veins with a thunderous roar. His strength escalates by 30%. Though this vigor is fleeting, Lin Dahai knows it is sufficient. With Lin Dahai's spell unleashed, the previously gentle glow of the Taoist's protective shield shatters, dissolving into countless specks of light in the air. As the Taoist senses Lin Dahai's sudden surge of might, a sharp pain pierces his heart, and disbelief washes over his face. He cannot fathom how a mere chi refinement ant could bring about the demise of a Foundation establishment cultivator. The Taoist's sword, initially aimed at Lin Dehai's heart for a fatal strike, deviates from its trajectory at the critical moment due to the force of Lin Dehai's explosion of power. Instead of piercing his heart, the blade plunges into Lin Dehai's abdomen, emerging from his back. Blood erupts forth, staining his garments crimson. This marks Lin Dehai's first act of killing in the realm of cultivation. Gazing upon the writhing and suffering Taoist, he feels no panic or fear, but rather an unusual calm. Enduring the intense pain in his abdomen, he grips the shattered fong embedded in the Taoist's chest with both hands. With a sudden exertion, he yanks the fong free, blood gushing forth like a fountain onto his face. In a swift motion, he slashes the fong across the Taoist's neck, severing his throat and causing blood to pour forth. The Taoist's eyes widen in disbelief and rage, yet his life ebbs away in that instant. Ultimately, his body collapses to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Dehai, panting heavily and with his wounds still bleeding profusely, understands that although this harrowing battle has come to a close, he cannot afford to succumb at this moment. His condition has deteriorated to a critical state. Excessive blood loss coupled with grave injury means that if he collapses, he may never rise again. Yet, at this moment, he possesses no precious healing elixirs, which only exacerbates his dire predicament. However, despair does not consume him, as he firmly believes he can find what he desperately needs on the Taoist person. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he slowly crouches down, trembling hands searching the Taoist corpse. At last, he discovers a storage pouch at the Taoist's waist. A surge of joy fills him, for he knows this pouch may contain the healing elixirs he requires. With the Taoist deceased, Lin Dehai effortlessly wipes away the marks of ownership from the storage pouch, claiming it as his own. However, as he opens the pouch, a wave of intense dizziness washes over him, nearly causing him to lose his footing. His vision blurs, the world spinning around him as if caught in a tempest. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Dehai has no time to inspect his newfound treasures. He rummages through the pouch, hoping to swiftly locate a vial of elixir to alleviate his injuries. Finally, he finds a bottle labeled revitalizing pill. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncaps it and pours the contents into his mouth. The moment the elixir touches his throat, a powerful force surges within him like a crashing wave. Under the onslaught of medicinal power, Lin Dehai's body can no longer withstand it, and darkness envelopes him as he collapses to the ground. Chapter 31. The opportunity of the great Tao. Lin Dehai slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually sharpening. The first thing he saw was a dirty little face resting on him, weeping. "Do not cry. Your master is still alive," Lin Dehai said weakly. Upon hearing his voice, the dirty little face shot up, tears streaking down as it gazed at Lin Dehai, muttering incessantly, "Woo-woo, master, you finally woke up. How wonderful." Observing Zhang Lei, who was sobbing like a child, a warm current surged within Lin Dehai's heart. He extended his hand and gently patted Zhang Lei's head, soothing him. "All right, stop crying. See, your master is perfectly fine." Zhang Lei wiped his tears and suddenly recalled something, turning to shout behind him, "Fairy, my master has truly awakened." At this, Lin Dehai noticed another figure standing behind Zhang Lei. He focused his gaze and saw a woman clad in purple, her figure graceful and her demeanor ethereal. However, the overwhelming aura she exuded surpassed even that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, causing Lin Dehai to steal only a fleeting glance before daring not to look further. Seemingly pleased with Lin Dehai's reaction, the woman spoke softly, "I am Miyu, an outer sect elder of the Baiwei sect. Pray, enlighten me about what transpired here." Lin Dehai's heart tightened. An outer sect elder? To hold such a position, one must at least be at the Golden Core stage. Did this mean he had encountered a Golden Core practitioner? He dared not show any negligence and promptly recounted the events that had transpired. After Lin Dehai concluded his tale, he hesitated momentarily before lifting Launch on Taoist's storage bag and presenting it to Miyu, saying, "This is the storage bag of Launch on Taoist. The contents should still be intact." Miyu did not even cast a glance at the storage bag, secretly mocking its insignificance. A Foundation establishment cultivator who could be slain by a chi refinement stage cultivator surely had nothing of worth. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. To have slain a Foundation establishment cultivator and survived, regardless of how it was achieved. Since he is dead, his belongings naturally belong to you, and there is no need for submission. Moreover, as a venerator of Qianwei country, you can be considered one of our own. I will report your situation truthfully to the sect, and you shall undoubtedly receive the rewards you deserve. Miyu's expression remained impassive as she addressed Lin Dehai, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Lin Dehai felt a slight sense of relief. With Zhang Lei's assistance, he slowly rose to his feet, bowing respectfully to Miyu and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Miyu." However, just as Lin Dehai straightened up, Miyu's tone shifted unexpectedly, catching him off guard. "I see your disciple is quite obedient and seems to possess an opportunity of the great Tao within him. It is truly a pity that he is being guided by you." Her gaze fell upon Zhang Lei, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes. "I do not wish to speak in vain. I intend to take him as my disciple. What conditions would you require to part with him?" Lin Dehai felt as though struck by lightning, looking incredulously at his disciple Zhang Lei. He could scarcely believe that his unremarkable disciple might possess an opportunity of the great Tao. At that moment, Zhang Lei also raised his head, their eyes meeting, mirroring Lin Dehai's astonishment. After all, Zhang Lei had been cultivating under Lin Dehai's guidance for 5 whole years. During this lengthy period, he had ample time to cultivate. Unlike his previous existence at Qinyan sect, where he was burdened with endless chores, leaving little time to focus on his training. Moreover, he practiced a rather undemanding technique, merely reaching the 2nd level of qi refinement. Could it be that he had truly hindered Zhang Lei's cultivation? Yet, despite a twinge of guilt within Lin Dehai, the prospect of a golden core practitioner recognizing his disciple filled him with immense joy. Undoubtedly, this was a tremendous opportunity for Zhang Lei. Therefore, Lin Dehai quickly replied to Miyu, Elder Miyu, rest assured. When I accepted Zhang Lei as my disciple, I promised that if he ever encountered a better opportunity, I would not stand in his way. So please, do not worry. Miyu, pleased with Lin Dehai's perceptiveness, smiled faintly, producing a vial of pills from her bosom. Ah. Well done. You are indeed an understanding person. This vial of pills is a small reward for you. Now, go and share a few final words with your disciple. With that, Miyu casually tossed the vial of pills to Lin Dehai as if discarding refuse, then swiftly took to the air, leaving only Lin Dehai and his disciple Zhang Lei behind. Zhang Lei wore a pitiful expression, his tear-filled eyes gazing up at Lin Dehai, as if on the verge of sobbing. He murmured, Master, do you not want little Shirtu anymore? Lin Dehai tenderly caressed Zhang Lei's hair, feeling the growth and transformation of this young man. His thoughts drifted to the memories shared with his disciple, the days of cultivation and the trials they faced together, all flashing before him like a film. A profound sense of reluctance swelled within Lin Dehai's heart, yet he understood that the path of cultivation was long and arduous, and Zhang Lei must venture forth alone. Taking a deep breath, he spoke softly, Little Shirtu, you must understand that the path of cultivation resembles a lengthy journey. Along this road, some will walk alongside you, while others may pause their steps along the way. At the crossroads, some may choose different paths, parting ways with you. Regardless, you must resolutely continue forward, for cultivation is not merely the mastery of spells but the refinement of the heart. Lin Dehai's voice, though low, resonated with strength. He gazed into the distance, as if envisioning Zhang Lei's future path, fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Though we may temporarily part ways, each walking our distinct paths, as long as you persevere, we shall surely meet again. Remember, though the paths may differ, the ultimate destination remains the same. Zhang Lei's eyes began to glisten, and he nodded vigorously, his voice slightly choked. Yes, Master, I will steadfastly continue until the day I can walk alongside you once more. Lin Dehai smiled with satisfaction, patting Zhang Lei's shoulder in encouragement. You are truly a good child. Go forth without worry. Your parents at home will be cared for by your master. I will inform them of your situation so they need not fret. While with Elder Miyu, be obedient, and do not always seek to stand out. Approach everything with caution. Do you understand? Zhang Lei wiped his tears and earnestly replied, Understood, Master. I will take good care of myself. You need not worry about me. Chapter 32. Return. As Lin Dehai and Zhang Lei were engaged in conversation, Miyu fluttered over like a delicate butterfly. All right, the time has come. We must take our leave. Her voice rang out, crisp and melodious, akin to celestial music. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei cast a reluctant glance at Lin Dehai, his eyes brimming with affection and gratitude. Noticing this, Lin Dehai offered a gentle smile, raising his hand to wave at Zhang Lei, signaling him to depart without concern. Taking a deep breath, as if striving to calm the tumult within, Zhang Lei softly spoke, Farewell, Master. I look forward to the day we meet again. Lin Dehai nodded, responding with a warm smile, Little Pebble, farewell. I wish you smooth sailing on your path of cultivation. With that, Miyu ascended into the air alongside Zhang Lei, streaking across the sky like a shooting star, gradually fading into the distance. Zhang Lei continually glanced back, his gaze lingering on Lin Dehai until his figure vanished from sight. Once Zhang Lei and Miyu had departed, Lin Dehai slowly lowered his hand. However, at that moment, a gust of cold wind swept through, and Lin Dehai suddenly felt a chill envelop him, realizing he had reverted to being utterly alone. He couldn't, and Appos, help but ponder how those cultivators who had secluded themselves for decades, even centuries, managed to endure such prolonged solitude. Perhaps they had simply grown accustomed to it. Seeing that he was alone, he no longer felt the need to maintain his composure, and he collapsed onto the ground, like a deflated balloon. Beads of perspiration trickled down his forehead like raindrops, and the injuries he bore were far more severe than he had anticipated. The chasm between a chi refining stage cultivator and the elixirs of the foundation establishment stage was as vast as the heavens. Akin to an ant attempting to swallow an elephant, merely surviving without being crushed was fortune enough. Though the rejuvenating elixir was extraordinarily miraculous, restoring approximately 70 to 80% of Lin Dehai's injuries, the meridians within him were left in disarray from the medicinal force's impact. The once unobstructed meridians now resembled a storm-ravaged landscape, with certain areas even becoming blocked, reducing his strength to merely 20% of its original power. Nevertheless, within this realm of cultivation there existed a silver lining. As long as one still drew breath, solutions could always be sought. Although this was not a dedicated healing sanctuary, Lin Dehai sat in meditation for a brief moment, allowing his breath to gradually stabilize before rising to his feet. He staggered over to the corpse of the vile serpent, intending to stow it away in his storage bag. To someone of the golden core stage like Mi Yue, this serpent S body may have seemed insignificant, yet for Lin Dahai, dwelling in the chi refining stage, it represented a rare treasure, especially the essence blood containing a trace of dragon lineage, which was worth its weight in gold. Regrettably, the Longshan Daoist had dealt a heavy blow, leaving the serpent S body in tatters, scattered in pieces. With scarcely any essence blood remaining, likely less than a tenth of its original amount, Lin Dahai sighed deeply, his expression one of resignation. Yet he proceeded without hesitation to take the Longshan Daoist S storage bag and collect the serpent S remains within. This storage bag, compared to his own, was worlds apart. Its capacity was over 100 times greater than that of Lin Dahai S, which was merely a standard artifact issued to novice disciples by the Qingyan sect. Observing the bloodstained earth left by the vile serpent, Lin Dahai was struck by inspiration and decided to gather the soil as well. It might prove useful, even for farming, which was a commendable choice in itself. As he secured the storage bag back to his waist, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He perceived that no matter where he placed the bag, it felt insecure. Thus, he hesitated before ultimately removing his shoes and stuffing the storage bag inside. However, this action did little to assuage his anxiety. He remained uneasy, particularly with the thought that the bag contained spirit stones. Without the stones, he might not have been as concerned, but now, with their presence, he felt the storage bag was precarious no matter its location. After careful deliberation, Lin Dahai resolved to conceal the storage bag beneath his garments. If he could not safeguard it there, it would indeed serve little purpose. As for the bodies of the villagers from Tianyu village, Lin Dahai did not discard them carelessly. With reverence, he buried their remains in a large pit after the battle, granting them a proper resting place. In contrast, he chose to incinerate the Longshan Daoist S corpse, intending to bury the ashes in a latrine afterward. With utmost caution, Lin Dahai retrieved the Longshan Daoist S flying sword from the storage bag. The sword emanated a faint glow, a stark contrast to the unfinished sword he had encountered previously. This sword was not only crafted from superior materials but also exhibited exquisite craftsmanship, qualifying it as a spirit-grade flying sword. In the realm of cultivation, items ranked 1 to 3 were termed magical artifacts, 4 to 6 were spirit artifacts, while those above 7 were classified as treasures, spirit treasures, with the legendary 9-tiered artifacts being the pinnacle. Overjoyed, Lin Dahai grasped the flying sword, feeling its power and spirit. He resolved to attempt flying with the sword, as it was a coveted skill for every cultivator. Yet, upon standing on the sword, he realized that, given his current physical state, wielding this spirit-grade sword proved somewhat challenging. His body trembled slightly, causing the sword to sway, reminiscent of his initial attempts at flying. A sense of trepidation gripped Lin Dahai. He did not wish to become the first chi refining stage cultivator to perish from a sword flight mishap. Therefore, he dared only to soar slowly at a height of 50 meters, avoiding any rapid ascents or speeds. Thus, Lin Dahai wobbled his way back to the foot of Zhongnan Mountain. Although the journey had taken merely 5 days, his return consumed a full month. Upon finally landing at the base of Zhongnan Mountain, a great weight lifted from his heart. This encounter profoundly enlightened Lin Dahai. He realized he was not as unperturbed as he had fancied. People from Blue Star often spoke grandly, yet how many could remain composed when faced with life and death choices? Lin Dahai was no exception. He did not wish to die. Although he had never aspired for immortality, he certainly did not wish to end his life so easily. Perhaps one day, he would grow weary of the protracted path of cultivation, but that day was certainly not now. After much busyness, Lin Dahai finally found the time to calm his mind and slowly examine the spoils of his journey. His gaze first fell upon the elixir gifted to him by Mi Yue, a vial of 6th-tier elixir, the Yulu Dan. While its potency did not rival that of the rejuvenating elixir, it possessed the ability to gradually mend the body, making it suitable for chi refining stage cultivators and serving as a remarkably precious healing elixir. With great care, Lin Dahai uncorked the vial, and a delicate fragrance wafted forth. As he inhaled, he felt the previously disordered meridians begin to ease significantly in that instant. Truly, it was a gift from a golden core master. Lin Dahai could not help but exclaim in admiration. Chapter 33. The cave abode. Lin Dahai carefully stored away the Yulu Dan, contemplating that the time for its consumption had not yet arrived. His gaze then fell upon the storage bag of Changchun Daoist. Taking a deep breath, he opened the bag. The contents were sparse. First, there was the pile of soil tainted with the blood of the evil flood dragon, along with its carcass. These were matters for another time. However, when his eyes swept over the pile of glimmering spirit stones, they lit up with excitement. He counted them meticulously and discovered there were 5,000 spirit stones. To Lin Dahai, this was akin to winning a 5 million lottery, filling him with exhilaration. His spine straightened considerably. Indeed, wealth emboldens the heart. Continuing to inspect the storage bag's other contents, he found a flying sword of spirit artifact grade. This reminded him of Changchun Daoist Buddhist dust, which had been destroyed during the evil flood dragon's self-detonation. Regrettably, he could not find any remnants of that dust, and he felt a pang of sorrow. For the Buddhist dust was evidently of a higher caliber than the flying sword, and even its remains could fetch several hundred spirit stones. Additionally, the storage bag contained a bottle of rejuvenation pills. Having already consumed one, There remained 2. There were also 2 bottles of solidifying gas pills suitable for foundational cultivation. Finally, Linda Hai noticed several unmarked bottles of pills. Curiously, he uncapped one, only to be assaulted by an overwhelming stench, causing him to faint before he could react. After approximately 4 hours, Linda Hai slowly regained consciousness, the foul odor lingering in his mind. In a panic, he hastily sealed the bottle, fearing he might faint again. After much contemplation, he resolved to dispose of the unidentified pills. Their ambiguous purpose posed too great a danger, and he decided to seek an opportunity to sell them in the black market. Aside from the pills, 2 tomes caught Linda Hai and Apos' attention. One was the Blood Slaughter Sutra, which could lead one to the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, while the other was the Body Refinement Technique 9 Dragons Transformation, a method that employed dragon blood to refine the body. Linda Hai couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Changchun Daoists sought to capture the evil flood dragon. It was for the purpose of cultivating the 9 Dragons Transformation. It was well known that even the weakest of dragons were 7th-tier beasts, far beyond what Changchun Daoists could contend with. Naturally, the evil flood dragon, possessing dragon blood, became the most viable target. However, now these benefits had fallen into Linda Hai's lap, and he secretly reveled in his fortune. As for the remaining items, they were merely Changchun Daoist's personal belongings, of little use to Linda Hai and likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he unhesitatingly set them ablaze, eradicating any potential future issues. Once these matters were settled, Linda Hai suddenly felt a sense of aimlessness. Having transitioned from poverty to wealth, he found it difficult to focus on cultivation. After much deliberation, he decided to lie down in the courtyard for a while and brew a pot of tea to savor this rare moment of leisure. In a half-dreaming state, Linda Hai felt an unusual dryness in his throat. Instinctively, he reached for the teapot beside him, only to discover it was completely empty. Drowsily, he mumbled, "Little Shitsi, the teapot is out of water. Please refill it for me." However, after waiting for some time in vain, he suddenly snapped back to reality, recalling that his disciple, Zhang Lei, had accompanied Miyu to the Baiwei sect for training and was no longer his disciple. In an instant, the joy that had surged within him due to his newfound wealth dissipated like mist before a cold wind. Surveying his surroundings, everything in the cave abode appeared unchanged. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Linda Hai felt that it had grown considerably more desolate. Losing the desire to continue resting, he sat up from the recliner, deciding to check on the spirit field within the cave. The spirit field lay near the spiritual spring of years past, covering merely 2 to 3 acres. Given the limited concentration of spiritual energy in this area, it could not support more extensive cultivation. The spirit field was home to only 3 types of first-tier spiritual herbs: Ingye grass, flower, and some spiritual grains. Ingye grass was used for cultivation. Although Linda Hai could not concoct pills, he was well versed in medicinal cuisine from his previous life in the Blue Star province. This method, while only allowing him to absorb 1/10 of the herb and Apos' medicinal properties, was safe and devoid of the risks of losing control. Flower possessed unique spirituality and energy, often utilized in the crafting of talisman paper. However, Linda Hai was unfamiliar with the process of making talisman paper and decided to head directly to the paper workshop in the bookstore to use flower as a regular paper-making material. While this approach might slightly diminish the efficacy of the talismans, it sufficed for Linda Hai and Apos' needs. The spiritual grains were utilized by Linda Hai and his disciple for cultivation, the majority of which he had allocated for Zhang Lei and Apos' use, as the resources he could provide were limited. Next, Linda Hai took out the soil tainted with the evil flood dragon and Apos' blood. The blood contained a trace of dragon bloodline, beneficial for nurturing the spirit field. Carefully, he sprinkled the soil evenly across the spirit field, ensuring every inch of land was covered. Even after finishing, he found that over half of the soil remained, which he would have to attempt to sell at the market. Having completed the nourishment of the spirit field, Linda Hai and Apos' mood gradually settled. He returned to the cultivation chamber, preparing to continue his practice to restore his damaged meridians. Linda Hai retrieved a Yulu Dan and, without hesitation, swallowed it. Instantly, a powerful medicinal force erupted within him. The potency of the Yulu Dan was indeed extraordinary, flowing like a clear spring through Linda Hai and Apos' damaged meridians, gently mending the injured areas. Focusing his mind, he guided the medicinal energy to flow through the meridians, clearing the blockages. As time passed, the potency of the Yulu Dan began to wane. Yet Linda Hai and Apos' meridians were restored to 80% of their former state. The remaining 20% of injuries would require the gradual passage of time for complete recovery. After days of cultivation, Linda Hai felt physically and mentally exhausted. He decided to grant himself a 2-day respite to rest and recalibrate before resuming his training. However, upon realizing Zhang Lei and Apos' absence, a wave of loneliness washed over him. The once vibrant cave abode now felt exceptionally desolate. Without Zhang Lei and Apos' company, even mealtimes lost their appeal. Wandering through the cave, Linda Hai and Apos' thoughts drifted far and wide. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Should he consider acquiring a dog for companionship? Chapter 34. The transformation of the 9 dragons. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, and within the blink of an eye, a month has quietly passed. Linda Hai encountered Lu Yuan once more. Ah, my dear South Mountain Junior brother, what great fortune you possess. Upon seeing Linda Hai, Lu Yuan approached with a beaming smile, bursting forth with praises. I never imagined that the disciple you took under your wing could be so remarkable, earning the favor of Elder Miua. Truly, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Lu Yuan and Appo's tone brimmed with envy and admiration, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Not only that, but he had also altered his form of address from South Mountain Taoist to South Mountain Junior brother, evidently seeking to cultivate a closer rapport. Linda Hai, however, remained largely unfazed by Lu Yuan's flattery, merely responding with a modest smile. Oh, it is merely Zhang Lei's own fortune, hardly related to me. May I inquire what brings you here, Lu Senior brother? Haha, you are indeed straightforward, South Mountain Junior brother, Lu Yuan chuckled, explaining. The sect has distributed rewards for the task you completed last time. Since you are not a disciple of our Baiwei sect, the sect has converted your contribution points into spirit stones. This 1,000 spirit stones are entrusted to me for you. As he spoke, Lu Yuan handed over a storage bag to Linda Hai. Upon opening the bag and discovering it filled with 1,000 neatly arranged spirit stones, Linda Hai could not help but feel a surge of joy. He was thoroughly pleased with the reward from the Baiwei sect. For this sum represented a considerable fortune for him. Yet, instead of pocketing all the stones, Linda Hai extracted 100 and returned them to Lu Yuan. What do you mean by this, South Mountain Junior brother? Lu Yuan's expression turned perplexed, his brows knitting together as he gazed at Linda Hai, clearly taken aback by his action. Seeing the confusion, Linda Hai quickly clarified, Please do not misunderstand, Lu Senior brother. This is but a small token of gratitude from me for your generosity in allowing me the opportunity to contribute. I hope you do not find this meager gift unworthy. With a smile, he extended the spirit stones towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan glanced at the stones in his hand, hesitating momentarily. While 100 spirit stones were not a significant amount for him, Linda Hai's gesture was one of goodwill, and he found it hard to decline. Despite his initial disdain for Linda Hai, a loose cultivator, he recognized the fortune of Linda Hai's disciple being favored by an outer sect elder. Thus, fostering a good relationship with Linda Hai could yield benefits in the future, avoiding any unnecessary strain on their rapport. After weighing his options, Lu Yuan ultimately decided to accept the spirit stones. A smile crept onto his lips as he said, Then I shall not be polite in accepting them. This is my communication talisman. Should you have urgent matters, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you without reservation. Linda Hai accepted Lu Yuan's communication talisman with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Lu Senior brother. I perceive that your aura is quite substantial. You must be on the verge of foundation establishment, am I correct? At this, Lu Yuan beamed with pride, responding with a smile, thanks to the sect's support. I received a foundation establishment pill some time ago. Upon my return, I shall enter seclusion and strive for the foundation stage. Then let me congratulate you on your imminent foundation establishment, paving the way for your celestial path. Linda Hai exclaimed. Lu Yuan smiled modestly, replying, I shall take your good wishes to heart. Yet, you are also quite impressive, having reached the late stage of chi refinement at just over 30. I believe you are not far from foundation establishment yourself. Linda Hai smiled softly but refrained from further discussion, as he was well aware that, as a loose cultivator, his chances of reaching foundation establishment were slim. Lu Yuan, sensing that discussing such matters in front of Linda Hai was inappropriate, chuckled and prepared to take his leave. South Mountain Junior brother, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave now. However, just as Lu Yuan was about to turn away, Linda Hai suddenly called out. Wait, Lu Senior brother, I have a question to ask. Could you kindly share the location of the market district? I have been here for quite some time but have yet to visit it, and I wish to experience it for myself. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan paused, smiling as he said, it is merely a trivial matter. He then retrieved a map from his robes and handed it to Linda Hai. With great joy, Linda Hai accepted the map and unfolded it, discovering a detailed layout of the various market districts within the Baiwei sect's sphere of influence. He scrutinized the map and was pleasantly surprised to find that the nearest market was adjacent to the capital of Qianwei Kingdom. Carefully storing the map, he looked up and smiled at Lu Yuan, saying, Thank you once more, Lu Senior brother. Without your generous assistance, I would have faced considerable difficulties. When we meet again, I shall have to address you as Lu Elder. Lu Yuan's heart swelled with joy at Linda Hai's words, and he grinned broadly, waving his hand dismissively, It is but a small matter, no need for concern. After Lu Yuan departed, Linda Hai stood in contemplation. He realized that his current strength was rather inadequate, and should he venture into the market unprepared, he might encounter numerous troubles. After some reflection, he resolved to first cultivate the transformation of the 9 dragons to enhance his abilities before visiting the market. Thus, Linda Hai returned to his training chamber and retrieved the corpse of the evil dragon. This creature had sustained significant damage during its fierce battle with Changchun Daoist, resulting in the loss of much of its precious essence. Linda Hai sighed in regret, but felt there was little he could do. Upon examining the remains, he discovered that the total essence he had collected could fill a bathtub. Gazing at the dark red essence, anticipation welled within him. Without hesitation, he disrobed and plunged into the tub, allowing the essence to envelop his body entirely. He then closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and began to circulate the transformation of the 9 dragons technique. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Linda Hai slowly opened his eyes, now filled with a hint of confusion. His gaze drifted across the tub, only to find that the dragon's blood had lost all vitality, resembling nothing more than ordinary foul water, even emitting a faint odor. Furrowing his brow, Linda Hai swiftly rose and dressed. Approaching the tub, he conjured a flame and unhesitatingly ignited it. The roaring fire quickly consumed the tub, reducing the contents to ashes. After completing this, he cast a cleansing spell upon himself to eliminate any lingering essence from his skin. However, due to the meager amount of essence present, Linda Hai ultimately succeeded in mastering only the first transformation of the 9 dragons. Nevertheless, he could distinctly feel the changes within his body, stretching his limbs. He savored the surging power coursing through him, a profound sense of satisfaction blossoming in his heart. After some introspection, Linda Hai realized that his physical strength had now reached the level of a first-tier demonic beast. He was quite pleased with this outcome, as his previous cultivation of the Fanteon Gong had resulted in his physical strength being weaker than that of his peers. Now, through the training of the transformation of the 9 dragons, he had finally addressed this shortcoming. Chapter 35, Wambao Pavilion. After meticulously arranging all matters, Linda Hai finally embarked on his journey to Zhangjia village. With a sense of responsibility towards Zhang Lei, he resolved to personally convey the news of Zhang Lei's departure to his parents. Upon arriving at Zhangjia village, Linda Hai made his way directly to Zhang Lei's home and gently knocked on the door. Upon meeting Zhang Lei's parents, he greeted them and informed them of their son's decision to cultivate at the Baiwei sect. Although they felt a sense of reluctance, Zhang Lei's parents were also pleased that their son had such an opportunity. Linda Hai reassured them that Zhang Lei would receive excellent training at the Baiwei sect and would surely achieve great success in the future. Considering the safety of Zhang Lei's parents, Linda Hai decided to leave them a few talismans. These talismans possessed certain defensive and protective properties, capable of safeguarding them in times of peril. He thoroughly explained the usage of the talismans to Zhang Lei's parents and informed them that they could seek him at Zhangnan Mountain should they encounter insurmountable difficulties. After concluding his affairs in Zhangjia village, Linda Hai took a brief respite before swiftly flying towards the bustling market near the capital of Qianwei Kingdom. Having learned from previous experiences, he adopted a particularly cautious demeanor this time. As he approached the market, he promptly sheathed his flying sword and employed a concealment technique to mask his presence, quietly arriving at the entrance of the bustling market. Throughout his journey, he maintained a heightened vigilance, wary of any potential dangers. However, perhaps fortune favored him, for he encountered no unforeseen incidents and successfully reached the market's entrance. Yet, upon standing at the entrance, Linda Hai was taken aback. The entrance fee for this market was a staggering 10 spirit stones. In comparison, the smaller markets he had previously visited charged no more than a single spirit pearl. For someone as frugal as Linda Hai, this was no trivial sum. He hesitated for a considerable time at the entrance before gritting his teeth and retrieving 10 spirit stones from his storage pouch to hand over to the guard. Having paid the entrance fee, Linda Hai finally stepped into the market. As he entered, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. The concentration of this energy was comparable to what he had experienced at the outer gate of Qinyan sect. Linda Hai could not help but marvel at the market's reputation. The richness of the spiritual energy was indeed far superior to that of other smaller markets. Furthermore, the scale of this market was immense, with shops lining both sides of the bustling streets, teeming with people, resembling a thriving small city rather than a mere market. Strolling along the vibrant streets, Linda Hai's gaze swept over numerous inns, ultimately selecting one that appeared relatively clean and tidy as his place of stay. Although the prices were somewhat steep, he reluctantly rented a single room, prioritizing safety. While the room lacked a courtyard, it did provide a bed and a table. Barely meeting his basic needs, he felt the daily rent of 1 spirit stone was still rather expensive. However, the room had the advantage of being equipped with an independent formation. Though not particularly powerful, this formation was sufficient to shield against divine sense probing, providing a relatively tranquil environment for his cultivation, even if the formation might not withstand formidable cultivators. The general populace dared not cause trouble in a market established by the Baiwei sect. After all, it was rumored that more than 1 golden core cultivator was stationed here, and no one wished to invite such trouble. Unfamiliar with the circumstances of this place, Linda Hai decided to rest for the night, replenishing his energy before venturing out the next day to familiarize himself with the surroundings. As night fell, he secured his room and sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to cultivate. At that moment, he suddenly perceived a significant change in the golden energy within his offering token. What had previously been a mere wisp of golden energy had now doubled in intensity. He speculated whether this was related to his proximity to the capital of Qianwei Kingdom, where the dragon energy was said to be most potent as the heart of the nation. Perhaps this was the reason for the enhancement of the golden energy within his token. Regardless of the cause, this development was undoubtedly beneficial to him. The augmentation of golden energy signified an increase in his strength, an auspicious sign indeed. With this thought, Linda Hai closed his eyes, calming his mind, and began his focused cultivation. The following day, Linda Hai rose early and, after freshening up, eagerly set out to explore the market. He wandered through the bustling streets, curiously observing everything around him. The shops were abundant and varied, selling elixirs, magical artifacts, and an array of peculiar items. Linda Hai was captivated by the market's splendor. As he walked, he noticed a group of children gathered at the market's entrance. They stood or sat, occasionally stopping cultivators entering the market to chat, sometimes guiding them away. Intrigued by this scene, Linda Hai approached to investigate. He confronted one of the more astute-looking boys among them. The boy, taken aback by the interruption, assessed Linda Hai and responded with a friendly smile. "Hello, are you here for the first time?" Linda Hai inquired with curiosity. The boy grinned and replied, "Is it your first time in the market?" Linda Hai nodded, impressed by the boy's perceptiveness. The boy continued, "We are guides here, specifically serving cultivators who are visiting for the first time." Linda Hai understood but was still puzzled. "Why didn't you come forward yesterday when I arrived? Had I known there were guides, I wouldn't have wasted half a day searching for an inn." The boy pondered briefly before responding cautiously. "Would you be willing to pay 5 spirit stones for our services?" Upon hearing this, Linda Hai immediately grasped their assumption about his financial situation. He admired the boy's keen observation but candidly replied, "No." With that, he turned to leave. Watching Linda Hai's retreating figure, the boy wore an expression of knowing resignation, as if he had anticipated this outcome. In the following 2 days, Linda Hai dedicated significant time to independently exploring the entire market. He traversed every street, visited every shop, and endeavored to understand the layout and resources available. This market not only offered various cultivation materials, elixirs, and magical artifacts, but also had many cultivators selling handcrafted items or rare treasures obtained from secret realms. During this exploration, Linda Hai met several fellow scattered cultivators who were also here to seek their fortunes. They exchanged insights and shared information, greatly benefiting Linda Hai in the process. Through conversation, he learned which shops offered the best prices for purchasing cultivators' items, while the prices were not as favorable as selling them himself. The speed of transactions was advantageous for cultivators in urgent need of spirit stones. After gathering this knowledge, Linda Hai made his way to Wambao Pavilion. This establishment was renowned in the cultivation world, in contrast to Lingao Pavilion, which catered to the high-end market. Wambao Pavilion offered a wider array of goods at more accessible prices, making it particularly popular among financially constrained scattered cultivators. Chapter 36. Treasure Acquisition. May I assist you with anything? A middle-aged man, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, approached with a warm smile towards Linda Hai, who had just entered the store. Linda Hai surveyed the surroundings, marveling at the myriad of items in this miscellaneous shop within the realm of cultivation. The shelves overflowed with an array of goods that dazzled the senses. He also noticed that some talismans and magical artifacts were on sale, evidently a promotional tactic to attract customers. "Does your esteemed shop accept items for resale?" Linda Hai inquired. "Indeed, we do. Please come this way," the middle-aged man responded enthusiastically, leading Linda Hai to a corner of the shop. After passing through a door, they entered a somewhat dim room. An elderly man sat at a table, seemingly engaged in organizing some documents. "Master Hu, this friend has come to sell some items," the middle-aged man said to the elder. "Oh, please have a seat." Master Hu looked up, smiling at Linda Hai. At Master Hu's invitation, Linda Hai took a seat on a nearby chair. Master Hu promptly poured him a cup of tea and introduced himself. "I am the manager of Wambao Pavilion. You may call me Master Hu. May I ask how you are addressed?" "You're too kind. My Taoist title is Nanshan," Linda Hai replied with a humble smile. Upon hearing the title, Master Hu's face brightened with a gentle smile. "Ah, it is an honor to meet you, Taoist Nanshan. What brings you to our humble establishment today?" His voice was warm, creating a sense of familiarity. Linda Hai smiled faintly and produced a handful of soil tainted with the blood of a vicious beast, displaying it for Master Hu to inspect. The soil was a dark red, subtly exuding a peculiar odor. Master Hu eagerly took the soil, examining it closely. He sniffed it, then tasted a small amount. Pondering for a moment before asking, "How much of this soil mixed with beast blood do you possess, Taoist Nanshan?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Linda Hai responded, "Approximately 100 kilograms." Master Hu sighed, expressing regret. "Alas, while this beast's blood contains a trace of unique energy, it is not pure essence. Had you brought the true essence of the beast, we would have offered a much higher price. However, for this soil, I can only offer you 10 spirit stones." Linda Hai pondered silently. Though the price was slightly below his expectations, it was not far off. His primary aim was to gauge the integrity of Wambao Pavilion, to see if they would provide an honest quote. After a moment's thought, he decided to accept Master Hu's offer and handed over the storage bag containing the soil, saying, "In that case, I agree to your price." With care, Linda Hai retrieved the skin of the vicious beast from the storage bag. The skin gave off a faint odor and bore traces of blood. However, he had no intention of selling the flesh, for the beast possessed dragon lineage, and its meat, while not as potent as true dragon flesh, could enhance one's physique over time. Master Hu meticulously examined the beast's skin, feeling its texture and patterns. He nodded and shook his head from time to time, seemingly weighing its value in his mind. Eventually, he spoke, The quality of this skin is indeed commendable, but its fragmented nature prevents it from being fashioned into a complete robe. However, it is quite suitable for crafting accessories. I shall offer you 1,000 spirit stones for it. How does that sound, Daoist Nanshan? After a moment of consideration, Linda Hai found the price reasonable and replied, "That is acceptable." Seeing that Linda Hai had no further items to sell, Master Hu quickly took the beast's skin and retrieved 1,010 spirit stones from the storage bag, handing them to Linda Hai. Linda Hai accepted the spirit stones and placed them into his own storage bag, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to step out of the dim room, Master Hu called out to him, "Daoist Nanshan, if you have time in the coming days, I invite you to attend the auction co-hosted by Wanbao Pavilion and Lingbao Pavilion. You may find items of great interest." As he spoke, Master Hu produced an invitation card from his robes and handed it to Linda Hai. Linda Hai accepted the invitation. Glancing at the date, noting that the auction would be held in 3 days, he nodded and smiled. "Very well, I shall certainly attend." After bidding farewell to Master Hu, Linda Hai exited the dim room and returned to the main hall of Wanbao Pavilion. "Do you require any further assistance?" The middle-aged cultivator, noticing Linda Hai's hesitation to leave, approached with a smile and inquired softly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Linda Hai replied, "I would like a set of offensive and defensive spirit artifacts, and additionally, a robe." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes sparkled with delight. He quickly nodded, "Very well. Do you have any specific requirements for the spirit artifacts? Or do you have a preference for a particular type?" Linda Hai pondered for a moment before stating, "I hope for a set of artifacts with considerable power, ideally suited for someone of my cultivation level. As for type, I have no strong preferences. Practicality is what matters." The middle-aged cultivator smiled and nodded, indicating his understanding. He then asked, "Additionally, do you have any aversion to previously used spirit artifacts? Would you have any reservations about second-hand or even third-hand items?" Linda Hai's thoughts stirred as he quickly grasped the implication. Items collected by Wanbao Pavilion would inevitably be sold again, and thus some may be second-hand. However, he was unconcerned, focusing solely on the power and reasonable value of the artifacts. "I have no qualms about whether the artifacts are second or third-hand, as long as their power and value are satisfactory. Of course, I do hope their origins are clear. I would prefer to avoid any complications arising from a purchase." Linda Hai stated candidly. The middle-aged cultivator's face brightened with satisfaction upon hearing this. "Rest assured, all items sold at Wanbao Pavilion have verifiable origins. May I ask your budget for these items?" After a moment's thought, Linda Hai estimated the number of spirit stones he possessed and replied, "My budget for the spirit artifacts is around 5,000, and for the robe, about 1,000. Upon hearing Linda Hai's requirements, the cultivator's eyes gleamed with excitement. A transaction of 6,000 spirit stones in this hall was quite substantial. He promptly invited Linda Hai to sit at a tea table, requesting him to wait momentarily. After a brief interval, the middle-aged cultivator returned from the storeroom, carefully holding a delicate brocade tray covered with a vibrant red cloth. Chapter 37. The Black Market. Gazing at the tray held by the middle-aged cultivator, Linda Hai felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement within him. This was his first time purchasing a spiritual artifact, and he was filled with anticipation. The middle-aged cultivator approached the coffee table with a smile, gently lifting the vibrant red cloth that covered the items beneath it. As the cloth was unveiled, exquisite magical tools appeared before Linda Hai's eyes. The first item that caught his attention was a bell-shaped artifact, exuding an ancient and mysterious black hue, adorned with intricate runes and patterns. This was the soul-capturing bell, a fine specimen among fifth-tier spiritual artifacts. The confidence and pride in the cultivator's voice were evident as he spoke. This artifact could not only be used for offense, but also for defense. When wielded for attack, it could inflict significant damage to the enemy's soul. During defense, it could conjure a powerful shield to protect the user entirely. However, it had a minor drawback. One could not attack and defend simultaneously. Linda Hai listened intently to the middle-aged cultivator's introduction, gaining a deeper understanding of the power and characteristics of the soul-capturing bell. Yet, upon hearing the price of 5,800 spirit stones, a tightening sensation gripped his heart. This was no trivial sum. The middle-aged cultivator seemed oblivious to Linda Hai's hesitation and continued to present the next artifact. This was the demon-suppressing sword. Although it was merely a fourth-tier artifact, its sharpness was astonishing, making it an excellent choice for vanquishing evil. As the middle-aged cultivator spoke, he retrieved the sword from the tray to showcase it to Linda Hai. Upon closer inspection, Linda Hai noticed the blade shimmered with a cold glint. However, since he already possessed a fifth-tier flying sword, he found himself less interested in this offering. Noticing Linda Hai's apparent dissatisfaction with the previous artifacts, the middle-aged cultivator smiled slightly and leisurely produced a delicate box from his robe. "Brother Lin, what do you think of this?" he inquired, opening the box to reveal 12 slender flying needles, each glimmering faintly. This set of needles, known as the Hidden Bee Needles, was crafted from the remnants of a magical treasure. As the saying goes, the sting of a wasp is most poisonous in a woman's heart, and the power of these needles should not be underestimated, the cultivator boasted. Linda High's gaze was immediately captivated by the box of needles, and he examined them closely. Astonished, each of these 12 needles was a 6th-tier spiritual artifact and disposable, making them immensely valuable. This set of hidden bee needles is priced at 6,500 spirit stones. What do you think, Brother Lin? The cultivator observed Linda High's reaction as he quoted the price. Linda High felt a sudden constriction in his chest. 6,500 spirit stones. This was indeed a considerable amount. Although he was deeply tempted by the needles, purchasing them would leave him with scarcely enough spirit stones for a defensive artifact. However, the middle-aged cultivator was no ordinary man. He could see through Linda High's thoughts. With a slight smile, he refrained from further persuasion and began to introduce other artifacts and ropes. Linda High's thoughts were no longer on the other artifacts. His mind was consumed with weighing the pros and cons. The power of the hidden bee needles was undeniably alluring, but the price was exorbitant. After a fierce internal struggle, Linda High ultimately decided to acquire the set of hidden bee needles. Gritting his teeth, he said to the middle-aged cultivator, "All right, I will take this set of hidden bee needles. However, you must also include a 3rd-tier sword." The middle-aged cultivator felt a surge of delight. Knowing Linda High was determined to possess the needles, he readily agreed to Linda High's request and selected a second-hand sword worth 80 spirit stones from a pile of artifacts. Handing it to Linda High. Taking the sword, Linda High felt a sense of balance return to him. Although it was only a 3rd-tier sword, it sufficed for his needs. In contrast, the 5th-tier flying sword was conspicuously powerful and less suitable for discreet use. Once the hidden bee needles were in hand, Linda High cradled them carefully, examining them closely. The needles were pitch black, resembling obsidian, and emitted a faint, chilly glow. Their size was akin to that of ordinary embroidery needles. Without careful scrutiny, one might overlook their presence entirely. Linda High gently caressed the hidden bee needles, feeling their smooth surface, and a wave of excitement surged within him. These were spiritual artifacts crafted from precious materials. Though they were disposable, the flow of spiritual energy within them was remarkably smooth, marking them as rare treasures. Nevertheless, he felt a pang of regret, as he could not freely test their power due to their one-time use nature. Even so, he recognized their potential as a life-saving asset, possibly sparing him in a critical moment. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Linda High hastened to find the young guide. After some haggling, he successfully persuaded the boy to lead him to the black market in the bazaar for the price of 3 spirit stones. As the time approached the 3rd watch of the night, the city lay enveloped in darkness. The young boy had been waiting outside the inn for some time, and upon seeing Linda High emerge, he quickly approached, whispering, "Stay close to me, remain silent, and follow my lead." Linda High nodded and followed closely behind the boy. They navigated through the night, the boy seemingly well acquainted with the terrain, turning left and right until they soon arrived at a secluded alley. At the end of the alley stood a rather dilapidated tavern. After exchanging greetings with the tavern owner, the boy led Linda High directly to the backyard. At the entrance of the backyard stood 2 late-stage chi refinement cultivators, their expressions impassive and their gazes cold, exuding an air of authority without anger. After paying a toll of 15 spirit stones, the 2 cultivators finally stepped aside. Though Linda High felt a twinge of displeasure, he understood that this was their territory, and rules were rules. As they passed the 2 cultivators, Linda High noticed the boy did not pay a toll, which struck him as odd. Was the boy somehow affiliated with the black market? However, Linda High quickly dismissed the thought, realizing it was of no concern to him. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Continuing along the passage, Linda High arrived at a dimly lit chamber. The room was shrouded in shadows, illuminated only by a single oil lamp casting a feeble glow. Under the flickering light, Linda High spotted a small old man seated at a rickety table, surrounded by an array of peculiar items. Chapter 38, Disposal of Stolen Goods. The young boy approached the old man and whispered a few words, then turned to Linda High and said, "For those visiting the black market for the first time, it is advisable to purchase a mask from the old man to conceal one's aura, thereby avoiding detection." Upon hearing this, Linda High deemed it a prudent suggestion and approached the old man to inquire about the price of the masks. The old man looked up at Linda High and replied leisurely, "There are 3 types of masks, each with a varying price. The most affordable one costs a single spirit stone and can mask the aura of those in the chi refinement stage. The mid-range option costs 10 spirit stones, capable of blocking the probing of consciousness from those in the foundation establishment stage, while the most expensive one is priced at 1,000 spirit stones, imperceptible even to golden core experts." After pondering, Linda High concluded that as his current strength was only at the chi refinement stage, a mid-range mask would suffice. He retrieved 10 spirit stones and handed them to the old man in exchange for a rather ordinary-looking mask. The mask appeared to be carved from wood. Its surface somewhat coarse, yet it emitted a faint scent of cedar. Once Linda High donned the mask, he noticed that the surrounding scenery became somewhat blurred, as though the entire world were shrouded in a delicate veil. Observing Linda High wearing the mask, the old man nodded in satisfaction and gestured for him to follow. Linda High trailed the old man through a narrow passage, twisting and turning, until they finally arrived at a small room. As soon as he stepped inside, Linda High was engulfed by a dizzying sensation, as if the entire room were spinning. He felt lightheaded and nearly lost his balance. before he could regain his composure. The scene before him shifted abruptly, and he found himself in a completely unfamiliar locale. The guiding boy had not followed him, but he had previously informed Lindahai that to exit the black market, one simply needed to walk to the edge of the market's formation, which would randomly transport them outside. The black market indeed lived up to its name. The entire area was cloaked in darkness, evoking a sense of oppression. The merchants merely lit dim oil lamps beside their wares, the feeble glow barely illuminating the goods on display. The black market was eerily quiet, devoid of any clamor. Even haggling was conducted through gestures, as if the slightest sound might provoke misunderstanding. As Lindahai wandered through the market, he observed that the prices were remarkably low, roughly a third of those in regular markets. However, the prevalence of counterfeit goods was alarmingly high. The boy had warned him that without absolute certainty, it was best not to make hasty purchases. Having spent 10 years buying lottery tickets in Blue Star without winning even $5, Lindahai did not believe himself fortunate enough to unearth genuine treasures amidst a sea of fakes. Thus, after browsing, he headed directly toward his intended destination, the black shop. Indeed, the establishment was aptly named, specializing in the acquisition of stolen goods obtained through nefarious means. Upon entering the black shop, Lindahai discovered it was partitioned into several small rooms, each concealed by a black curtain. He casually selected an unoccupied room and pushed the door open. As he stepped inside, a chill enveloped him. The room was dimly lit, with only a flickering candle casting a weak light on the table. In that faint illumination, Lindahai discerned a figure seated across the table, cloaked in shadows, save for a pair of eyes that glimmered with an ominous aura. As Lindahai entered, those eyes shifted suddenly, and a hand emerged from the darkness to rest on the table, indicating that he should place the items he wished to sell. After a moment's hesitation, Lindahai retrieved several vials of poison pills and the blood slaughter technique from his storage bag, placing them on the table. These items were not ones he intended to part with so soon, as they could attract unwanted trouble. However, having exhausted his spirit stones and not yet acquired the necessary magical tools, he had no choice but to take the risk of selling them prematurely. The cloaked cultivator examined the items Lindahai had placed before him, but remained silent. He picked up one of the vials of poison pills, gently opened the cap, and brought it to his nose for a sniff. After a moment, he seemed satisfied with the quality of the pills, nodding slightly. Lindahai, wishing to caution the cloaked figure about the potency of the poison, hesitated, ultimately swallowing his words. After placing the vial back on the table, the cultivator picked up the blood slaughter technique, casually flipping through it before setting it down as well. Then, he gestured to Lindahai, indicating 2,500. Lindahai's heart sank. He understood that the true value of the poison pills and the blood slaughter technique far exceeded this offer, which amounted to merely a fifth of their market worth, truly a den of thieves. Yet, despite his reluctance, he recognized that he had no better options and clenched his teeth, ultimately nodding in agreement to the transaction. After the deal was concluded, Lindahai emerged from the black shop, feeling weighed down by the transaction. He was eager to leave this treacherous black market and made his way toward its edge. However, as he walked, he suddenly felt a jarring impact on his shoulder. Having read numerous novels filled with various schemes, his instincts heightened instantly. To ensure his safety, Lindahai swiftly removed his clothing and set it ablaze. Once this was done, he let out a sigh of relief. Following this, Lindahai utilized the black market's teleportation array and successfully departed the area. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself atop a desolate mountain on the western outskirts of the market. Nevertheless, Lindahai did not immediately turn to leave. Instead, he cautiously approached a massive stone. He stood there, meticulously suppressing his aura, resembling a lifeless rock. As time passed, Lindahai remained motionless, waiting to see if anyone would follow him. Approximately an hour later, as he began to question whether he was being overly cautious, his gaze was suddenly drawn to three figures approaching from a distance. They were three cultivators, swiftly making their way toward him. Among them was the very person who had collided with him in the black market. Upon closer examination, Lindahai's heart tightened. Among the three cultivators, one was at the late stage of chi refinement, while the other two were at the mid-stage. Chapter 39. The robbery. Are you certain that individual is still here? Hua Bao inquired with skepticism, his sharp eyes fixated ahead. The Hua Bao brothers were notorious robbers in the black market, specializing in targeting solitary chi refining cultivators. Once they set their sights on someone, escape was utterly impossible. This time, Lindahai was their chosen prey. Rest assured, brother, Shigo replied with unwavering confidence, raising a worm resembling a silkworm in his hand. This little creature carries my 1,000-mile fragrance. He definitely won't escape. As he spoke, the worm, seemingly alive, slowly crawled towards Lindahai's direction. Damn it. This guy is too cunning. Yigo exclaimed indignantly. We've been waiting at the entrance for so long. Enough, all of you silence. Hua Bao admonished in a hushed tone. Keep it down, or you'll scare him away, and we'll waste time chasing him. From a distance, Lindahai observed the Hua Bao brothers approaching him with an unnerving precision, and his heart tightened. It appeared that today's battle was unavoidable. He swiftly drew his spirit tool, the hidden bee needle, firmly grasping it and aiming it directly at Hua Bao. This hidden bee needle had cost him a significant number of spirit stones, and he hoped it would not disappoint him. In an instant, as the hidden bee needle was launched, Lin Dahai felt his spiritual power being siphoned away by an unseen force, instantly diminishing by half. The needle flew through Hua Bao's head like a ghost. Its speed so swift that there was no time to react. A single drop of crimson blood marked his forehead, a testament to the last flicker of his life. Following behind Hua Bao, Shi Go and Yi Go noticed their leader had inexplicably halted, their confusion palpable. "Boss, what's wrong?" Yi Go asked curiously, stepping forward to prod Hua Bao with his paw. However, this gentle nudge caused Hua Bao to drop like a marionette with severed strings. "Brother, what's happening?" Shi Go exclaimed in panic upon witnessing the scene. Just then, Lin Dahai, wielding his flying sword, surged forth from behind a boulder like a specter. The fifth-tier flying sword glimmered ominously, effortlessly piercing through Shi Go and Appo's defenses. He did not have time to let out a single scream before collapsing lifelessly. His expression one of utter disbelief, as if he had never anticipated such an abrupt demise. Witnessing the sudden and tragic deaths of his comrades, Yi Go's fear escalated to its zenith. His legs trembled uncontrollably, robbing him of the courage to flee. "Spare me, fellow cultivator," Yi Go pleaded, collapsing to his knees and banging his head on the ground. "I have a 90-year-old mother and a newborn child who cannot live without me. It was Hua Bao who forced me into this. It truly has nothing to do with me." As Yi Go wept and shifted all blame onto the deceased Hua Bao, he sought to elicit Lin Dahai's mercy. Lin Dahai, however, regarded the unfolding drama with a stoic expression, his heart devoid of any emotion. Having navigated the treacherous realms of the cultivation world for many years, he felt a sense of vindication today. Not a single word of Yi Go's plea registered in his mind. With a swift motion, Lin Dahai sent his flying sword racing like lightning, severing Yi Go's head from his shoulders as he continued to bow and plead. In this ruthless, survival of the fittest world of cultivation, excessive kindness would only render one as prey for others. Although Lin Dahai harbored no desire to harm others, should anyone dare harbor malicious intent towards him, seeking to engulf him, he would retaliate without hesitation, testing the sharpness of their fangs. After collecting the storage bags of the Hua Bao brothers, he did not hesitate to incinerate their remains, reducing them to ashes. Regrettably, the silkworm-like spirit insect perished alongside Shi Go. Upon returning to his room in the market, Lin Dahai finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The sixth-tier hidden bee needle had indeed exceeded his expectations, showcasing remarkable power capable of taking down even a late-stage chi refinement cultivator in a single strike. Alas, only 11 needles remained, and he would need to conserve them moving forward. Now it was time to examine his treasures. He first opened the storage bags of Shi Go and Yi Go, only to find a meager total of fewer than 1,000 spirit stones. As for magic artifacts, there were merely 2 third-tier swords of average quality. However, Lin Dahai found solace in discovering 3 vials of energy-regenerating pills suitable for chi-refining cultivators. He had never attempted to use pills to assist his cultivation before. Hua Bao's storage bag was considerably larger, overflowing with a dazzling array of items. After a thorough inventory, Lin Dahai was astonished to discover that the total value of the contents approached 5,000 spirit stones. His flying sword was a 4th-tier demon-suppressing sword, and besides this, the storage bag contained various pills, some for enhancing cultivation, others for healing or detoxification, and some for strengthening the body, each possessing significant value. As Lin Dahai meticulously catalogued these items, he couldn't help but marvel at the bountiful rewards of this endeavor. Altogether, his haul amounted to nearly 10,000 spirit stones. This revelation deepened his understanding of why there were so many robbers in the cultivation world. Faced with such immense wealth, few could resist the temptation. Even he felt a stirring desire. Yet, Lin Dahai was acutely aware that while such actions could rapidly amass wealth, they also bore unforeseen risks and consequences. Much like the Hua Bao brothers, who had intended to rob him, but instead faced a swift retribution. The following day, he returned to the Wanbao Pavilion, purchasing a 5th-tier defensive spirit tool, the Light Veil, for 5,800 spirit stones. This veil resembled a delicate gauze and proved remarkably effective against flying sword attacks. Lin Dahai also acquired a 4th-tier Qing Yuan robe, its azure hue adorned with exquisite patterns of birds and clouds, as if they soared freely upon the garment. This Qing Yuan robe was imbued with a dust-cleansing spell, ensuring it remained pristine, allowing the cultivator to maintain an impeccable appearance. More importantly, in times of danger, the robe would automatically generate a modest spiritual power shield, offering a degree of protection to the wearer. However, the robe's price was exorbitant, also requiring 5,800 spirit stones, far exceeding the cost of an average 5th-tier artifact. Nonetheless, Lin Dahai purchased it without hesitation. Upon donning the Qing Yuan robe, Lin Dahai, once unremarkable in appearance, suddenly exuded an ethereal charm. Yet, he layered his original Taoist robe over it, concealing the new garment. He understood well the wisdom of keeping wealth discreet. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dahai realized that what he once deemed a substantial fortune had been entirely squandered, leaving him with naught. Chapter 40. Foundation Establishment Pill. As Lin Dahai departed from the Wanbao Pavilion, an inexplicable lightness enveloped his spirit, as if the burdens he had carried had been unceremoniously lifted. His primary objectives for visiting the market district had been achieved, exceeding even his own expectations. All that remained was to witness an auction within the realm of cultivation, after which his journey would reach a satisfactory conclusion. while meandering through the bustling streets of the market district, pondering his forthcoming endeavors. He was suddenly captivated by a chorus of laughter and merriment emanating from a nearby entertainment street. For several days, Linda High had been preoccupied with various affairs and had yet to explore this vibrant area. Now, unencumbered by obligations, a wave of curiosity urged him to discover what the red light district of the cultivation world had to offer. With a mixture of trepidation and intrigue, Linda High gradually made his way to the entertainment street. However, upon stepping into this domain, he was utterly taken aback. Rows of alluring female cultivators adorned in scanty attire lined the streets, playfully engaging with passing practitioners. Their revealing garments and enchanting smiles stirred a tempest of fantasies within him. The brightly lit gambling houses buzzed with activity, a cacophony of laughter and the clatter of dice resonating through the air, creating an atmosphere rife with fervor. Interspersed among these establishments were taverns and tea houses, adding to the vibrant tapestry of entertainment. Amidst the chaos, Linda High felt profoundly out of place. His inherent social anxiety intensified in this overwhelming environment, compelling him to retreat at once. In his imagination, he had envisioned the red light district of the cultivation world as an elegant haven, reminiscent of ancient courtesans engaging in refined conversations, music, and artistry to elevate the spirit. Yet, the stark reality before him was far more raw and disconcerting than he had anticipated. He found himself pondering whether he had been overly sensitive. Yet the blatant nature of the transactions proved difficult for him to accept. Just as Linda High prepared to turn away, a female cultivator who had been observing him discreetly stepped forward with swift grace, blocking his path. "Dear friend," she smiled, "you seem new to such places. Do not be shy. My sisters will surely treat you as a distinguished guest." No sooner had she spoken than a flurry of beautiful, fair-skinned female cultivators fluttered towards him like butterflies, encircling him with an overwhelming charm. The softness of their touch and the warmth of their presence enveloped him, momentarily clouding his judgment. Though a voice of reason within him screamed to flee, it seemed to falter under the enchantment of the scene before him. Before long, he found himself being gently guided toward the opulent brothel, the allure of the surroundings dulling his senses. Just as he was on the verge of crossing the threshold, clarity struck him, and he hastily inquired, "How are the expenses calculated here?" The female cultivator chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Oh, the spirit stones are of little consequence. Just a token gesture of a few hundred spirit stones will suffice." A chill ran down Linda High and Appo's spine as the realization dawned upon him. He had unwittingly been marked as an easy prey, destined to be taken advantage of. The mention of several hundred spirit stones struck him like a thunderbolt, awakening the frugality within him and reclaiming control over his senses. Suddenly, the delicate hands upon him felt less tender, and the once unattainable allure of the women diminished. "I recall pressing matters at home. I shall defer my visit for another time," he declared without hesitation, turning to escape the disquieting atmosphere. Activating the protective barrier woven into his robe, he maneuvered through the throng with difficulty, hastily retreating from the entertainment street in a state of disarray. When he finally emerged onto the main thoroughfare, he was breathless and slick with perspiration. To his dismay, he realized one of his shoes was missing, and his robe hung loosely from the recent chaos. As he gasped for air, he cast a wary glance back toward the entertainment street, vowing silently never to set foot in that harrowing place again. Upon returning to the inn, Linda High deliberated and resolved to remain within his quarters for the next 2 days, avoiding any excursions. He sat quietly by the window, gazing out at the street, silently anticipating the arrival of the auction. Before long, the day of the auction arrived. Linda High rose early, meticulously preparing his attire before setting off with a buoyant step toward the venue. Upon arrival, he noted he had come somewhat too early. Observing his surroundings, he was taken aback to find that the guardians at the entrance were formidable cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, raising his expectations for the scale and quality of the auction. Gaining entry without incident, he received a numbered paddle corresponding to his invitation, an essential tool for bidding. The auction hall was modest in size, accommodating only a few hundred attendees, with private boxes on the second level reserved for distinguished guests. Noticing the sparse crowd, Linda High chose a seat in the front row for a clear view of the items being auctioned. As time passed, the hall gradually filled, and eventually, an auctioneer of foundation establishment stature ascended the stage to conduct the proceedings. After a brief introduction, the auction commenced. With each item presented, 2 striking female cultivators would showcase the goods, allowing the audience to examine them closely. The items were a dazzling array, primarily comprising elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and rare materials sought by chi-refining practitioners. The attendees were animated, frequently calling out bids, though Linda High noticed that those in the boxes remained notably reserved. The auction progressed swiftly, and soon they approached the penultimate item. Suddenly, the atmosphere ignited with excitement. It was the foundation establishment pill, a coveted treasure for all chi-refining cultivators. The hall erupted in enthusiasm, a chorus of shouts and gasps blending into a cacophony of exhilaration. The auctioneer barely had time to announce the bidding before the crowd eagerly began to call out their offers. The price soared like a rocket, quickly escalating from 10,000 spirit stones to 30,000, before the bidding gradually slowed. Simultaneously, the box dwellers, unwilling to be outdone, joined the fray. However, when the price reached 30,000 spirit stones, they chose to withdraw. After a fierce contest, the Foundation Establishment Pill was ultimately secured by a chi refining practitioner at the pinnacle of their stage for a staggering 35,000 spirit stones. Witnessing this unfold, a surge of elation welled up within Lin Dahai. If the Foundation Establishment Pill could be acquired for 30,000 spirit stones, he felt confident that he could amass such a sum before turning 60. At that point, he might dare to attempt breaking into the Foundation Establishment stage himself. Even if the odds were slim, yet, it would be a journey worth undertaking, ensuring that his life thus far had not been in vain. Nor had his crossing into this realm been squandered. Chapter 41. The Beast Egg. After the elderly rogue cultivator successfully acquired the Foundation Establishment Pill, he hurriedly paid the spirit stones, as if fearing that someone might snatch it from his grasp. He swiftly took the pill and, without a glance back at the ongoing auction, hastily departed. His actions were so swift that many attendees could only watch in astonishment as he disappeared from sight. However, the moment the rogue's figure vanished, the auction hall erupted into chaos, akin to a bomb being detonated. The previously seated cultivators surged towards the direction he had left, resembling a disturbed swarm of bees. In the blink of an eye, half of the seats in the auction hall were vacated, leaving only a scant few behind. Lin Dahai, seated in his spot, felt somewhat speechless. He had harbored a flicker of hope for the Foundation Establishment Pill, intending to gather enough spirit stones before returning to bid. Yet, this scene shattered his aspirations in an instant. He had not anticipated such fervor for the pill, and he lacked confidence that he could successfully secure it amidst the frenzy. The uproar gradually subsided, and order returned to the auction hall. The auctioneer cleared his throat and proceeded to introduce the next item for bid, a 7th-tier beast egg. Upon uttering the term 7th tier, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. A 7th-tier beast was equivalent to a cultivator at the core formation stage. Such a being would undoubtedly be an exceptionally powerful combat companion or spirit pet. However, the auctioneer did not elaborate on the particular type of beast contained within the egg, merely stating, the starting bid is 500 spirit stones. This announcement doused the crowd and Oppos' rekindled excitement like a cold shower. It is essential to note that not all beast types are suitable as spirit pets, and the growth cycles and cultivation difficulties vary widely among different species. Thus, it resembled a gamble, with no certainty regarding the creature that would eventually hatch from the egg. Consequently, despite the allure of the 7th-tier beast egg, the crowd's enthusiasm waned, and the bidding became cautious, with each increment merely 50 spirit stones. Observing the lively auction, Lin Dahai couldn't help but lament that he had yet to place a bid. Casually glancing at the beast egg on the auction stage, he thought that since he hadn't successfully bid on anything, he might as well call out 800 spirit stones, considering it a participation in the auction. However, to Lin Dahai and Oppos' astonishment, after his bid, no one else followed suit. He stared around in disbelief, muttering to himself, how can a 7th-tier beast egg be worth only 800 spirit stones? This price is utterly absurd. The auctioneer appeared flustered, hastily extolling the merits of the 7th-tier beast, attempting to rekindle interest among the bidders. Yet, regardless of his eloquence, the crowd remained unmoved, unwilling to continue bidding. Ultimately, in an awkward silence, the auctioneer reluctantly struck his hammer, announcing Lin Dahai as the successful bidder for the 7th-tier beast egg at 800 spirit stones. Lin Dahai stood there, bewildered. He had never anticipated such an outcome. What on earth was happening? Was someone deliberately playing a trick on him? He certainly had no intention of winning this beast egg. As he remained in a daze, the atmosphere of the auction suddenly became vibrant again. The next item to be auctioned was a grand treasure, a cultivation technique, flame art, capable of bringing a practitioner to the pinnacle of the core formation stage. The news sent ripples of excitement throughout the auction hall, reigniting the fervor of the crowd. To prevent a repeat of the earlier awkwardness, the starting bid for this technique was set at 10,000 spirit stones, reflecting the organizer's confidence in its value. The announcement triggered a fervent uproar among the crowd, with bids rising in a crescendo. However, as the price surpassed 30,000, the ordinary bidders began to quiet down, leaving only those in the private boxes to continue the fierce competition. As the price climbed, the bidding slowed, indicating that participants were weighing their decisions carefully. Ultimately, the bidding ceased at 58,000 spirit stones. Lin Dahai observed this spectacle from the crowd, marveling at the immense value of a technique that could lead to the completion of the core formation stage. In stark contrast, his own technique, which no one wanted for a mere 10 spirit stones, felt utterly worthless, further diminishing his confidence in his ability to establish a foundation. In the end, the coveted technique was successfully claimed by someone in a private box. Although Lin Dahai felt a tinge of disappointment, he collected the beast egg he had won and exited the auction hall. He consoled himself with the thought that acquiring a 7th-tier beast egg for 800 spirit stones was not a loss. However, his spirit stones were entirely depleted, leaving him with a mere 50. After contemplating for a moment, he decided not to return with the 50 spirit stones and instead venture to the stalls, hoping to procure an inexpensive spirit beast pouch. After some searching, he finally found a weathered spirit beast pouch that had passed through many hands, though it was tattered. It was better than nothing. Elated with his purchase, Lin Dahai exited the market with a light step, feeling no inclination to return to the inn. It was time to return to Jiangnan Mountain. Approximately 100 miles from the market, Linda Hai suddenly encountered a dilapidated corpse lying by the roadside. The clothing was in tatters, as if it had endured a brutal battle. Upon closer inspection, Linda Hai and Apos, as heart jolted, he recognized the garb. It belonged to the cultivator who had previously bid for the Foundation establishment pill. Linda Hai couldn't help but reflect on the unpredictability of life. Never imagining he would witness this cultivator and Apos, as fate. Standing beside the body in silence for a moment, he let out a sigh. Linda Hai resolved to grant this cultivator a final semblance of dignity. Summoning flames, he watched as they flickered in his hand. He drew the flames close to the corpse. And in an instant, they erupted, engulfing the body. Watching the flames consume the remains, he ensured that the corpse would not be subjected to the ravages of wild beasts. After tending to the body, Linda Hai resumed his journey home. The remainder of the trip unfolded without incident, everything appearing remarkably tranquil. A week later, Linda Hai finally returned to his cave dwelling in Zhongnan Mountain. Although he had been away for less than a month, he felt as though an eternity had passed. Chapter 42. The Azure Toad in the blink of an eye. 2 years had swiftly elapsed. On this day, Lu Yuan accompanied a young man as they once again approached Linda Hai's cave abode. When Linda Hai stepped out to greet them, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Yuan. The passage of time had etched deep lines upon Lu Yuan's face, rendering him visibly older than 2 years prior. With his once jet black hair now streaked with gray, Linda Hai sighed inwardly, discerning without inquiry the likely outcome of Lu Yuan's attempts at foundational cultivation. However, he masked his thoughts with warmth, inviting Lu Yuan and the young man into his home. "Brother Lu, it is wonderful to see you again. What brings you here today?" Linda Hai inquired with a smile. Once seated in the living room, Lu Yuan and the young man each took a sip of tea. Lu Yuan spoke slowly. "Brother Nanshan, I have come today as I am soon to return to the Baiwei sect. Before my departure, I wish to gather with you one last time and reminisce about old times." He gestured towards the young man beside him. "I have also brought my nephew along to broaden his horizons and introduce him to some friends. He will be taking over my responsibilities here, and I hope you will extend your kindness to him in the future." Today, Lu Yuan's tone was devoid of the arrogance he once possessed, replaced instead by an approachable demeanor. Linda Hai, recognizing this change, quickly waved his hand, saying, "Brother Lu, you are too modest. Lu Ming here is clearly a talented individual. Should he ever require assistance, I would be honored to oblige." At such a young age, Lu Ming had already reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, a testament to his promising potential. "Indeed, you are too courteous, Brother Nanshan. From now on, we shall be neighbors. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to approach me. I will do my utmost to assist you," Lu Ming replied with a smile, though his tone retained the typical pride of a sect disciple. Certainly, Linda Hai responded with a smile, refraining from directly contradicting Lu Ming's pride. Understanding that their interactions had been limited, the three engaged in light-hearted conversation for quite some time, thoroughly enjoying each other's company, before parting ways contentedly. Lu Yuan intended to visit other friends with his nephew, while Linda Hai stood at the entrance, watching their figures fade into the distance. Observing Lu Yuan and Lu Ming depart, Linda Hai couldn't help but muse. The Lu family status within the Baiwei sect is indeed remarkable. Though Lu Yuan was returning to the sect, he had managed to arrange for his nephew to continue overseeing affairs in Qianwei country, a clear indication of his family's influence within the sect. Nevertheless, Linda Hai understood that Lu Yuan's failed attempt at foundational cultivation would likely mean that the Baiwei sect would not grant him any more foundational pills. After all, such precious elixirs were strictly regulated by the sect. Yet, compared to himself, Lu Yuan still had opportunities ahead. With no pressing matters to attend to, Linda Hai decided to check on his spirit pet. The 7th-grade monster egg he had acquired at an auction had finally hatched after a period of incubation. To his surprise, the creature that emerged was a toad. This toad was no larger than a fist, covered in warts, and appeared quite unsightly. Despite its appearance, the venom on its back was potent, far beyond what a qi refinement cultivator like him could safely handle. Initially, he had been unaware of the toad's capabilities and foolishly touched its slimy white secretion. Instantly, he felt a wave of intense numbness, rendering him immobile for an entire day. Nevertheless, while the azure toad was unattractive, its strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, it was quite easy to care for, requiring minimal food and attention. Thus, Linda Hai resolved to forge a spirit beast contract with the azure toad, making it his companion. He would typically let the toad roam near the spirit spring, an environment conducive to its growth, replete with water and spiritual energy. Meanwhile, a portion of his spiritual field had transformed into a mire, littered with the decaying bodies of wild beasts and swarming with mosquitoes, an ideal food source for the azure toad. However, due to the unbearable stench, Linda Hai had employed formations to contain the odor, ensuring it did not spread. He would never enter that muddy expanse himself, only occasionally tossing in the carcasses of beasts for the toad's sustenance. Upon arriving at the spirit spring, Linda Hai noticed the azure toad seemed to sense his presence, leaping energetically towards him. Over the course of more than a year, the toad had grown to the size of a grinding stone. Its body was coated in a thick layer of slime, rendering it rather unappealing. As Linda Hai observed the toad bounding towards him, an unsettling feeling crept over him. His eyelid twitched involuntarily, as if foreseeing an impending mishap. As the azure toad approached, Linda Hai swiftly employed a cleansing technique, enveloping the creature in a faint glow. In an instant, the muck and slime were washed away, revealing its true form. Yet, the azure toad did not halt its advance. It continued charging towards Linda Hai. Seeing this, Linda Hai quickly erected a barrier of spiritual energy in front of him. With a resounding thud, the azure toad collided forcefully with the barrier before gradually sliding down. Linda Hai shook his head in exasperation, thinking to himself, indeed, what a foolish creature. The azure toad gazed up at Linda Hai with its large, pitiful eyes, seemingly lamenting its plight. Sighing, Linda Hai reflected that despite its ugliness, there was a certain charm to its oddity. As he pondered, he gently patted the toad's head with his silk veil, offering a form of comfort. Next, Linda Hai retrieved a nourishing pill from his storage pouch and placed it before the azure toad as a treat. Upon seeing the nourishing pill, the azure toad's eyes lit up, and it eagerly swallowed it whole. The toad continued to beg for more, but Linda Hai declined. His own reserves were dwindling. Although consuming nourishing pills indeed expedited cultivation, for Linda Hai, achieving the pinnacle of qi refinement in 10 years or 5 years bore little distinction. Therefore, having tested the effects of those pills, he decided to give the remainder to the toad. After spending some time playing with the toad and strengthening their bond, Linda Hai turned and returned to his cave, resuming his cultivation. Chapter 43. The ninth prince. Time in the realm of cultivation flows like shifting sands. And in the blink of an eye, a decade has quietly passed. Linda Hai, now in his 50s, bears the unmistakable marks of age upon his visage, which has grown somewhat haggard. Yet, the passage of time has bestowed upon him a unique composure and wisdom. As he aged, Linda Hai began to grow a long beard, which lent him an air of ethereal grace. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, and further breakthroughs seemed elusive. Consequently, he devoted more of his time to the pleasures of life. On the mountains, he planted various fruit trees, and during harvest season, the bountiful fruits would adorn the forest like stars scattered across the night sky, exuding an alluring fragrance. Additionally, Linda Hai sought out a group of monkeys skilled in brewing monkey wine, relocating them to the Jiangnan Mountains. Each harvest season, he would stealthily gather half of the carefully crafted monkey wine, for he understood that the monkeys' diligent efforts deserved respect. In truth, Linda Hai was not particularly fond of alcohol. During his time on Blue Star, he often found himself engaged in social obligations, where alcohol served more as a tool for networking than for pleasure. In his memories, wine was spicy and bitter, often unbearable. However, by chance, he tasted the monkey wine gifted by the villagers of Lijia, and its unique flavor captivated him. The monkey wine was rich in fruity aromas, sweet in taste, and never induced a headache. Since then, he had developed a fondness for this exquisite brew. Just when Linda Hai believed his life would continue in this tranquil manner, Lu Ming's visit shattered the peace. Over the past decade, Lu Ming had visited twice, each time concerning matters related to the Chaowei kingdom. Linda Hai did not decline, recognizing the merit of the monthly offering of 100 spirit stones and the dragon energy provided by the offering token. Moreover, the tasks were not particularly challenging for him. One involved dealing with a beast attack by a second-tier greedy moonwolf, which proved cunning and evasive, requiring considerable effort before Linda Hai successfully cornered and defeated it. Regarding the drought in the north, he employed rain-calling techniques for 2 months, effectively alleviating the crisis. In appreciation, the Emperor of Qianwei Kingdom bestowed upon him 2,000 spirit stones. Accompanying Lu Ming was a child of 7 or 8 years. Linda Hai, intrigued, inquired, Lu, who is this child? Lu Ming smiled, patting the child's shoulder, and introduced, this is the ninth prince, Ouyang Jing. The ninth prince? Linda Hai was taken aback. Though he served as a protector of the Qianwei Kingdom, it was his first encounter with royalty. Is there a specific reason for bringing the ninth prince here? He asked, regarding Lu Ming and the prince with curiosity. Lu Ming smiled slightly and explained, I am preparing for foundation establishment and truly lack the time to care for the ninth prince. Due to certain circumstances, he requires protection. So I have entrusted him to you, my friend. Linda Hai's expression grew troubled. He was averse to complications, and he knew that matters involving royalty were seldom trivial. Sensing Linda Hai's hesitation, Lu Ming hastily reassured him, the succession of power is of little concern to us outsiders and will not materially affect us. I have a bond with the ninth prince's mother and promise to ensure the safety of her child. Upon hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Linda Hai's apprehension eased somewhat. He considered Lu Ming's words and recognized their validity. The upheavals of the secular imperial court had little bearing on cultivators like them. Moreover, Lu Ming, so young yet striving for foundation establishment, was certainly formidable, and Linda Hai saw no reason to offend him. Thus, Linda Hai nodded and replied, I see. You are indeed a man of loyalty, Lu. In that case, I shall take this matter upon myself. You may proceed with your foundation establishment with peace of mind. After conversing for a while, Lu Ming departed, leaving Linda Hai with the silent Ouyang Jing, who presented a challenge. It had been long since Linda Hai interacted with children, and he found himself somewhat out of practice in engaging with them. Observing Ouyang Jing, he hesitated before retrieving an apple from his storage pouch and softly inquired, Would you like an apple? However, Ouyang Jing did not respond as Linda Hai had hoped. merely shaking his head in refusal. Linda Hai, feeling somewhat helpless, scratched his head, pondering why this child was so difficult. His previous apprentice had never posed such a challenge. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it, reasoning that the child would not starve, and led him to the room previously occupied by Zhang Lei. Speaking of Zhang Lei, he had been at the Baiwei sect for over a decade. 2 years prior, he had returned home to visit his parents and brought them to live at the sect's entrance. Linda Hai had met Zhang Lei then, but as time passed, their relationship had grown somewhat estranged. Now, Zhang Lei had advanced to the later stages of qi refinement, a force to be reckoned with. Linda Hai sighed, realizing that opportunities to meet Zhang Lei again would likely be scarce. In the room, Linda Hai left some food and spirit-replenishing pills before turning to depart. Fortunately, items in the cultivation realm seemed to lack the concept of expiration. Those spirit-replenishing pills were spoils he had acquired during a previous encounter with a robbing cultivator. From that point onward, Linda Hai treated Ouyang Jing as a pet, periodically offering him food. Days passed, and Linda Hai believed they would continue this arrangement until the day of parting arrived. However, one day, as Linda Hai prepared to leave food as usual, Ouyang Jing suddenly called out to him, "Master Nanshan, could you teach me the way of cultivation?" Ouyang Jing's voice was clear and bright, catching Linda Hai completely off guard. He paused, having assumed the boy was mute. The unexpected request left him momentarily speechless. Noticing Linda Hai's lack of immediate response, Ouyang Jing's spirits dampened, and he quickly apologized. "I am sorry, Master Nanshan, I have overstepped." Seeing the boy and Appo's distress, Linda Hai waved his hand, signaling him not to worry. "It is all right. Have you tested your spiritual root?" He casually asked, as it was customary for those of royal blood to have their roots assessed. However, cultivators were generally precluded from ascending to the throne, as sects preferred not to be at the mercy of an imperial lineage. Chapter 44, The Child of Destiny. When Ouyang Jing shook his head, indicating that he had not undergone a spiritual root assessment, Linda Hai paid it no mind. After all, assessing spiritual roots was a trivial task for him. Linda Hai slightly channeled his spiritual energy, allowing it to flow gently within Ouyang Jing's body like a meandering stream. However, this exploration left him utterly astonished. Ouyang Jing's physique absorbed his spiritual energy like a sponge. Such astonishing talent, if not an extraordinary spiritual root, could only be a heavenly spiritual root. This marked the second individual Linda Hai had encountered with a heavenly spiritual root, aside from Lu Qianzhou. Linda Hai gazed at Ouyang Jing, his expression growing increasingly complex. Were he a malevolent cultivator, he might have begun contemplating ways to usurp Ouyang Jing's body. Is it that I lack the aptitude for cultivation? Ouyang Jing's unease deepened in the face of Linda Hai's silence. Ouyang Jing's question pulled Linda Hai back to reality. He sighed inwardly, recognizing his lingering obsession with cultivation. However, he was not a true malevolent cultivator and could not engage in such despicable acts as stealing another and Appo's spiritual roots. Not at all. Your talent is exceptional. Even among the great sects, you would undoubtedly rank among the top. Linda Hai reassured him with a smile. Really? Then, Master Nanshan, may I become your disciple? Ouyang Jing asked, his face alight with hope. Linda Hai's gaze lingered on Ouyang Jing, reminding him of his former disciple, Zhang Lei. Yet, he understood his own mediocre aptitude. Taking Ouyang Jing as a disciple would likely hinder the youth's future. Thus, he slowly shook his head, declining Ouyang Jing's request. My talents are too limited. If I were to accept you as a disciple, I would only lead you astray. However, you may follow me to learn fundamental techniques. When Lu Daoyu comes to retrieve you, whether you choose to join the Baiwei sect or another prestigious sect, it would be a commendable opportunity. Though Ouyang Jing felt a twinge of disappointment at not being able to become Linda Hai's disciple, he recognized the truth in Linda Hai and Appo's words and saw no reason for deception. Hence, he respectfully thanked Linda Hai. Thank you for your guidance, Master Nanshan. Linda Hai waved his hand with a smile, replying, from now on, call me sir. Ouyang Jing promptly responded, yes, Master Nanshan. From that day forth, Ouyang Jing devoted himself wholeheartedly to learning the foundational techniques of the Qingyun sect under Linda Hai and Appo's tutelage. Ouyang Jing and Appo's remarkable comprehension left Linda Hai astounded. After just 3 explanations of the basic techniques, Ouyang Jing had memorized them and could even extrapolate and integrate the concepts seamlessly. Linda Hai couldn't and Appo's help but marvel at such rare talent. He began to wonder if Ouyang Jing might indeed be the fabled child of destiny. Nevertheless, in the span of a year, Linda Hai found himself with little left to impart to Ouyang Jing. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Luming arrived to escort Ouyang Jing, he was astonished to discover that Ouyang Jing had already reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Liu Yang was surprised at Ouyang Jing's rapid advancement to the mid-qi refinement stage, but chose to remain silent, merely observing Ouyang Jing with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Simultaneously, Linda Hai noted Liu Yang's exceptionally robust aura, clearly indicating that his cultivation far surpassed Linda Hai's own. Even more alarming was the unmistakable sensation Linda Hai had felt moments earlier, a powerful force scanning him. Without a doubt, it was Liu Yang and Appo's spiritual sense. In the realm of cultivation, Using one and Apos' spiritual sense to scrutinize another was considered exceedingly impolite, typically reserved for those of higher status assessing their subordinates. Lin Dehai quickly realized that Lu Ming, once slightly arrogant, now regarded him with complete disdain. To avoid humiliation, Lin Dehai decided to speak first, donning a smile and addressing Lu Ming respectfully. Congratulations, Senior Lu, on successfully establishing your foundation. This is a significant milestone on the path of cultivation. From this point onward, your journey will surely be smooth sailing, free from obstacles. Lu Ming, pleased by Lin Dehai's congratulatory words, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Well, Nanshan, do not lose heart. Although your talent may be somewhat lacking and your cultivated techniques appear rather ordinary, you still have decades ahead to cultivate at a leisurely pace. As long as you can find a suitable female cultivator to marry and nurture the next generation, you may yet have the chance to achieve something on the path of cultivation. Faced with Lu Ming's nearly humiliating remarks, Lin Dehai remained unfazed, maintaining his smile and nodding in agreement. You speak wisely, Senior Lu. That is indeed my intention. Seeing Lin Dehai's submissiveness and lack of anger, Lu Ming found the exchange somewhat dull. He casually produced a token from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Dehai, saying, "You have taken excellent care of the ninth prince. This is the key to enter the Lishan secret realm when it opens in 5 years. Consider it a reward for your efforts." Lin Dehai hastily caught the token, his heart leaping with joy as he recognized its significance. He was well aware of the Lishan secret realm, a domain controlled by the Baiwe sect that opened only once every 50 years, allowing entry solely to cultivators at the foundation establishment and chi refinement stages. Although Baiwe sect was merely a third-rate sect, they were required to allocate half of the available entries to other sections. Furthermore, any surplus entries would be auctioned to wandering cultivators. As Lin Dehai held the key to the secret realm, his mind was filled with confusion. He could not fathom why Lu Ming would grant him such a precious opportunity. Nevertheless, he had no reason to refuse. "Thank you, Senior Lu." Lin Dehai expressed his gratitude politely, despite his inner perplexity. However, Lu Ming appeared indifferent to Lin Dehai's thanks, simply stating, "The ninth prince must depart." With that, he disregarded Lin Dehai entirely, taking Ouyang Jing by the hand and preparing to leave together. Seeing this, Ouyang Jing solemnly bowed to Lin Dehai in farewell before swiftly following Lu Ming out of the area. As he watched the two figures recede into the distance until they vanished from sight, a wave of melancholy washed over Lin Dehai. He stood there, gripping the secret realm key tightly in his hand. After a considerable time, Lin Dehai finally regained his composure, letting out a deep sigh as he turned and slowly made his way back to his cave dwelling. Upon returning, he found himself unable to quell the turmoil within his heart. Lu Ming's words of humiliation echoed in his mind like daggers, piercing his very soul. Did he truly not care? No, he certainly did. Yet, his power was far too feeble to confront Lu Ming. This overwhelming sense of helplessness left him deeply despondent and frustrated. Perhaps it was the mundane existence of his past life that had dulled his edges, rendering him so feeble. In the brutal world of cultivation, where the strong preyed upon the weak, his ordinariness felt painfully out of place. The superiority he once felt as a transmigrator had gradually faded over the years. Lin Dehai had once believed that upon leaving the Qingyan sect, he could lead a carefree life in the realm of cultivation. However, Lu Ming's action struck him like a resounding slap, awakening him to harsh reality. In this world, those lacking strength were akin to ants, trampled underfoot, receiving no respect from others. Chapter 45. Foundation Establishment. Lin Dehai finally resolved to embark on the path of foundation establishment. He believed that success would be the most splendid outcome. Yet, should he fail, he would regard it as though he had never ventured into the realm of cultivation. With this clarity of thought, Lin Dehai managed to calm his turbulent emotions and began to prepare for the arduous challenge ahead. He understood that the longer he hesitated, the greater the likelihood of retreating from his decision. Thus he recognized the urgency of prompt action. Lin Dehai was acutely aware that he was, in essence, a man of contradictions. He professed a disinterest in immortality, yet devoted himself to daily cultivation. He often claimed that the hope of foundation establishment was exceedingly slim. Yet he had refrained from marrying and raising a family for years, preserving his vital essence. Was it a lack of beauty among potential partners? Or was it that he felt unworthy? Neither was the case. During his last visit to the Flower Appreciation Pavilion, he secretly yearned to return, yet he restrained himself. Knowing his resolve was not as steadfast as he had hoped, he recognized himself as an utterly ordinary individual, lacking the formidable willpower he had imagined. Had he not remained in the tranquil embrace of the Zhongnan Mountains, he would likely have been ensnared by the distractions of the mundane world. Only in this sacred place could he maintain his inner peace, untouched by external temptations. He yearned to preserve his vital essence and pursue foundation establishment, still harboring a flicker of hope for his cultivation journey. As Lin Dehai grasped these truths, it felt as though the shackles binding his heart were suddenly released, and the previously stagnant flow of his spiritual energy became remarkably fluid. The probability of succeeding in foundation establishment without a foundation pill was minuscule, nearly negligible. Yet today, Lin Dehai resolutely chose to gamble on that infinitesimal chance. After all, at 58 years of age, if he missed this opportunity, in 2 years, even the slightest hope would vanish entirely. The first step in foundation establishment involved compressing one's spiritual energy, a monumental challenge for Lin Dehai. Without the aid of a foundation pill, this endeavor seemed more daunting than reaching the heavens. Fortunately, Lin Dehai still possessed a solid chi pill. While this pill was not specifically designed for foundation establishment, it was commonly used during the foundational phase of cultivation. Its potency rivaled that of the foundation pill, albeit more volatile, posing a risk of catastrophic failure for those at the chi refinement stage. Upon consuming the solid chi pill, the ferocious energy surged violently within his dantian, as if attempting to burst free from his corporeal confines. It felt as though his dantian were being torn apart, causing excruciating pain that brought tears to his eyes. However, having already made his decision, Lin Dehai was determined not to surrender easily. Gritting his teeth, he bore the tumultuous pain, gradually compressing the chaotic spiritual energy. Fortunately, due to his cultivation of the universal sky technique, his strength exceeded that of an ordinary cultivator, making the compression somewhat manageable. He could not help but wonder how the protagonists in novels could compress such immense power to overcome their trials. Just as his concentration wavered, his dantian suddenly began to churn violently. The spiritual energy, nearly liquefied, became as agitated as a disturbed hive of bees. This unexpected shift startled him. He quickly regained focus and exerted all his effort to subdue the roiling energy. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, the potency of the solid chi pill began to wane, and the liquefaction of the energy lagged perilously behind. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Lin Dehai gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk by consuming another solid chi pill. This time, the overwhelming potency surged within him like a torrential flood, stretching his body to the brink of rupture. His skin, unable to withstand the immense pressure, began to split, blood seeping through the fissures, as if his very being would be obliterated by the potent energy. His facial features bled, the agony nearly unbearable, yet he understood that he could not yield. Finally, through sheer perseverance, the first droplet of spiritual energy was successfully liquefied. With this pivotal moment, his once stretched body began to contract like a deflated balloon. Lin Dehai exhaled in relief, knowing he had finally surmounted the first hurdle of foundation establishment. Following this, he would enter the phase of establishing the Tao Foundation. This foundation was of paramount importance to cultivators, directly influencing the heights of achievement one could attain in the future. Generally speaking, cultivators at the first to third levels of Tao Foundation had minimal hope of condensing a golden core. Levels 4 to 6 represented the upper limits for ordinary cultivators, while levels 7 and above were the baseline for geniuses. Lin Dehai's aspirations were quite modest. He merely wished to reach the 4th level of Tao Foundation. For someone of his mediocre aptitude, this was already a formidable challenge. As he began to construct his Tao Foundation, the first step involved erecting a spiritual platform within his sea of consciousness. Although the construction of this initial platform proved somewhat strenuous, he managed it relatively smoothly. However, upon reaching the second layer, the situation grew increasingly difficult. Lin Dehai barely succeeded in establishing the second layer, but he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just endured a fierce battle. From the third layer onward, Lin Dehai felt as though his sea of consciousness were being simultaneously pierced by countless fine needles, rendering him nearly incapacitated by pain. This suffering was not merely physical. It penetrated to the depths of his soul, making it unbearable. In that moment, Lin Dehai's appearance was utterly disheveled, his body smeared with blood, and tears of agony flowed uncontrollably from his eyes and nose. He had initially believed that the pain of near rupture was his limit, yet he now understood that, compared to the torment of his spirit, it was trivial. In his mind, a cacophony of voices echoed, each one urging him to abandon his endeavor, declaring that he had already achieved enough. To construct 3 layers of spiritual platforms was an extraordinary feat. After all, many cultivators at the foundation stage could only manage 1 or 2 layers. He had done more than enough. Yet, Lin Dehai's heart rebelled against these voices. He could not resign himself to such an end. After investing so much effort and enduring so much suffering, would it all be in vain? Clenching his teeth, sweat poured from his brow like rain. He understood that if he could just persevere a little longer, he was so close. As long as he refused to give up, a glimmer of hope remained. Though that hope flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing, it still existed. Chapter 46. A one-time golden finger. Lin Dehai inhaled deeply, striving to calm his turbulent mind, and then redirected his entire focus to the spiritual platform within his consciousness. He concentrated intensely on the existence of the platform, gradually pooling the last remnants of his mental energy into it. As his spirit converged, Lin Dehai commenced the construction of the 4th tier of the spiritual platform within his sea of consciousness. He meticulously controlled his thoughts, painstakingly assembling the platform, piece by piece. To his astonishment, as the 4th tier began to take form, he found it was not as arduous as he had anticipated. A surge of confidence welled within him, prompting him to attempt the construction of the 5th tier while his mental energy still remained sufficient. Without hesitation, Linda Hai continued to invest his spirit into the 5th tier's construction. However, as the last vestiges of his mental energy waned, the 5th tier of the platform emerged, albeit precariously. Suddenly, the sea of his consciousness quaked violently, and fine fissures began to appear across the 5 tiers. Alarm surged within Linda Hai. He realized he had overestimated his aptitude and capabilities. The surplus of mental energy he believed he had was merely a fleeting illusion. Should the platform truly collapse, not only would his foundation building fail, but he might even be rendered a fool. The crack spread like a spider's web, and Linda Hai felt an urgent desperation. Yet he was powerless to act. He had no spare mental energy to stabilize the platform. He could only watch helplessly as it fractured further. Just as he thought his attempt at foundation building would end in utter failure, a faint glimmer of mental energy appeared in his sea of consciousness, akin to a ray of hope in the darkness. Though weak, this energy was remarkably resilient, swiftly adhering to the faltering 5th tier, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Upon closer inspection, Linda Hai realized that it was the spiritual bond between him and the Bai Shui toad that flickered with a faint light. His heart tightened as he comprehended that the toad must have sensed his peril and allocated a portion of its mental energy to assist him in stabilizing the platform. Linda Hai silently marveled at the toad's sentience, acknowledging that his diligent care for it had not been in vain. With the Bai Shui toad's support, he momentarily dismissed concerns of complete collapse, granting him time to contemplate a remedy. Yet, when he cast his gaze back upon the platform, the cracks remained starkly visible and seemed to be slowly widening. Clearly, the toad's power was finite. It would likely be unable to sustain this for long. In a moment of anxiety, Linda Hai suddenly recalled the golden dragon energy. Perhaps it could be utilized to repair the platform. Although he was uncertain of its precise capabilities, he felt that he had no choice but to take a gamble. It was better to attempt something than to resign himself to failure. Without hesitation, Linda Hai summoned the golden dragon energy, envisioning it as a thread and needle, carefully stitching together the broken parts of the platform. To his surprise, this method proved effective. Despite the platform appearing patched together in a haphazard manner, its stability was restored. Linda Hai breathed a sigh of relief, although the platform's current appearance was far from graceful. Maintaining stability was paramount. After all, it resided within his consciousness, unseen by others. Its unsightliness mattered little. Thus, the initial 2 steps of foundation building were finally accomplished. The process now reached its final step, the most critical and perilous phase. Prior failures in the earlier stages might still offer a glimmer of hope for recovery. But this last step was an irrevocable path. It required him to place his soul upon the platform, with the foundation pill primarily serving to protect his soul from harm should the platform fail to bear the weight of his spirit. At this moment, Linda Hai's azure soul appeared quietly in his sea of consciousness, akin to a ghost. He gazed at the precarious platform, teetering as if on the verge of collapse, and a flicker of hesitation welled within him. Yet, like a gambler risking everything at the gaming table, he found himself with no retreat. Either success or utter failure awaited him. In this life and death moment, he firmly shut his eyes and resolutely propelled his azure soul into the platform, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Just as Linda Hai braced himself for the anticipated agony of his soul being torn asunder, he was astonished to discover that the expected pain did not manifest. Confused, he hesitated, ultimately unable to resist the urge to open his eyes. Before him, his azure soul radiated a peculiar black energy. This enigmatic energy appeared to possess a mysterious power, capable of resisting the overwhelming force that threatened to rend his soul apart, while simultaneously stabilizing the once trembling platform. Even more astonishingly, the platform, previously riddled with cracks, began to heal and gradually meld with the sea of his consciousness. Though still somewhat unsightly, the threat of collapse had dissipated. As Linda Hai beheld this miraculous scene, a sudden clarity washed over him. He realized that this black energy was likely the golden finger he had long sought. Moreover, it was a one-time boon. This mysterious energy had ushered him into a realm rife with the unknown and peril. Now, it had seemingly exhausted itself, vanishing along with the golden finger. Linda Hai could not help but marvel. He had initially believed this would be the most treacherous trial, yet he had navigated through it with surprising ease. The immense surge of spiritual power coursing through his dantian, a tenfold increase from before, clearly indicated that he had successfully broken through, becoming a foundational cultivator. As for the lost black energy, it was of little consequence. After all, it had seemingly played no substantial role over the years. Furthermore, its assistance in his foundation building was the most fortunate occurrence he had experienced in a long time. Having once doubted his ability to establish a foundation, Linda Hai now felt immense satisfaction in his success and saw no need to crave further accomplishments. Chapter 47. The Moonlit Celestial City. After successfully breaking through to become a foundation establishment practitioner, Linda Hai was filled with exhilaration. He was eager to experience the divine sense that accompanied his new cultivation level. As he concentrated and released his divine sense, an unprecedented power surged within him. His divine sense extended like an invisible tendril, swiftly encompassing everything within a 100-meter radius. No matter the small creatures hidden in the grass or the distant flora, nothing could evade his perceptive grasp. Yet, as Linda Hai reveled in this newfound experience, he suddenly became aware of his grimy body. The blood and sweat that clung to him caused a sense of discomfort, dulling his enthusiasm for further exploration. After all, he had ample time to experiment. Thus, he resolved to first address his need for cleanliness. He cast the cleansing technique, ridding himself of all dirt. Following this, he indulgently bathed in the waters of a spiritual spring. This water had been utilized by Lin Dahai to nourish his spiritual fields. Currently, however, the spring was monopolized by the azure water toad, and in order to procure some water, Lin Dahai would need to flatter it and gauge its mood. The little bit of spring water he had used was hard-earned, originally intended for brewing monkey wine. As Lin Dahai immersed himself in the spring water, he could feel the rich spiritual energy gradually permeating his body, mending his previously injured flesh. This sensation was immensely comforting, prompting him to let out a soft moan before closing his eyes and fully savoring this rare moment of relaxation. After enjoying the nourishment of the spring, Lin Dahai spent approximately a year solidifying his foundation establishment realm. With over 3 years remaining until the opening of the Lishan secret realm, he decided to make the most of this time and prepare thoroughly. He intended to cultivate the blood escape secret technique from the blood shatter art. Although the blood shatter art was a demonic skill, its secret techniques possessed considerable potency. While Lin Dahai did not plan to fully embrace the blood shatter art, he deemed its secret techniques worthy of study. The universal technique was a generic cultivation method that lacked any attribute enhancement, and thus, its power was naturally inferior to that of more specialized techniques. However, this very quality allowed the universal technique to coexist harmoniously with other methods, which was a notable advantage. The unique aspect of the blood escape secret technique lay in its speed, which was contingent upon the amount of blood consumed. In essence, as long as Lin Dahai was willing to expend a sufficient quantity of his blood, his speed could continuously escalate. Theoretically, if Lin Dahai were to generously deplete all of his blood, his speed might even surpass that of Golden Core practitioners. Of course, this remained a theoretical possibility, and Lin Dahai had no intention of testing it. To his astonishment, Lin Dahai found his progress in mastering the blood escape secret technique to be remarkably smooth. Whether it was due to the technique's inherent simplicity or his enhanced understanding, he had not only learned the blood escape technique in merely 3 years, but had also concurrently grasped the blood explosion technique. This latter technique, which likewise drew upon blood consumption to amplify one's magical strength, complemented the blood escape secret technique perfectly. Now, with merely 6 months remaining until the opening of the Lishan secret realm, Lin Dahai felt adequately prepared to embark on his journey. Before setting off, he stored the azure water toad within his spirit beast pouch. The toad seemed displeased with the pouch's environment and, in a show of dissatisfaction, intentionally splattered mud onto Lin Dahai. Fortunately, Lin Dahai reacted swiftly, conjuring a protective barrier to deflect the mess. In an attempt to pacify the toad, he sighed and said, all right, enough of that. Once I reach the Lishan secret realm, I shall buy you a couple of chi-nourishing pills. How does that sound?" Hearing this promise, the azure water toad ceased its antics and obediently nestled into the spirit beast pouch. This azure water toad was already quite formidable, having reached the peak of the 3rd tier. Regrettably, the environment of Zhongnan Mountain posed certain limitations on its growth, preventing it from advancing further. Lin Dahai's motivation for venturing into the Lishan secret realm was partly to facilitate the toad's breakthrough to the 4th tier. An adult azure water toad could become a 7th tier demonic beast, potentially ensuring Lin Dahai's safety in the future. The Lishan secret realm lay to the south of the Baiwei sect, several thousand miles away from the Qianwei kingdom. Lin Dahai soared on his sword for nearly a month before finally arriving in the vicinity of his destination. As the secret realm had yet to open, he decided to make a brief stop in the moonlit celestial city, awaiting the realm's activation. The moonlit celestial city was a bustling town of cultivation, and as Lin Dahai stood outside its walls, he beheld a scene shrouded in mist, with pavilions and towers peeking through like an ethereal paradise. The concentration of spiritual energy here was several times richer than what he had experienced at the Qingyun sect's outer door. Taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated, and his magical energy flowed more rapidly. However, for someone like Lin Dahai, who had long resided in the spiritually barren Zhongnan Mountain, such dense spiritual energy left him slightly dizzy, even inducing a sensation akin to intoxication. To acclimate to the environment, Lin Dahai found a spot outside the city to rest until his body gradually adjusted to the heightened spiritual energy before proceeding. Upon reaching the city gates, he observed other wandering cultivators queuing patiently to enter. Occasionally, a lavish flying vessel would zoom by overhead, or a Golden Core practitioner would employ their escape technique, streaking into the city like a shooting star. Lin Dahai could only watch in envy, fully aware that his current cultivation level and status did not afford him any privileges. Thus, he obediently fell in line behind the other cultivators, waiting his turn to enter. At long last, when his moment arrived, the guarding practitioner glanced at him and said coolly, 100 spiritual stones for a temporary identity token. Although Lin Dahai felt a pang of reluctance, he paid the fee without hesitation. After all, possessing this token would grant him legal residency in the moonlit celestial city. Once inside, Lin Dahai was immediately struck by the vibrant sights that unfolded before him. The streets were lined with bustling shops, filled with people coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. Practitioners hurried past or strolled leisurely, each engrossed in their own affairs. As Lin Dahai wandered through the streets, he soaked in the splendor and clamor of this cultivation city. The cultivators here hailed from diverse backgrounds, each carrying their own unique stories and experiences. He couldn't help but marvel. This was indeed the authentic world of cultivation. Chapter 48. The wandering cultivator Huang Huilong. Life in a bustling metropolis has its own set of challenges. Lin Dahai quickly discovered that the accommodation fees here were exorbitantly high. A modest inn charged an astonishing 10 spirit stones for a single night, a cost that was quite burdensome for him. It became evident that living in Wanyues City required careful budgeting. After exhausting 10 spirit stones, Lin Dahai finally learned of the impoverished quarters in Wanyues City. After some navigating, he located the fabled slum. The buildings were dilapidated, the streets narrow and filthy, and the air was permeated with an unpleasant odor. Yet, Lin Dahai did not disdain the environment. He understood that his spirit stones were limited, and having a place to stay was already a significant blessing. Thus, he began inquiring about suitable lodging. After some searching, Lin Dahai found a courtyard available for rent, and the price was remarkably cheap, only 100 spirit stones per month. However, this courtyard was already inhabited by 8 other wandering cultivators, necessitating shared tenancy. After contemplating, Lin Dahai deemed the price acceptable, given his limited options. Consequently, he reached an agreement with the other 8 cultivators to co-rent the courtyard. Upon moving in, Lin Dahai established a barrier formation in his room to ensure his privacy and safety. Although the conditions of the courtyard were far from ideal, at least he had found a temporary refuge in Wangwei City. In the ensuing months, Lin Dahai sought ways to earn enough spirit stones to cover his rent. His cultivation level was modest, yet he was quite adept at crafting low-level talismans. Thus, he rented a stall and began selling his hand-drawn talismans. Due to the decent quality of his talismans and their relatively low prices, his business managed to sustain itself. However, the profit margin from low-level talismans was thin, and Lin Dahai did not earn much. Fortunately, he implemented a promotional offer, buy 10, get 1 free, which allowed him to earn enough spirit stones each month to pay his rent. Days turned into weeks, and before long, months had passed. One day, as Lin Dahai was selling talismans at his stall as usual, he noticed a throng of people gathering in the nearby street, creating an atmosphere of excitement. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what could be occurring to draw such a crowd. He turned to a fellow wandering cultivator, Huang Huilong, who was also selling at a nearby stall, and inquired, "What is happening over there?" Huang Huilong regarded Lin Dahai with a puzzled expression. He remembered Lin Dahai. It was peculiar for a foundational cultivator like him to be selling low-level talismans. The spirit stones earned from selling even a single magical artifact would far surpass what Lin Dahai earned from talismans. Lin Dahai, oblivious to Huang Huilong's thoughts, stared back in confusion, unable to comprehend the peculiar look directed at him. Seeing this, Huang Huilong chuckled and explained, "Are you not aware? The Lishan secret realm is about to open, and today, cultivators from various sects will gather here. They're all going to witness the competitions among the sections." Lin Dahai's interest was piqued. He had never heard of competitions occurring prior to the opening of a secret realm. However, since he was present, joining the festivities seemed like a splendid idea. "Ah, I see," Lin Dahai exclaimed, quickly adding, "Wait for me, fellow cultivator. I'll tidy up my stall and join you." With that, Lin Dahai swiftly packed away his stall and hurried after Huang Huilong, making their way toward the throng. Upon reaching the assembly point of the various sects, Lin Dahai was awestruck by the scene before him. It was a sea of people, bustling with energy, featuring not only cultivators from different sects, but also numerous wandering cultivators drawn to the spectacle. In the skies above, various celestial ships and airships darted back and forth, some grand, others simple, yet all were adorned with intricate carvings and lavish designs. On these celestial vessels stood disciples dressed in uniform sect attire, each exuding vigor and elegance, capturing the attention of all who beheld them. Lin Dahai could not help but marvel. This was the image of a true cultivator in his mind. At the far end of the bustling crowd, several figures appeared ethereal, radiating an aura of reverence. Lin Dahai overheard others murmuring that these individuals were the legendary nascent soul ancestors. In the mysterious realm of Xiantian continent, where transformation stage experts remained elusive, the nascent soul ancestors were undoubtedly the most formidable beings an ordinary cultivator could encounter. However, due to the considerable distance, Lin Dahai, with his foundational cultivation, could hardly discern the true faces of these nascent soul ancestors, leaving him with a tinge of regret. The sects present were all friendly factions closely associated with the Baiwei sect, among which the most prominent was the famed Qingyun sect from Zhongzhou. The vessel of the Qingyun sect descended gracefully, resembling a massive white cloud, its grandeur and exquisite decoration unmistakably reflecting its esteemed status. At the forefront of the Qingyun sect's celestial ship stood a young man clad in white, exuding an air of nobility and grace, akin to a celestial being. According to Huang Huilong, this young man was named Mu Bai, the eldest disciple of the current generation of Qingyun sect. Remarkably, Mu Bai was only in his 20s but had already achieved the golden core stage. Even more astonishing was his previous feat of repelling a nascent soul ancestor with his golden core physique, a testament to his unparalleled prowess among his peers. If one were to find a figure comparable to Mu Bai, it would likely be Yi Zhan from the Heavenly Sword sect. The Heavenly Sword sect was the leading sect in Beizhou, comprising merely a handful of elite members, yet those few were the cream of the crop, boasting the highest individual combat prowess among the 5 leading sections. Upon hearing the names Mu Bai and Yi Zhan, Lin Dehai recognized that these two were exceptional individuals. The names alone conjured images of protagonists or antagonists from novels. Regrettably, given his own circumstances, he feared he would not even have the opportunity to cling to their coattails. However, Lin Dehai found an intriguing figure in Huang Huilong, who, despite appearing unremarkable, was remarkably well informed. He could recount details about every sect disciple present, famous or obscure. Lin Dehai then realized that the cultivation world, of which he had been largely unaware, was filled with such vibrant stories. It truly was a pity that Huang Huilong did not pursue a career as a storyteller. Chapter 49. Reunion with Hua Linglong. After the words of the venerable Yuanying elder on the stage, the previously empty square suddenly erupted with the emergence of 20 colossal arenas. The Lishan secret realm permits entry solely to cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. Consequently, this competition is confined to practitioners of both the foundation establishment and Qi refinement realms. These 20 platforms are evenly split into 2 sections, with each section containing 10 arenas corresponding to the 2 realms. 10 days hence, those who remain as champions on the platforms will automatically enter the top 10, followed by further contests to determine the ultimate top 3. It is noteworthy that participation in these arenas is not limited to disciples of sects. Wandering cultivators, if they deem themselves sufficiently capable, may also ascend to challenge the contenders. This presents an exceptional opportunity for those without a sect affiliation to showcase their prowess. After all, excelling in this competition could attract the attention of a sect, allowing them to shed their status as wanderers and become part of a sect, thus benefiting from its resources and protection. The prize for the first place in the foundation establishment stage is a precious 7th-tier magical artifact known as the Qinglan. Meanwhile, the first place in the Qi refinement stage will receive a rare 6th-tier spiritual artifact, the Linglong Shield. Furthermore, the top 10 competitors in the Qi refinement stage will each be awarded a foundation establishment pill, which is undoubtedly a boon for those aspiring to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Upon hearing of these rewards, Lin Dehai felt a stirring in his heart. However, he possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities. At his current level, he feared he would be easily defeated by other cultivators before even stepping onto the platform. In the first couple of days of the competition, a few brave wanderers did ascend the arenas, but regrettably, most were swiftly vanquished, tumbling from the stage in utter disarray. As the battles progressed, the presence of wandering cultivators seemed to vanish entirely. Yet, on the foundation establishment platform, Lin Dehai unexpectedly spotted his former disciple, Zhang Lei. Despite being only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, Zhang Lei's combat techniques were ruthlessly effective, rivaling those of perfected foundation establishment cultivators. What was even more astonishing was that he was the sole remaining contestant from the Baiwei sect on the foundation establishment platform. Lin Dehai was uncertain whether Zhang Lei recognized him in the audience, but he had no intention of approaching his former pupil. After all, the gap between them had widened significantly. They were no longer of the same world, so why should he entangle himself in such matters? Through this competition, Lin Dehai deeply comprehended the chasm that lay between himself and the sect disciples. The techniques employed by these sect members were exceedingly diverse and innovative. Take Yi Qingqing from the Qingyun sect, for instance. Her name may sound gentle and delicate, yet she was, in truth, a veritable ice queen. Furthermore, she had grasped the essence of sword intent even at the foundation establishment stage, a rare talent indeed. Often, when Yi Qingqing merely unsheathed half of her sword, her opponent would already find themselves encased in ice, powerless to retaliate. Lin Dehai couldn't help but marvel at the unfathomable strength of these sect disciples. In contrast, Lin Dehai felt as though the path he walked in cultivation was entirely different from theirs. The concept of sword intent was something he had never even heard of before. Could this be the very disparity between sect disciples and wandering cultivators? During the days of the competition, Lin Dehai and Huang Huilong gradually transformed into friends. Lin Dehai was thoroughly captivated by the tales of the cultivation world recounted by Huang Huilong, who relished having someone to listen to his boastful stories. Lin Dehai proved not only to be an attentive listener, but also exceptionally considerate. Whenever Huang Huilong felt parched, he would promptly offer him a cup of fine wine, making Huang Huilong feel deeply appreciated. Thus, their bond grew ever closer, and they soon became inseparable companions, referring to one another with affectionate nicknames, Lin Brother and Huang Little Brother, as if they had known each other for years. A few days later, the competition finally concluded. Zhang Lei secured an impressive 9th place in this fierce contest. Some speculated that this might be due to the Baiwei sect, as the host, having shown him a measure of leniency. Unsurprisingly, First place was claimed by the exceptional Yi Qingqing, whose prowess was indisputably head and shoulders above the rest of the participants. Following closely in second place was Yi Wuchen from the Li sect. Lin Dehai felt a vague familiarity with this Yi Wuchen, but could not quite recall where he had seen him before. However, upon witnessing the dazzling display of effects during Yi Wuchen's battle with Yi Qingqing, Lin Dehai was certain he had never encountered such a flamboyant individual. Had he truly met him before, he would surely not have forgotten. The Lishan Secret Realm officially opened 3 days after the competition. After enjoying the contest, Lin Dehai and his companions walked back with cheerful spirits. Suddenly, a melodious and enchanting voice rang out from ahead. "Fellow cultivator, please hold." This voice, reminiscent of a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, was captivating enough to catch anyone's attention. However, upon hearing it, Lin Dehai felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling involuntarily. He was all too familiar with this voice. Was it not the very lady who had robbed him on 2 occasions? Before his mind could catch up, his body instinctively reacted. He immediately knelt on the ground, raising his storage bag high, muttering, "Fairy, please spare me. All my spirit stones are in here." Of course, this storage bag was merely a decoy. His true one was hidden beneath him, just in case. Upon witnessing this, Hua Linglong's face flushed with embarrassment. She had merely called out to Lin Dehai because his back seemed vaguely familiar, not expecting it to be the very impoverished fellow she had robbed twice. "Oh, what are you saying? This fairy is not a bandit. Who would covet your spirit stones?" Hua Linglong pouted playfully. Lin Dehai silently lamented, wishing he could roll his eyes. Could she not lower his storage bag while making such remarks? However, with so many people around, he was loath to offend her in public, so he quickly replied, "Yes. Yes, it is my cowardice. It has nothing to do with the fairy." As anticipated, these so-called friends were merely drinking companions. At that moment, Huang Huilong had fully integrated himself into the crowd, appearing as if he belonged with them, while he treated Lin Dehai as a stranger. Just then, a figure clad in black and white robes approached slowly. It was Yi Wuchen, whose appearance drew the attention of the crowd. "Junior sister, what is happening?" Yi Wuchen inquired with concern. Hua Linglong appeared flustered and quickly waved her hands, saying, "It's nothing, nothing, senior brother. I mistook someone for another." Her voice trembled slightly, akin to a young girl caught in a misdeed. Simultaneously, the storage bag she clutched was tossed back to Lin Dehai as if it were a hot potato. Seeing this, Lin Dehai pondered silently, realizing that Hua Linglong and Yi Wuchen were the very duo who had previously robbed him. Yi Wuchen seemed to also recognize Lin Dehai, casting a glare at Hua Linglong that seemed to convey, "I will deal with you later." He then turned to Lin Dehai, smiling as he said, "My junior sister was being reckless. I hope fellow cultivator can forgive her. This is a small token of my goodwill, a way of apologizing to the fairy." With that, he produced a vial of pills from his robes and handed it to Lin Dehai. Lin Dehai understood all too well that he had no grounds to refuse. Reluctantly, he accepted the pills, saying, "I am undeserving. Thank you, fellow cultivator Yi." Chapter 50. The opening of the secret realm as Hua Linglong and Yi Wuchen turned to depart. Yi Wuchen suddenly pivoted, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Lin Dehai. In a low voice, he cautioned, "My friend, you have also come to enter the Lishan secret realm, I presume? Allow me to offer a word of advice. This secret realm is no ordinary affair. You must exercise utmost caution." Lin Dehai was momentarily taken aback by these words. Initially, he dismissed them as mere commonplace advice. However, upon further reflection, a flicker of wariness ignited within him. It was well known that disciples of the sects were often privy to information far beyond the reach of a loose cultivator like himself. The fact that Yi Wuchen had specifically mentioned the extraordinary nature of this secret realm hinted at underlying reasons. Coupled with the memory of Lu Ming entrusting him with the key to the realm, Lin Dehai felt an unsettling sense of intrigue. As Lin Dehai pondered this, the figures of Yi Wuchen and Hua Linglong gradually faded from view. At that moment, Huang Huilong approached him like a specter, whispering, "Brother Lin, I did not realize you were acquainted with a talent like Yi Wuchen. My apologies for my earlier ignorance." Lin Dehai smirked, rolling his eyes in annoyance at Huang Huilong and Appo's sycophantic demeanor. Deep down, he chastised this opportunistic fellow for his fickle nature. Yet, he held no strong objections to Huang Huilong and Appo's actions, recognizing that in their world of loose cultivators, self-preservation was paramount. However, when the object of such self-preservation was himself, a hint of resentment stirred within Lin Dehai. Brother Huang, your reactions are quite swift." Lin Dehai replied, his smile lacking warmth. Unperturbed by Lin Dehai and Appo's subtle displeasure, Huang Huilong continued with a grin, "Hee, Brother Lin, I acknowledge my earlier missteps. I hope you can overlook them. By the way, I have heard that the Zue Xian Lu has recently introduced a new dish, reputed to be extraordinary. Would you care to join me in savoring it?" At the mention of Zue Xian Lu, Lin Dehai's eyes sparkled with interest. Although it was not the finest establishment in Wangwuxian City, a meal there would still cost a considerable number of spirit stones. With this in mind, a smile crept onto Lin Dehai and Appo's face as he replied, "Oh, If Brother Huang is treating, I must graciously accept. However, may I request a pot of Qianri Zui as well? Huang Huilong laughed heartily, responding with exuberance. Not a problem. Consider it a small favor. Let us make our way to the Xingxian Lu. As the saying goes, friends are made through shared indulgences. With food and drink, camaraderie flourished. The two soon cast aside their earlier discomfort, linking arms as they strolled towards Xian Lu. Yet, just as they turned to leave, Lin Dehai caught a glimpse of Zhang Lei. The latter stood on the side of the street, his expression devoid of emotion, observing them with a chilling indifference. A stir of unease coursed through Lin Dehai. Just as he intended to scrutinize Zhang Lei further, the latter seemed to sense his gaze, silently turning away and vanishing into the throng. Lin Dehai could only shake his head in resignation, reflecting, "Ah well, rain must fall. And children grow up with their own thoughts. Such is the way of life. I shall regard him as a stranger from now on. Perhaps it is best for all involved." Huang Huilong, noticing the shift in Lin Dehai and Appo's demeanor, followed his gaze but saw nothing amiss. Concerned, he inquired, "Brother Lin, is something troubling you? You seem somewhat preoccupied." Snapping back to the present, Lin Dehai smiled and replied, "Oh, it is nothing. I merely recalled some matters. Come, let us drink." With that, he grasped Huang Huilong and Appo's arm, leading him towards Xian Lu. 3 days later, Lin Dehai and Huang Huilong arrived at the entrance of the Lishan secret realm. Huang Huilong stood at the threshold, his brow furrowed with worry as he remarked, "Brother Lin, something feels off here." Following Huang Huilong's gaze, Lin Dehai observed a throng of people at the entrance, a chaotic sea of cultivators, the majority of whom were loose cultivators. According to customary protocol, the ratio of sect disciples to loose cultivators should typically be 800 to 200. Yet today, the number of loose cultivators far exceeded this norm, easily surpassing 1,000. This, Lin Dehai hesitated, sensing the unease himself, yet he offered reassurance. "It should be fine, right? After all, the sect disciples intend to enter as well." Huang Huilong shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips. "While that may be true, the sheer number is alarming. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Though Lin Dehai shared Huang Huilong and Appo's suspicion, the sight of around 200 sect disciples queuing at the entrance lent him some confidence. After all, Baihu's sect was merely a third-rate sect, while disciples of top-tier sects were present. Should anything happen to even one of them, Baihu's sect would undoubtedly face grave consequences. "Regardless, brother, you must be cautious once you enter," Huang Huilong warned gravely. "And you as well, Brother Huang." Huang Huilong had come prepared to enter the secret realm, having spent an entire 3,000 spirit stones to acquire the key. As they conversed, Huang Huilong shared meticulous details regarding the various precautions necessary for navigating the secret realm, both feeling a tinge of anxiety as it was their first foray into such an enigmatic place. However, compared to Lin Dehai, Huang Huilong appeared to possess a wealth of information, generously imparting everything he knew about the secret realm. Just as their discussion reached a fervent crescendo, the entrance to the secret realm erupted in a dazzling display of light, as if heralding its imminent opening. Several golden core cultivators soared into the air, deftly casting a series of seals. As the seals cascaded down, the entrance gradually revealed itself. Yet, it was shrouded in a thick fog that obscured any view of what lay within. Lin Dehai, seizing the moment, attempted to probe with his spiritual sense, only to be astonished that the fog thwarted his efforts. At that instant, the sect disciples seemed to have anticipated this moment, unhesitatingly plunging into the fog. In the blink of an eye, 200 sect disciples vanished into the entrance like birds fleeing into the forest. Soon after, it was the turn of the loose cultivators. Unlike their sect counterparts, these individuals showed no inclination to yield, each one racing towards the entrance with fervor. Some even resorted to desperate measures, forcibly dragging fellow cultivators aside to gain an advantage. In an instant, chaos erupted, filled with shouts, curses, and the din of frenzied commotion. Chapter 51. The Merchant Brother Lin. "Are you not going in?" Huang Huilong glanced at the scattered cultivators on the verge of confrontation at the entrance of the secret realm and turned to Lin Dehai, who stood beside him. Lin Dehai's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of indifference as he replied softly, "What is the rush? Whether we enter a quarter of an hour early or late makes little difference. Let them go in first. What harm could it do?" Huang Huilong pondered for a moment and found Lin Dehai and Appo's words quite reasonable. Thus, he ceased to urge him and stood beside him, observing the movements of the scattered cultivators. After a considerable time had passed, as the scattered cultivators gradually entered the secret realm, Huang Huilong finally spoke to Lin Dehai, "Brother Lin, it's about time. Let us also make our entrance." Lin Dehai nodded, and together with Huang Huilong, they soared into the sky like two shooting stars, plunging directly into the secret realm. "Brother Huang, do not perish within. I await the 1,000-day drunkenness you shall bring back." Lin Dehai and Appo's voice echoed from afar, tinged with a playful tone. "Haha, rest assured. Brother Lin, I shall certainly return alive to share fine wine with you." Huang Huilong and Appo's laughter resonated in the air, before the two were enveloped by the thick mist of the secret realm, vanishing from sight. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Dahai felt a blur before his eyes, as if he were being drawn by a tremendous force, spinning and swirling. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself on a broad expanse of flat ground. Regaining his composure, Lin Dahai swiftly concealed his aura and, like a specter, quietly slipped into a nearby thicket. In the grass, he lay in wait like a leopard poised to strike. His heartbeat was steady, and his breathing was slight, as if he had blended into the surroundings. After a while, he perked his ears to carefully listen for any sounds nearby. Confirming that there was no one in the vicinity, he cautiously poked his head out. His gaze swiftly swept across the surroundings, assessing the environment. Lin Dahai took a deep breath, savoring the humidity and freshness in the air. He retrieved a map of the secret realm from his bosom, purchased in the marketplace. The map detailed the terrain and significant locations of the Lishan secret realm. Unfolding the map, he studied it intently, seeking to ascertain his current position. The center of the Lishan secret realm was the towering Lishan mountain, which stood out prominently within the realm. No matter where one was, the majestic peak could be seen from afar. Moreover, the closer one got to Lishan, the greater the treasures found. Thus, those who considered themselves powerful would rush towards Lishan, hoping to acquire precious materials and treasures there. Lin Dahai's key to the secret realm was given to him by Lu Ming, and he had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. He had no intention of competing for those treasures, knowing that with his current strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with stronger opponents. Even if he were to obtain them, retaining them would be another challenge. His primary objective was to locate a suitable swamp for his Bai Shui Chan Chua to advance. The Bai Shui Chan Chua was his spirit beast, currently at the 3rd tier. With the right environment, it could potentially evolve into a 4th tier spirit beast. However, before taking action, Lin Dahai suddenly recalled something. He took out the secret realm key and scrutinized it closely. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of unease. Various plots and schemes from novels of his past life flickered through his mind. Such items of unknown origin could easily be tampered with. The more he contemplated, the more he suspected that the secret realm key might be problematic. What if it were a trap? With that thought, Lin Dahai decided to leave the secret realm key behind and retrieve it when the time came to exit. This way, even if there were indeed a conspiracy, he could avoid being ensnared within it. In a flash, Lin Dahai vanished like a wraith into the ground, disappearing without a trace. He tread cautiously in the subterranean depths until he reached a spot several hundred meters below. Here lay a dimly lit space, thick with the scent of earth. Lin Dahai groped in the darkness until he found a suitable location to gently place the secret realm key. To ensure the safety of the key, Lin Dahai cast a spell, setting up a small protective formation to conceal it. Content with his handiwork, Lin Dahai thought to himself that this way, the secret realm key would not be easily discovered by others. After all, without the key, one could not leave the secret realm. And cultivators trapped within often met with misfortune, fading into obscurity. Lin Dahai had no desire to become one of them. He held no interest in the secrets of the secret realm. Once he had secured the key, he followed the directions on the map, continuing towards his destination. However, upon reaching the location marked as a swamp on the map, he could not help but curse under his breath. Damn merchant. What lay before him was not a swamp at all, but rather a lush and vibrant jungle. Lin Dahai felt a surge of frustration. He realized that the secret realm map he had purchased for a spirit stone was utterly fraudulent. Truly, one gets what one pays for. Lin Dahai grumbled in indignation. Just as he was inwardly cursing the merchant, a faint sound suddenly drifted from afar. He immediately became alert, swiftly hiding behind a large tree, holding his breath and focusing on the source of the noise. Before long, he spotted a man and a woman approaching slowly, clad in plain robes. They seemed to be engrossed in conversation. Brother Liu, are you really going to give me 3 of those body refinement fruits? You are too kind to me. Yi Meyer exclaimed, her face alight with surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling with emotion and joy. She was as delicate as a flower, leaning languidly against Lu Mingyang, as if she wished to merge completely into his embrace. Both were scattered cultivators in the qi refinement stage, and upon entering this mysterious place, they had fortuitously discovered a 3rd-tier spirit plant simultaneously. The spirit plant bore 5 precious body refinement fruits, which could enhance physical strength without the need for alchemy. Consuming them would yield remarkable results, making it a rare spirit plant of even greater value than an ordinary 4th-tier spirit plant. Yi Meyer was quite enchanting, her figure graceful, particularly her alluring curves, which drew one's gaze. The front of her robe was deliberately pulled low, revealing a hint of fair skin and a deep neckline, tantalizingly obscured, evoking the imagination. Under the influence of Yi Meyer's sweet words and alluring demeanor, Lu Mingyang soon found himself lost in this tender realm, completely forgetting his original plans and goals. Ultimately, he unhesitatingly divided 3 of the 5 body refinement fruits with Yi Meyer, keeping only 2 for himself. Chapter 52. The swamp. Lin Dahai gazed at the 2 lovers entwined in a passionate embrace, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. He found the scene excessively provocative, somewhat overwhelming for a man of his years. Just as he contemplated turning away, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the air. Lin Dahai turned in shock to see the couple, once locked in fervent intimacy, now separated, with a ghastly wound gaping from Lu Mingyang's chest. Lu Mingyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Meyer, struggling to utter a single word. Why? Yet, before he could finish, his body crumpled to the ground. Lifeless. Yi Meyer and Apos' delicate hand was drenched in blood, and in her grasp lay a still-beating heart. With an expression void of emotion, she stared at the organ, then extended her tongue to lightly taste the crimson fluid. Why? Yi Meyer and Apos' voice was cold and merciless. Once you are dead, everything you possess belongs to me, does it not? How pitiful you men are. A mere hint of sweetness renders you utterly senseless. A shiver of dread coursed through Lin Dahai as he beheld the alluring yet perilous Yi Meyer. He suddenly realized that this seemingly beautiful flower was, in truth, bristling with thorns and fraught with danger. He felt a surge of relief that he had no intention of seeking a partner. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to this woman and Apos' enchanting beauty, meeting a tragic fate akin to Lu Mingyang and Apos'. Though he had no desire to kill for treasure, he was willing to act as an agent of justice. Lin Dahai regarded Yi Meyer with an impassive expression, drawing forth his flying sword from his storage bag. Before Yi Meyer could sense the impending danger, he swiftly unleashed the sword, striking like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the blade flashed, and Yi Meyer barely had time to emit a scream before her head was pierced, blood splattering in all directions. Lin Dahai swiftly sheathed his sword, bent down to collect the couple's storage bags, and without hesitation, turned to vanish into the shadows, moving like a specter. He was confident that the nearby beasts would soon detect the scent of blood and come to dispose of the corpses of Yi Meyer and Lu Mingyang. Lin Dahai hurried onward until he discovered a secluded spot. After ensuring he was not being followed, he cautiously retrieved the contents of the storage bags. What treasures lay within? Lin Dahai and Apos' heart raced with anticipation. It was time to unveil the hidden bounty. Upon opening Yi Meyer and Lu Mingyang and Apos' bags, however, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Aside from some common pills, talismans, and magical artifacts, there was nothing of significant value. Yet, when he beheld 5 body-refining fruits, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. These fruits would greatly aid him in enhancing his physical strength and prowess. Although the other items held little use for him personally, they could be sold for spirit stones. Lin Dahai was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of his righteous endeavor. Eliminating the malevolent Yi Meyer not only granted him 5,000 spirit stones, but, more importantly, he had also discovered a map to the Lishan's secret realm within her storage bag. Previously, he had been deceived by a false map, leading him astray and wasting precious time and energy. However, this misfortune had turned fortuitous, for the true map indicated that the swamp was not far from his current location. Stealthily, Lin Dahai traversed the forest, wary of attracting the attention of treasure-seeking cultivators. After a prolonged and tense journey, he finally arrived at a desolate swamp. Mist hung thickly in the air, the ground was damp and muddy, and a rancid odor permeated the atmosphere. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he carefully released the azure water toad from his spirit beast pouch. The toad immediately began to croak loudly, seemingly lamenting its confinement in the pouch. All right. No need to fuss. I remember our agreement for 2 bottles of chi-nourishing pills. I would never deceive you, Lin Dahai hastily reassured. Covering his ears with one hand while the other fished out a chi-nourishing pill obtained from his recent endeavor, the pill emitted a faint fragrance, causing the azure water toad's eyes to gleam with delight. Lin Dahai chuckled wryly as he presented the pill to the toad. In truth, he had promised the toad 2 pills to coax it into willingly entering the pouch. Yet, he had not anticipated the exorbitant prices in Wangsen City, leaving him with insufficient spirit stones to procure the pills. Thus, he had hesitated to release the toad, fearing its incessant squawking. However, as he watched the azure water toad happily consume the pill, a significant weight lifted from Lin Dahai and Apos' shoulders. After devouring the pill, the toad ceased its clamoring, instead exhibiting a keen interest in its surroundings. It glanced around, then croaked a few times at Lin Dahai, as if declaring this place to be splendid. Subsequently, the toad hopped into the depths of the swamp, disappearing into the mist. Due to the noxious miasma that permeated the swamp, Lin Dahai decided against waiting there for the azure water toad. After all, their bond allowed them to know each other and Apos' whereabouts at any time. Thus, he sought a concealed spot underground, patiently waiting for the toad to complete its advancement. During this period, he resolved to consume the body-refining fruits. Upon swallowing the first fruit, he instantly felt a surge of fiery energy coursing through his body, gradually permeating and transforming his flesh. This process continued for 3 days, after which the effects began to wane. Undeterred, Lin Dahai promptly ingested a second fruit. However, this time, the potency lasted noticeably shorter, sustaining him for merely 2 days. The effects of the third fruit proved even more fleeting, lasting only a single day. When he tried the fourth fruit, he found it entirely ineffective. Despite this, Lin Dahai resolved to test the strength of his body. After a series of trials, he was astonished to discover that his physical form could now withstand the ordinary attacks of a third-tier flying sword. Simultaneously, his 9-dragon transformation successfully ascended to its second stage, significantly enhancing his strength. Once his training concluded, Lin Dahai keenly sensed that the Azure Water Toad and Apos' advancement was nearing completion. He pondered that it was time to stretch his legs and breathe some fresh air before returning to wait once more. Chapter 53. The Ambush Emerging from the Depths Below. Lin Dahai was abruptly met with a cacophony of sounds. A sense of alarm gripped his heart. He quickly moderated his steps and stealthily advanced towards the source of the noise. Navigating cautiously around several towering trees, he finally beheld a congregation of disciples from various sections. To his astonishment, these disciples were not, like other cultivators, rushing towards Li Mountain to seize the treasures of heaven and earth. Instead, they seemed to be in search of something. Lin Dahai furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the peculiar motives behind their gathering. Why were these disciples not competing for riches at Li Mountain, but instead congregating here? Just as he was mired in confusion, he caught sight of the leader among them. This figure was familiar to him. It was Qian Jiang from the Baiyun sect, a second-tier sect and a 6th-rank foundation establishment cultivator in the Grand Tournament. Qian Jiang was wielding a mirror-like artifact, leading his team of cultivators in a meticulous search of the area. Sensing something amiss, Lin Dahai resolved to follow them and uncover their intentions. Quietly trailing behind at a safe distance to avoid detection, he soon witnessed them encounter a lone rogue cultivator. The rogue appeared startled by the sudden ambush. Before he could utter a word, one of Qian Jiang and Apos' companions pierced him through the heart with a sword, ending his life instantly. The assailant, expressionless, took the rogue and Apos' storage bag and returned to the group as if nothing had transpired. Witnessing this scene, Lin Dahai and Apos' heart grew heavier. It became evident that this secret realm trial harbored sinister undertones. These disciples appeared to be systematically hunting rogue cultivators. The current situation was precarious for him, prompting Lin Dahai to conceal his identity and bide his time until the trial concluded. With that resolve, he swiftly turned and invoked the Earth Escape technique, vanishing like a wraith back to the marshland, patiently awaiting the ascension of the Bai Shui Chan Toad. The trial and Apos' duration was a month, and with half the time already elapsed, urgency gripped him. He needed to devise a strategy to confront the looming crisis. Just as Lin Dahai believed he would navigate the remaining time safely, an overwhelming force suddenly descended upon him, akin to a mountain crushing an egg. The impact was so abrupt that he had no time to react. A resounding crash echoed as Lin Dahai was forcefully driven underground, the very earth trembling from the blow. His body felt as though it had been struck by a speeding truck, every organ seemingly displaced, agony seizing him. Fortuitously, having consumed a body-tempering fruit earlier, his physical constitution had been significantly enhanced. Thus, despite the ferocity of the attack, he did not perish immediately, though he sustained considerable injuries and was in excruciating pain. After a strenuous effort to emerge from the earth, Lin Dahai focused his gaze and recognized the figure standing above Lu Ming. Lu held what appeared to be a brick-like artifact, evidently the source of the lethal strike moments ago. Although taken aback by Lu Ming and Apos' treachery, Lin Dahai felt an inexplicable sense of inevitability regarding this confrontation. Suppressing his pain, he feigned severe injury, leaning against a tree trunk, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of disbelief as he questioned Lu Ming. Why? Friend Lu, we bear no animosity. Why would you ambush me so treacherously? In response to Lin Dahai and Apos' inquiry, Lu Ming erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Once his mirth subsided, he replied leisurely, South Mountain friend. It is indeed true that we have no grievances between us. I possess no reason to hunt you down. However, you must blame your fortunate disciple for this predicament. Initially, Lin Dahai posed the question merely to distract Lu Ming and seize the opportunity to escape. Yet, to his astonishment, Lu Ming answered him directly. This unexpected revelation prompted Lin Dahai to delay his retreat, determined to uncover the motivations behind his pursuit. What does this have to do with my disciple? Lin Dahai queried. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Though a nagging suspicion hinted at a connection to his disciple, Zhang Lei, he could not fathom the details. Zhang Lei is a natural talent for the path of ruthlessness, yet your presence obstructs his path. Lu Ming and Apos' response left Lin Dahai utterly stunned, unable to conceive such reasoning. Did he send you to kill me? Lin Dahai pressed further. Not directly. However, he is aware of my intent to slay you. Lu Ming and Apos' words deepened the sorrow within Lin Dahai and Apos' heart, conjuring memories of the once frail figure who had now become his adversary. Knowing the reason, it is time to accept your fate, Lu Ming proclaimed, heavenly seal. A powerful force surged forth, bearing down on Lin Dahai like a mountain. In the instant Lu Ming unleashed his artifact, hurtling towards Lin Dahai like a shooting star, Lin Dahai vanished like a specter, eluding capture. However, this was not a true disappearance. He had activated the blood escape technique, swiftly vacating the scene. He did not flee far, maintaining a relatively safe distance from Lu Ming. In that fleeting moment, a sense of triumph flickered within Lin Dahai. He sensed that his Bai Shui Chan Toad had successfully ascended to a 4th-tier spirit beast and was rapidly approaching him. Simultaneously, a wave of regret washed over Lu Ming. He had never anticipated that Lin Dahai had already attained foundation establishment and could evade his ambush so swiftly. Just as Lu Ming wallowed in his frustration, Lin Dahai abruptly halted his flight. Have you finally surrendered and accepted death? Lu Ming thought, eager to seize the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate Lin Dahai and prevent any further complications. Yet, in response to Lu Ming and Apos' inquiry, Lin Dahai calmly retorted, I beg your pardon, but I am not ready to die just yet. Before his words could settle, Lin Dahai and Apos' flying sword shot forth like lightning, colliding violently with Lu Ming and Apos' heavenly seal. Sparks flew, and shockwaves rippled through the air. Despite the formidable power of Lin Dahai's sword, it ultimately fell short, being forcefully repelled by the heavenly seal. In that split second, Lin Dahai deftly unleashed another of his artifacts, the hidden bee needle. This concealed weapon, preemptively activated, surged forth like a phantom, aimed directly at Lu Ming and Apos' forehead. The speed of this strike was akin to lightning, catching Lu Ming completely off guard. However, at that critical juncture, a brilliant golden light erupted around Lu Ming, acting as an impenetrable shield against the lethal hidden bee needle. Chapter 54. A ray of hope. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Ming and Apos' forehead as he silently thanked his fortunate stars for carrying a self-defensive artifact. Otherwise, he would surely have met his demise today. Fueled by a surge of anger, he was poised to retaliate when suddenly a deluge of milky water arrows came hurtling towards him. In a flurry, he waved his sleeve, dispersing the projectiles effortlessly. Is this your trump card? Lu Ming sneered at his companion, Daoist Nanshan. If this is all you can muster, you might as well resign yourself to death. The azure toad leapt from the water, its size having swelled from that of a grinding stone to that of a small cart. Oh, are you so confident, Daoist Lu? Lin Dahai and Apos' lips curled into a faint smirk as he wiped the blood from his mouth, rising to stand beside the azure toad. Humph. A mere loose cultivator dares to be arrogant before me? Lu Ming bellowed. Today, I shall show you the true prowess of a sect disciple. However, before he could finish his statement, he felt as if all the strength had been drawn from his body, collapsing limply to the ground. How could this happen? Lu Ming's face was a mask of shock, utterly bewildered by his sudden incapacitation. His voice trembled with fear. What is going on? Why can't I move? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. Is it so strange? You have been poisoned. Lu Ming whipped around to find Lin Dahai standing beside him, sword in hand, his expression devoid of emotion, cold eyes fixated on Lu Ming. Nanshan Daoist, you cannot kill me. If you do, you will never escape. Lu Ming cried out urgently. Lin Dahai paused, brow furrowed slightly. Oh, why is that? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lu Ming replied. The Li's secret realm requires a sacrifice of lives every millennium to maintain its existence. If those who escape are not sect members, they will be silenced. If you spare me, I will take you out as a disciple of the Baiwa sect. Lin Dahai's heart tightened. He had sensed something amiss with the trials in the secret realm, and Lu Ming's words only confirmed his suspicions. These sects were indeed ruthless, willing to sacrifice so many loose cultivators for the sake of their own survival. Yet, Lin Dahai remained unconvinced. He regarded Lu Ming coldly. Do you think I would believe you? Seeing the skepticism in Lin Dahai's eyes, Lu Ming hastily insisted, I speak the truth. If you do not believe me, you can inquire with others from the sections. With a dismissive scoff, Lin Dahai replied, no need, I can judge for myself. With that, he swung his sword violently, piercing Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for Lin Dahai's decisive action. A sickening sound resounded as the sword penetrated his body, blood erupting forth. Lin Dahai looked down expressionlessly as Lu Ming crumpled to the ground, then retrieved the storage pouch from his lifeless form. With a flick of his wrist, a flame engulfed Lu Ming's corpse, reducing it to ashes. Feeling the urgency to vacate the area, Lin Dahai urged the azure toad to carry him swiftly to a secluded location. Understanding the master's anxiety, the toad complied without hesitation, darting away like a bolt of lightning. Throughout the journey, Lin Dahai clung tightly to the toad's back, unwilling to relax even for a moment. After a frantic dash, the azure toad brought him to a remote valley, surrounded by dense forests and steep cliffs, an excellent hideaway. With a sigh of relief, Lin Dahai resolved to recuperate in the sanctuary. After 2 days of diligent effort, his injuries had healed considerably. However, the weight in his heart only deepened during this time. He pondered incessantly on how to navigate his current predicament, feeling utterly stumped, as he was no brilliant protagonist capable of devising a clever escape. As the days passed, anxiety gnawed at him. Was he truly destined to await death in this place? Once he regained his strength, Lin Dahai ventured out cautiously to assess the situation. What he witnessed only compounded his despair. Where once there were lively loose cultivators, now only sect disciples were engaged in trials. The former had vanished without a trace. Just as hopelessness began to envelop him, he was unexpectedly confronted by Yi Wuqing, appearing alone before him. Yi Wuqing also recognized Lin Dahai, his expression betraying a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback that Lin Dahai still drew breath. You are still alive? Yi Wuqing's tone was frigid. Lin Dahai offered a bittersweet smile. I am fortunate to have survived. He understood that with Yi Wuqing's prowess, if he truly wished for Lin Dehai's demise. It would take but a single strike. Faced with Yi Wucheng, Lin Dehai felt utterly defenseless. To his astonishment, however, Yi Wucheng refrained from immediate violence, instead furrowing his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, as if arriving at a decision, Yi Wucheng retrieved a disciple's robe from his robe and tossed it to Lin Dehai. Put this on. Once you leave, our matters with my junior sister will be settled. Lin Dehai's eyes widened in disbelief at the unexpected kindness, a surge of joy swelling within him. Is this really true? He stammered, fearful it might all be a dream. Yi Wucheng offered no reply, his gaze remaining cold and indifferent. Seeing no reason to hesitate further, Lin Dehai swiftly donned the robe, even shaving his beard to present himself more like an ordinary middle-aged sect disciple. Once attired, Yi Wucheng led Lin Dehai back to the ranks of the Falling Leaf sect. Due to Yi Wucheng's esteemed position within the sect, no one questioned Lin Dehai's identity. However, Hua Linglong, relying on her keen perception, recognized Lin Dehai's presence. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Dehai abruptly produced a leftover body refining fruit from his pocket and approached her with a broad smile. Senior sister, is this the spirit fruit you accidentally dropped? Hua Linglong's gaze fell upon the fruit in Lin Dehai's hand, scrutinizing it before a faint smile graced her lips, indicating her satisfaction with its quality. Indeed, this is mine, she replied softly, her tone calm and gentle. Before her words had fully settled, she reached out to grasp the fruit, tucking it away into her possession. Then, she turned gracefully, rejoining her team as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 55, Journey to the Western State, Revised. Yi Wucheng chose not to accompany the disciples of the Falling Leaves sect, unless faced with an imminent and lethal threat. He would not interfere with their trials. After all, given his prowess, remaining within their ranks would likely foster an undue reliance among the disciples. In the days that followed, Lin Dehai also made a concerted effort to refrain from disrupting the trial process of the Falling Leaves sect's disciples. Even during the distribution of spoils, he did not seek to insert himself into the fray. This restraint earned him the respect and satisfaction of the disciples, who appreciated his self-awareness. As time passed, Lin Dehai found it increasingly difficult to spot other wandering cultivators. It seemed that only a scant few had managed to survive. During the final days, the residual chaos from the battles on Lishan intensified. Yi Wucheng had already departed from the group, venturing alone to Lishan to compete against the elite of the heavens. When the last day of exiting the Lishan secret realm finally arrived, Yi Wucheng streaked through the night sky like a meteor, rejoining the group. His once pristine white robe was now tattered in several places, as if he had endured a harrowing battle. Yet, his countenance remained as frigid as frost, rendering it impossible to discern whether he had sustained injuries. As time elapsed, a blinding white light suddenly enveloped everyone. When Lin Dehai opened his eyes once more, he found himself outside the secret realm. From a distance, he observed that aside from the sect disciples, only a few scattered cultivators remained, all of whom appeared disheveled and battered, clearly having endured fierce escapes. A formidable force of divine will descended from the heavens, firmly subduing them. These wandering cultivators had no room to struggle, instantly rendered immobile as if they had become lifeless puppets. Lin Dehai's complexion paled slightly. He silently rejoiced that he had narrowly avoided sharing the same fate as those scattered cultivators. He could not help but reflect on the harsh reality of the cultivation world, where strength was the cornerstone of survival. Scanning his surroundings, he noted the absence of Huang Huilong. It was likely that Huang had become trapped within the Lishan secret realm, unable to escape. This thought cast a shadow of sadness over Lin Dehai. At that moment, a nascent soul cultivator outside the secret realm proclaimed the end of the trials. Observing this, Lin Dehai hurriedly followed the disciples of the Falling Leaves sect as they departed. Before leaving Wangyue Xiancheng, he could not resist glancing back at the scattered cultivators, who stood there like soulless puppets, oblivious to the throngs of people passing by them. Lin Dehai sighed deeply, his heart heavy with sentiment. The cultivation world indeed resembled a brutal arena of the survival of the fittest. Even the prestigious sects could unhesitatingly sacrifice countless wandering cultivators to uphold the existence of the secret realm. After traversing a distance from Wangyue Xiancheng, Lin Dehai halted, turning to face Yi Wucheng with a look of gratitude. Brother Yi, I am profoundly thankful for your intervention. Had you not acted in time, I might have met my demise, he expressed sincerely. Yi Wucheng regarded him with an impassive expression and replied coolly, there is no need for such gratitude. I merely compensated for the matter concerning my junior sister. We are even now. With that, he turned away, leading the disciples of the Falling Leaves sect further into the distance. As Hualing passed by Lin Dehai, she playfully made a face at him before swiftly catching up to Yi Wucheng. Lin Dehai stood silently, watching their receding figures, a wave of despondency washing over him. He suddenly realized he had nowhere to go. Returning to the Jiangnan Mountains was out of the question, as Zhang Lei's presence there would mean certain death. He recalled tales of the Western State, a paradise for wandering cultivators, where perhaps he could find his place. Furthermore, the continuation of the Fan Tiangong techniques was said to be in the Western State, solidifying Lin Dehai's resolve to journey there. Taking a deep breath, Lin Dehai steadied his resolve and resolutely soared toward the Western State. This flight lasted a full 3 years. At last, Lin Dehai arrived in the Western State. However, the scene before him was a profound disappointment. The biting cold wind howled, and desolation reigned, with nary a soul in sight. Eventually, he stumbled upon a village, thinking it might provide a moment's respite. As he approached the village, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Outside, rows of ominous skeletons hung high, swaying in the wind, sending chills down his spine. The village was eerily silent. All the villagers had retreated into their homes, doors and windows tightly shut, too fearful to venture outside. Linda High wandered the village paths alone, passing by a homestead when he suddenly heard faint sobbing emanating from within. Continuing onward, he eventually found a house that appeared somewhat grander than the rest, surmising it might be the village chief's residence. He approached and gently knocked on the door, inquiring, "Is anyone there?" After a moment, the door creaked open, and an elderly man emerged. Upon seeing Linda High's attire, the old man trembled and spoke in a quavering voice. "Sir, are you a celestial master?" Linda High smiled and nodded. The old man, upon realizing this, immediately knelt before him, bowing his head repeatedly and murmuring, "Please, celestial master, save our village of Shibwa." Linda High was taken aback by the old man's actions, momentarily stunned. He quickly extended a hand to help the elder rise, asking gently, "Please, stand up. Speak slowly about what troubles you. I will do my utmost to assist." The elder, his face etched with worry, recounted his tale, his voice laden with profound sorrow and helplessness. He introduced himself as the village chief of Shibwa, having lived there for most of his life. However, 20 years prior, their peaceful existence was shattered by the arrival of a mysterious figure known as the Black Mountain Taoist. This individual demanded that the villagers surrender a young boy or girl each year as a condition for his protection over the village. Initially, the villagers were filled with dread and indignation at such a demand, but faced with the Taoists' overwhelming power, they found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Any family that hesitated to comply would face the wrath of the Black Mountain Taoist, who would mercilessly slay them all. Furthermore, those who attempted to flee with their families would meet the same grim fate if discovered, their corpses left displayed along the village paths as a warning to others. As time wore on, the Taoist demands grew increasingly outrageous. What had begun as one child per year had escalated to one every 6 months, and now, shockingly, it had dwindled to one child per month. Presently, only one boy remained in Shibwa village, and the other villagers, fearing for their children, had ceased to bear any more offspring. The entire village was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair and terror. Chapter 56. The Black Mountain Taoist Linda High felt a twinge of sympathy for the misfortunes befalling Shibwa village. Various signs indicated that the Black Mountain Taoist was evidently exploiting the innocent boys and girls for the practice of some nefarious arts. However, despite his outrage at such malevolence, Linda High had no intention of becoming easily embroiled in the matter. After all, he was entirely ignorant of the Black Mountain Taoist's capabilities, and offending an evil practitioner over individuals who bore no relation to him was hardly prudent. It was essential to remember that this was not the central continent, where sect disciples would suddenly emerge to champion the cause of the people. As Linda High hesitated, villagers, having heard of the arrival of a celestial master, flocked to the village chief's residence. Without uttering a word, they knelt in unison, pleading for Linda High to save their village. Among them, one woman stood out. She clutched a child no older than 5, repeatedly bowing her head to Linda High, crying out, "I beseech you, celestial master, save my child." Blood had already begun to flow from her forehead due to her fervent prostrations, and this sight deeply pierced Linda High's already limited conscience. Ultimately, he could not stand by idly. He utilized his spiritual power to halt the woman's actions and said, "Enough, there is no need for such actions. I shall assist you. But before anything, you must ensure that the Black Mountain Taoist remains unaware of my presence." "Thank you, celestial master. Please, share your name with us." The villagers of Shibwa exclaimed as Linda High turned to leave. At their words, Linda High paused momentarily. Humility was not his style. He turned back with a smile and replied, "I am the Nashan Taoist." No sooner had he spoken than Linda High continued on his way, leaving the villagers of Shibwa bowing in gratitude at his receding figure. After departing the village, Linda High did not wander far, instead concealing himself in a nearby valley outside the village. He had learned from the village chief that the Black Mountain Taoist would arrive that night to abduct the last remaining boy. According to the chief, the Black Mountain Taoist often paused briefly when passing through this valley. Linda High thought it a perfect opportunity to assess the Taoist's strength before deciding whether to intervene. After all, should the Black Mountain Taoist prove too formidable, his rash actions could lead to dire consequences. As time passed, darkness enveloped the sky. Linda High remained hidden in the valley, patiently awaiting the approach of the Black Mountain Taoist. Finally, as night fully descended, he observed a swirling mass of black mist slowly advancing toward Shibwa village. Linda High furrowed his brow. The Black Mountain Taoist was not as powerful as he had feared, appearing even weaker than anticipated. He scrutinized the figure, revealing a middle-aged man enshrouded in resentment, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. The Black Mountain Taoist wielded an artifact resembling a human leg bone, unsteadily soaring through the air. The aura he radiated was only slightly stronger than that of a perfected Qi refinement practitioner. Lin Dahai speculated that perhaps the Taoist's age had led to a decline in his magical prowess. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, wary that the Black Mountain Taoist might be feigning weakness, masquerading as a mere pig to lure in unsuspecting prey. After much contemplation, he resolved to let the Bai Shui Chan toad test the waters while he remained poised to strike with the hidden bee needle. Thus, Lin Dahai and the Bai Shui Chan toad concealed themselves, suppressing their auras as they awaited the Black Mountain Taoist's arrival. Moments turned to minutes, and at last, the Black Mountain Taoist approached as anticipated. Just as he drew near, the Bai Shui Chan toad leaped forth, mouth agape, ready to unleash a torrent of deadly venom. However, astonishingly, the Black Mountain Taoist appeared oblivious, flying directly into the toad's maw as if willingly offering himself, plunging straight into its stomach. Lin Dahai was left dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Had the Black Mountain Taoist been so easily devoured by the Bai Shui Chan toad? The absurdity of it all was staggering. Little toad, do you feel unwell? Lin Dahai inquired with concern. The Bai Shui Chan toad shook its head, seemingly unaffected. Moments later, it emitted a resounding burp, regurgitating the Black Mountain Taoist storage bag and the leg bone artifact. It appeared that the Black Mountain Taoist was indeed finished. Lin Dahai harbored no intention of returning to Shibua village. His curiosity about the Black Mountain Taoist's lair was piqued, prompting him to investigate further. He flew in the direction the Taoist had come from, and after about a quarter of an hour, a colossal mountain, entirely black, loomed before him. This mountain appeared immense, seemingly constructed from countless black stones. Lin Dahai picked up a piece of black stone and examined it closely. He discovered that it was remarkably hard and seemed to contain some metallic substance. After tirelessly searching through the Black Mountain for half a day, Lin Dahai finally stumbled upon what appeared to be the Black Mountain Taoist lair. However, this lair was shrouded in a powerful formation, one that would not be easily unraveled with Lin Dahai's current knowledge of formations. Nevertheless, with the Black Mountain Taoist deceased, the formation's potency was significantly diminished, reduced to a mere 30% of its original strength. After a moment of reflection, Lin Dahai decided against wasting time deciphering the formation and chose instead to launch a direct assault. Without hesitation, he drew his flying sword and struck fiercely at the formation. Yet, after an entire hour of relentless assault, the formation remained steadfast, showing no signs of damage. Lin Dahai paused, rubbing his sore back. Suddenly, he recalled his spirit beast, the Bai Shui Chan toad. Summoning it forth, he instructed the toad to dismantle the formation. The toad obliged, unleashing 2 streams of white venom upon the formation. Upon contact, the venom rapidly corroded a sizable hole in the formation. Witnessing this, Lin Dahai's heart soared with joy, ready to commend the Bai Shui Chan toad for its prowess. However, to his surprise, the toad suddenly croaked mockingly at him, the sound unmistakably laced with derision. Lin Dahai's expression darkened instantly. He found the toad's audacity to be utterly intolerable. Chapter 57. The Battle of Souls. Lin Dahai intended to teach the Bihui toad a lesson about who the true master was and planned to temporarily withhold the beast blood pills from it. These pills were specifically formulated for nurturing spirit beasts, boasting effects that surpassed those of qi-nourishing pills and significantly enhancing the creature's strength. Upon leaving Zhongzhou, Lin Dahai had fortuitously passed by a beast-taming sect, where he procured a substantial quantity of beast blood pills. These pills served as sustenance and cultivation resources for the Bihui toad. Presently, the Bihui toad's prowess had far surpassed that of Lin Dahai. When a breach appeared in the formation, Lin Dahai instructed the Bihui toad to lead the charge while he followed closely behind. Just as they stepped into the cave, a bolt of azure light shot forth like lightning, striking the Bihui toad with pinpoint accuracy. The creature emitted a pitiful cry, and simultaneously, Lin Dahai felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, a searing pain overwhelming him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. In that moment of shock, Lin Dahai pondered whether someone was assaulting the Bihui toad's soul. He silently thanked his foresight in allowing the toad to take the lead. Had he been at the forefront, he would have surely borne the brunt of the attack. It was highly probable that the assailant was indeed the Black Mountain Taoist, bound by a master-servant relationship through a spirit-beast contract. Lin Dahai could distinctly feel the force of the intrusion as the Black Mountain Taoist attempted to invade the Bihui toad's consciousness. The Black Mountain Taoist was at the late stage of foundation building, and had Lin Dahai faced the intrusion alone, his fate would have been sealed, likely ending with the Taoist seizing control of his body. Fortunately, he had entered the Bihui toad's consciousness, allowing him to join forces with the creature to repel the Black Mountain Taoist invasion. Thus, the situation transformed from a one-on-one confrontation into a two-on-one advantage for Lin Dahai. Within the Bihui toad's consciousness, the Black Mountain Taoist's azure soul found itself in a precarious position. On one hand, he had to contend with the united resistance of Lin Dahai and the Bihui toad. On the other, Lin Dahai's own soul blocked his escape route, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. Although Lin Dahai's techniques were modest and his strength unremarkable, it seemed that due to his transmigration, his soul was somewhat more formidable than that of an average individual. The struggle of souls lacked intricate techniques. It hinged on the strength of one's spirit and the fortitude of one's will. In this fierce clash of souls, the essences of Linda Hai, the Bihue Toad, and the Black Mountain Taoist intertwined in a relentless battle, colliding and extinguishing one another. Both parties understood the stakes. This was a fight to the death, with no room for surrender. Thus, they remained silent, pouring every ounce of their being into this brutal confrontation. The Black Mountain Taoist was evidently stronger and more resilient than that of Linda Hai, yet the current circumstances favored Linda Hai and the Bihue Toad, who fought together against him. As time passed, the Black Mountain Taoist and Apos' soul was gradually worn away, until he was left with the thought that someone would avenge him. Ultimately, his essence was extinguished. Although the battle of souls concluded in victory for Linda Hai and the Bihue Toad, their own souls had also sustained considerable damage. Returning to the material realm, Linda Hai's complexion turned ashen, his head pounding excruciatingly, as if it might burst. The Bihue Toad fared little better, collapsing weakly to the ground. On the brink of collapse, Linda Hai steeled himself, struggling to move, and repaired the breach in the formation to prevent any unwelcome intrusions. He then retrieved a beast blood pill from his pocket and placed it into the Bihue Toad's mouth. Next, he swallowed a jade dew pill and immediately settled into a meditative posture to recuperate and mend the injuries to his soul. However, Linda Hai possessed no specific elixirs for soul recovery. Such potions were exorbitantly priced, far beyond his current financial means. From the remnants of the Black Mountain Taoist's dissipated essence, Linda Hai gleaned a crucial piece of information. The foolish entity that had flown into the Bihue Toad's mouth was, in fact, a flesh puppet of the Black Mountain Taoist. Reflecting on this, Linda Hai felt a lingering dread. The perils of the cultivation world far exceeded his expectations. Here, even the slightest misstep could lead to untimely demise, catching one utterly unawares. He had previously wondered why his flying sword had failed to breach the formation. And now he understood. The Black Mountain Taoist had been covertly manipulating the array all along. It was a grave oversight, rooted in his inexperience in combat. Fortuitously, the Bihue Toad's venom countered the formation effectively. Otherwise, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to unravel the enigma of this peculiar array on his own. However, the longer he delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became, as the Black Mountain Taoist might gradually recover from the loss of his flesh puppet. At that juncture, the outcome could become unpredictable. After regaining some composure, Linda Hai bore the throbbing pain in his head and began to survey his surroundings. The Black Mountain Taoist's lair exuded a shadowy ambience, the sole source of illumination being a luminous pearl embedded in the cave ceiling, casting a faint glow. A nauseating stench permeated the air, prompting Linda Hai to wonder how the Black Mountain Taoist could endure such a repugnant environment. Following the foul odor, he ultimately discovered a blood pool in a corner, filled with eerie white bones that sent chills down his spine. Judging by the size of the bones, they appeared to belong to children, leading Linda Hai to surmise that these were likely the young boys and girls abducted by the Black Mountain Taoist, who had presumably met their tragic end here. After an arduous search, Linda Hai finally located the deceased Black Mountain Taoist in a hidden chamber. The Taoist's emaciated figure and pallid complexion rendered him a ghastly sight, akin to a mere skeleton, evoking fear in those who beheld him. His hair had lost all luster, turned brittle and gray, as if time had drained him of all vitality. Having reached the age of 230, the Black Mountain Taoist's lifespan, typical for cultivators at the foundation building stage, was usually capped at 200 years. He had practiced a nefarious art that siphoned the life force of children to nourish himself, thereby extending his existence. Although this wicked method could temporarily sustain his life, it bore a fatal flaw. Its efficacy diminished over time. Consequently, the Black Mountain Taoist was compelled to frequently abduct children to prolong his life, and as the effects waned, the intervals between his abductions grew increasingly shorter. Without hesitation, Linda Hai resolved to incinerate the corpse to eliminate any future threats. The roaring flames swiftly consumed the Black Mountain Taoist and Apos' body, reducing it to ashes. When the fire finally subsided, only the Taoist and Apos' robe and a storage pouch remained. Chapter 58. An unexpected encounter. After confirming that there were no further dangers in the cave of the Black Mountain Taoist, Linda Hai buried the skeletal remains of the children along with the blood pool. The Taoist's ominous words about someone seeking vengeance instilled a sense of dread in Linda Hai, regardless of their truth. Reluctant to linger in the Taoist's lair, he swiftly gathered valuable items from the cave, including precious herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts. He then hurriedly departed, accompanied by the Azure Toad. As Linda Hai ascended into the sky, he cast a final glance back at the cave, feeling a twinge of regret. The cave was rich in spiritual energy, a splendid place for cultivation. He had initially sought a refuge to settle down, not wishing to wander to the ends of the earth. This cave could have facilitated his cultivation to the pinnacle of foundational establishment. Yet he was now compelled to abandon it. Before his departure, Linda Hai resolved to employ earth-based magic to bury the cave deeply, preventing its discovery by others. As he flew westward, the weather grew increasingly frigid. The falling snow blanketed the world in white, deepening Linda Hai's melancholy. He decided to seek a shelter to endure the harsh winter before continuing his journey. Amidst a vast expanse of snowy mountains, he randomly selected a spot and utilized his burrowing technique to enter the mountain. After descending several meters, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a cavern. Within the cavern, a faint stream of spiritual energy flowed, piquing Linda High's interest. Could this be the serendipitous encounter often described in novels? He felt a surge of excitement. It was rare to find such a phenomenon in this desolate place. Proceeding cautiously along the direction of the energy, he ventured deeper, the path narrowing until he reached the edge of an underground lake. This lake radiated a dense aura of spiritual energy, enveloping its surface like a gossamer veil. Linda High peered closely, noticing something beneath the water shimmering with a faint glow, the source of the energy. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a school of dark, ethereal fish swimming within, resembling shadows in the water. These fish were unlike ordinary ones. They possessed no eyes, replaced instead by long, sinuous tentacles, lending them an eerie appearance. Linda High's heart leaped with joy as he recognized them as second-tier spiritual fish, black-scale fish, while not the pinnacle of their kind. Consuming them would provide a modest boost to his cultivation, making them a rare delicacy for a cultivator like him. He quickly summoned his azure toad from its spirit beast pouch. However, the toad appeared to be in a poor state, croaking loudly as if to express its grievances. Enough complaining, little toad, Linda High gently chided. Look at what lies in the lake. Upon hearing his words, the toad turned its gaze toward the water. Upon spotting the black-scale fish, its eyes lit up with excitement, shaking off its previous lethargy and croaking joyfully. Had Linda High not restrained it with his spiritual power, the toad would have likely leaped into the lake in pursuit of the fish. With a resigned shake of his head, Linda High said, "Be patient. Let us explore this underground lake first." He understood the toad's fervent desire for the fish, but the area was fraught with uncertainty. After calming the toad, it begrudgingly agreed to Linda High's proposal, refraining from insisting on diving into the lake. Once Linda High was ready, he mounted the toad's anxious back. With a steadying grip, the toad began to move, its strong limbs propelling them through the water as they descended to the lake's bottom. The water was not deep, approximately 10 meters, and the toad swam at a measured pace, following the current. After about an hour, the toad finally surfaced, bringing Linda High up with it. He surveyed his surroundings. The area was tranquil, with nothing remarkable aside from the water and surrounding rocks. Sensing no trace of spiritual energy, disappointment welled within him. This seemed to be merely a tributary of the spiritual vein without any hidden treasures. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he had anticipated a fortuitous encounter, only to be met with such a lackluster outcome. Yet, just as he was about to resign himself to defeat, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. This scent, subtle yet refreshingly invigorating, uplifted his spirit. "Little toad, do you smell anything?" Linda High queried, bewildered. The azure toad sniffed vigorously, but shook its head, emitting a series of croaks, seemingly indicating it detected nothing. Linda High, perplexed, wondered if there was something amiss with his senses. However, the fragrance grew increasingly pronounced, and unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, he decided to have the toad swim around to locate the source of the scent. Obediently, the toad glided through the vicinity, and as it did, the aroma intensified, brightening Linda High's expression. He was now certain he was not mistaken. This fragrance was undeniably real. He excitedly directed the azure toad toward the source, filled with anticipation. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of a vast cavern, from which the alluring scent emanated. Inside, the light was dim, with only faint rays filtering through cracks in the ceiling. Linda High cautiously stepped into the cave, allowing his eyes to adjust to the darkness. The walls were adorned with various stalactites, some incessantly dripping water. Suddenly, he noticed a small puddle beneath one of the stalactites, formed by the water cascading down. Approaching curiously, he knelt and dipped his finger into the water, then brought it to his lips. In that instant, a mysterious force surged through him like a refreshing spring, rapidly spreading throughout his body. This energy seemed to nourish his flesh, enhancing his muscles, bones, and meridians beyond previous limits. Linda High's eyes widened with realization. This water was no ordinary liquid. It was a millennium-old stone marrow. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare for physical cultivators, significantly enhancing their corporeal strength and fortifying their bodies. An overwhelming wave of exhilaration surged within him. He knew he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. Chapter 59. The Earth Dragon. Linda High cautiously placed the millennium stone marrow into a jade bottle, meticulously sealing the opening to ensure that the precious substance would not leak. Once this task was accomplished, his gaze fell upon the small puddle containing the remaining stone marrow. Without hesitation, he bent down and extended his tongue, licking the marrow clean from the puddle, even neglecting not a single drop from the stalactite above. Satisfied after his indulgence, Linda High patted his belly, relishing the warmth coursing through his body. This warmth enveloped him in a comforting embrace, lulling him into a state of drowsiness, tempting him to succumb to slumber. As he surveyed his surroundings, Linda High noted that most of the remaining stone marrow was of a decade's age, while only about 10 liters were of a century's vintage. Although these were far inferior to the millennium stone marrow, their quantity was quite substantial. He resolved to set aside a small portion of both the decade and century stone marrow for the Baishui-chan toad. He placed these morsels into a small container and presented it to the toad, which appeared immensely pleased, swiftly licking the contents clean before beginning to wander the cavern. The toad methodically licked the walls and floor of the cave, leaving no corner unattended. just as Linda Hai prepared to depart the cavern with the Bai Shui Chan toad. A violent tremor suddenly rocked the ground. The entire cavern shook violently, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Startled, Linda Hai steadied himself. At that moment, a massive, serrated mouth erupted from beneath the Bai Shui Chan toad, clamping down on it with a fierce grip. Upon closer inspection, Linda Hai recognized it as a third-tier demon beast, the Earth Dragon. Despite its name, it bore no relation to the true dragon lineage. The Earth Dragon's elongated body resembled that of a colossal earthworm, with a large, jagged mouth dominating its head, devoid of any other discernible organs. With a grave expression, Linda Hai retrieved a flying sword from his storage pouch. He swung the sword with fervor, sending it racing toward the Earth Dragon like a bolt of lightning. However, to his dismay, despite the sword being a fifth-tier spiritual weapon, it merely grazed the creature's tough hide, leaving only a shallow wound, failing to penetrate the flesh beneath. The Earth Dragon seemed oblivious to the pain, its focus entirely on the captured Bai Shui Chan toad. With its gaping maw poised to swallow the toad whole, Linda Hai's heart raced with urgency. The Bai Shui Chan toad had been his companion for decades. Their bond ran deeper than that with his ungrateful disciple. Without a moment's pause, he summoned the ethereal veil of his spiritual artifact, which coiled around the Earth Dragon like a spectral serpent, binding it tightly and preventing it from devouring the toad. Though restrained by the veil, the Earth Dragon's strength was formidable, thrashing violently in an attempt to escape. Linda Hai, unwilling to relent, exerted every ounce of his power to maintain the binding. Yet, the creature's skin was remarkably resilient, seemingly impervious to harm. Furthermore, it appeared immune to the toad's toxins, complicating Linda Hai's predicament even further. His gaze fixed intently on the gaping maw of the Earth Dragon. If it possessed a weakness, it was likely hidden within its body. Observing the circular rows of razor-sharp teeth, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Linda Hai pondered whether his bond with the Bai Shui Chan toad was as profound as he had believed. Although merely a third-tier demon beast, the Earth Dragon had become extraordinarily powerful due to the nourishment of the Millennium Stone Marrow. Nevertheless, its intelligence remained limited, relying solely on its mouth for simple biting, seldom utilizing its innate earth-based magic. Faced with such a creature, evading its attacks was not an insurmountable task for Linda Hai. He deftly maneuvered through the cavern, skillfully dodging the dragon's lunges and impacts. However, as he witnessed the devastation wrought upon the cavern, a wave of anger surged within him. The once pristine stalactites that produced stone marrow now lay shattered beneath the weight of the Earth Dragon's massive form. What troubled him further was the weakening vitality he sensed from the Bai Shui Chan toad through their bond. Linda Hai's frustration mounted, his eyes turning crimson as he focused on the advancing maw of the beast. "You shall see that I am not to be trifled with," he bellowed, abandoning his previous evasion and charged directly toward the Earth Dragon's gaping mouth. In a swift motion, he produced the skeletal artifact of the Black Mountain Taoist, positioning it before the dragon's jaws, momentarily preventing it from closing. Seizing the opportunity, Linda Hai leapt into the creature's mouth like a flash of lightning. Instantly, a shrill wail erupted from the Earth Dragon, its body thrashing violently as it slammed its head against the ground in a desperate attempt to dislodge him. Yet, Linda Hai held fast to his sword, undeterred. He maneuvered within the dragon's maw, relentlessly targeting its vital organs. After what felt like an eternity, the Earth Dragon's struggles began to wane, and with a resounding crash, it collapsed, devoid of life. After a considerable time, Linda Hai finally extricated himself from the dragon's neck, gasping for breath as though emerging from a life-and-death struggle. However, he allowed no time for rest, acutely aware of the faint breath of the Bai Shui Chan toad. Mustering his strength, he disregarded the blood that caked his body and hurried toward the toad's location, fearing that any delay might cost it its life. Upon reaching his destination, Linda Hai immediately raised his blade and struck forcefully at the Earth Dragon's carcass. Though the beast was deceased, its physical resilience was astonishing. The strike sent a jolt through his arm, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on. At last, he managed to carve a gash into the dragon and Apos' abdomen. Ignoring the pain in his arm, he thrust his hand into the cavity, searching for the Bai Shui Chan toad. When his fingers brushed against the soft form, his heart leaped. There it was, enveloped in a layer of flesh. Carefully, he tore away the membrane, freeing the toad, which appeared weak yet still clung to life. Relieved, Linda Hai swiftly produced several beast blood pills from his robes and fed them to the Bai Shui Chan toad. Watching it swallow the medicine brought him a measure of solace. He gently placed the toad back into his spirit beast pouch and turned to regard the Earth Dragon's carcass. The body of the Earth Dragon, transformed by the Millennium Stone Marrow, represented a rare material for Linda Hai. Without hesitation, he collected it for future use. Finally, as he surveyed the ravaged cavern, a sense of regret washed over him. Perhaps in the millennia to come, this place would once again yield stone marrow, but by then, it would be of no concern to him. Chapter 60, Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Returning to the initial underground lake, Linda Hai resolved to linger here for a while. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings and observed the sturdy rock walls. Consequently, he employed his magical powers to carve out 2 openings in the stone. One of these openings he designated as his cultivation chamber, a relatively tranquil space conducive to focused practice of his techniques. The other opening was meant for the injured azure water toad, which had sustained severe injuries first from being attacked by the Black Mountain Taoist, resulting in damage to its spirit, and subsequently from an assault by the earth dragon, inflicting grave physical harm. Witnessing the toad and Apos' frail condition filled Lin Dahai with a pang of sympathy. To expedite its recovery, he carefully extracted 10 precious drops of Millennium Stone marrow, administering them to the creature. This ancient essence possesses remarkable restorative properties and is highly effective for healing. Once the azure water toad successfully recuperates, its strength will undoubtedly surpass its current state, a prospect that filled Lin Dahai with anticipation. After arranging everything, Lin Dahai finally found the time to reflect upon himself. Each type of rare resource invariably has a guardian beast associated with it, as noted in various novels and travelogues. Yet he had overlooked this crucial detail. It was sheer luck that he encountered the earth dragon, a rather mindless guardian beast. But who could guarantee that he would be so fortunate next time? Should he face a more formidable guardian beast, he might find himself in perilous straits. Glancing at the cracked leg bone of the 4th-tier spiritual artifact, he realized it had been severely damaged by the serrated teeth of the earth dragon. His own body, lacking the hardness of that artifact, would likely suffer disastrous consequences if bitten directly by the dragon. Reflecting on this, Lin Dahai lamented that he was not the protagonist of a novel, shielded by the halo of destiny. Thus, he must exercise utmost caution when confronting various dangers. After his introspection, he took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and prepared to begin his cultivation. He retrieved a secret text, the Life and Death Sutra, from his storage pouch. This malevolent tome was employed by the Black Mountain Taoist to siphon the vitality of children to extend his own lifespan. As he held the Life and Death Sutra, hesitation flickered across his face. At present, he seemed indifferent to the issue of lifespan. He pondered whether, as time elapsed and his life drew to a close, he could steadfastly adhere to his principles. Uncertainty loomed, for the future is fraught with myriad variables and unknowns. Yet, at this moment, his conscience clearly dictated that he must not engage with such wicked arts. Fearing future remorse, Lin Dahai gritted his teeth and resolutely cast the Life and Death Sutra into the blazing flames. The fire swiftly engulfed the text, reducing it to ashes. Furthermore, he summoned his formidable spiritual power to eradicate all memories of the Life and Death Sutra from his mind. This act was akin to tearing his own soul, with waves of agonizing pain surging forth, nearly overwhelming him. Nevertheless, Lin Dahai endured the excruciating torment within his consciousness, refusing to yield. He understood that only by doing so could he sever all ties with the malevolent practices. Once everything concluded, Lin Dahai exhaled a sigh of relief, offering a self-deprecating smile. He questioned whether his actions were overly naive, for in this unforgiving realm of cultivation, where the strong prey upon the weak and deception abounds, clinging to one and Apos' conscience hardly seemed prudent. Yet, despite the lingering ache in his head, his heart felt as though it had been liberated from a tremendous burden, granting him a profound sense of ease. Subsequently, he adjusted his state and commenced his training in the universal sky technique. Upon entering the foundation establishment stage, Lin Dahai distinctly sensed a deceleration in his cultivation speed, which instilled a sense of anxiety within him. Even the universal sky technique, which demanded minimal resources, posed significant challenges for advancement. 5 years had elapsed since he reached the foundation establishment stage, yet his cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the first layer, still a considerable distance from the second layer. Lin Dahai was acutely aware that this stagnation was not due to the technique itself, but rather a limitation of his innate aptitude. At this rate, he couldn't help but harbor profound doubts about achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment by the age of 200. Nonetheless, vanquishing the Black Mountain Taoist had proven fruitful, particularly with the acquisition of several vials of elixirs that bolstered his cultivation, akin to a timely boon in a snowstorm. In the blink of an eye, 2 years slipped by like fleeting shadows. Lin Dahai had depleted his elixirs, yet he had finally succeeded in breaking through to the second layer of foundation establishment. Simultaneously, the azure water toad had completely healed from its injuries. During these 2 years, it had consumed copious amounts of black-scaled fish and centuries-old stone marrow, now displaying signs of ascending to 5th-tier spiritual beast status. Currently, the azure water toad was nestled within the stone cave, entering a state of dormancy to quietly amass its strength, preparing for a decisive breakthrough to 5th tier. Left with no choice, Lin Dahai could only patiently await the azure water toad's successful ascension before departing. During this prolonged interlude, in a fit of boredom, he resolved to utilize the remaining Millennium Stone marrow to practice the 9 Dragons transformation. By the time the last drop of stone marrow was consumed, he had astonishingly cultivated the technique to its 4th transformation, his highest attainable level thus far. To reach the 5th transformation, he would need to employ pure dragon blood for cultivation. Upon reaching the 3rd transformation of the 9 Dragons transformation, he unexpectedly awakened a talent spell, True Dragon Form. Once cast, this spell would induce a remarkable transformation in Lin Dahai's physique. His muscles would balloon as if inflated, transforming him into a veritable muscle-bound warrior. The sheer density of his muscles, akin to steel, would leave onlookers astounded. However, Lin Dahai felt a tinge of helplessness regarding this transformation. He sensed that it diverged from the image of a cultivator he held in his mind. In the realm of cultivation, a hierarchy exists, with sword cultivators at the apex, renowned for their divine swordsmanship, followed by spell cultivators, adept in various arcane arts. Meanwhile, body cultivators are regarded as the lowest tier. Lin Dehai had no desire to be a mere muscle-bound body cultivator. Moreover, such a path necessitated substantial resources for any semblance of success. To his knowledge, among the many true monarchs of the divine transformation stage, not a single one hailed from a body cultivation background. Nonetheless, as his physical prowess increased, so too did Lin Dehai's cultivation, enabling him to successfully break through to the third layer of foundation establishment. At that moment, the azure water toad, which had remained in a dormant state, finally awoke. After a period of diligent training, it had successfully ascended to 5th-tier spiritual beast status. Observing the dwindling supply of black-scaled fish, Lin Dehai realized it was time to depart. The black-scaled fish in this underground lake were nearing extinction due to their consumption by both him and the azure water toad. If they lingered any longer, these fish would face the dire threat of extinction. Chapter 61. Westgate City. As Lin Dehai departed from the snow-capped mountains, his gaze was drawn to the strikingly different scenery before him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The once pristine, snow-clad peaks were now blanketed by melting snow, giving way to a vibrant carpet of blossoms, each vying for attention in a breathtaking display of color. Amidst the flowers, various creatures frolicked, some playing joyfully while others foraged or rested, imbuing the entire scene with vitality and exuberance. Yet, this splendid vista did not bring Lin Dehai joy. He suddenly realized he seemed to have lost his way. Above him, the sun blazed fiercely, casting its hot rays upon him, causing a sense of discomfort. He scratched his head, pondering inwardly. What should I do now? As Lin Dehai contemplated how to choose his direction, whether to toss his shoes to determine his path or to seek guidance with a stick, he was interrupted by a melodious sound of galloping hooves echoing through the air. To his astonishment, he beheld 4 magnificent celestial steeds soaring above. These steeds, entirely snow-white with silky manes, spread their wings like vast clouds. They pulled a luxurious flying carriage, tracing a graceful arc through the sky. Such creatures were indeed 7th-tier demon beasts. It was unclear which wealthy individual possessed such an extravagant mode of transport. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Dehai resolved to pursue the direction of the celestial steeds. After all, following such a conspicuous target was preferable to wandering aimlessly. Indeed, within 2 days, Lin Dehai encountered a grand celestial city. This city resembled a fairyland, with towering walls that scraped the clouds, and its buildings arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, while the streets were wide and immaculate. The passing cultivators donned robes of various hues, some leisurely strolling, others maneuvering their flying swords through the air. Elated, Lin Dehai decided to enter the city to rest for a couple of days and regain his strength before continuing his journey. Upon reaching the city gates, he inquired with fellow cultivators about the name of this city and learned it was called Westgate City. The governance of Westgate City was held by 3 families, the Shao, Lu, and Tan clans, each boasting formidable masters in the nascent soul stage. In 3 days, a grand marriage was to take place in Westgate City, featuring the union of the Shao and Lu families. The son of the Shao clan leader, Shao Shan, was set to wed Lu Ruyan of the Lu family. This marriage had undoubtedly become the talk of the town, capturing the attention of all. Gossip seemed to be an inherent trait of humanity. As soon as the topic arose, people were drawn in, eager to join the discussion. Lin Dehai discreetly listened in, hearing that Shao Shan was once the pride of Westgate City. Someone remarked in admiration. Indeed, cultivating qi at 8, establishing a foundation at 18, and attaining the golden core at 28, such a pace of advancement was nothing short of monstrous. Another chimed in. However, a calamity 10 years prior had drastically altered Shao Shan's fate. For reasons unknown, his meridians had been rendered useless, and his Dantian lay in ruins, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. At that moment, a newcomer to Westgate City curiously asked, "Can the marriage between the Shao and Lu families still succeed?" This question piqued everyone's interest, and they leaned in to hear the answer. A local cultivator, shrouded in mystery, replied, "You may not understand. Marriages between prominent families often serve as alliances of mutual benefit. Whether Shao Shan is a genius or a cripple, Lu Ruyan will still marry as destined." "That's debatable." Someone interjected suddenly. "I've heard that Lu Ruyan has now become a disciple of the Ice Heaven Snow Palace. Moreover, she has brought along the palace as chief disciple." At this revelation, astonishment spread across the crowd. The Ice Heaven Snow Palace was renowned in the West Continent as a top-tier sect, distinguished by its exclusive admission of female disciples. The chief disciple of the Ice Heaven Snow Palace had a particularly legendary background. It was said that he was found by the palace's master, Lung Wushuang, in the snow, leading to his name, Lung Wuqing. From a young age, Lung Wuqing had exhibited extraordinary talent in cultivation, rivaling even the unbroken Shao Shan. Thus, it was only natural for him to ascend to the position of chief disciple. As Lin Dehai absorbed these tales, a sense of familiarity washed over him, though he could not quite place where he had heard such stories before. Nevertheless, it bore little relevance to him, as he was merely a passing cultivator. After paying the 10 spirit stones for entry, Lindahai stepped into Westgate City. Compared to the exquisite moon-viewing celestial city he had previously visited, this city lacked some refinement, but possessed a certain boldness and rugged charm. Wandering aimlessly along the streets of Westgate City, Lindahai had no intention of lingering for long, merely taking in the sights. As he strolled, he spotted a sign for a rental courtyard. Thinking he needed a place to stay, he decided to rent it. He planned to stay for about a week, when he learned the rent was 100 spirit stones. He winced, but ultimately paid the fee, reminding himself that he could afford it. Although the independent courtyard was modest, its serene environment was the best accommodation he had encountered thus far. After resting for a day to rejuvenate, he began to strategize his next course of action. Lindahai recalled a storage bag he had obtained while acting on behalf of the heavens, which contained some unsightly items. He deemed it more prudent to sell them for spirit stones rather than keeping them. Through inquiries, he located the black market in the city and disposed of the items entirely. To his delight, they fetched an impressive 20,000 spirit stones. This was no insignificant fortune, swiftly replenishing his previously empty wallet. Having concluded these matters, Lindahai emerged from the black market in high spirits. He noted the decent public order in Westgate City. As he had not noticed any cultivators tailing him, he resolved to visit the pill pavilion to purchase some medicinal pills for his cultivation. Upon entering the pavilion, he selected several bottles of pills suitable for his current level of cultivation and inquired about the prices. When he learned that these few bottles amounted to 20,000 spirit stones, he was taken aback. He inwardly lamented that the prices of medicinal pills were exorbitantly high. The shopkeeper informed him that for pills required at the golden core stage, one would have to procure their own materials and enlist an alchemist's services, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain even with spirit stones. Though Lindahai found this disheartening, he accepted it as an inevitable aspect of the cultivation journey. However, that concern lay in the future. For now, he still had time to explore the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, a boutique in the realm of cultivation. Previously in moon-viewing Celestial City, he had refrained from entering due to his financial limitations. This time, although his purse remained light, his resolve had thickened considerably. Chapter 62. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion. As Lindahai stepped into the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, a refreshing fragrance wafted towards him like a gentle breeze, momentarily leaving him in a daze. At that moment, two enchanting female cultivators in the chi refining stage, resembling ethereal beings, gracefully approached him, clad in red and green robes. Their fair skin appeared even more radiant, exuding an air of elegance and purity. "Esteemed elder, do you require any assistance?" inquired one of the women in red. Her voice melodious and sweet, akin to a lark song at dawn. Still somewhat entranced, Lindahai found himself irresistibly drawn by her gentle tone. Following the duo into the reception room, the chamber was adorned with exquisite elegance, its tables and chairs crafted from precious spirit wood, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. On the table sat a delicate tea set, steam rising from the pot, clearly indicating that the spirit tea had just been brewed. With graceful movements, the woman in red poured Lindahai a cup of spirit tea, the enchanting aroma filling the air and lifting his spirits. As he observed her deft handling of the tea set, showcasing her skills to perfection, he couldn't help but admire her artistry. Before he could savor the tea, he instinctively retrieved 10 spirit stones from his storage bag as a token of appreciation for her tea-making prowess. However, before he could lament the loss of the stones, the woman in red swiftly collected them, casting a sweet smile at Lindahai as she said, "Thank you for your generosity, esteemed elder." This smile blossomed like spring flowers, instantly dispelling any dissatisfaction in Lindahai's heart. Noticing this, the woman in green eagerly stepped forward to gently massage his shoulders. Her technique was both skilled and professional, the pressure just right, gradually alleviating his fatigue to the point where he nearly moaned in comfort. Feeling elated, Lindahai was generous once more, rewarding the woman in green with another 10 spirit stones. The woman in red, thrilled by his lavishness, seized the opportunity to inquire, "Might the esteemed elder have any particular items of desire, or specific types of magical tools or spiritual materials you seek? Just name it, and my sister and I will provide you with a detailed introduction." A sudden jolt coursed through Lindahai's body as he realized the purpose of his visit. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion was indeed reputed for its opulence, and its service was unparalleled. He chastised himself internally for his earlier lapse in decorum. Having served in the pavilion for many years, the two female cultivators were acutely aware of the subtle shifts in a guest's demeanor. Although Lindahai's expression had only faltered for a fleeting moment, it did not escape their keen observation. Nonetheless, they showed no signs of neglecting their duties. Their professionalism ensured that their smiles and warmth remained intact, their efforts only intensifying. Under their earnest gaze, Lindahai began to feel slightly uncomfortable. Initially, he had only intended to browse, with no plans to make a purchase. Yet, confronted with their enthusiasm, he found himself contemplating whether he truly needed anything. After a brief moment of reflection, he posed a question: "May I inquire if your esteemed pavilion has any secret techniques for honing one's spiritual consciousness?" or perhaps the blood essence of a dragon for sale. Techniques for refining spiritual consciousness were often essential components in every tale of cultivation. The blood puppet technique he had learned from the Black Mountain Taoist also demanded a certain level of spiritual awareness. However, the blood puppet technique was merely a basic skill, and the puppet's strength could not exceed that of their creator. Furthermore, any damage to the puppet would inflict serious harm on the controller's consciousness. In stories, the adept practitioners who could summon hundreds of puppets at will were regarded as possessing divine abilities. Even if Lin Dahai were to acquire such a power, he would never dare to wield it recklessly, for the consequences of exposure could be fatal. Upon hearing Lin Dahai's request, the expressions of the two women shifted to one of discomfort, clearly indicating that these items were beyond their authority. Please wait a moment, esteemed elder. I will fetch the supervisor. The woman in red promptly set down her teacup and hurriedly exited the reception room. Lin Dahai intended to call after her, suggesting that it was unnecessary to go to such lengths, but before he could utter a word, she vanished as swiftly as a wisp of smoke. Do not fret, esteemed elder. The supervisor will be here shortly. The woman in green reassured him, gently pressing down on Lin Dahai's hand as she continued to knead his shoulders, offering soothing comfort. Lin Dahai found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was that truly his intention? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. After all, it was merely a matter of losing face, and surely the Spirit Treasure Pavilion would not resort to drastic measures over such a trivial issue. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and soon the door to the reception room was gently pushed open. A graceful and alluring matron entered. Dressed in a simple yet elegant long gown, her movements light and ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Following closely behind her was the woman in red. Lin Dahai focused his gaze, noting that the matron exuded an aura of profound depth, clearly a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, which made Lin Dahai feel a twinge of nervousness. Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Bai Qiangwei, the manager of the first floor. You may refer to me as Manager Bai or fellow Taoist Bai. She greeted Lin Dahai with a warm smile, her voice clear and enchanting, akin to the melodious call of a lark. Lin Dahai hurriedly rose to his feet, cupping his hands in salute. Greetings, Manager Bai. I am Nan, Wulong Taoist. He had intended to introduce himself as Nan Mountain Taoist, but recalling his recent actions in Shibua village against the Black Mountain Taoist, he feared that name might have already spread among the villagers. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he hastily altered his introduction. Manager Bai likely recognized that Lin Dahai and Amp, Apos, S name was probably fictitious, yet she remained unfazed, continuing to smile as she said, "Whatever you seek, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion has it. Would you like to verify?" Though apprehensive, Lin Dahai did not outright refuse. After all, encountering the technique for refining spiritual awareness was a rare opportunity. Even if Manager Bai were to expel him from the pavilion, it would merely be a minor spectacle. Manager Bai gracefully took a seat opposite Lin Dahai, while the two female cultivators stood loyally behind her, akin to steadfast guardians. This is the fragmented divine technique, the most superior technique for refining spiritual awareness within my purview. Manager Bai stated with a smile, retrieving a jade slip from her storage ring and placing it gently on the table. Lin Dahai and Amp, Apos, S attention was irresistibly drawn to the storage ring. He marveled at the wealth of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Even a mere manager possessed such a precious item. It was well known that storage rings were worth hundreds of times more than ordinary storage bags. Chapter 63. The Shattering Divine Technique. Lin Dahai curiously picked up the jade slip on the table, an object he had never seen before. He raised his head and turned his gaze toward Bai Qiangwei, inquiring, "Supervisor Bai, may I examine this jade slip?" Bai Qiangwei smiled faintly and gestured for him to proceed, indicating her consent. With great care, Lin Dahai took the jade slip in hand. As per the travel notes, he used his spiritual consciousness to explore its contents. However, upon probing the slip, he was met only with a brief introduction to the effects and training methods of the Shattering Divine Technique, with the specific details obscured. This was likely a protective measure implemented by the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to prevent the secrets within from being easily divulged. The training method of the Shattering Divine Technique sounded rather peculiar. It involved a unique process of shattering a portion of one's spiritual consciousness and then reassembling it. Such a method would undoubtedly induce excruciating pain, yet it promised an enhancement of spiritual awareness. Lin Dahai couldn't and Amp, Apos, T helped but gasp in shock. Even the mere thought of such a description was unbearable. Would anyone truly dare to practice such a twisted technique? He forced a smile, placed the jade slip back on the table, and asked Bai Qiangwei, "May I inquire about the cost of this secret technique?" Bai Qiangwei replied with a smile, "Since this is your first visit, let us be friends. The Shattering Divine Technique is priced at 100,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing this price, Lin Dahai was taken aback. Such a profoundly inhumane technique commanded a staggering price of 100,000 spirit stones. To Lin Dahai, this was an astronomical sum beyond his means to acquire. He contemplated finding an excuse to decline, stating he lacked the necessary spirit stones and thereby escape this awkward situation. However, Before he could voice his thoughts, Bai Qiangwei seemed to perceive his intentions and interjected, "Of course, if spirit stones are inconvenient for you. We can also accept secret techniques or spiritual materials in exchange." Lin Dehai felt a jolt of realization. It appeared his thoughts had been anticipated. This was troublesome. It seemed he would have to offer something of value to depart from this place easily. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to test the waters regarding the other party's limits, stating, "Supervisor Bai, I do possess a secret technique for crafting flesh puppets. Might it be possible to trade for the Shattering Divine technique?" He was well aware that the flesh puppet technique would not compare in value to the Shattering Divine technique. But this was merely a pretext to gauge Bai Qiangwei and Appo's reaction. Bai Qiangwei smiled gently and said, "Oh, is that so? Then please, my friend, show me the technique." Lin Dehai, feeling somewhat pressured, retrieved a few thin sheets of paper from his pocket and carefully handed them over. Naturally, these sheets did not contain the complete details of the technique. He was not foolish enough to expose all his resources. Bai Qiangwei examined the flesh puppet technique closely, her brow gradually furrowing as if she found it lacking. Observing this, Lin Dehai understood that she was evidently unimpressed by the technique. He slowly stood and said, "Supervisor Bai, since a deal cannot be struck, I shall take my leave." To his surprise, Bai Qiangwei responded, "That is fine." These two simple words startled Lin Dehai, causing him to utter a perplexed "Ah?" Bai Qiangwei then added, "I meant that the technique can indeed be exchanged. Please, sit down, my friend. Let us discuss the next item." Hearing this, Lin Dehai's apprehension eased slightly, and he retook his seat. At this moment, Bai Qiangwei's expression softened, and she set aside the paper detailing the flesh puppet technique. From her storage ring, she produced a gourd-shaped artifact and handed it to Lin Dehai, signaling him to inspect it. Lin Dehai accepted the gourd artifact and examined it closely. His first thought was whether this gourd could be used to hold wine, for it had been long since he had savored the taste of fine liquor since departing from Zhongnan Mountain. As he held the gourd, he sensed a certain weight, indicating it contained some liquid. He cautiously removed the gourd stopper, and a strong metallic scent wafted out, causing him to frown. This sanguine aroma was tinged with a hint of pressure, a sensation Lin Dehai recognized from his previous encounters with the blood of ferocious beasts. Though this pressure was far more potent than that of the evil serpent's blood, he was nearly certain that the gourd contained the essence of a dragon's blood. This was a treasure he desired. If he could successfully complete the fifth transformation of the 9 dragons technique, he would no longer be the bottom of the foundation building cultivators. How about it? Does this 7th-tier dragon essence meet your satisfaction, my friend? Bai Qiangwei observed Lin Dehai, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. As if anticipating his reaction, Lin Dehai was indeed very pleased with the dragon essence, yet he understood that such a precious item would command a hefty price. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to speak frankly. "To be honest, Supervisor Bai, I am quite satisfied with the dragon essence, but I find myself financially constrained. I wonder how much this dragon essence is being sold for." Seeing Lin Dehai's interest in her proposal, Bai Qiangwei's smile deepened. 15,000 spirit stones or equivalent spiritual materials will suffice. Rest assured, my friend, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion's dealings span the entire Xiantian continent. And our prices are always fair and reasonable, she stated earnestly. It was worth noting that spiritual materials of the golden core level and above were typically no longer traded for spirit stones. Thus, the price of 15,000 spirit stones for the dragon essence was not unreasonable. However, the issue remained that Lin Dehai simply could not muster such a sum. After a brief moment of indecision, Lin Dehai ultimately decided to present all the 10-year and 100-year stone marrow he had in his storage bag. Upon seeing this, Bai Qiangwei promptly took a bottle containing the 100-year stone marrow, examining it carefully, her face lighting up with surprise. "This is indeed 100-year stone marrow," she exclaimed. However, after inspecting all the stone marrow, she could not help but express her disappointment. Most of it turned out to be 10-year stone marrow, which, while valuable, was insufficient in quantity. "My friend, these stone marrows are worth no more than 50,000 spirit stones at most. Of course, if you happen to possess any 1,000-year stone marrow, then this would not pose a problem," Bai Qiangwei remarked, her gaze fixed on Lin Dehai as she awaited his response. Chapter 64. The Return to Poverty. After careful contemplation, Lin Dehai resolutely decided to extract the corpse of the 3rd-tier earth dragon from his storage pouch. Gazing upon the lifeless form before him, he remarked slowly, "This is a dragon that has consumed a significant quantity of Millennium Stone marrow. Its essence should be extraordinarily rich, undoubtedly worth a considerable sum of spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Bai Qiangwei promptly stepped forward, producing a shimmering spirit sword from her bosom. With a gentle flick of her wrist, she brought the blade down onto the dragon's carcass, intending to assess its resilience. To her surprise, the sword met the dragon's flesh without the anticipated clashing sound of metal against stone. Instead, it sliced through the hide with a slight resistance, akin to cutting leather. Observing this, Bai Qiangwei's face lit up with a satisfied smile. She understood that should this dragon's body be handed over to an alchemist for concoction, its efficacy would, while somewhat inferior to the direct consumption of Millennium Stone marrow, still surpass that of Century Stone marrow significantly. However, Linda Hai was inwardly astonished. Previously, he had struggled to cut through the dragon's flesh with his fifth-tier flying sword, exerting considerable effort to achieve even a meager incision. Yet here was Bai Qiangwei's spirit sword, effortlessly making a cut into the dragon and Appo's body. The sharpness of her sword exceeded all expectations and must be at least a seventh-tier artifact. This revelation deepened Linda Hai's understanding of the formidable power possessed by the spirit treasure pavilion to which Bai Qiangwei belonged. As Bai Qiangwei returned the spirit sword to her possession, she turned to Linda Hai, her lips curling into a smile as she softly said, "Wulong. This dragon's body is indeed commendable, though it pales in comparison to the Millennium Stone marrow. Nevertheless, today I shall extend you a favor. The dragon's essence shall belong to you." Linda Hai found it challenging to discern the veracity of Bai Qiangwei's words. However, at that moment, he was far too preoccupied with thoughts of escaping the spirit treasure pavilion. After a flurry of activity, he finally completed the exchange of their respective goods. Yet, just as he prepared to leave, he was informed that he needed to sign a contract. The contract stipulated that the shattered spirit technique he purchased was solely for his personal study and use, strictly prohibiting any dissemination to others. With a sense of resignation, Linda Hai affixed his signature, and amidst the enthusiastic farewells of the two female cultivators, he gradually exited the spirit treasure pavilion. Upon stepping outside, Linda Hai felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He had merely intended to browse the establishment, perhaps finding a treasure to his liking, yet had unwittingly spent over 200,000 spirit stones. What perplexed him further was the sudden wealth that allowed such extravagance. The harsh reality struck him. He had returned to a state of utter poverty. With a heavy heart, he trudged back to his rented dwelling, his demeanor decidedly downtrodden. Once home, Linda Hai made his way into the cultivation room, settling cross-legged on a mat. Before him lay the shattered spirit technique he had just acquired, quietly awaiting his decision. Staring intently at the technique, he felt a tumult of conflict within. The method was exceedingly arduous, almost inhumane, and he hesitated to proceed. However, the thought of wasting such a significant investment of 100,000 spirit stones gnawed at him. Ultimately, unable to part with such an expensive secret, he resolved to give it a try, having gone to great lengths to obtain it. After a thorough examination, he began his practice without hesitation. The technique itself was not overly complex. The true challenge lay in shattering a portion of his own consciousness while enduring excruciating pain, all the while maintaining clarity of mind to gather and meld the fragmented consciousness together through a unique method. This process reminded Linda Hai of certain individuals from his past life on Blue Star who would break their bones to stimulate growth, only to reattach them through forceful means. As Linda Hai followed the technique and Appo's requirements and shattered a part of his consciousness, a searing pain surged through him, as if his very soul were being torn apart, almost causing him to lose consciousness. The agony rivaled the torment he had experienced when erasing his memories. Fortunately, Linda Hai was not inexperienced, drawing upon his prior encounters. He persevered through the excruciating pain and managed to complete the practice of the shattered spirit technique. Yet, this experience led him to conclude that the technique was not as precious as he had initially believed, merely a method of blood and flesh puppetry. And so he deemed it unnecessary to pursue further. With no courage to engage in another round of practice in such a short span of time, he decisively returned the shattered spirit technique to his storage pouch, opting to set it aside for the time being. Linda Hai could not help but marvel at Bai Qiangwei's willingness to sell him such a technique despite knowing it would incur a loss. Upon reflecting on the days, he realized today marked the union of the Xiao and Lu families. He had previously paid little attention to this event, but now that he found himself in this vicinity, he felt it prudent to join the festivities and observe the lively scene. Emerging from the cultivation room, Linda Hai noted that time was still on his side, and he ambled leisurely towards the street. As he passed the drunken immortal pavilion, memories of his first companion in this world, the wandering cultivator Huang Huilong, surfaced. They had promised to come to this establishment after exiting the Lishan secret realm to indulge in a pot of thousand-day drunkenness, yet alas, his old friend had since departed from this realm. The gourd artifact containing the dragon's essence now hung at his waist, having been transferred to another vessel. It would not do to leave the gourd empty. He must procure some fine wine to fill it. Entering the drunken immortal pavilion, Linda Hai approached the counter and spoke to the proprietor. "Good sir, please fill this gourd with some 100-day drunkenness." The owner regarded Linda Hai with a smile, responding, "Certainly. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment." While 100-day drunkenness may not be as esteemed as 1,000-day drunkenness, it still came at a considerable cost. Yet, given his current financial constraints, he could not afford the latter. As Linda Hai awaited the serving boy to pour his drink, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, "Sir, bring me a pot of 1,000-day drunkenness, along with 2 side dishes." Upon hearing this, Linda Hai abruptly turned around and was indeed greeted by the sight of his old drinking companion, Huang Huilong. Seated alone by the window, Huang Huilong appeared to be in high spirits. Chapter 65, The Wedding Procession. Linda Hai furrowed his brow, vividly recalling that during his time in the Lishan secret realm, The figure of Huang Huilong had never graced their presence until the realm's closure. This solitary cultivator, Huang Huilong, appeared rather peculiar, and Lin Dehai wished to remain uninvolved in any ensuing complications. As he accepted the wine gourd from the innkeeper and prepared to depart, he was abruptly halted by the innkeeper's voice. "Fellow Taoist, the bill is 1,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Lin Dehai's body stiffened involuntarily, a silent alarm ringing in his mind. He had initially assumed that the price for the 100 days' drunkenness would be modest and within his means, but alas, it exceeded his expectations. Presently, he possessed only 800 spirit stones, far from sufficient to settle the debt. Noticing the change in Lin Dehai and Appo's complexion, the innkeeper's voice rang out once more. "Surely, fellow Taoist does not intend to default on payment?" Lin Dehai hastily waved his hands, forcing a smile as he replied, "No, no, how could that be?" He was keen to avoid losing face in such a public setting. Yet, the innkeeper seemed unconvinced, pressing on. "Then why the delay in payment?" Feeling a tad awkward, Lin Dehai forced a smile and cautiously inquired, "What if I were to forego the wine?" At this, the innkeeper's voice rose sharply. As if incensed, is fellow Taoist not attempting to evade payment? His words drew the attention of surrounding patrons, exacerbating Lin Dehai and Appo's embarrassment. He quickly reassured the innkeeper, "I truly had no intention of defaulting. Please bear with me." From a distance, Lin Dehai spotted Huang Huilong leisurely admiring the scenery outside and called out, "Brother Huang. Brother Huang, is that you? What a delightful coincidence." The unexpected call pulled Huang Huilong's attention away from the vistas. He turned sharply, and upon meeting Lin Dehai's gaze, his expression was one of astonishment, akin to a lightning bolt striking. He clearly had not anticipated encountering Lin Dehai here, perhaps believing him lost within the Lishan's secret realm. "Lin brother, you two are here." After a brief moment of surprise, Huang Huilong regained his composure, his face breaking into a joyful smile. Lin Dehai quickly extricated himself from the innkeeper's grasp, approaching Huang Huilong with a grin. "Brother Huang, what a serendipitous encounter. I wonder if your previous offer to treat me to a drink still stands?" Huang Huilong promptly rose, warmly inviting, "Of course it stands. Lin brother, please have a seat." As Lin Dehai chuckled in response, he forcefully reclaimed the hem of his robe from the innkeeper's grasp. Feeling a bit sheepish, he smiled at Huang Huilong, adjusted his attire and the newly regrown beard, and finally took a seat. Once settled, the two exchanged knowing smiles, as if the earlier commotion had never transpired. They then embarked on a leisurely conversation, traversing topics from poetry to the philosophy of life, and from tales of the martial world to rare treasures. Their discourse was truly comprehensive. Notably, despite their mutual curiosity regarding each other's escapes from the Lishan secret realm, they both tacitly chose to sidestep the subject, seemingly reluctant to unearth one another's secrets. Engaged in delightful conversation, they lost track of time until an hour had slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, a cacophony of gongs and drums echoed from outside, drawing nearer, and the two exchanged curious glances, instinctively leaning out the window to discern the commotion. Before them, a grand procession approached, adorned with vibrant flags and resounding with festive music. "Ah, is that not the wedding procession of the Shao family?" Lin Dehai inquired. "Indeed. It seems so," Huang Huilong confirmed with a nod, realizing it was the wedding procession of the Shao family. They shared a knowing smile and decided to settle their bill and join the festivities. However, when Huang Huilong glimpsed the staggering bill of 1,200 spirit stones, he gasped in disbelief. This was indeed a considerable expenditure. Lin Dehai, upon seeing Huang Huilong and Appo's reaction, turned his gaze elsewhere, avoiding eye contact. Nevertheless, Huang Huilong, being a magnanimous individual, despite feeling a twinge of pain at the expense, said nothing and quietly paid the bill. Once settled, Lin Dehai swiftly regained his composure. As if nothing had transpired, he jovially draped an arm around Huang Huilong's shoulders, and together they exited the tavern, melding into the throng of onlookers. Amidst the crowd, they watched the wedding procession of the Shao family unfold. Leading the procession was a striking young man, mounted on a magnificent steed, donned in resplendent bridal attire. A bright red flower adorning his chest, exuding an air of vitality. The young man's features were captivating, his eyes like stars, and his demeanor exuded a refined elegance that unmistakably marked him as Shao Shan. Every gesture of his radiated a unique charm, as though he were the very center of the universe. As Lin Dehai observed Shao Shan, a wave of envy surged within him. Having traversed realms, why did he still appear so unremarkable? The dowry from the Shao family was indeed vast. It stretched as far as the eye could see, a testament to their affluence. Moreover, the Shao family scattered spirit stones along the route, enticing passers-by to stop in their tracks. Children and shameless adults, upon spotting the stones, surged forward like ravenous wolves, eagerly scrambling to seize them. The scene was more boisterous than a bustling marketplace. Were it not for Huang Huilong and Appo's firm grip on Lin Dehai, he might have succumbed to temptation and joined the children in their fray for the spirit stones. Watching the procession drift further away, Lin Dehai felt a pang of anguish akin to a knife piercing his heart. How he wished those spirit stones could be his. Observing Lin Dehai and Appo's discontent, Huang Huilong promptly reassured him, "Come now, at your age, there's no need to quibble with children. Let us follow the wedding procession and see where it leads." Though Lin Dehai's heart still bore some reluctance, he recognized the wisdom in Huang Huilong's words. With a resigned glance at the children boasting of their newfound spirit stones, he sighed and continued onward with the procession. After all, the enforcers maintaining order for the Xiao family were no trifling matter. Should he charge forward to snatch spirit stones from children, he would surely face a stern reprimand. When the wedding procession finally arrived at the Lu family residence, Lin Dehai noted the lack of festivity permeating the entrance, prompting him to ponder. He mused, why does the Lu family appear so indifferent toward this marriage? Is it possible that today's spectacle may not unfold as anticipated? Meanwhile, the protagonist of the day, Xiao Shan, who had initially worn an expression of excitement, gradually became somber upon witnessing the desolate faade of the Lu family home. Chapter 66. The broken engagement today marks an exceedingly significant day for Xiao Shan. Since his childhood, he has been betrothed to Lu Ruyin. A decade ago, Xiao Shan bravely ventured into a cave relic, believed to be the site of a fallen cultivator in the transformation stage. However, this expedition plunged him into dire peril. Within the confines of the cave, he fell victim to a series of treacherous traps, sustaining grievous injuries. At that time, his dantian was shattered and his meridian severed, rendering him in such a critical state that even the numerous alchemists in his family were rendered helpless. This sudden calamity transformed Xiao Shan from a much-envied prodigy into a pariah, scorned by all. During those dark days, he endured relentless mockery and derision, leading him to gradually lose faith in life and succumb to despair. In the depths of his suffering and hopelessness, Xiao Shan made a momentous decision. He sought out the Lu family to request the annulment of his engagement to Lu Ruyin. Surprisingly, Lu Ruyin unhesitatingly rejected his plea, asserting that he should wait another 10 years until she returned from her studies at the Ice Heaven Palace, at which point they could wed. Reflecting on that moment now brings a hint of happiness to Xiao Shan's face. Prior to that day, his feelings for Lu Ruyin had merely been that of a neighborly affection, yet from then on, he realized that the prospect of having her as his wife was not so unpalatable after all. As he began to accept his fate, he discovered that a ring he had retrieved from the relic concealed the remnant soul of a formidable being. According to the soul, he had once been a cultivator of the combined body stage in the spirit realm, possessing considerable strength. Alas, in a fierce battle against his foes, he fell, leaving behind only a wisp of his soul, which found refuge within the ring, barely sustaining his existence. The reasons for the ring's appearance in the lower realm of Xiantian continent were as much a mystery to the remnant soul as they were to Xiao Shan. Only the heavens could unveil the truth behind it. The remnant soul did not disclose his true name to Xiao Shan, fearing that should his enemies learn of it, they would bring calamity upon him. After all, that enemy was unfathomably powerful, far beyond Xiao Shan's capacity to contend with. Thus, the remnant soul instructed Xiao Shan to call him Old Zhan. Old Zhan promised that if Xiao Shan would take him as his mentor, he would possess the means to restore Xiao Shan's cultivation and help him regain his former strength. However, this boon was not without conditions. Old Zhan required Xiao Shan to reconstruct his body after ascending to the spirit realm. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Shan deemed this condition reasonable, given that Old Zhan was granting him a second chance at life. Without hesitation, he agreed and swore a heavenly oath, a covenant of immense binding power in the cultivation world. Regardless of a cultivator's level, violating such an oath would shatter their heart of Tao, rendering them devoid of all their powers. From that point onward, Xiao Shan devoted himself to rigorous training under Old Zhan's meticulous guidance. Not only did he mend his damaged dantian, but he also reconnected his severed meridians. After several years of diligent effort, Xiao Shan's strength was not only restored but surpassed his previous capabilities. He shared this development with no one apart from his parents, seeking to discern the true nature of those around him. As for Lu Ruyin, he planned to surprise her on their wedding night. After a prolonged wait, the day of their marriage finally arrived. Xiao Shan's heart brimmed with anticipation and joy as he eagerly awaited the return of his bride. His parents were equally pleased with Lu Ruyin, as she had remained steadfast during Xiao Shan's lowest moments, a quality that deeply moved them. Consequently, they generously augmented the betrothal gifts, much to the chagrin of other family members, but they were swiftly silenced by Xiao Shan's father, Xiao Yuanqing. However, upon Xiao Shan's jubilant arrival at the Lu residence, the scene before him felt like a bucket of icy water, shattering all his dreams in an instant. The union between the Xiao and Lu families had been long established, yet the doors of the Lu estate bore no signs of wedding decorations, not even a character of joy. Only a few servants guarded the entrance, suggesting that the Lu family had not encountered any unforeseen circumstances. The only plausible explanation was that either the Lu family or Lu Ruyin had reneged on the marriage, given the historical camaraderie between the Xiao and Lu families. If the latter objected to the union, it should have been resolvable with some concessions. Yet, as the wedding procession arrived, they had received no word, which was exceedingly peculiar. It appeared that the Lu family was intent on severing ties with the Xiao family entirely. Just as Xiao Shan dismounted and prepared to seek clarity from Lu Ruyin, She emerged alongside her parents, Lu Ruhai and Mei Rinmei, accompanied by several others. Noticing them, Xiao Shan's brow furrowed as he strode directly to Lu Ruhai, his expression darkening as he inquired, "Uncle Lu, what does this mean?" Caught off guard by Xiao Shan's sudden interrogation, Lu Ruhai faltered, his demeanor betraying embarrassment as he stammered, "Nephew, this marriage between the Lu and Xiao families requires further deliberation." Xiao Shan paid little heed to Lu Ruhai's words, his gaze piercing past him to rest on Lu Ruyin, his voice low and heavy as he asked, "Ruyin, do you feel the same?" Under Xiao Shan's intense scrutiny, Lu Ruyan's heart raced, and her complexion paled. In response to his inquiry, she appeared flustered, stammering, I. Before Lu Ruyin could formulate a response, a cold and aloof figure named Lung Wu Kei stepped forward, blocking Xiao Shan and Appo's line of sight, gently reassuring Lu Ruyin, "Junior sister, do not fear, your senior brother is here, no one can harm you." His presence seemed to embolden Lu Ruyin. Under Lang Wukei's protection, she steadied herself and mustered the courage to declare to Xiao Shan, "It is indeed inappropriate for us. I harbor only brotherly feelings for you, nothing more." Her words fell upon Xiao Shan like a frigid deluge, chilling his heart and darkening his countenance further. Ah, what a relationship of siblings. Xiao Shan's laughter was laced with scorn and fury. "Why did you not agree to the annulment when I proposed it 10 years ago? You even asked me to wait a decade." Though Xiao Shan's voice was not loud, each word resonated like a hammer striking the hearts of those present, palpable with his suppressed rage. His expression was ominous, as if on the brink of an eruption. He could accept the annulment, but not in such an abrupt manner on the day of their nuptials, nor in a way that humiliated the Xiao family. Back then, I was too young to distinguish between love and sibling affection. Lu Ruyin and Appo's voice was barely audible, her head bowed, seemingly unable to meet Xiao Shan and Appo's gaze. Yet, upon finishing her sentence, she suddenly lifted her head, casting a shy glance at Lang Wu Quebec. That fleeting glance, though brief, was saturated with tenderness. Realizing something, she quickly averted her gaze. Chapter 67. The duel. Upon noticing the gaze of Lu Ruoyan, Xiao Shan's attention swiftly shifted to Lung Wuqiu. Coldly, he inquired, "Who are you?" "Today concerns matters between the Xiao and Lu families. What brings you here?" In response, Lung Wuqiu stepped forward, maintaining a dignified composure as he replied, "I am the senior disciple of the Ice Heaven Snow Palace, entrusted by my master to bring my junior sister home." Xiao Shan smirked, a hint of derision playing on his lips. "This is Shiguan City, not your Ice Heaven Snow Palace. Do not attempt to intimidate us with your grandstanding." With that, he turned to Lu Jiazhu, his voice stern. "You must provide me with an explanation for today's events. Otherwise, it seems that the only path left between the Xiao and Lu families is one of mutual destruction." Lu Jiahai's expression faltered, caught in a dilemma. On one hand, he wished to avoid a complete fallout with the Xiao family. On the other, the terms offered by the Ice Heaven Snow Palace were too enticing to dismiss. Just as Lu Jiahai hesitated, Lang Wuqiu interjected, "My junior sister is a disciple of the Ice Heaven Snow Palace, and I shall not allow her to suffer any grievances. Xiao Shan, if you consider yourself a man, engage me in a duel. Should you lose, you will immediately annul your engagement with my junior sister and cease all pursuit." This declaration was unmistakably a challenge issued to Xiao Shan. Although Lang Wuqiu recognized the impropriety of challenging one who had fallen from grace, he felt compelled to act in order to provide a justification for the Ice Heaven Snow Palace's intention to seize control of Shiguan City. In recent years, the palace had faced resource shortages and urgently needed to expand, and Shiguan City presented an excellent opportunity. He was unwilling to delegate such a crucial mission to another disciple. For despite Xiao Shan's current state, his former reputation as a prodigy was not merely a fabrication. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Lung Wuqiu resolved to take matters into his own hands, ensuring everything proceeded flawlessly. As Lung Wuqiu confronted Xiao Shan, the latter and Appo's expression darkened considerably. "A duel with me? Huh. Let me witness the prowess of the Ice Heaven Snow Palace." Xiao Shan's voice was steeped in fury and disdain. His mood was exceptionally foul, showing neither fear nor reluctance towards Lung Wuqiu's challenge. As the young master of the Xiao family, he surmised the intentions behind the Ice Heaven Snow Palace's actions. However, Elder Xiao Qizhen, who had accompanied Xiao Shan to the betrothal, was in a state of acute anxiety. He hurriedly blocked his young master, urgently advising, "Young master, do not act impulsively. You must return to the Xiao family immediately. The clan head will not let the Lu family off easily." Xiao Qizhen was acutely aware of Xiao Shan and Appo's standing in his father Xiao Tianming and Appo's eyes. Even in his current weakened state, he was still favored. Should Xiao Shan sustain even the slightest injury in this duel, he would certainly face severe repercussions. Beside them, Lu Ruoyan chimed in hastily, "Yes, Brother Shan, you should concede." She did not wish to see a confrontation between her fiancé and her senior brother. Yet, both Xiao Shan and Lung Wuqiu remained indifferent to Lu Ruoyan's concerns. They were both prideful individuals, impervious to such sentiments. Lang Wuqiu felt an intangible pressure emanating from Xiao Shan, a force that could not be wielded by one who was truly powerless. Although he could not directly gauge Xiao Shan's cultivation level, he understood that Xiao Shan was far from the incompetent figure the world claimed him to be. Xiao Shan, in turn, sensed Leng Wuqiu's scrutiny, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He realized that even if he refused the duel with Leng Wuqiu today, the Ice Heaven Snow Palace would not relent. With the support of the Ice Heaven Snow Palace, the Lu family would undoubtedly seek to expand their influence, striving to oust the other two families from Shiguan City. Understanding this, Xiao Shan resolved not to conceal his strength any longer. He aimed to demonstrate to the Ice Heaven Snow Palace that claiming Shiguan City would not be a simple endeavor. Elder, fret not. I shall be fine. Xiao Shan assured Xiao Qizhen, his tone resolute and confident. Xiao Qizhen, seeing this, stepped forward to dissuade Xiao Shan, but the latter gestured dismissively, signaling him not to worry. Without hesitation, Xiao Shan soared into the air, hovering in place as he awaited Leng Wuqiu's approach. At the moment Xiao Shan ascended, he no longer concealed the formidable aura of his golden core stage, astonishing all present. It was then that they realized Xiao Shan's cultivation had indeed returned to its former glory. Lu Ruoyan's emotions were a tumultuous mix. On one hand, the Ice Heaven Snow Palace had promised her that if they gained control of Shiguan City, she would be elevated to the status of a saint and wed Leng Wuqiu. This was undeniably a tremendous temptation for her. Moreover, the Lu family would exclusively manage Shiguan City, bringing immense benefits and honor to her clan. Conversely, Xiao Shan had been her betrothed since childhood. Despite her declarations of fraternal feelings toward him, Lu Ruoyan had experienced moments of attraction toward Xiao Shan. Yet now, the man she once admired had become a shadow of his former self, while her path to longevity was just beginning. For the sake of her future and her family's interests, she could not afford to let emotions dictate her decisions. Moreover, the realization that Xiao Shan had already restored his powers without informing her left her feeling cold and disillusioned, leading her to conclude that he had never truly cared for her. Her decision, it seemed, had been vindicated. Upon witnessing that his young master's cultivation had been restored, Elder Xiao Qizhen ceased his attempts to dissuade him and promptly commanded the clearing of the surrounding streets to ensure their battle remained undisturbed. Seeing this unfold, Leng Wuqiu's gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, appearing before Xiao Shan in an instant. With a gentle flick of his white fan, a flurry of snow descended upon Xiao Shan. However, these were no ordinary snowflakes. They were lethal blades conjured through Leng Wuqiu's magical prowess, each one sharp enough to pierce through third-tier defensive artifacts. Yet, in the face of such a fierce assault, Xiao Shan remained remarkably composed. He did not even attempt to defend himself, standing still as the snowstorm battered against him. The deadly flakes, upon contact with his form, seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, scattering harmlessly away without leaving a mark, save for a few damp spots on his robe. A slight smile graced Xiao Shan and Appo's lips as he regarded Leng Wuqiu, his eyes glimmering with disdain. Is this all the strength you possess? You have truly disappointed me. With such abilities, you are hardly worthy of being my equal. At this, Leng Wuqiu's expression shifted, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. He had not anticipated that his probing attack would be so effortlessly deflected. It was evident that those who rose to prominence were anything but ordinary. And Xiao Shan was clearly far stronger than he had initially presumed. Chapter 68, The Emergence of the Nascent Soul. Leng Wuqiu inhaled deeply, aware that he must exert his utmost effort in the ensuing confrontation, regardless of the outcome of this battle, whether victory or defeat. The Ice Heaven Snow Palace possessed ample justification to seize control of Shiguan City. Yet, such matters held little significance for him. His singular aspiration was to prove himself superior to Xiao Shan. A surge of energy, reminiscent of Xiao Shan's golden core aura, erupted from Leng Wuqiu. He clutched a white folding fan tightly, conjuring intricate seals with deft movements. As he did so, the snowflakes that had been drifting from the sky seemed to be beckoned by some unseen force, swiftly coalescing into an immense snowman. This snowman towered dozens of feet high, resembling a small mountain, its fists akin to colossal iron hammers, poised to strike Xiao Shan with unparalleled force. Unfazed by this sudden assault, Xiao Shan bellowed, "Primal ancient sacred body." In an instant, his garment tore apart, revealing the resplendent golden form of the primal ancient sacred body, radiating an aura of immense power that appeared capable of withstanding any attack. Without hesitation, Xiao Shan met the snowman's fist head-on, resulting in a cataclysmic collision in the air. The sheer force of the impact reverberated through the space, obliterating the snowman and the flurries behind it as if they had never existed. However, the residual shockwave caused Leng Wuqiu's heart to tighten. He realized that Xiao Shan's strength far exceeded his expectations, proving to be no ordinary power. Quickly, Leng Wuqiu retracted his white fan and retrieved a snow-white flying sword, glinting ominously with a chilling light, signifying its formidable nature. Brandishing the sword, he called out, "Frozen hell." As his words resonated, the sword shot forth like lightning, tracing a white arc through the air. In the blink of an eye, a massive ice tower materialized, encasing Xiao Shan within its frigid grasp. Countless jagged ice spikes erupted from the tower, resembling the branches of a great tree, effectively sealing off Xiao Shan's movements. Seeing this, Leng Wuqiu did not hesitate to position himself behind Xiao Shan. He understood that while Frozen Hell was powerful, it could only restrain Xiao Shan momentarily. true to his anticipation. Just as Lang Wuchia arrived at Xiaoshan's rear, the ice tower shattered like glass. In that instant, Lang Wuchia lunged forward with his sword, aiming a lethal strike at Xiaoshan and Apos' back. Yet, in a split second, Xiaoshan, having shattered the ice tower, spun around with astonishing speed. As if he had foreseen Lang Wuchia's attack, one of Xiaoshan and Apos' hands gripped the sword and Apos' blade with the ferocity of a vice. Blood seeping from his palm and trickling down the sword. This marked the first injury Xiaoshan had sustained since the commencement of their duel. Startled, Lang Wuchia attempted to withdraw his sword, but it felt as though it were glued to Xiaoshan's grasp, resisting all efforts to extricate it. Xiaoshan and Apos' gaze was as frigid as ice, locking onto Lang Wuchia and Apos' impassive eyes, igniting a flicker of panic within him. Before Lang Wuchia could comprehend this unforeseen turn of events, Xiaoshan's iron fist descended upon his head like a tempest. The force of that blow was akin to a thunderous roar, imbued with an insatiable killing intent, and Lang Wuchia could almost sense the breath of death closing in. Having lived a sheltered life, he had never faced such life and death stakes, and now, confronted with Xiaoshan's fatal strike, he found himself at a loss. With no other recourse, he closed his eyes, bracing for the impending pain. However, as seconds ticked by, the anticipated agony did not materialize. Confused, Lang Wuchia cautiously opened his eyes, only to be astonished to find that Xiaoshan and Apos' fist had been halted by a mirror-like artifact. Beside him stood Feng Jingyi, the icy-faced elder of the Ice Heaven Snow Palace, and his protector. Is this merely a sparring match? Young Master Xiao, do you not think your methods too excessive? Feng Jingyi's voice carried a hint of discontent and reproach. Xiaoshan and Apos' lips curled into a mocking smile. The people of your sect are truly protective. Strike the young one, and then come for the elder. His tone dripped with disdain and derision. Feng Jingyi and Apos' brow furrowed, clearly displeased with Xiaoshan and Apos' demeanor. Xiaoshan, should you continue to speak so insolently, do not blame me for being unkind. I would not hesitate to take on the role of your parents and teach you a lesson. Yet, in the face of Feng Jingyi and Apos' threat, Xiaoshan remained unimpressed. You? Are you worthy? His eyes reflected a dismissive contempt for the elder, seemingly disregarding her status as a nascent soul cultivator. Feng Jingyi's face darkened with anger. As a nascent soul expert, she had never been belittled by such a junior. In her fury, she unleashed a wave of frigid energy toward Xiaoshan. This icy blast surged forth like a great white dragon, roaring toward him. In an instant, Xiaoshan was enveloped, frozen into a solid ice sculpture. Young Master, Xiao Qizhen, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of panic. Although he was a late-stage golden core cultivator, he stood no chance against Feng Jingyi, whose power far surpassed his own. Helplessly, he could only watch as Xiaoshan was encased in ice, his heart racing with anxiety. Just as Xiao Qizhen's distress peaked, he suddenly observed Xiaoshan's body tremble slightly, and then the ice began to melt away. Under the meticulous guidance of his master, Xiaoshan had long since shifted to cultivating body techniques, and the Great Desolation Divine Barbarian Sutra he practiced was among the pinnacle techniques of the spiritual realm. Harnessing the immense power of this method, he successfully withstood Feng Jingyi's icy assault and swiftly regained his freedom. Xiaoshan unveiled his Dharma form, and a towering figure of an ancient giant materialized behind him, its muscles rippling and its features fierce, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The ancient giant mirrored Xiaoshan's every move. With a powerful swing, Xiaoshan and Apos' fist met with the giant and Apos' colossal hand, both striking down with a thunderous force toward the defensive artifact. The impact of this blow was earth-shattering, shaking the very world itself. Yet, Feng Jingyi merely chuckled coldly, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery for Xiaoshan. In her view, his actions were an exercise in futility. The chasm between the nascent soul and golden core stages was insurmountable. She doubted that Xiaoshan and Apos' assault could inflict any meaningful damage upon her defensive artifact. However, reality took Feng Jingyi by surprise. As Xiaoshan's fists continued to rain down, the once impenetrable surface of the defensive artifact began to show fine cracks. Impudent, Feng Jingyi could no longer contain her astonishment and fury. She bellowed, retracting the defensive artifact with haste. Then, she swiftly drew her flying sword, and as the blade shimmered, the flurries of snow returned with a vengeance. Yet, this time, the tempest of snow was magnitudes more powerful than that conjured by Lang Wuchia. The entire space was engulfed, the biting cold rendering the air nearly unbreathable. Chapter 69. The strike of transformation snowflakes lashed against Xiaoshan and Apos' face like sharp blades, leaving behind a series of ghastly crimson streaks. Yet, his gaze bore no trace of fear, remaining steadfastly fixed upon the enchanting vista before him. Feng Jingyi, wielding her flying sword, emanated an intensely frigid sword intent, as if the entire world were succumbing to a deep freeze under its chilling grasp. The ground beneath her rapidly crystallized, extending outward at an astonishing pace, cloaking everything in a mantle of biting cold. The wedding procession and the surrounding onlookers, all cultivators, sensed the overwhelming threat and retreated in terror, fearful of being caught in the icy sword intent. Meanwhile, Lu Rian's family found themselves in a predicament. This was their home, and where could they retreat? Reluctantly, they activated their family's defensive formation, hoping to withstand the formidable force. As Lu Rian gazed at the formidable figure in the air, regret welled up within her. Had she known Xiaoshan was so powerful, she would have never acquiesced to the demands of the Ice Heaven Snow Palace. However, it was too late. The Ice Heaven Snow Palace boasted a formidable presence like the transformation Taoist lord, while Xiaoshan was merely a golden core cultivator. Feng Jingyi's sword struck like a tempest of snow, brimming with lethal intent, akin to a ferocious beast lunging at Xiaoshan with claws bared. In the face of such a terrifying assault, the Dharma image behind Xiaoshan suddenly roared towards the heavens, utilizing the primal barbaric scriptures to their utmost. In an instant, he radiated a dazzling bronze light, resembling a descending war god. Xiaoshan did not flinch. He resolutely unleashed a punch that transcended his limits against the oncoming storm of snow. This punch contained the entirety of his strength and will, as if he sought to shatter the very heavens and earth. At that breathtaking moment, the swirling snow seemed to pause, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Nearby streets crumbled in an instant, sending plumes of dust into the air. Feng Jingyi, who had been hidden within the snowstorm, was forcefully revealed by this overwhelming power. Blood gushed from her mouth, her face a mask of shock as she stared incredulously at Xiaoshan. At that moment, Xiaoshan and Apos' right hand was fractured, his fingers barely visible through the wounds, a clear indication of his severe injuries. Yet, he hovered in the air, seemingly unscathed, his cold gaze fixated on Feng Jingyi. To be wounded by a mere golden core cultivator was undoubtedly a tremendous disgrace for Feng Jingyi. Fury ignited within her heart as she gripped her flying sword tightly, unhesitatingly preparing to charge at Xiaoshan once more, determined to engage in a life-and-death struggle. This time, she had resolved to show no mercy. Just as she was ready to strike again, a fierce wind howled past, and the previously halted snowstorm resumed its ferocity. Amidst the tempest, a commanding voice suddenly rang out, "Halt!" This thunderous command reverberated throughout the space. The crowd turned to behold a figure materializing like a specter. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Jingting. His expression was grim, his eyes locked onto his injured son, barely containing the rage that threatened to erupt. Yet, he restrained his fury and addressed Feng Jingyi, his voice low and serious. "Is the Ice Heaven Snow Palace declaring war on my Xiao family?" In response to Xiao Jingting and Apos' inquiry, Feng Jingyi scoffed, refusing to retreat. "What if we are? Can you bear the consequences, Xiao family head?" Xiao Jingting and Apos' brow furrowed deeply. He was acutely aware of the Ice Heaven Snow Palace's formidable strength, but he could not allow his son to suffer in vain. Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, he asked, "What do you want?" A cold smile graced Feng Jingyi's lips as she replied bluntly, "Your son disrespected his elders and injured me. Naturally, he must make amends." Xiao Jingting's expression darkened further as he glared at Feng Jingyi. His voice sharp. "How do you propose he makes amends? If he can withstand a single strike from me and survive, then today's incident will be forgotten." Feng Jingyi's voice was frigid and merciless, as though she were not conversing with a person but pronouncing a death sentence. Her gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, was fixed on Xiaoshan, intent on freezing him in place. Such a prodigy, regrettably not a disciple of the Ice Heaven Snow Palace. Perhaps it would be better for him to perish, sparing future troubles. A barely perceptible cold smile played upon her lips. At that moment, Xiaoshan and Apos' father, Xiao Jingting, stepped forward, his expression grave. "If a child is not taught, the fault lies with the parent. May I bear Elder Feng and Apos' strike in his stead? Dad?" Xiaoshan attempted to speak, but was halted by Xiao Jingting. "Very well. Since the Xiao family has spoken thus, if I refuse, it would appear the Ice Heaven Snow Palace is unreasonable." Feng Jingyi and Apos' eyes glinted with cunning. She saw this as an opportune moment. If she could eliminate both father and son here, only the Lu and Tan families would remain in Westgate City, allowing the Ice Heaven Snow Palace to better seize control of the city. "Come." Xiao Jingting unhesitatingly drew his life-bound treasure, the red mist sword, fully aware that Feng Jingyi would not let him off easily. "Good." The cold smile on Feng Jingyi and Apos' lips deepened as she discreetly shattered the jade talisman given to her by the Ice Heaven Snow Palace and Apos' master, Lung Wushuang. In an instant, the moisture in the air was drawn towards an unseen force, rapidly coalescing into a massive ice palm. This ice hand, entirely transparent, emanated a bone-chilling aura, akin to a glacier descending from the heavens. The ice palm, imbued with the force of thunder, hurtled down towards the Xiao father and son with devastating intent. A strike of transformation? The power behind Feng Jingyi and Apos' blow was evidently at the level of the transformation stage. "Zhang Lao, assist me." Xiaoshan and Apos' heart sank, realizing he had no confidence in withstanding this blow. Beside him, Xiao Jingting wore a face of terror, fully aware of the strike and Apos' ferocity. At that moment, his sole thought was to ensure his son, Xiaoshan, escaped swiftly. As long as Xiaoshan lived, the Xiao family still held hope. Yet, the one most filled with regret was Lu Ruahai. For this strike of transformation was not aimed at their Lu residents, but alas, Their residence lay squarely within the Strike and Appos S range. While the people might escape relatively unscathed, the Liu family had labored for generations to build their estate, and it would likely not survive this onslaught. As Zhang Lao awakened at Shaoshan and Appos S call, he beheld the dire situation before him, with no other recourse. He had no choice but to swiftly take control of Shaoshan's body and lead him to flee the scene. Zhang Lao, please take my father with you, Shaoshan implored urgently. However, the energy required to carry an additional person was not trivial. It would demand at least 2 to 3 times more than simply taking Shaoshan away. Nevertheless, Shaoshan was indeed someone Zhang Lao valued. After a moment and Appos' hesitation, he decided to acquiesce. Without delay, Zhang Lao seized control of Shaoshan and Appos' body and gripped Xiao Jingting and Appos' arm. Do not resist, he commanded sternly. Just then, the colossal ice palm descended with the force of a mountain crashing down upon eggs. A resounding crash echoed, shaking the very ground of Westgate City. The power of this strike was so terrifying that 1/10 of Westgate City was obliterated in an instant. Clouds of dust billowed, obscuring the sky. Chapter 70 Departure from Shiguan City. As time rewound to the moment when Lin Dehai triumphed over Lang Wuk and Shaoshan, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. He turned to seek out Huang Huilong for clarification, only to be astounded by Huang Huilong and Appos' inexplicable disappearance. Just as doubt began to settle in Lin Dehai and Appos' mind, he perceived an imminent threat as Feng Jing made her move in the Yuanying stage, enveloping him in a profound sense of danger. Without hesitation, he fought his way against the tide of people, desperately fleeing towards the city and Appos' outskirts. However, today marked a momentous occasion for the Xiao and Liu families, prompting throngs of people to flood into the city, far beyond his expectations. The urgency of his escape intensified, and his fear escalated with each passing moment. Ultimately, as he noticed that all attention had shifted to the fierce battle raging nearby, he resolved to employ his evasion technique, darting away from Shiguan City like a bolt of lightning. Upon finally catching sight of the city gate, he exhaled a sigh of relief and ceased his retreat. Just as he prepared to exit, a city guard noticed him and curiously inquired, "Friend, what causes such commotion over there?" Following the guard and Appos' gesture, Lin Dehai glanced in the direction pointed, identifying it as the Liu residence. After a moment and Appos' hesitation, he smiled and replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps the festivities of welcoming the bride have become rather boisterous." The guard nodded thoughtfully in response, murmuring, "That makes sense. After all, today is indeed a grand day for the union of the Xiao and Liu families. It is unfortunate that I must remain on duty and cannot join the celebration." Once outside Shiguan City, Lin Dehai slowly turned around, his gaze fixating on the colossal ice palm descending from the sky. It fell with the force of a mountain, creating a pressure that set his garments fluttering. Wherever the ice palm passed, devastation ensued. The once bustling streets of Shiguan City were instantly reduced to ruins, with towering structures crumbling under the impact. Those cultivators who had gathered to witness the spectacle were also caught in this terrifying onslaught. Most suffered the brunt of the residual force from the ice palm, and merely this aftermath was sufficient to obliterate their bodies into a gory spectacle. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Lin Dehai felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Had he lingered even a moment longer, he too might have found himself among the debris. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and continued on his path. His steps felt heavy, as if he had not yet fully recuperated from the earlier peril. Yet, as he moved further away, Shiguan City gradually receded behind him. As he walked, an inexplicable sentiment began to swell within him. He was unsure how long he had traveled or how much further he had to go to reach his destination. The vast expanse of Xiantian continent left him feeling increasingly isolated. Perhaps it was time to find a place to rest, he mused. Growing older, he yearned for a stable haven, a sanctuary to settle his restless spirit. Memories of Zhongnan Mountain, a place where he had once dwelt, surfaced in his mind, evoking images of familiar landscapes and people. Perhaps I could first visit Twinya Haijiao, Lin Dehai murmured to himself, for it is said to harbor the subsequent techniques of the Fantian Gong. Once I have explored that, I can determine my next course of action. With this thought, his spirits lifted slightly, and he quickened his pace towards the direction of Tianya Haijiao. In his heart, a new plan began to take shape. Perhaps, after studying the subsequent techniques of Fantian Gong, he could find a partner to share the remainder of his days. The lifespan of cultivators far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, and their appearances age more slowly as well. Although Lin Dehai's true visage resembled that of a middle-aged man, he had cultivated a long beard to appear older. Yet, for the sake of finding a companion, he would be willing to sacrifice this fade. In the realm of cultivation, maintaining eternal youth was not an insurmountable challenge. A single Ding-In pill could suffice. However, the value of such a pill had been inflated by female cultivators to the level of a 7th-tier magical artifact. Additionally, there existed another method to achieve eternal youth, involving the metamorphosis experienced during a breakthrough to a higher realm. Yet, this method demanded a substantial expenditure of one's spiritual energy, making it an extravagant choice for most cultivators. After all, apart from the exceptionally gifted prodigies, Few would willingly squander their precious spiritual energy on preserving their appearance. As a result, the number of male cultivators far surpassed that of their female counterparts. For the pursuit of strength took precedence. Lost in thought, Linda Hai found himself in the central region of Shisho, near the coast, where sea beasts roamed freely, rendering human presence nearly non-existent for miles. He reclined comfortably on the back of a Baishui Chan toad, continuing his journey. Along the way, occasional sea beasts would emerge onto the shore, but they invariably became the toad's meal. Linda Hai contemplated the distance remaining to Tianya Haijiao. Suddenly, 3 small black dots appeared on the horizon. As they drew nearer, Linda Hai realized it was too late to evade them. He quickly patted the Baishui Chan toad to signal it to halt. Then, he swiftly retrieved his flying sword from his storage pouch. Over the past 2 years, he had gained experience in battling sea beasts, and his strength had grown considerable within the foundation establishment stage, at least compared to rogue cultivators. As the dots grew clearer, Linda Hai was rendered speechless upon recognizing the leader among them, none other than Huang Huilong, who had become separated from him in Shiguan City. Huang Huilong approached with a smile, accompanied by 2 middle-aged rogue cultivators, a man and a woman, as they came to stand before Linda Hai. Brother Lin, what a fortuitous encounter. Who would have thought we would meet again here? Truly, this is fate, Huang Huilong exclaimed. Linda Hai's lips twitched slightly, and with a forced smile, he replied, indeed. I did not expect to run into Brother Huang here. However, Linda Hai's heart was filled with wariness. He was certain that Huang Huilong harbored ulterior motives. Thus, he had no desire to linger any longer. Brother Huang, you seem to be in quite a hurry. Is there something urgent at hand? Linda Hai casually inquired, inwardly hoping Huang Huilong would take his leave swiftly. Chapter 71. Treasure hunting, isn't this a stroke of luck, Brother Lin? Huang Huilong exclaimed with a beaming smile, as if they were long-lost friends reuniting after years apart. He continued to elaborate. My companions, Taoist Feng and the others, stumbled upon the remnants of an ancient cultivator's cave. We were initially planning to seek another ally to join us, but unexpectedly encountered you here. Are you interested in exploring this site together? Upon hearing the phrase ancient cultivator's cave remnants, Linda Hai felt a stirring in his heart. For a cultivator, such places are undoubtedly rife with temptation. However, what truly piqued Linda Hai's interest was his current predicament. His storage bag was nearly devoid of spirit stones, and should he wish to settle down in the future, spirit stones would be essential. This cave, perhaps, could provide him with sufficient spirit stones to alleviate his concerns. Although Huang Huilong had a somewhat peculiar demeanor, Linda Hai recalled that he had never genuinely harmed him. Moreover, since Huang Huilong had discovered this cave, his invitation implied a degree of trust in Linda Hai. Thus, Linda Hai turned to Huang Huilong and inquired tentatively, is it permissible? However, his gaze did not rest on Huang Huilong, but rather on the 2 other cultivators present. One of them was Feng Xinyuan, who evidently understood Linda Hai's intent. Without waiting for Huang Huilong's response, he spoke up, Brother Lin need not worry. This cave's remnants were indeed discovered by Taoist Huang. His invitation to you signifies a trust in your character. My wife and I have no objections. Feng Xinyuan's tone was forthright, instilling confidence that he had nothing to conceal. Observing this, Linda Hai felt his apprehensions diminish slightly. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated, clasped his hands toward Huang Huilong, and said, then I shall be in your care. While it was a common notion that adventures among loose cultivators often ended poorly, Linda Hai remained unfazed. His singular aim was straightforward, to acquire some spirit stones. He reasoned that as long as he refrained from clashing with the others over valuable treasures during their expedition, there should be minimal issues. Moreover, Linda Hai possessed a degree of confidence in his abilities, believing that he could adequately protect himself in the face of danger. At that moment, Huang Huilong introduced Linda Hai to Feng Xinyuan and his partner, Liu Chuanjiao. Despite being a loose cultivator, Feng Xinyuan was an unmitigated genius in formations, having attained the rank of a 4th-tier formation master. This revelation astonished Linda Hai, for such talent would be coveted in any sect, drawing considerable attention. However, Linda Hai refrained from probing into why Feng Xinyuan had chosen the path of a loose cultivator, recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets. Just as he himself had departed from the sect due to the arduous nature of cultivation, reflecting now, he felt a twinge of regret for what he once deemed a grave mistake. Had he persevered for a few more decades to enter the inner sect, his circumstances would undoubtedly have been far more favorable, sparing him the current vagabond life. Even in the worst-case scenario, successfully establishing a foundation and serving as a minor steward in the outer sect would have been a commendable option. Yet, it was too late for such thoughts. Linda Hai was not one to dwell on regrets. He preferred to look forward rather than linger on past choices. What further astonished Linda Hai was the revelation that Feng Xinyuan's partner, Liu Chuanjiao, was actually a 2nd-tier alchemist, though not exceedingly rare. 2nd-tier alchemists typically found support only within sects, making them exceptionally scarce among loose cultivators. Linda Hai couldn't help but wonder where Huang Huilong had found these 2 remarkable individuals. Regardless, their expedition was now officially underway. Upon learning that the location of the cave had been purchased from the black market, Linda Hai nearly turned back immediately. After all, items from the black market were often dubious, and only in rare accounts did one encounter genuine goods. However, after Huang Huilong fervently swore and nearly invoked a heavenly oath to vouch for the map's authenticity, Lin Dehai ultimately decided to place his trust in him one last time. The destination indicated on the map corresponded precisely with the details from a travelogue he had perused, authored by a cultivator rumored to have achieved the Golden Core stage. Lin Dehai reasoned that since he had come this far, it would be prudent to follow the map and investigate. Thus, he resolved to accompany the other three to the location indicated. The cave was situated not on land, but upon an island. Throughout their journey, the four took turns confronting the occasional sea beasts that emerged. Although these first- and second-tier creatures were immense, they posed little practical threat. Even someone as financially constrained as Lin Dehai merely took a small portion of the most tender meat to enhance their meals, disregarding the corpses of the sea beasts as they would only waste precious space in his storage bag. During this lengthy voyage, Lin Dehai also encountered several islands imbued with spiritual energy. However, these islands were either too small for habitation or already claimed by others, clearly not aligning with his vision of a suitable settlement. Observing Lin Dehai's keen interest in these spiritually rich areas, Huang Huilong inquired curiously, "Brother Lin, are you seeking a place to settle down?" Lin Dehai perceived this inquiry as innocuous and candidly replied, "Indeed, I am. After years of wandering, I now wish to find a place to rest." "You don't say?" Huang Huilong exclaimed, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Not just Huang Huilong, but Feng Xinyuan and Liu Chunjiao also regarded Lin Dehai with bewildered expressions. Faced with their reactions, Lin Dehai felt as though he were enveloped in a fog, utterly perplexed. Scratching his head, he queried, "Is there something I ought to know?" Seeing his confusion, Huang Huilong quickly clarified, "In the Western Province, there exists a loose cultivator alliance. By paying a certain amount of spirit stones, one can rent a plot of land there. Additionally, this land would be protected by the alliance." Realization dawned on Lin Dehai, and he exclaimed, "Ah, I see." Huang Huilong then divulged that he, Feng Xinyuan, and Liu Chunjiao had come to the Western Province primarily to rent spirit land, with treasure hunting being a secondary objective. Huang Huilong proposed, "In that case, we could rent land nearby, providing mutual support. What do you think?" Lin Dehai did not respond immediately, but took a moment to contemplate, indicating that he needed time to weigh the pros and cons. Chapter 72. The sect's ruins. After enduring countless hardships, Lin Dehai and his companions finally arrived at the fabled cave ruins. However, what awaited them was both good news and bad news. The good news was that the map they possessed was indeed authentic. Hidden within this location was a cave ruin, which brought them a sense of relief, affirming that their efforts had not been in vain. Yet, the bad news plunged their spirits into despair. The map was not unique. Numerous copies existed. Worse still, dozens of cultivators had gathered outside the ruins formation, evidently divided into several teams, with two of the leaders being Golden Core cultivators. This scenario completely exceeded their expectations. They had originally believed themselves to be the first to discover these ruins, only to find that many others had arrived ahead of them. Faced with this predicament, the most socially adept among them, Huang Huilong, decided to take the initiative and engage with one of the seemingly amicable teams to ascertain the situation. Approximately 15 minutes later, Huang Huilong returned with a grim expression. Lin Dehai, Feng Xinyuan, and Liu Chunjiao immediately approached him, anxiously inquiring, "What is the situation?" Huang Huilong took a deep breath and replied slowly, "The individual who sold us the map in the black market did not deceive us. The map is genuine. However, he certainly did not sell it to just us. From my discussions with the other teams, it appears that at least dozens of copies of this map have been distributed, with these individuals arriving here in the past few days." The two teams led by Golden Core cultivators initially intended to eliminate the other teams to monopolize the treasures within the ruins. However, as more people have arrived, these Golden Core cultivators have grown concerned that their actions might incite public outrage. Ultimately, they had to abandon this notion, for Golden Core cultivators are not invincible. Should they provoke the anger of the masses, the consequences could be dire. Now, everyone could only wait outside the cave, hoping for the formation to weaken soon. The sole consolation was that judging from the strength of the formation, the master of these ruins was certainly more formidable than a mere Golden Core cultivator, suggesting that the treasures within might be exceedingly valuable. At this moment, those knowledgeable in formations were exerting all their efforts to decipher the mechanism, yearning for an early entry into the cave. Meanwhile, Lin Dehai and his companions found a relatively open area nearby to set up camp and settle temporarily. In the following days, Feng Xinyuan ventured outside the formation multiple times to discuss strategies for breaking the mysterious array with other adept formation masters. To ensure Feng Xinyuan's safety, Lin Dehai and Huang Huilong took turns accompanying him, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. During these days, several more teams arrived. Through the tireless collaboration of Feng Xinyuan and the other formation masters, they finally devised a method to dismantle the formation by harnessing the powers of the five elements and employing the principles of their mutual generation and restraint to gradually erode the defensive array. This approach not only effectively dismantled the formation but also minimized damage to the ruins, achieving a dual benefit. After a lengthy month, the group concluded that no further arrivals were imminent. They gathered everyone together, totaling precisely 20 teams. The individuals were divided into 2 groups and arranged according to the order of the 5 elements. As the array of the 5 elements was activated, the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth began to flow in accordance with the cave S formation. Initially, the outer water-based array was activated, transforming the 5-element array into a restraining earth-based formation. However, merely eroding the single array consumed a full 3 days. During this time, the 2 groups had to repeatedly rotate to conserve their spiritual energy. A month later, only the final layer of the metal-based offensive array remained. As they observed the imminent collapse of this array, everyone instinctively slowed their movements, secretly recovering their spiritual energy, each hoping to be the first to enter the cave. Most individuals present were loose cultivators, fully aware of one another's intentions. They quietly bided their time, preparing for the impending scramble for treasures, accumulating their strength. Witnessing this scene, Linda Hai could not help but sigh. He understood that if things continued this way, their journey could very well end in futility. Nonetheless, he regarded the opportunity to witness such a spectacle as not entirely wasted. Yet, caution was paramount. Who could predict whether these loose cultivators might become frenzied and ruthless, robbing him of everything? That seemingly thin metal-based array, under the collective lethargy, took an entire month to dissipate. When that fragile formation shattered like thin paper, cultivators surged in like famished wolves. However, Linda Hai was rather astonished to find that Huang Huilong, Feng Xinyuan, and Lu Chuanjiao stood still, quietly awaiting him. Are you not going to seize those treasures? If we delay any longer, we may end up with nothing. Linda Hai questioned, perplexed. Have you not remained still as well? Huang Huilong responded with a faint smile, his lips curling slightly. The group exchanged knowing smiles before they all soared into the depths of the cave together. Upon entering the interior, everyone was struck with awe. The space was far vaster than they had imagined, and the spiritual energy was exceptionally dense, resembling an ideal cultivation ground. Furthermore, within the cave lay a grand array of majestic structures, arranged with remarkable harmony. Linda Hai and his companions exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. This place appeared entirely unlike an ordinary cultivator's cave ruins. It resembled a forsaken small sect instead. The loose cultivators, realizing this as well, scattered like headless flies, racing toward the herb gardens, alchemy pavilions, and weapon halls, locations most likely to harbor treasures. After a brief exchange of glances, the 4 of them instinctively chose different directions, racing off like meteors. Here, they were both allies and rivals. To avoid a scenario of mutual slaughter, it was evidently wiser to act separately. Feng Xinyuan and Lu Chuanjiao flew side by side toward the direction of the spiritual herb garden, their figures gradually fading into the horizon. Meanwhile, Huang Huilong turned to Linda Hai, smiling as he asked, Brother Lin, where do you intend to go? After a moment of contemplation, Linda Hai pointed toward a nearby area and replied, I plan to take a look over there. Following his finger, it appeared to be a plaza typically used for disciples to practice their techniques. Huang Huilong and Appo's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue, yet he said nothing further. Instead, he nodded with a smile and remarked, Then I shall proceed first. Let us reconvene here later. With that, he vanished in a flash, darting toward the disciples and Appo's rest area. Clearly not wishing for a direct confrontation with others, especially in the presence of 2 teams evidently led by Golden Core cultivators. Chapter 73. The harvest. The refining square was enveloped in a pristine white hue, resembling an immense plaza of jade. Although the white-veined jade rock used in this tier was not particularly precious, its substantial quantity suggested a rough valuation of around 100,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, as a common spiritual material, the white-veined jade rock was relatively easy to dispose of, causing little trouble. Linda Hai's gaze fell upon the platform at the center of the square, where he surmised the cultivators were likely congregated. In comparison to the surrounding white-veined jade rock, the materials used for this platform appeared to be of superior quality. Curiously, he approached and gently tapped the platform, which emitted a clear and melodious sound. A surge of delight coursed through him as he immediately deduced that the platform was not made of ordinary white-veined jade rock, but rather of the 3rd-tier spiritual material, congealed white jade. The value of this 3rd-tier material far surpassed that of the 1st tier. Linda Hai and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement, transforming him into an adept dismantler as he unhesitatingly began to take apart the platform. He swiftly collected all the congealed white jade into his storage bag and then hastily set about dismantling the white-veined jade rock laid upon the ground. As he immersed himself in his labor, a passing rogue cultivator noticed his actions and couldn't help but mock. Not even the floor is safe from your grasp. Truly a miser. Why not take the tables and chairs as well? With that, the rogue hurried off towards the artifact hall, seemingly in pursuit of a fierce competition for some valuable treasure. Awakened by the rogue and Appo's words, Linda Hai experienced a moment of enlightenment and abruptly ceased his work. Indeed, he murmured to himself, If even the floor is made of spiritual materials, the tables and chairs must be of even finer quality. With this thought, he discarded the white-veined jade rock in hand and, like a flash of lightning, darted into the sect's main hall. After all, this was the face of the sect, and the materials used would undoubtedly be of the highest caliber. Upon entering the hall, Lindahai and Apos' attention was immediately captured by the plaque suspended high above. The plaque bore the bold and majestic inscription of Zhengyang Hall, the characters exuding power and grandeur. Lindahai soared upward and snatched the plaque down. He examined it closely, first tapping it lightly to gauge the sound, then leaning in to discern its material. However, after a thorough inspection, he could not identify the substance from which the plaque was crafted. Unwilling to relent, Lindahai drew his flying sword and struck the plaque twice with force. To his astonishment, the plaque rebounded the attack, and the tremendous force caused him to stagger back several steps. Incredible, Lindahai exclaimed, marveling at the quality of materials befitting the sect and Apos' visage. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching, he swiftly stowed the plaque in his storage bag. He then stepped into the main chamber, beginning to appraise the furnishings within. The items in the main hall were not numerous, primarily consisting of commonplace first-tier spiritual materials. However, when Lindahai's gaze fell upon the sect leader's chair in the center, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The chair was crafted from 6th-tier spiritual materials. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, he wasted no time in claiming the chair for his storage bag. Subsequently, he gathered all other movable items in the hall, regardless of whether they were first-tier materials or seemingly ordinary objects, into his storage bag. At that moment, the vast hall was left nearly empty, save for a portrait of the founder and an incense burner. The portrait depicted a young cultivator with an ethereal grace, his features exquisite and his aura transcendent, resembling a celestial being. Lindahai secretly mused that the portrayal was likely an embellishment by his disciples. He found himself equally envious of anyone more handsome than he. In the realm of cultivation, there were many nuances to consider. One could never ascertain whether the figure in the painting had indeed ascended. Provoking a celestial being could spell disaster. Thus, despite the apparent quality of the portrait's material, Lindahai had no intention of disturbing it. However, the incense burner piqued his interest. Its peculiar shape bore more resemblance to an alchemical furnace than a typical incense burner. He carefully retrieved 3 sticks of incense, bowed thrice before the portrait, and softly inquired, "Esteemed elder, I am Lindahai, daring to ask if I may take this incense burner? If you disagree, please blink." After a brief pause, seeing no reaction from the figure in the portrait, he took it as consent and boldly claimed the burner. With the incense burner secured, Lindahai resolved to consult El Chuanjiao upon his return to ascertain whether it was indeed an alchemical furnace. If so, it would surely be a remarkable find. As he surveyed the vacant hall, his gaze shifted to the grand beams above. Although merely 4th-tier spiritual materials, such massive spiritual timber was still rare. If he could procure it, it might fetch a handsome price. However, the logistics of removing such large beams would certainly create a commotion, and with other rogue cultivators present, discovery could lead to unnecessary trouble. Lindahai shook his head in resignation, lamenting his own weakness. If only he were strong enough to claim this place outright. After exiting the hall, Lindahai quickly spotted Huang Huilong waiting in the expansive square. They exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding negating any need for inquiry about each other's gains. After a moment of silence, Huang Huilong broke the quiet, his voice tinged with concern. "Shall we check on Feng Daoyu and the others?" Lindahai nodded, his gaze following suit towards the direction of the spiritual herb garden. At that moment, calm had returned to the garden, suggesting the precious herbs had been thoroughly claimed. Without hesitation, Huang Huilong took to the skies, racing toward the garden, and Lindahai followed suit. As they soared through the air, they traversed fields of spiritual crops, which should have been lush with herbs but now lay in disarray. Lindahai noted distinct signs of conflict. Craters and fissures marred the landscape, indicating that a fierce battle had transpired. Before they reached the innermost area, they spotted Fengxin Yuan and El Chuanjiao in the distance. Fengxin Yuan was assisting the injured El Chuanjiao, slowly retreating from the depths of the garden. Both bore pale expressions, clearly having sustained injuries in the recent skirmish. Chapter 74. The Nangong family, how is it? Is the injury serious? Huang Huilong inquired anxiously, stepping forward with a concerned expression. He quickly extended his hands to steady LV Chuanjiao, who was beside Fengxin Yuan, fearing she might inadvertently stumble. LV Chuanjiao gently shook her head, a faint smile barely gracing her lips as she softly replied, "It's nothing, just a minor internal injury. I'm quite well otherwise." Upon seeing this, Fengxin Yuan promptly recounted their previous encounter to Lindahai and the others. He and LV Chuanjiao had initially arrived at the spirit herb garden, which appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, showing signs of disrepair. The garden, which should have been teeming with spirit herbs, now only bore a few scattered plants still struggling to grow. The protective formations in the lower-tier spirit fields had long since lost their efficacy, rendering them useless. As an array master, Fengxin Yuan held little interest in these low-tier spirit herbs, prompting him and LV Chuanjiao to venture deeper into the garden in search of higher-grade herbs. They were well aware that, given their current strength, retrieving the most coveted spirit herbs from the depths was nearly impossible. Thus, They wisely chose to search in the middle sections, balancing risk and the potential to find some worthwhile spirit herbs. It appeared that the sect had strategically vacated the area, as they had harvested the majority of the spirit herbs before leaving. However, due to years of neglect, the remaining seeds had unexpectedly sprouted anew, though their numbers were few. It was a delightful surprise. As she surveyed the scattered spirit herbs, a look of joy illuminated LV Chuanjiao's face. She knew that with these herbs, she would have sufficient materials to attempt breaking through to the third-tier alchemist realm. Everything seemed to progress smoothly as the group searched for treasures within the ruins. They occasionally encountered other wandering cultivators, yet everyone was preoccupied with their own pursuits. Among them was a team of gold core cultivators who entered the garden, only to discover it was safeguarded by formidable formations that would take time to breach. This unforeseen complication placed them in a dilemma to continue their assault on the garden, risking a considerable waste of time, or to abandon it for other treasure-hunting endeavors, which would likely be too late. Impatient, the gold core cultivator made a decisive move, opting to intercept the other wandering cultivators in the garden and demanding they surrender 2 spirit plants. Faced with the intimidation of the gold core cultivator, the other cultivators, albeit reluctantly, complied, fearing for their lives. Thus, they surrendered their spirit plants and hastily departed. Before leaving, LV Chuanjiao couldn't contain her indignation and muttered under her breath, "They are too domineering." Little did she know, her complaint was overheard by the gold core cultivator. Upon hearing her words, his expression darkened, and with a swift motion, a powerful force surged forth like lightning. Feng Xinyuan and LV Chuanjiao quickly joined forces to counter the attack, barely managing to withstand it. Nevertheless, they sustained some injuries, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Fortunately, the gold core cultivator seemed disinclined to escalate the situation. After witnessing their resilience, he refrained from further assault, granting them a moment to breathe. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Xinyuan and LV Chuanjiao swiftly retreated, putting some distance between themselves and the gold core cultivator, allowing them to exhale with slight relief. After a brief discussion, the 4 agreed that while their gains were not particularly bountiful, they at least had not returned empty-handed. Considering that other treasure seekers might still be occupied within the ruins, leaving now seemed the safer option. With their consensus reached, Linda Hai and the others wasted no time in making their way towards the exit of the ruins. However, just as they were about to step out, a formidable formation suddenly materialized before them, blocking their path. All eyes instinctively turned to Feng Xian, whose pallid face, already marked by his injuries, now appeared even more ghastly. This is not the original protective formation," Feng Xinyuan stammered, his voice trembling. "Someone has laid a new formation outside, trapping us here." Upon hearing this, Linda Hai, Huang Huilong, and LV Chuanjiao's expressions turned grim. Just then, a disturbance erupted from outside the formation, indicating that someone was entering from beyond. True enough, amid subtle fluctuations, several cultivators emerged from the formation's bounds. These cultivators exuded a formidable aura, with their strengths estimated to be no less than mid-foundation establishment. Roughly 200 cultivators surrounded the sect and Appos' ruins. Leading this group stood an elderly man clad in a brocade robe. His face, stern and unyielding, bore an eagle-like sharpness in his gaze, radiating an undeniable authority. Huang Huilong and Appos' eyes widened in horror as he recognized the figure. This is the ancestor of the Nangong family from the Alliance of Wandering Cultivators. He had long heard that the Nangong family sought to sever ties with the Alliance and establish their own sect. To his astonishment, they had set their sights on this place. "What should we do now?" Linda Hai asked, terror etched across his face as he turned to Huang Huilong, his voice quavering. He understood all too well that those capable of founding a sect possessed extraordinary strength, likely at least in the nascent soul realm. In the presence of such power, they felt like mere ants. Could this be the end of their journey in this otherworldly realm? Terrifying thoughts raced through Linda Hai and Appos' mind, causing his heart to pound with increasing urgency. Huang Huilong, while equally grave, managed to maintain composure unlike Linda Hai. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and spoke in a low voice, "Follow me." Time was of the essence. Huang Huilong had no luxury for further explanations. He grasped Feng Xinyuan and Appos' hand and urged Linda Hai to take hold of LV Chuanjiao, and together, the 4 hastened towards the living quarters of the sect's disciples. They moved with the speed of lightning, determined to reach their destination in the shortest possible time. Yet, just as they were nearing their goal, a thunderous voice echoed. "I am Nangong Han, ancestor of the Nangong family. This land now belongs to my family. You have 1 incense stick and Appos' worth of time to relinquish your gains here and depart. Should you refuse, humph." The voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the air and causing pain to the ears of all who heard. Following this, Nangong Han waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy that surged forth like a raging tide, crashing down upon the ground below. Boom! With a colossal roar, the entire sect and Appos' ruins trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. This sudden upheaval stirred all cultivators within the ruins, causing them to cease their activities and gaze in astonishment towards the source of the sound, a wave of intense unease washing over them. They all understood that Nangong Han was not jesting. His bold declaration indicated he possessed the strength to back up his threats. Chapter 75, Pursuit. Although most of the precious items from the sect and Apos' ruins had already been taken away by the disciples during their retreat, the remaining treasures still represented a considerable fortune for these wandering cultivators. However, when weighed against their own lives, such wealth appeared trivial. Yet, no one could guarantee that after relinquishing these treasures, the Nangong family would indeed spare them. At this moment, all the cultivators were unnaturally silent, none daring to speak lightly. As they watched and waited to see how others would decide, even Lin Dahai and his three companions paused, realizing that for the sake of safely leaving this place, abandoning their current gains might not be entirely unacceptable. Nangong Han, however, remained remarkably composed, quietly hovering in the air, patiently awaiting the decisions of the crowd. Time ticked away, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if a storm were about to break. Finally, amidst the suffocating silence, a weak chi refining cultivator could no longer withstand the pressure. Summoning his courage, he flew towards Nangong Han. Elder Nangong, do you truly mean what you say? His voice trembled slightly, revealing his inner fear and unease. Yet, to someone like Nangong Han, a Yuaniing ancestor, a mere chi refining cultivator was hardly worth his attention. A golden core cultivator swiftly intervened, blocking the chi refining cultivator and Apos' advance. How could the words of the elder be false? He said coldly. The chi refining cultivator seemed to want to say more, but ultimately could only open his mouth in disbelief, voicing nothing. With a grave expression, he retrieved several spirit plants from his storage bag, along with some spiritual materials he had found within the sect's ruins. Can I leave now? His voice quivered, laced with anticipation and anxiety, as he looked up at the golden core cultivator with hopeful eyes. However, the golden core cultivator remained unmoved, coldly stating, "Wait. Who knows if you have hidden anything? Hand over your storage bag for inspection." Upon hearing this, the chi refining cultivator's face turned ashen, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at the golden core cultivator. "You." He attempted to argue but swallowed his words. He knew all too well that as a mere chi refining cultivator, he had no standing to challenge a golden core cultivator. Despite his resentment and anger, he suppressed his fury and handed over his storage bag to the elder. The golden core elder accepted it without expression, closing his eyes as he probed within with his divine sense. Moments later, a slight smile graced his lips, as if he had discovered something of interest. One by one, he extracted the items from the storage bag, scrutinizing them carefully. Some seemingly ordinary items were returned to the bag, while other spirit stones and materials were transferred into his own. Finally, he returned the storage bag to the chi refining cultivator, saying indifferently, "All right, you may leave." The chi refining cultivator felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily accepting the storage bag with a sigh of relief. However, when he opened it to inspect, he was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. The once full bag of spirit stones and materials had vanished, leaving only worthless mundane items behind. "Where's my foundation establishment pill? Return it to me." His eyes turned red with fury as he could no longer contain his anger, shouting at the golden core cultivator. For wandering cultivators, the foundation establishment pill was their lifeline, the key to breaking through their cultivation bottleneck and embarking on the path of immortality. After spending a lifetime's worth of time and energy to acquire this pill, how could he not be enraged when it was so easily taken from him by a golden core cultivator? The golden core cultivator had not anticipated that this insignificant chi refining cultivator would possess such audacity, daring to confront him openly. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain curling his lips, and remarked, "Anything that appears on the territory of the Nangong family belongs to us. If you are wise, you will quickly leave." However, the chi refining cultivator showed no fear of the golden core cultivator and Apos' threat, yelling in fury, "I will kill you." As he realized the golden core cultivator intended to act dishonorably, his rage ignited, and he brandished his flying sword, charging at the elder like a frenzied beast. Yet, the golden core elder merely glanced at him with indifference, as if unconcerned by the attack. With a casual flick of his sleeve, a tremendous force erupted like an invisible shockwave. The chi refining cultivator barely had time to scream before he was obliterated into a mist of crimson blood, splattering across the ground. Then, with another nonchalant wave of his sleeve, the blood mist was swept away as if it had been caught in a tempest, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. All the wandering cultivators witnessing the scene were left dumbfounded, silenced by fear, not daring to utter a word. At that moment, Nangong Han's voice rang out, calm and cold, "Time's up. Eliminate them all." Upon hearing these words, the wandering cultivators were nearly startled to their feet, glancing at one another, filled with dread and despair. It had only been a short while since the incense had burned, and yet they were suddenly to be slaughtered? Amid the chaos, Feng Xingyuan suddenly seemed to understand something. He shouted, "I get it. The formation was not fully set up earlier. There was a gap. They have been stalling for time to complete the formation. Run. Don't think. Just flee." Lin Dahai suddenly cried out, his voice tinged with urgency and fear. Hearing this, the crowd quickly turned, witnessing more cultivators pouring in like a tide from beyond the formation, swiftly forming killing squads that charged towards the wandering cultivators with lethal intent. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the wandering cultivators became frantic, scattering in all directions. Linda Hai urged his three companions, now is not the time to hesitate. Let us flee for our lives. The three, jolted from their stupor, wasted no time and fled alongside Linda Hai. Huang Huilong led the way, seemingly familiar with the terrain, navigating left and right until they soon arrived before an opulent courtyard. This courtyard was grand and exquisitely built, clearly not a mere residence. It appeared to be either the abode of the sect leader or the quarters of an important figure within the sect. Without pausing, Huang Huilong guided the group through the courtyard. After several twists and turns, they reached a rockery. Huang Huilong searched the rockery for a while before finally locating a cleverly concealed mechanism. With a gentle press, the rockery slowly shifted, revealing a dimly lit entrance. One by one, they filed in, entering a secret chamber. The chamber was dim, imbued with an air of antiquity. Yet, when their gaze fell upon the center of the chamber, they could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. There stood a teleportation array. Chapter 76. Random teleportation. Linda Hai gazed intently at Huang Huilong, his suspicions regarding the latter and Appo's identity intensifying. How could Huang Huilong be aware of this location, let alone possess such a crucial teleportation array? Sensing Linda Hai and Appo's doubt, Huang Huilong hastily clarified, I stumbled upon this place while searching for treasures. A smile crept onto Linda Hai's lips as he replied, I trust you, Brother Huang. He then lightly patted Huang Huilong's shoulder, adopting an expression that conveyed his unwavering faith. Fengxin Yuan and Lu Chuanjiao exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, signifying their trust in Huang Huilong. At this moment, the situation was dire, leaving no room for other secrets. Survival was the foremost priority. Without hesitation, Fengxin stepped forward, crouched down, and scrutinized the array on the ground. His gaze was piercing, capturing every minute detail. After a thorough examination, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, This is a random teleportation array. It can be activated normally with spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the tension among Linda Hai and the others slightly eased. However, when they located the energy source of the array, silence engulfed them once more. The stones present were not ordinary spirit stones, but rather several mid-grade spirit stones that had lost their spiritual energy. This was Linda Hai's first encounter with mid-grade spirit stones. According to market value, one mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, very few would opt for such an exchange, as mid-grade spirit stones not only support the daily cultivation of golden core practitioners, but also play a vital role in certain specialized arrays. Consequently, the circulation of mid-grade spirit stones is exceedingly limited. In the midst of the silence, Fengxin Yuan broke the stalemate, his voice steady yet lacking confidence. Give me 1 day. No, just 6 hours will suffice. I am confident I can modify this array to operate with low-grade spirit stones. However, given that members of the Nangong family were still pursuing the scattered cultivators, the uncertainty loomed over whether they would be discovered within those 6 hours. Moreover, even if they managed to evade the Nangong family's pursuit, Fengxin Yuan could not guarantee the safety and reliability of the array when converted to utilize low-grade spirit stones. At that moment, Huang Huilong interjected, no need. His voice drew astonished gazes from the others as he retrieved 5 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and unhesitatingly inserted them into the array's energy slot. Brother Huang, you truly are a man of honor. From now on, all your drinks are on me. Linda Hai exclaimed excitedly upon witnessing this. He had no interest in understanding why Huang Huilong possessed mid-grade spirit stones. His mind was consumed with one thought. He would not face death after all. Let us go. Huang Huilong offered no further explanations, smiling at Linda Hai, Fengxin Yuan, and Lu Chuanjiao. The three hastily stepped onto the array, tightly holding hands to prevent getting separated during the teleportation process. However, just as the light of the teleportation array intensified, a thunderous rumble shook the chamber. The sudden jolt caused Linda Hai and Fengxin Yuan, who were holding Huang Huilong and Appo's hands, to be flung apart. They barely had time to re-grasp hands before the teleportation array activated in an instant. Within the chamber, a blinding white light flickered like lightning. And in the blink of an eye, the space was devoid of any human presence, as if Linda Hai and his companions had never existed. Simultaneously, in a dim, cavernous expanse, Linda Hai materialized abruptly, as though propelled by a formidable force from an unknown place. His body spun uncontrollably in the air, akin to being tossed in a washing machine, completely devoid of control. When he finally ceased his tumultuous rotation and crashed heavily onto the cavern floor, his head spun as if the entire world were in chaos. Yet, before he could regain his bearings, a deafening roar erupted beside him, akin to a clap of thunder, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. Almost immediately, a massive, furry fist barreled toward him like a cannonball, caught off guard by the sudden assault. Linda Hai had no time to react before being struck forcefully, sending him soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the cave wall. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, as if his very insides were being pulverized. Dazed and disoriented, he found himself spitting out a mouthful of blood from the impact of such a grievous blow. This spurt of blood not only inflicted severe damage upon Linda Hai's body, but also ignited a raging fire of fury within him. Initially, he had merely accompanied his companions in a quest for treasures, hoping to witness the fabled riches. Ironically, he found himself pursued by enemies instead. After narrowly escaping that life-threatening crisis, he was inexplicably thrust into yet another attack. The frustration and anger that boiled within him erupted like a volcano. He could no longer endure the feeling of being bullied. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the true dragon form. In an instant, an overwhelming, ethereal dragon aura radiated from him. This aura evidently affected the fifth-tier demon beast, the howling mountain monkey, causing its fierce assault to waver momentarily. This brief hesitation allowed Lin Dahai to seize the opportunity to retaliate. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Dahai summoned the power within him, simultaneously employing the blood-burning secret technique. As he invoked this technique, his already formidable physique grew even larger, muscles bulging, while a dark crimson glow pulsed beneath his skin, making him appear as a fearsome specter risen from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of terror. At this juncture, both Lin Dahai and the howling mountain monkey cast aside all spells and techniques, relying solely on their physical prowess for a brutal melee. They exchanged blows, each strike resonating with boundless strength and murderous intent, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. As Lin Dahai gradually regained his composure, the head of the howling mountain monkey lay shattered, blood and brain matter splattered throughout the vicinity. Due to the excessive use of the blood-burning secret technique, Lin Dahai's body had reached its limits. He felt a darkness encroach upon his vision, as if the entire world were spinning. This dizziness rendered him barely able to stand, forcing him to lean against the cavern wall. Yet, Lin Dahai understood he could not afford to collapse just yet. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he struggled to dispel the true dragon form. As the form dissipated, his body was suddenly bereft of its powerful support, overwhelming pain crashing over him like a tidal wave. This agony was unbearable, tearing through his muscles and threatening to shatter his bones. A low, anguished growl escaped his throat, and just as the darkness enveloped him, he lost consciousness. In that fleeting moment before succumbing to the void, Lin Dahai summoned the last vestiges of his strength to release the green water toad from his spirit beast pouch, ensuring its protection during his unconscious state. Chapter 77. Enhancing strength. Lin Dahai felt a dampness upon his face, as though something were incessantly licking him. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes, and through his blurred vision, the figure of a green water toad gradually came into focus. This toad, with its enormous tongue, was repeatedly licking Lin Dahai and Appo's cheek, instilling a sense of revulsion within him. He attempted to push the bothersome creature away, but the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain throughout his body, particularly in his arms, which bore no strength whatsoever. The green water toad seemed to sense Lin Dahai's intent. Instead of ceasing its licking, it grew more exuberant, nudging his body affectionately as if to express its fondness. Just as he was on the verge of shoving the toad away, a sharp pain surged through him, and darkness enveloped his vision once more, causing him to faint. Time passed unknowingly until Lin Dahai finally managed to open his eyes again. This time, his spirits were notably improved, yet the agony in his body remained unbearable. Turning his head, he noticed that the green water toad lay nearby, regarding him with its innocent, large eyes, seemingly aware that its previous actions had been excessive. Lin Dahai had no intention of entertaining this foolish creature. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rummaged through his storage pouch and extracted a healing elixir, preparing to consume it to alleviate his suffering. After swallowing the medicine, he felt a modicum of relief within, granting him the opportunity to assess his physical condition more closely. He first examined his ribs, discovering several had fractured, sending piercing pain with the slightest motion. Next, he checked his left hand, which bore severe fractures, rendering his fingers nearly immobile. His right hand, while not as grievously injured, also exhibited signs of fractures. Upon testing his legs, he realized one was completely broken, making standing impossible. A dizzying sensation plagued his head, likely a result of a concussion. To make matters worse, his right eye was swollen beyond recognition, leaving him temporarily blind on that side, and half of his hair had been torn away, presenting a disheveled appearance. He couldn't help but lament whether that howling mountain monkey was female, given its penchant for tugging at his hair. The inner turmoil intensified as he acknowledged that his internal organs had sustained varying degrees of damage. Such injuries would likely warrant abandonment of treatment back on Blue Planet. However, a sliver of solace resided in the fact that his meridians remained intact, indicating that his path of cultivation had not been irrevocably severed. With no other option, Lin Dahai resolved to remain in this cave and recuperate. The task of scouting the surrounding environment now fell solely upon the green water toad. He instructed the creature not to wander too far, for the unfamiliar surroundings posed potential dangers. After offering his guidance, he turned his attention inward, focusing on recovery. The green water toad appeared intrigued by its new surroundings, often darting out and occasionally returning with minor injuries. Lin Dahai, indifferent as long as it did not stray too far, allowed it to roam. Days turned into weeks, and he soon lost count of how long he had been healing in the cave. Ultimately, one day, he felt his injuries had largely mended. When he once again channeled the spiritual energy within him, he was astonished to discover he had broken through to the fourth layer of foundation establishment. Lindahai mused that after such an extended period of accumulation, it was time to attempt the fifth transformation of the Nine Dragons technique. Taking a deep breath and steeling his resolve, he carefully retrieved the blood of a flood dragon. This blood, potent and corrosive, came from a golden core stage beast. He hesitated momentarily, but ultimately, with a clenched jaw, immersed himself in the basin of dragon's blood. In an instant, a searing pain coursed through his body, as the dragon's blood scorched every inch of his skin like flames. This torment was nearly unbearable, yet Lindahai gritted his teeth and persevered. Perhaps due to his previous experiences with pain, he found this level of suffering somewhat tolerable. As days went by, a month later, the energy of the dragon's blood was finally fully absorbed, leaving him drenched and exuding a pungent odor. However, when he gazed into the murky water, he was taken aback by his own reflection. His body appeared gaunt and frail, as if he had aged decades overnight. His once vibrant visage now a shadow of its former self. A wave of disappointment and helplessness washed over him. He pondered whether something had gone awry during his cultivation, resulting in this dismal transformation. Regrettably, he had no one nearby to consult for guidance. With a bitter smile, he shook his head, resolving to take each step as it came. Though his current appearance might hinder his pursuit of a partner, he was at least relieved to have successfully achieved the fifth transformation of the Nine Dragons technique. Channeling the true dragon body, he felt the surge of power within him. His muscles had grown stronger, and his strength had significantly increased, yet aside from that, there seemed to be no other issues. At last, he had completed the fifth transformation of the Nine Dragons technique. Lindahai murmured to himself, leaving future concerns for another day. Following his injuries, Lindahai was astonished to discover a marked enhancement in his pain tolerance. Thus, he resolved to revisit the shattered divine technique and attempt to cultivate it once more. However, as he began, an overwhelming wave of agony surged through him, filling him with regret over his decision. This torment of the soul was distinct from physical pain, as though it sought to tear his very essence apart. Nevertheless, Lindahai gritted his teeth and steadfastly endured, refusing to surrender easily. Ultimately, after completing the second section of the technique, he could no longer withstand the relentless suffering. His vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. After an indeterminate period, Lindahai slowly opened his eyes, his head throbbing as if struck by a heavy hammer, the pain excruciating. He chuckled to himself, realizing he must be a masochist to pursue such an inhumane technique. While mocking himself, he carefully stowed away the shattered divine technique, vowing never to touch that dreadful method again unless he were to lose his sanity. Once he had gathered himself, Lindahai rose slowly and exited the cave where he had lingered for days. Sunlight bathed him, yet his once well-fitting clothes now hung loosely upon his frame. Shielding his eyes from the blinding rays, he gazed into the distance. The cave was perched halfway up a mountain, surrounded by dense forest, with verdant greenery as far as the eye could see, devoid of any signs of human presence. After some hesitation, he decided to attempt to ascend into the sky, hoping to glean useful information from a higher vantage point. However, as he soared into the air, he was met once more with the unending expanse of green forest, with no signs of civilization in sight. After a moment of contemplation, Lindahai resignedly shook his head and ultimately chose to return to the cave, waiting for the green water toad to return before making further plans. Chapter 78. The Moonshadow Cat Under the Tranquil Night. The moonlight cascaded like water through the serene mountains and forests. The azure toad, weary from its journey, trudged back, its body smeared with dirt and grass, appearing rather unkempt, though fortunately without any conspicuous wounds. Lindahai had concluded a day and Apos' meditation and was preparing to take a brief respite when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. Upon closer inspection, he realized the azure toad had returned, bounding joyfully towards him. In a swift motion, Lindahai conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy. But the azure toad, seemingly unprepared for this sudden change, collided directly into it. With a resounding thud, the toad was halted and gradually slid down the barrier. Lindahai sighed with resignation. He understood that the azure toad bore no ill intentions, merely seeking his companionship. He performed a cleansing spell, removing the grime from the toad's body, and gently patted its head as a gesture of comfort. After another night in the cave, Lindahai resolved to let the azure toad guide him to the nearest water source. In this desolate wilderness, following a waterway would increase his chances of encountering human habitation. Moreover, he was entirely unfamiliar with his current location, so caution was prudent. As they journeyed towards the water source, Lindahai could intermittently hear the chilling roars of various beasts echoing through the air, a disquieting symphony that made his heart race. The abundance of these creatures was concerning, leading him to hope he had not unwittingly stumbled into the fabled 10,000 mountains. After a grueling hour of trekking, Lindahai finally arrived at the banks of a stream. The water was crystal clear, sparkling like silver under the sun and Apos' rays. However, he dared not approach carelessly, knowing that the closer one ventured to a water source, the greater the risk of encountering ferocious beasts. He moved cautiously along the stream, and for a moment, tranquility enveloped him, allowing him to exhale in relief. Over the past couple of days, aside from a few encounters with weaker beasts, he had faced no significant dangers. With the Azure Toad's adept cooperation, he had easily dealt with those lesser threats. Yet, just as Lin Dahai believed he could navigate his way out unscathed, a shadow darted towards him like a bolt of lightning. Startled, he quickly activated the protective shield of his robe. Though the shield crumbled under the shadow and Appos' fierce impact, it afforded him a precious moment to react. Without hesitation, Lin Dahai unleashed the true form of the dragon. His body expanded to an enormous size, and he struck with a colossal fist that crashed down upon the shadow. With a thunderous sound, the shadow was sent flying, elegantly flipping in midair before landing firmly at a distance. As Lin Dahai focused, he realized that his assailant was none other than a peak 6th-tier Moonshadow cat. He glanced at the blood drawn on his hand and frowned. The claws of this Moonshadow cat were indeed razor-sharp, inflicting deep wounds with the slightest graze. However, he noted that his blow had inflicted a minor injury on the cat. It hadn't an Appos gained the upper hand. From a distance, the Moonshadow cat fixed its emerald gaze on Lin Dahai, emitting low growls. It seemed to recognize that Lin Dahai and Appos' power surpassed its own, opting to circle him instead. Seeking an opening, seeing Lin Dahai in peril, the Azure Toad, in a state of distress, expelled a stream of venom to aid him against the Moonshadow cat and Appos' assault. Yet, the venom appeared to be a trivial threat to the cat, which effortlessly dodged the lethal strike. With a disdainful glance at the Azure Toad, the Moonshadow cat vanished into the shadows as if it had never been there. Although Lin Dahai could no longer see the cat, he sensed its presence lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As Lin Dahai hesitated, contemplating whether to flee, the Moonshadow cat suddenly surged from the darkness like a flash of lightning. This time, however, its target was not Lin Dahai, but the unfortunate Azure Toad. A piercing scream echoed as the toad was slashed, deep gashes appearing on its back, green blood gushing forth like a fountain. Lin Dahai and Appos' heart ached at the sight. He knew that against such a swift beast, the Azure Toad posed no real threat. Reluctantly, he withdrew the injured toad into his spirit beast pouch, hoping it would find solace and healing within. After delivering its strike, the Moonshadow cat faded back into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of blood as evidence of its recent attack. Lin Dahai observed the crimson stains on the ground, a small relief washing over him. The cat had not completely resisted the toad and Appos' venom and was likely retreating to tend to its wounds. However, in the days that followed, Lin Dahai realized how naive he had been. The Moonshadow cat harbored a profound hatred towards him, and whenever he let his guard down, it would pounce from the shadows, delivering a fierce swipe. Each time Lin Dahai transformed into the dragon form to confront the cat, it would vanish like a specter, slipping away into the shadows. This was not the first occurrence. He felt helpless against the creature and Appos' cunning and intelligence. It not only possessed a high intellect, but also a remarkable capacity for vengeance, consistently locating Lin Dahai with uncanny precision, leaving him defenseless. Even when Lin Dahai bravely soared through the skies, attempting to shake off the Moonshadow cat and Appos' pursuit, it would inevitably reappear the next day, as if it possessed a mystical tracking ability. Though Lin Dahai yearned to fly directly through the air to hasten his journey, the dangers that lurked above paled in comparison to the Moonshadow cat and Appos' relentless pursuit. On one fateful day, while daring to soar through the skies, he caught sight of a colossal fire-breathing beast in the distance. This creature, enormous in size, had wings that spanned several meters and was engulfed in roaring flames. Just a glimpse sent a bone-chilling dread coursing through him, freezing his blood in an instant. He stood paralyzed, too fearful to move, lest he attract the creature and Appos' attention. Fortunately, the beast seemed uninterested in him, merely glancing his way before taking to the sky, vanishing into the horizon. This encounter instilled a profound fear in Lin Dahai, causing him to reconsider any future ventures through the skies. The terror that beast evoked far surpassed the troubles presented by the Moonshadow cat. Chapter 79. Encountering Lu Qianzhou. Lin Dahai cursed quietly under his breath, having not uttered such coarse language in many years. Yet he found himself unable to restrain his frustration at this moment. The Moonshadow cat, realizing it could not best Lin Dahai, turned its attention to provoke the formidable Earth Bear King, a creature of considerable strength equivalent to that of a golden core cultivator. The Moonshadow cat had deliberately lured it to Lin Dahai, evidently hoping that the Earth Bear King would deal with him, allowing it to escape unscathed. Lin Dahai gazed at the Moonshadow cat, feeling a sense of helplessness. While the Moonshadow cat was indeed a peak 6th tier beast, the Earth Bear King, though newly ascended to the 7th tier, was not to be trifled with. The Moonshadow cat seemed utterly unconcerned about this disparity. It halted beside Lin Dahai, its belly bleeding, and grinned maliciously at him. Lin Dahai was baffled, pondering how he had offended the Moonshadow cat so severely, for he had not annihilated its family. Was such retribution truly warranted? Casting a glance behind him, Lin Dahai noticed the Earth Bear King steadily advancing. Though the Earth Bear King may not have excelled in speed, its prowess as a 7th tier beast rendered it far superior in swiftness compared to Lin Dahai. The deep, bone-revealing scar over the Earth Bear King and Appos' left eye further unsettled Lin Dahai. He doubted this wounded beast would engage in rational discourse. It was more likely to attack without hesitation. Suddenly, sharp rock spikes erupted from the ground, obstructing Linda High and Apos' path. The Moonshadow Cat was determined to ensure Linda High and Apos' demise, and at that moment, it had become the primary target of the Earth Bear King and Apos' wrath. In a moment of frantic escape, the Moonshadow Cat abruptly turned, extending its claws with lightning speed, aiming a ferocious strike at Linda High. Caught off guard, Linda High narrowly avoided the blow, his anger surging uncontrollably. With eyes wide open, he roared in fury and, without a moment and Apos' hesitation, invoked the blood escape secret technique. A crimson aura enveloped him, and in an instant, he darted away like a flash of lightning, vanishing from the Moonshadow Cat and Apos' sight. The Moonshadow Cat, taken aback, had not anticipated such a formidable ability from Linda High. However, in that brief moment of hesitation, a sharp rock spike surged from the earth, hurtling toward it. The Moonshadow Cat and Apos' eyes widened in alarm, but its agility allowed it to evade the lethal strike by a hair and Apos' breath. Nonetheless, the spike grazed its body, inflicting further injury upon its already battered form. With a pained mewl, the Moonshadow Cat stifled its cries and, driven by Linda High and Apos' lingering scent, pursued him like a tempest. Meanwhile, the Earth Bear King, noticing that both Linda High and the Moonshadow Cat were ignoring it, felt its fury intensify. It let out a deafening roar that echoed through the mountains, shaking the very world around it. With its powerful limbs, the Earth Bear King charged forward, resembling a moving mountain as it relentlessly pursued Linda High and the Moonshadow Cat. Though Linda High had successfully created some distance using the blood escape technique, he was acutely aware that the Moonshadow Cat would eventually catch up. For half a month, they had been locked in this relentless chase, and the repeated use of the blood escape technique had drained Linda High, leaving him pale and weakened. He knew that with his current blood reserves, he could not sustain this for much longer. Just then, a cacophony of sounds reached his ears, suggesting that someone or something was approaching. An idea sparked in Linda High's mind. He contemplated luring the danger elsewhere and, without hesitation, soared toward the source of the noise. He did not conceal his presence, flying at an incredible speed, akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. However, as he neared the source, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Upon closer inspection, Linda High was astonished to find that it was an extraordinarily handsome young man. With a countenance as fair as jade and elegant, sword-like brows, he exuded an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. Linda High was taken aback, recognizing this young man as Lu Qianzhou, whom he had not seen in many years. Noticing Linda High and Apos' astonishment, Lu Qianzhou smiled gently and inquired, "Do you recognize me, fellow cultivator?" His voice was as smooth as jade. Linda High could not help but reflect on the passage of time. Decades had flown by. Yet Lu Qianzhou retained his youthful appearance, while he himself had transformed from a vibrant youth into a frail elder. This was the consequence of his cultivation of the unparalleled 9 Dragons transformation technique, powerful yet burdensome on his body. Additionally, his overuse of the blood escape technique had rendered him emaciated, making him appear far older than his actual age. In response to Lu Qianzhou's question, Linda High shook his head vigorously. "No, I would certainly remember if I had encountered you. Your transcendent grace leaves me, a mere mortal, feeling utterly inadequate. However, this is not the time for idle chatter. I am being pursued by a peak 6th-tier Moonshadow Cat and a 7th-tier Earth Bear King. You must leave at once." Before Linda High and Apos' words could fully resonate, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, indicating that the two powerful beasts were closing in. The disciples of the Qing sect, standing behind Lu Qianzhou, wore grave expressions, their brows furrowed in concern. Despite their trepidation, they did not flee but remained steadfast, awaiting Lu Qianzhou and Apos' command. As the leader of this expedition into the Demon God Mountain, Lu Qianzhou bore significant responsibilities. In the face of this crisis, he exhibited neither panic nor issued a retreat order. Instead, he calmly drew his treasured sword, the Qingyi sword, which shimmered with spiritual light, a testament to its sharpness and might. A faint smile graced Lu Qianzhou and Apos' lips as he addressed Linda High with a warm yet resolute tone. "Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Though his words were brief, they brimmed with confidence and determination. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qianzhou transformed into a streak of azure lightning, charging toward Linda High. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and Linda High glimpsed the image of the young hero he once knew. Unfazed by the oncoming Moonshadow Cat and Earth Bear King, Lu Qianzhou inhaled deeply and murmured, countless threads entwined. Chapter 80. Return to the old grounds with the whisper. The sword intent within Lu Qianzhou was instantly ignited. The long sword in his hand shimmered with a cold light, and ethereal willow branches appeared before his eyes like phantoms. These willow branches seemed to possess life, swiftly entwining themselves around the Moonshadow Cat and the Earth Bear King. Upon witnessing this, the Moonshadow Cat immediately began to nimbly leap left and right, attempting to evade the oncoming assault of the branches. Its movements were agile and swift, each jump perfectly timed to avoid entanglement. However, An instinct warned the Moonshadow Cat that these branches were far from ordinary. They harbored tremendous danger. Simultaneously, the Earth Bear King exhibited its formidable strength, relentlessly tearing at the encroaching willow branches in an attempt to break free. Yet, the branches seemed inexhaustible, continuously surging forth. Gradually, the Earth Bear King became increasingly ensnared, ultimately enveloped entirely. The Moonshadow Cat, in its frantic leaps, stumbled and was also caught by the branches, tumbling to the ground. Shortly thereafter, the branches surged like a tidal wave, binding the Moonshadow Cat tightly and trapping both beasts within their grasp. At that moment, these once mighty creatures resembled two powerful monsters ensconced in a colossal zongzi, initially able to struggle slightly but soon rendered utterly motionless. Observing this, Lu Qianzhou slowly retracted his sword intent. In an instant, the multitude of willow branches dissipated like smoke, leaving only the lifeless bodies of the two beasts upon the ground. Lin Dehai, witnessing this scene, was astounded. Lu Qianzhou, at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, could effortlessly slay 7th-tier monsters as if slicing through vegetables. Moreover, could sword intent be procured in bulk? He found himself pondering where such a commodity might be available, yearning for a link to acquire it. Though Lin Dehai had previously trained in swordsmanship, the so-called drills of swinging a sword 10,000 times were mere trifles to him. However, after enduring over half a year of grueling practice, he had only developed arthritis in his hands without any other substantial gains. To comprehend sword intent, one must first resonate with the heavens, a threshold accessible only to nascent soul cultivators. Yet, when Lin Dehai observed the so-called prodigies, he found none who had cultivated sword intent post-Golden Core stage. This realization deeply impressed upon him the inherent malice the world harbored towards ordinary cultivators. At that moment, Lu Qianzhou returned. Lin Dehai promptly reined in his thoughts, performing a respectful gesture towards Lu Qianzhou, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for saving my life, fellow cultivator." Lu Qianzhou, upon seeing this, merely smiled kindly and replied, "It was but a small effort. There is no need for excessive gratitude." Lu Qianzhou's humility in response to Lin Dehai's thanks further endeared him to Lin Dehai. Lin Dehai continued, "It seems you have matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. However, I would appreciate your guidance on which direction I should take to depart." Lu Qianzhou pondered momentarily before indicating a path, stating, "Follow this direction for approximately 5 days, and you shall leave the Demon God Mountain." Grateful, Lin Dehai looked at Lu Qianzhou and said, "Thank you for your guidance. I shall take my leave now." Lu Qianzhou nodded with a smile, not insisting on further conversation. He stood in place, watching as Lin Dehai gradually receded from view until his figure vanished entirely. "Until we meet again, Lin Daoist," Lu Qianzhou murmured softly, his voice faint yet seeming to transcend time and space, reaching Lin Dehai's ears. Lin Dehai paused slightly, taken aback. He turned back, their gazes meeting, and saw a faint smile gracing Lu Qianzhou and Apos' lips. Lin Dehai reciprocated the smile and turned to continue on his way, refraining from uttering another word. He was surprised that Lu Qianzhou recognized him. After all, the disparity in their statuses was immense, one a lofty cultivator, the other merely an ordinary rogue practitioner. Yet Lin Dehai harbored no desire to cling to past connections, understanding that his current identity and status would render any attempt to associate with someone like Lu Qianzhou an exercise in futility. Moreover, his good fortune with Lu Qianzhou had concluded when Lu Qianzhou aided him against the Moonshadow Cat and Earth Bear King. Following Lu Qianzhou's guidance, Lin Dehai trudged through the Demon God Mountain for 5 arduous days before finally escaping its confines. As he stepped beyond its borders, a wave of relief washed over him. However, to his astonishment, after a series of twists and turns, he found himself back at the starting point. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Lin Dehai, Kuden and Apos, help but marvel at the whims of fate, beginning to believe that some events were perhaps preordained. Yet, at that moment, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Both body and spirit had reached their limits. He sought a tranquil spot to rest. Thus, Lin Dehai, dragging his weary form, entered a nearby market. At the entrance stood a Qi refinement cultivator on guard. Upon seeing Lin Dehai approach, the guard displayed a flicker of surprise, quickly restoring his composure. "Welcome to our market." "Esteemed friend," the cultivator greeted politely. Lin Dehai nodded, casually offering several spirit stones. The guard's smile broadened upon receiving the stones, eagerly inviting Lin Dehai inside. The respect afforded to him sparked a sense of pride within Lin Dehai. He recalled his first visit, when the gatekeeper had been so arrogant. Now, he felt as though he had returned in glory. Once inside the market, with a reasonable amount of resources at his disposal, he unhesitatingly spent 10 spirit stones to rent a private courtyard, intending to rest for several days. After 5 consecutive days of recuperation, Lin Dehai finally stepped out of the courtyard. He ambled slowly, the weight of his emotions heavy as he made his way to the former location of the book listening pavilion. Upon arrival, disappointment washed over him at the sight before him. What should have been the book listening pavilion had transformed into an alchemy hall. Lin Dehai stood there in a daze, staring at the unfamiliar structure, a wave of loss surging within him. He resolved to inquire about the whereabouts of Manager Wu. After conversing with the staff at the alchemy hall, Lin Dehai learned that Manager Wu had passed away several decades ago. This revelation filled Lin Dehai with profound melancholy. The market's low tier rendered it unlikely for him to find suitable buyers for his possessions. Consequently, he decided to rest briefly before departing this place. Now that he had returned to his homeland, Lin Dahai thought it prudent to pay respects to his parents in this world. After all, they had long since departed, and he had only honored them once. He wondered if they would reproach him for his filial piety, yet he felt an obligation to return and pay his respects. Chapter 81. The White Crane Immortal City. Once, in Lin Dahai and Amp Apos' memory, it was a long and distant journey. However, he now found himself back in Dashi village in just 3 short days. As he stood before the ruins of Dashi village, a surge of indescribable emotions welled within him. This place was no longer the familiar Dashi village he once knew. Although people had moved in, everything had changed, rendered strange and unrecognizable. Lin Dahai refrained from entering the village. Instead, he silently turned and made his way toward the back mountain of Dalei village, where his parents and younger brother lay in eternal rest. Upon reaching the rear mountain and seeing their graves, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Over the years, wild grass had overtaken their graves, and had it not been for the remarkable memory of the cultivators, he might have struggled to locate the site. Lin Dahai chose not to employ any spells to clear the weeds from the graves. Instead, he opted to use his hands, meticulously pulling out the wild grass, then carefully adding soil to their resting places. He took out some beast meat and spirit wine from his bag, offering them as tributes at the gravesite. Subsequently, Lin Dahai slowly sat down, facing the graves of his parents and brother, recounting his experiences over the years. He selected only the more captivating anecdotes to share, glossing over the perilous and arduous events. Even though his loved ones had long departed, he wished to shield them from worry, hoping they could rest in peace knowing he was faring well in the world. Before he realized it, dawn began to break. Lin Dahai knew it was time to depart. He stood, casting one last glance at the graves of his parents and brother before turning away. At that moment, as he left Dashi village, a sudden sense of bewilderment enveloped him. The world was vast, yet he found himself unsure of where home truly lay. Lin Dahai hesitated, contemplating whether he should spend several more years journeying to the ends of the earth. He had heard rumors of teleportation formations between immortal cities, though their veracity was uncertain. Such intercontinental travel would undoubtedly come at a steep cost. After much contemplation, Lin Dahai ultimately resolved to travel to the White Crane Immortal City, affiliated with the Qingyan sect. Initially, he considered returning to Zhangnan Mountain, but the thought of Zhang Lei and Amp Apos' indifferent face dissuaded him. After all, who could guarantee that the disciple of the Heartless Path would not lay a trap for him there? Moreover, during the trial in the Lishan secret realm, he discovered that his token of tribute from the Qianyue kingdom no longer provided him with golden energy. This indicated that he had likely been removed from the list of tributes, further solidifying his decision not to return to that place. The White Crane Immortal City was not far from there. Lin Dahai flew for a month and soon arrived at his destination. This immortal city stood majestically atop Wulong Mountain, where it was said that the ancestors of the Qingyan sect once rode white cranes, transcending to the spirit realm. As Lin Dahai hovered in the air, gazing at the city, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe. The towering city walls sparkled with golden light under the sun, resembling an impregnable fortress. The pavilions and towers atop the walls were artfully arranged, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. As he passed through the city gates, having paid the requisite spirit stones, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, uplifting his spirits. However, contrary to his expectations, the city did not feature the usual inns. Instead, a series of caves had been hewn into Wulong Mountain, specifically for rent. The rental prices of these caves varied according to the concentration of spiritual energy within them. Higher concentrations commanded steeper prices. Lin Dahai learned that at the top of Wulong Mountain, there was a cave occupied by the venerable ancestor of the Qingyan sect, where he cultivated amidst the most abundant spiritual energy. Yet, for Lin Dahai, this was nothing more than an unreachable legend, irrelevant to his life. His goal was to locate the office established by the Qingyan sect in the White Crane Immortal City. After some inquiries, he finally found the place. Upon entering the office, he explained his purpose to a disciple of the Qingyan sect. The disciple warmly welcomed him and produced a distribution map, elaborating on its details. On the map, red dots indicated occupied caves, while blue ones represented those available for rent. To Lin Dahai and Amp Apos' astonishment, amidst a sea of red, there were only a few scattered blue dots. Curious, he inquired about the rental prices, only to be taken aback by the answer. The rent for a cave suitable for foundation building cultivators started at a staggering 100 spirit stones per day, with a minimum rental period of 1 month. Faced with such exorbitant costs, Lin Dahai hesitated. Ultimately, he could not justify spending so many spirit stones on a foundation building cave and opted instead for a chi refining cave, which had a daily rental fee of merely 10 spirit stones. To Lin Dahai and Apos' surprise, the location also offered a place for tribulation crossing. This was entirely unexpected. 3 different formations were available to choose from, each capable of reducing the might of the golden core tribulation to varying degrees. The most potent formation could even diminish the tribulation and Amp Apos' power by 50%. For the nascent soul tribulation, it could reduce it by 30%. This undoubtedly provided significant assistance and protection for those facing tribulations. Moreover, the place ensured the safety of those undergoing tribulation, as it was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, with potentially dire consequences if adequate safety measures were lacking. However, such services were not offered for free. The costs were indeed considerable. Yet when weighed against the value of one's life and the pursuit of the Tao, they seemed trivial. Lin Dahai was still far from the golden core stage. For now, these matters were beyond his concern. After paying the rent, Lin Dahai engaged in casual conversation with the disciple of the Qinyan sect and learned that if he preferred not to rent a cave in the White Crane Immortal City, he could also opt to reside outside the city. Given the reputation of the Qinyan sect, safety outside the city was relatively assured. However, it was advisable to find companions for added security, a common choice among many impoverished wandering cultivators, as the cost of renting a cave could be a significant burden for them. Of course, Lin Dahai did not wish to seek such small savings. He understood the peril of being alone. Should danger arise, he might not even know how he perished. Thus, he resolved to follow the guidance of the cave rental token to locate the cave he had rented. This area was already on the fringes, appearing particularly tranquil compared to other places. Not only that, but the concentration of spiritual energy was also significantly better than he had anticipated. Upon entering the cave, he found it to be compact yet fully equipped, with various facilities arranged in a professional manner. Whether it was the cultivation room, the refining room, or other functional spaces, everything was systematically organized, providing a comfortable atmosphere. The green water toad was particularly fond of the spirit beast room. Upon entering, it joyfully hopped about. In contrast, it had previously been confined to a cramped spirit beast pouch, where comfort was hard to come by. Since it enjoyed the space, Lin Dahai decided not to interfere, allowing it to roam freely in the spirit beast room. After a few days of rest, Lin Dahai felt he had sufficiently adjusted his state. Thus, he resolved to step out of his temporary cave and explore the streets. Chapter 82. Theft. Lin Dahai found himself in a precarious situation, with his supply of spiritual stones running low. As he wandered through the bustling streets adorned with a myriad of enticing novelties, he could only gaze longingly, feeling a restless itch within, yet utterly powerless to act. Nevertheless, he did not allow this to dishearten him. Instead, he swiftly inquired about the precise location of the Wanbao Pavilion and hurriedly made his way there. Upon arriving at the Wanbao Pavilion, Lin Dahai unhesitatingly laid out all the items he had procured from the ruins of the sect, save for the plaque from the Zhengyang Hall and a mysterious incense burner that resembled an alchemical furnace. After a vigorous round of haggling, he managed to sell these items for an impressive total of 300,000 spiritual stones. This revelation brought immense joy to Lin Dahai, making him realize why so many cultivators were fervently drawn to adventures. After all, even the scraps he had casually picked up were so valuable. Not to mention the true treasures. It was no wonder the Nangong family had sent their ancestors to seize that sect and Apos' ruins. The future developments remained uncertain, as the distance between Zhongzhou and Shizhou made the transmission of news rather inconvenient. However, for those willing to part with a few spiritual stones, acquiring information was not an insurmountable task. In the realm of cultivation, there existed a sect known as the Qianji sect. Although it was merely a first-rate sect, it had established Qianji pavilions in various immortal cities throughout the realm. While the cultivators of the Qianji sect were not particularly skilled in combat, they possessed an exceptional mastery of divination. This art enabled them to glimpse the secrets of the heavens, predict the future, and even master a secret technique that transcended distances for communication. As a result, the Qianji sect became a pivotal hub for information. Anyone wishing to glean specific news need only visit a Qianji pavilion and offer a requisite amount of spiritual stones to obtain the desired information. Of course, the Qianji pavilion would never sell core information pertaining to top-tier sects, not only due to the immense value of such information, but also because doing so might offend powerful sections. Nonetheless, at times, the Qianji sect would provide unfavorable information about these sects for free, thereby maintaining an amicable relationship with them. Through this means, the Qianji sect showcased its worth while avoiding direct conflict with formidable powers. Regarding the incense burner that resembled an alchemical furnace, Lin Dahai specifically requested the pavilion and Apos' manager to appraise it. After meticulous examination and testing, the manager confirmed that it was indeed an alchemical furnace, and astonishingly, its quality reached the level of a 7th-tier magical artifact. Regrettably, the furnace was missing its lid, which would undoubtedly affect its alchemical efficacy. Faced with this situation, the pavilion and Apos' manager proposed two solutions. The first option required Lin Dahai to pay 300,000 spiritual stones to procure a new lid. However, as the replacement lid would not perfectly match the original, it could restore the furnace and Apos' power to at most 80% of its original capacity. Furthermore, this price was offered as a discount due to Lin Dahai and Apos' previous purchasing history with the pavilion. The second option involved the pavilion exchanging a 6th-tier alchemical furnace with Lin Dahai and additionally compensating him with 100,000 spiritual stones. Although this option would incur a greater loss for Lin Dahai, the pavilion, as a business, naturally had to consider its own interests. After careful deliberation, Linda Hai ultimately opted for the second proposal. Despite the loss it entailed, he deemed this choice to be more prudent compared to the first option. Additionally, after further negotiations, the Wabao Pavilion graciously gifted Linda Hai 10 low-tier alchemical formulas along with 10 portions of each required spiritual material as a token of compensation. Before departing, Linda Hai resolved to purchase additional spiritual materials for alchemy. Without hesitation, he acquired 100 portions each of the Gugu pill and the Yangqi pill materials, totaling 1,000 spiritual stones. Linda Hai couldn't and Oppos, T help but lament. Indeed, being an alchemist was a costly endeavor. Yet, he understood that possessing ample spiritual materials was essential for enhancing one's alchemical proficiency. After concluding his purchases, the pavilion and Oppos' manager personally saw Linda Hai off, which filled him with a sense of pride, as Wabao Pavilion was one of the top 10 merchant associations on the Xiantian continent. He was thoroughly satisfied with the attentive service he received. While pondering how to utilize these spiritual materials for alchemy, he was suddenly captivated by a fragrant aroma of wine wafting through the air. Following the enticing scent, he found himself standing before a wine house, Luwailu. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from the establishment was so overwhelming that it left him momentarily entranced, causing him to overlook the figure approaching him from the front. With a sudden collision, the two individuals collided. Linda Hai felt a soft sensation, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance that filled his nostrils. The unexpected encounter left him flustered, and he hastily pushed the other person away, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, fellow cultivator. It was an accident. I didn't mean to. Haha. It's just a trivial matter. There's no need for such concern," came a melodious voice that resonated like silver bells in his ears. Linda Hai felt a sense of relief wash over him, and he raised his gaze to see the other person and Oppos' face. However, at that moment, a cascade of long hair flowed past him, shimmering softly like silk. Before he could discern the features of the female cultivator, she had already gracefully glided past him, preparing to depart. Linda Hai couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had wished to take a closer look at the figure he had collided with, but now he could only watch her retreating silhouette grow distant. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing shout sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. "Stop! You think you can escape after stealing?" The crowd turned to see a familiar figure swiftly blocking the path of the female cultivator. It was none other than Hua Linglong. Beside her stood her senior brother, Yi Wuchen, who now possessed the cultivation of the golden core stage, exuding a formidable aura that commanded respect. Confronted by Hua Linglong and Oppos' inquiry, the female cultivator appeared visibly flustered, her complexion paling and her voice trembling slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Who have I stolen from?" Seeing her reaction, Hua Linglong smirked slightly, her lips curling into a mocking smile as she pointed towards Linda Hai in the distance. "That poor soul over there is oblivious that his belongings have been pilfered." Upon hearing Hua Linglong and Oppos' words, Linda Hai suddenly felt as though a veil had been lifted, instinctively reaching for his storage bag, only to find it utterly empty. "Where and Oppos' my storage bag?" he exclaimed, panic and fear evident in his voice. Hua Linglong noticed his distress and felt a sense of triumph swell within her. She provocatively turned to the female cultivator, sneering. "Do you want me to summon the enforcement team to handle this, or will you obediently return the stolen items?" Chapter 83, Alchemy Mind Your Own Business. This is yours. The female cultivator spoke with a dark expression, tossing Linda Hai and Oppos' storage bag onto Hua Linglong, as if it were refuse. "Can I leave now?" She glared at Hua Linglong, evidently displeased with her meddling. "Be my guest," Hua Linglong replied, stepping aside to grant her passage. The female cultivator snorted coldly and departed briskly without a backward glance. "Such a beauty, yet reduced to thievery," Linda Hai lamented, watching the woman fade into the distance. Although she was not a paragon of beauty, she possessed a charm that resonated with his aesthetic, which made her theft all the more regrettable. "Why are you still staring?" She and Oppos' gone. Hua Linglong, noticing Linda Hai and Oppos' lingering gaze, rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Oh, my apologies." Linda Hai snapped back to reality and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Fairy Linglong, for your noble assistance. It was nothing, just a trivial matter." Hua Linglong waved her hand dismissively. Then, without hesitation, she opened his storage bag in front of him. However, upon inspecting its contents, disappointment washed over her. Apart from a few hundred spirit stones, some garments, and a third-tier flying sword, there was little of value within. "Why have you been so poor after all this time?" Hua Linglong regarded Linda Hai with disdain, her contempt unmasked. "And why do you look so wretched?" She scrutinized him further, continuing her critique. Linda Hai felt a flush of embarrassment, forcing a smile as he pondered how to respond. Just then, Yi Wucheng, who stood nearby, interjected. "Junior sister, do not be disrespectful." His voice was deep and resonant, exuding an undeniable authority. Startled by her senior and Oppos' reprimand, Hua Linglong gasped, "Oh," and quickly returned the storage bag to Linda Hai, as if deflating like a punctured balloon. He fumbled to catch it, but before he could utter a word, she retreated to Yi Wucheng and Oppos' side. Yi Wucheng offered Linda Hai a slight nod before turning to leave with Hua Linglong, leaving him standing alone. Linda Hai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat. He felt that anything he might say would be superfluous. It would be better to repay them another time. However, he was acutely aware that, given his current abilities, it would be challenging to offer them any assistance. With a resigned shake of his head, he decided to put the matter aside. I might as well go have a drink, he thought, his feet instinctively leading him towards the tavern. Upon entering the establishment, Linda Hai selected a few reasonably priced spirit wines and settled into a quiet corner to savor them. How seldom does one find a moment of tranquility, only to forget one and opposite, as troubles in a cup, he mused, enjoying the rich aroma of the spirit wine as his spirits gradually lifted. Linda Hai, half-dazed, opened his eyes to the familiar surroundings of his cave dwelling, yet he could not recall when he had returned. He only remembered having a wonderfully joyous dream where he was surrounded by his parents, colleagues, and friends, all beaming with happiness. However, upon waking from that blissful slumber, he found himself alone. The warmth of that world vanished entirely. With a deep sigh, Linda Hai realized he could never return to that idyllic realm. Despite his assertions that he had forgotten his life on Blue Star, the dream had made him recognize it was merely self-deception. He had never truly let go of the past. Those memories and emotions were still buried deep within him. Nonetheless, life must go on. To avoid succumbing to endless reminiscence and sorrow, Linda Hai resolved to engage in something to distract himself. Thus, he began to delve into the art of alchemy. Linda Hai soon discovered that his cultivation speed had started to stagnate. He was uncertain whether this indicated he had reached a bottleneck, but he understood all too well that he could not afford to halt his progress. In the realm of cultivation, there was a saying, a person's body resembles a water bottle. From the moment one begins to cultivate, the size of that bottle is predetermined. Once it is filled, no amount of further cultivation can increase one's prowess. This is what is known as a bottleneck. To break through this bottleneck, one must acquire a larger vessel. However, the difficulty of this task is evident. The many cultivators in the realm who cease their advancement upon reaching a certain level bear witness to its challenge. Standing before the alchemical furnace, Linda Hai felt a twinge of apprehension. He inhaled deeply, reassuring himself that this was merely an experiment, and failure would be acceptable. His gaze fell upon the well-worn alchemical booklet he had procured from a street vendor. Though it appeared weathered, its contents seemed adequately detailed. After a thorough reading, Linda Hai felt he had grasped the fundamental steps and key points of alchemy. With renewed confidence, he retrieved the furnace, preparing to concoct the simplest of pills. The purging pill. Following the recipe's instructions, Linda Hai meticulously placed various spiritual materials into the furnace, his anticipation mounting with each addition. Once everything was in place, he summoned spiritual fire, allowing it to blaze beneath the furnace. Focusing his mind, he prepared to cast the incantation to guide the flames and materials into fusion. However, just as he was about to invoke the incantation, the furnace began to tremble violently. Startled, Linda Hai barely had time to react before a thunderous explosion erupted, and the furnace shattered. A powerful shockwave sent him sprawling to the ground, coughing as his face was engulfed in soot. Yet, he quickly reassured himself, it is perfectly normal for the first attempt to fail. Who succeeds on their first try? He employed a cleansing technique to rid himself of the grime and smoke, then scrutinized the reasons for his failure. After some contemplation, Linda Hai surmised that the issue lay in the order of the materials. Thus, he resolved to rearrange them and give it another go. In the subsequent hours, Linda Hai tirelessly attempted to concoct the purging pill, yet the furnace seemed intent on thwarting him, exploding time and again. Each failure weighed heavily on his spirits, but he refused to relent. After countless explosions, Linda Hai finally succeeded in producing a single pill. Its appearance was charred and unappealing. He stared at the purging pill, filled with skepticism. After all, its exterior was rather dismal, and it emitted a burnt odor. Nevertheless, it was the only successful pill he had ever created. So Linda Hai resolved to find someone to test it. Chapter 84. The Failed Alchemy. The candidates for testing the elixir numbered only two, Linda Hai himself and the renowned poisonous creature, the Bai Shui Chan Tua. Given its formidable resistance to toxins, the creature undoubtedly surpassed Linda Hai in that regard. Though Linda Hai felt a twinge of reluctance, he found himself with no alternative but to let the Bai Shui Chan Tua sample the pill. As he stepped into the spirit beast chamber, Linda Hai immediately spotted the Bai Shui Chan Tua, serene and oblivious to the world, seemingly unaffected by the crackling sounds of alchemy emanating from him. He carefully retrieved a beast blood pill and approached the creature. Upon catching a whiff of the pill's aroma, the Bai Shui Chan Tua's eyes flew open, fixated on the elixir in Linda Hai's hand. With a swift motion, Linda Hai transformed the beast blood pill into the newly concocted fasting elixir, which shot towards the Bai Shui Chan Tua like a bolt of lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, the creature opened its mouth wide and swallowed the pill whole. However, the instant the elixir settled in its stomach, an intense bitterness surged forth, causing the Bai Shui Chan Tua to widen its eyes in disbelief. Unable to fathom that its master would poison it, the creature began to retch violently, emitting shrill cries that seemed to express its utter discontent and protest against Linda Hai. Observing this scene, Linda Hai was at a loss for words, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He hastily attempted to clarify. "Oh, little toad, please do not misconstrue. What I just gave you is not poison, but rather my newly crafted fasting elixir." Yet, no matter how he explained, the Bai Shui Chantuo refused to accept his words, adamantly accusing Lin Dahai of treachery against his beloved pet. With a resigned sigh, Lin Dahai realized that this creature was indeed a handful. To earn its forgiveness, he resorted to pleading, offering assurances and promises, ultimately vowing to procure spirit beast pills for it. At long last, the Bai Shui Chantuo was persuaded that the entire affair was but a misunderstanding. After much effort, Lin Dahai successfully placated the creature. He took a deep breath, reflecting on the lessons learned from this alchemical endeavor. Upon careful consideration, he concluded that the issue lay within the formula of the fasting elixir, which seemed ill-suited to his current alchemical capabilities, resulting in multiple explosions during the process. Thus, he resolved to switch to the formula for the qi-nourishing pill, believing that this new recipe would align better with his skills and yield greater chances of success. However, fortune did not favor him. The dreaded sounds of another explosion echoed once more. Lin Dahai felt a wave of despondency wash over him, yet he refused to relent. Persisting in his attempts at alchemy, time and again, he faced failure, but he remained undeterred, firmly believing that perseverance would ultimately lead to triumph. Finally, after enduring 90 explosions, Lin Dahai was greeted with the dawn of success. He had successfully condensed a qi-nourishing pill. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary pill in his hand, he was filled with anticipation. Leaning closer, he detected a delicate fragrance wafting from it, reinforcing his conviction that he had achieved something remarkable. Elated, Lin Dahai brought the qi-nourishing pill to the spirit beast chamber, expecting the Bai Shui Chantuo to show interest. To his dismay, he found the creature curled up into a ball, unresponsive to his calls. With a sigh of resignation, he hesitated, contemplating the fate of the pill. After all, it was a product of his own labor. Even if it were toxic, it would be a waste to discard it. Resolutely, Lin Dahai closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and placed the qi-nourishing pill in his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, he anxiously checked his body for any adverse reactions. However, as moments passed, he felt no discomfort. Could it be that this time he had truly succeeded? A flicker of joy ignited in Lin Dahai, though disbelief lingered. After all, this was his first successful creation of a qi-nourishing pill, especially following such a tumultuous journey. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged within him, akin to a tidal wave, catching him completely off guard. Having cultivated for an extended period, Lin Dahai had not visited the restroom in ages, and it appeared that this cave lacked such amenities. Faced with this unexpected predicament, he found himself unable to hold back any longer. Reluctantly, he resolved to address this embarrassing issue within the confines of the spirit beast chamber. As a foul odor permeated the air, the previously feigning Bai Shui Chantuo could no longer endure it and erupted in another bout of retching. It swiftly retreated into its spirit beast pouch, refusing to emerge. Lin Dahai lost count of how many times he had gone until, finally, he returned to the cultivation room. Utterly exhausted, seated on the meditation mat, Lin Dahai felt an unusual heaviness in his heart. He stared skeptically at the alchemy furnace, filled with questions. Despite adhering strictly to the formula, how could his efforts result in a toxic concoction? Was it possible that he truly lacked the talent for alchemy? A deep-seated doubt began to gnaw at him. Gazing at the 2 remaining pills he had crafted, Lin Dahai pondered their potential usefulness in the future and carefully stored them in a jade vial. As for the leftover spiritual materials, which were hardly worth a few spirit stones, he decided against wasting them. In a moment of nostalgia, Lin Dahai's thoughts drifted back to his days on Blue Star. As a native of the southern regions, he had always relished the art of soup making. Yet, ever since embarking on his path of cultivation, he had not enjoyed a warm bowl of soup in ages. Contemplating the spiritual materials before him, he began to devise a plan for incorporating them into the alchemy furnace. Drawing on his understanding and experience, he sequentially added each ingredient to the furnace. Once all the materials were in place, he nodded in satisfaction, covering the furnace like a pot, and commenced the slow simmering of his concoction. He even added a touch of beast meat, convinced that it would enhance the flavor. As time elapsed, the sounds of bubbling emerged from the furnace, reminiscent of water reaching a boil. Lin Dahai's spirits lifted at this sound. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the furnace, rich and robust, making his mouth water. Overcome with delight, he thought to himself, my culinary skills are truly exceptional. At that moment, Lin Dahai suddenly noticed that the Bai Shui Chantuo, which had been hiding in the spirit beast pouch, had escaped. It was now crouched nearby, drooling and fixated on the alchemy furnace, anticipation gleaming in its eyes for the delectable creation within. Chapter 85, The Medicinal Soup. Before Lin Dahai could recover from his astonishment, he witnessed the entire pot of soup, along with the alchemical furnace, being swiftly engulfed by the tongue of the azure toad, which swallowed it whole in the blink of an eye. Lin Dahai was left dumbfounded, and by the time he regained his composure, he hurriedly retrieved the alchemical furnace from within the toad and Appo's belly. How do you feel, little toad? Lin Dahai inquired anxiously, for this was his first attempt at brewing soup with such an abundance of spiritual materials. Although he was aware that this concoction would not jeopardize the azure toad and Appo's life, he was uncertain about its effects. Wah wah. The azure toad called out to Linda Hai, its voice seemingly filled with excitement. Listening to the toad and Appo's cries, Linda Hai couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. What kind of response was that? What did it mean that its belly felt warm? What did it mean that it drank too quickly to savor the flavor? It was akin to Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit. To Linda Hai and Appo's further dismay. The azure toad had the audacity to request him to brew another pot of soup for it. He cursed inwardly, thinking how unreasonable that was. He hadn't Appo's tea even had the chance to taste it himself. With a glare at the azure toad, Linda Hai intended to send it back to the spirit beast room. However, the toad stubbornly refused to return, claiming that the spirit beast room was filthy and foul-smelling, and it had no desire to go back. Linda Hai was infuriated by the toad and Appo's shamelessness, setting aside the fact that he had previously cleaned the spirit beast room thoroughly with a cleansing spell. The swamp where the azure toad had resided was notoriously dirty and odorous. Who was it to complain about the spirit beast room? Initially, Linda Hai considered placing the azure toad back in its spirit pouch to prevent it from causing chaos in the alchemical chamber. But the little creature voiced its grievances about the cramped space of the pouch, expressing discomfort. Linda Hai recalled that he had merely purchased the spirit pouch for 50 spiritual stones from someone else, and it had likely changed hands numerous times, clearly not being of the highest quality. The azure toad had complained more than once about the pouch and Appo's space, but he had been too preoccupied with other matters to procure a better one. Fortunately, now that they had arrived in the Baiha Immortal City, there would be more options available. Linda Hai promptly assured the azure toad, all right, I understand. I will find a suitable one in the city and will certainly get you a larger and more comfortable spirit pouch, all right? Upon hearing Linda Hai and Appo's promise, the azure toad appeared somewhat satisfied, happily hopping back to the spirit beast room. Watching the toad and Appo's retreating figure, Linda Hai let out a sigh of relief. To prevent the little creature from causing further disturbances, he decided to set up a simple formation in the alchemical chamber to contain the aromas. Once the formation was arranged, Linda Hai felt somewhat reassured and resumed brewing the soup as before. As time passed, fragrant aromas once again wafted from the alchemical furnace. Unable to resist the enticing scent, Linda Hai swallowed hard. He scooped a spoonful of the soup to taste its flavor. The flavor was just right, without any added spices. The natural sweetness from the spiritual materials and the savory essence of the beast and Appo's meat made it extraordinarily delicious. The medicinal properties within the soup were gentle, albeit only about a tenth of the original potency. However, the materials used for this medicinal soup could be reused multiple times without the concern of pill toxicity. This discovery filled Linda Hai with exhilaration, as he felt he had finally uncovered a path to success. In the days that followed, he devoted all his energy to experimenting with the medicinal soup, diligently recording the effects and changes after each consumption. After several days of repeated trials, Linda Hai arrived at some preliminary conclusions. Firstly, he discovered that the materials for the soup could be reused up to 10 times. But the effects would gradually diminish with each use. Secondly, despite the soup containing various miraculous effects, it could only harness up to 50% of the inherent potency of the medicinal materials. However, the soup was not without its advantages. One notable benefit was the complete absence of the risk of furnace explosions. Moreover, as long as the principles of the 5 elements were adhered to, and as long as the materials were not entirely antagonistic or inherently toxic, even when combined, they would only mildly reduce the efficacy without causing significant harm. In contrast to the typical tropes found in novels, where conflicting medicinal materials often synergize to unleash more potent effects, or where toxic materials were employed as a counterbalance, Linda Hai was acutely aware of the associated risks. He had no desire to gamble with his life for a fleeting moment of recklessness. Thus, he resolved to wait until he had dedicated test subjects before venturing into such methods. Although the efficacy of this medicinal soup was inferior to that of pills, it was a reality he had to accept, as he lacked any innate talent for pill concoction. Fortunately, this soup could resolve his future cultivation issues, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Whistling a cheerful tune, he exited his cave dwelling with a light heart. During these few days, Linda Hai had not been idle. He had gathered information regarding long-distance teleportation arrays. He arrived at a resplendent hall, the residence of the Qingyan sect in Baiha Immortal City. Stepping inside, he noticed that no one acknowledged his arrival. Linda Hai felt no embarrassment. He approached the counter and sought out a disciple of the Qingyan sect. "Excuse me, fellow cultivator. I have a matter to inquire about," Linda Hai politely asked. The disciple, appearing bored and inattentive, seemed somewhat impatient at Linda Hai and Appo's inquiry and replied curtly, "Speak quickly if you have something to say." Seeing this, Linda Hai quickly smiled apologetically. "I apologize for interrupting. I just wish to know the cost for the teleportation array to the Western Province." The disciple cast a sidelong glance at him and lazily responded, 5 medium-grade spiritual stones, or 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Startled, Linda Hai exclaimed, "ISN and Appo's T5 medium-grade spiritual stones equivalent to 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones? How could it be 100,000? Confusion filled Lin Dehai and Apos' mind. According to logic, it was indeed quite challenging to exchange 100 low-grade spiritual stones for a single medium-grade stone. However, the standard exchange rate for one medium-grade stone was usually set at 10,000 low-grade stones. Even if there was some markup, it should not be so outrageous as to double the price. Whether you go or not, that's the price, the Qingyun sect disciple stated expressionlessly, rolling his eyes at Lin Dehai, clearly irritated by his questioning and unwilling to provide an explanation. Lin Dehai, sensing the situation, quickly donned a smile and said, "Of course. My friend, no need to be upset." He understood that these sect disciples were not to be trifled with, particularly those who felt overlooked within their sect. Offending them could lead to relentless harassment, akin to a persistent pest, while one would have no means to retaliate. Chapter 86. Purchasing spirit medicine here. This is 100,000 spirit stones. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Dehai swiftly handed over a pouch of spirit stones, his movements decisive and unerring, as if devoid of any doubt. To avoid unnecessary complications, Lin Dehai resolved to expedite this matter. Procrastination might yield further troubles and uncertainties. Thus he resolutely surrendered the spirit stones, even bestowing an additional 100 spirit stones upon the disciple of the Qingyun sect. The disciple, evidently taken aback by Lin Dehai's promptness, regarded him with newfound appreciation. Though the 100 spirit stones were not a considerable sum, they represented a welcome bonus, especially in a sect where competition was fierce, rendering every additional bit of income particularly precious. The disciple and Apos' demeanor transformed instantly, and he cheerfully addressed Lin Dehai. "Very well, esteemed friend, please hold on a moment." He quickly retrieved the token from the lower counter. The token appeared unremarkable, yet the disciple handed it over to Lin Dehai, reminding him, "This is the pass for the teleportation array, which will open in 10 days. Do not delay." Lin Dehai accepted the token, scrutinizing it meticulously before smiling back at the disciple. "Thank you for the reminder." He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Acquiring the pass meant he would no longer need to endure the hardships of travel. After securing the token, Lin Dehai turned and exited the grand hall. Upon stepping outside, he felt an immense burden lift from his shoulders, as if the weight of the world had been removed. Inside the hall, an oppressive atmosphere had lingered. However, all was well now. The situation had been resolved smoothly. Glancing at the token in his hand, Lin Dehai felt reassured. He had no desire to endure another lengthy journey. And with the pass for the teleportation array, he could reach the West State with greater swiftness. After stowing away the token, Lin Dehai did not leave immediately. Instead, he made a trip to the Wanbao Pavilion. There, he purchased a second-hand spirit beast pouch. This pouch, a 5th-grade spiritual artifact, though not brand new, was offered at a relatively modest price of 5,000 spirit stones. Nevertheless, 5,000 spirit stones were still a significant sum for Lin Dehai, causing him a pang of regret. Having just acquired several 100,000 spirit stones, he found it painful to part with any of them so soon. Yet, for the sake of his loyal companion, the Baishui Chantoad, Lin Dehai deemed this expenditure worthwhile. Passing by the alchemy hall, he pondered briefly before entering, for he had exhausted the medicinal pills he had purchased in Shiguan City. He made his way directly into the hall, inquiring about the prices of pills suitable for mid-foundation cultivation. When he learned that each pill cost a staggering 1,000 spirit stones, he felt the price was exorbitantly high, almost making his teeth ache. Recalling the medicinal soup he had concocted, Lin Dehai opted instead to purchase some primary ingredients for the Tian Yao Huanling Dan. In the realm of cultivation, pill formulas are closely guarded secrets of various factions, requiring utmost confidentiality. However, the primary spiritual materials are generally accessible, facilitating other cultivators in sourcing what they need to approach alchemists for pill creation. Upon hearing Lin Dehai's request for spiritual materials, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with interest, as if he had suddenly found a promising connection. "Might you be an alchemist, dear friend?" the shopkeeper inquired with a smile. It is well known that an alchemist capable of crafting pills suitable for mid-foundation practitioners is at least a 4th-grade alchemist, a prized asset within any sect, and establishing a connection could be beneficial. Lin Dehai quickly shook his head, clarifying, "No, dear shopkeeper, you misunderstand. A friend of mine is an alchemist, and I am merely procuring some materials on his behalf." While acknowledging himself as an alchemist might yield certain advantages, Lin Dehai was acutely aware of the potential complications that could arise. Thus, he chose to fabricate a friendship, avoiding any unnecessary entanglements. "Very well, in that case, considering your friend and Apos' standing, I shall offer you a 20% discount. Of course, if your friend ever requires pills to sell, I hope you will prioritize our Tian and Pill Hall. We shall certainly offer a very favorable price for the purchase." Regardless of the veracity of Lin Dehai and Apos' words, making an additional acquaintance could only benefit the shopkeeper, as he had not invested much in the endeavor. After some bargaining, Lin Dehai ultimately paid 4,500 spirit stones for the spiritual materials. Based on the typical output of an alchemist, these materials were sufficient to produce 25 pills, equating to a value of 25,000 spirit stones. Truly, the profession of alchemist is quite lucrative, Lin Dehai marveled. Alas, he lamented his lack of talent in alchemy. Otherwise, he too might effortlessly amass substantial spirit stones like those skilled alchemists. As for the medicinal soup he had prepared, Lin Dahai suspected it would be challenging to sell. Moreover, he had no desire to part with it, as doing so might provoke unnecessary difficulties. Uncertain of the pricing for spiritual materials in the West State, Lin Dahai refrained from spending all of his remaining spirit stones. Thus, during the 10 days he awaited the teleportation array and Appos' activation, he abstained from venturing out to acquire other items and instead focused on perfecting his medicinal soup. This soup was crafted using the primary ingredients of the Tian Yao Wan Ling Dan. While it possessed only 1/3 of the potency of the actual pills, Lin Dahai was quite satisfied with his creation. Naturally, if time permitted, he would seek to refine the concoction further. He also refused to waste the leftover medicinal dregs, knowing that they still retained some efficacy. Without hesitation, he fed these remnants to the Bai Shui Chan toad. Upon seeing the dregs, the Bai Shui Chan toad's eyes lit up with delight, utterly forgetting that Lin Dahai had not procured the spirit beast pill for it, and eagerly devoured the offering. Furthermore, upon noticing the newly acquired spirit beast pouch, it was filled with joy. Regrettably, cultivators could not enter the pouch, nor did they know what lay within. According to the Bai Shui Chan toad, the pouch contained an independent space, perfectly suited for spirit beasts. This new pouch was significantly larger than the previous one. The former pouch had only 20 square meters of space, far too cramped for the relatively large Bai Shui Chan toad. The current pouch, however, boasted a generous area of 1,000 square meters. Although this space remained somewhat limited for the toad, it appreciated its master and Appos' consideration and did not dwell on the minor constraints. Hearing the Bai Shui Chan toad and Appos' sentiments, Lin Dahai nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. Chapter 87. To the Western State, 10 fleeting days passed in an instant. Lin Dahai reappeared at the residence of the Qingyun sect in Baihexianqing. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he approached a disciple of the Qingyun sect. After presenting his token, he was led into an extraordinarily spacious chamber. The hall exuded an imposing grandeur, with a complex and enigmatic formation intricately painted on the floor, clearly the fabled long-distance teleportation array. Lin Dahai was not the first to arrive. Several individuals were already waiting quietly within the hall. As he surveyed his surroundings, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. "You beggar! What are you doing here?" Lin Dahai turned at the sound, his heart tightening. It was none other than Hua Linglong and Yi Wuqing. He had never anticipated their presence here. In an instant, embarrassment washed over him, recalling that merely days prior, his storage bag had been stolen, an incident witnessed by Hua Linglong herself. Hua Linglong approached with swift strides, her face etched with suspicion as she scrutinized Lin Dahai, seemingly searching for incriminating evidence in his expression. "Fairy Linglong, Senior Yi. What an unexpected encounter." Lin Dahai forced a calm demeanor, offering a few awkward laughs in an attempt to alleviate the tension. "How could you afford spirit stones to use the teleportation array?" Hua Linglong questioned, her inquiry laced with doubt. She had seen his storage bag just 2 days prior, and it was evident that Lin Dahai was not being truthful. Realizing this, she huffed softly and turned away, leaving Lin Dahai momentarily flustered. Yi Wuqing merely nodded slightly at Lin Dahai before following Hua Linglong out. Observing this, Lin Dahai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been concerned that this lady might stir up trouble at such a moment, which would have been quite troublesome indeed. Yet, he could not help but ponder why he encountered both Hua Linglong and Yi Wuqing wherever he went. Was this the so-called fateful entanglement? Perhaps their mutual reluctance to engage deeply in each other and Appos' affairs was for the best. However, Hua Linglong seemed to harbor some resentment towards Lin Dahai, occasionally casting him reproachful glances, as if accusing him of deception. This made Lin Dahai feel exceedingly uncomfortable, as if a thorn were lodged in his back. As time passed in anxious anticipation, the number of cultivators gathered in the hall swelled to 300 or 400. Finally, the teleportation array began to emit a dazzling light, prompting all cultivators to step forward into the array. In a mere moment, a blinding white light shot up toward the heavens. Lin Dahai felt as if immense hands were pulling him from both sides, his body ensnared by a formidable force that rendered him quite uneasy. Fortunately, this discomfort did not last long. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar hall. Regaining his composure, Lin Dahai followed the crowd as they slowly exited the hall. As he stepped outside, a gust of wind carrying the scent of the sea met him, and he immediately realized he had arrived in the Western State. Hua Linglong and Yi Wuqing walked ahead of him, and after a moment and Appos' hesitation, he decided it best not to provoke her. Lin Dahai quickened his pace, catching up to Hua Linglong. "Fairy Linglong, may I have a moment?" he called softly. Hua Linglong halted at his words, turning to face him with evident displeasure. "You swindler, what do you want with me?" Lin Dahai forced a smile, ingratiatingly addressing her. "Fairy Linglong, what a coincidence. A few days ago, you helped me recover my storage bag, and I have yet to properly thank you. I have a small token of appreciation here. I hope you won't find it lacking." With that, he quickly retrieved a small jade vial from his storage bag. The vial appeared ordinary, yet it contained 2 pills he had painstakingly refined a few days prior. Hua Linglong, though puzzled, accepted the vial politely. She gently opened it and took a whiff of the pills, her brow furrowing as she remarked, ISN and Oppos. This just a common chi-nourishing pill? Seeing her reaction, Linda Hai hurriedly explained the pills and Oppos' effects through his spiritual sense. Oh, really? Hua Ling Long and Oppos' eyes brightened, clearly intrigued by the potential benefits of the pills. A young lady of her standing, with a formidable background and strength, was particularly drawn to such unusual items. However, Yi Wuqing, standing behind Hua Ling Long, wore an expression of disapproval. He could hear the exchange of spiritual senses between them with clarity, regarding Linda Hai as a dubious figure leading his precious daughter astray. Despite his discontent, Yi Wuqing refrained from intervening, maintaining his aloof demeanor as if indifferent to the unfolding events. Fear not, Fairy Ling Long. How could I possibly have the audacity to deceive you? Linda Hai replied with a light-hearted smile. Hua Ling Long's lips curled into a slight smirk, a teasing glint in her eyes as she replied, I doubt you would dare. She gently stowed the jade vial away. At that moment, Hua Ling Long was secretly contemplating who should be the first to sample the pills. Seeing her put away the vial, Linda Hai prepared to take his leave. After all, he and Hua Ling Long were not allies, and lingering any longer would likely lead to further awkwardness. I shall not disturb you any further, he said with a smile, turning to depart. However, just as he was about to step out of the teleportation hall, Hua Ling Long suddenly called out to him. Wait, beggar. Yu Haven T told me your name. Her voice rang out from behind him. This marked the first time she had inquired about his name since their encounter. Linda Hai paused momentarily before turning to respond. I am Linda Hai, honored to meet you, Fairy Ling Long. He slightly bowed to her, and then turned to Yi Wuqing, smiling as he said, Senior Yi, until we meet again. With that, Linda Hai bid farewell to both Hua Ling Long and Yi Wuqing, stepping out of the teleportation hall. Upon exiting the hall, Linda Hai was captivated by the scenery before him. The architectural style here was vastly different from Baihe Xianqing, imbued with a maritime charm. Is this the headquarters of the loose cultivators and Oppos Alliance, Huisin City? Linda Hai mused internally. He did not rush to Lisa's spiritual plot, but instead sought out in and within the city, planning to rest briefly while also gathering information about Huisin City. Chapter 88. The Loose Cultivators and Oppos Alliance. After several days of inquiries and explorations, Linda Hai arrived at the office hall of the Loose Cultivators and Oppos Alliance. This hall, situated adjacent to the Great Hall of the distant teleportation array, appeared modest and unassuming. Upon entering the hall, Linda Hai found it bustling with activity, filled with people coming and going. He approached a counter where a cultivator responsible for registration was seated. Name? The cultivator asked without looking up. Wulong Daran, Linda Hai replied. Upon hearing this, the cultivator lifted his gaze momentarily to glance at Linda Hai before returning to his task of registration. In this era, the names of those registering were indeed diverse and peculiar, and Linda Hai and Oppos' name was rather normal in comparison. Perhaps it was precisely this normalcy that prompted the cultivator to take a second look at him. Level of cultivation? The cultivator continued. Mid-foundation establishment, Linda Hai answered truthfully. It was during his centenary that he had coincidentally broken through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, a fact that filled him with pride. The cultivator nodded and retrieved a circular magical artifact, placing it on the counter. All right, place your hand on it to leave your aura. Linda Hai complied, gently resting his hand on the disc. Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from the disc, as if sensing Linda Hai and Oppos' aura. After a while, the glow gradually faded. The cultivator checked the disc, and, confirming its accuracy, collected a registration fee of 100 spirit stones from Linda Hai. Without hesitation, Linda Hai paid the fee, recognizing it as a necessary step to enter the Loose Cultivators and Oppos Alliance. Subsequently, the cultivator extracted a token from the bottom of the disc and handed it to Linda Hai. This is your identity token. Be sure to keep it safe. If you lose it, the replacement fee is a staggering 10,000 spirit stones. This document contains the rules of the Loose Cultivators and Oppos Alliance. Feel free to refer to it if you have any questions. The cultivator, with an impassive expression, handed over the token and a booklet, then waved his hand, signaling Linda Hai to leave. Linda Hai stood momentarily in a daze, accepting the token and booklet, pondering. Is this it for the registration? It feels rather hasty. Moreover, the registration fee was a mere 100 spirit stones, while the replacement cost soared to 10,000. The disparity was indeed too vast. Rather than spend such an exorbitant amount on a replacement, it would be wiser to re-register. However, Linda Hai understood there must be a rationale behind this, perhaps to be uncovered within the booklet he held. Yet, the bustling street was hardly a conducive environment for study. He resolved to return to the inn and peruse the manual at his leisure. Upon returning to the inn, Linda Hai eagerly retrieved the booklet and began to read it meticulously. As he delved deeper, he gradually comprehended the purpose of the identity token. With this token, he could accept various tasks released by the Alliance. Upon completing these tasks, he would not only earn contribution points, but could also exchange these points for spirit stones or other precious resources. The remaining functions would require further exploration and understanding. What truly captivated Lin Dahai was the revelation that these contribution points could also grant access to the Alliance and Appos' library. For someone with only a rudimentary grasp of the cultivation world, this was an irresistible temptation. Moreover, Lin Dahai and Appos' physical condition was evidently problematic. His cultivation appeared to have strayed off course. Such matters were not to be disclosed to others, as they pertained to his future in cultivation. Reflecting on his solitude in the Xiantian continent, Lin Dahai felt a profound sense of loneliness, for he had no relatives or friends. The only person he could vaguely consider a friend was Huang Huilong, a companion of indulgence. If misfortune were to befall him one day, he would likely find no one to pay him homage. This thought brought a wave of melancholy, and his spirits plummeted. He slowly walked to a humble establishment, the Tianyue Tavern, seeking solace in drink. The tavern's signature brew was crafted from a type of algae spirit plant, its flavor more potent than any liquor Lin Dahai had previously tasted. After just a few jugs, he began to feel lightheaded and unsteady. Thankfully, he remained coherent enough to settle his bill before returning to the inn alone. Since that bout of heavy drinking, Lin Dahai surprisingly found a renewed vigor. Like resilient weeds that, even when bent by the wind, stand tall once more, he was determined to persevere. With enthusiasm, Lin Dahai arrived at the Loose Cultivators Alliance Library, a towering structure of 7 stories. The thresholds for the first to third floors were relatively low. A modest fee of spirit stones allowed unrestricted access to a plethora of texts. However, entry to the 4th to 6th floors required contribution points. And the 7th floor was entirely off-limits, its conditions yet unknown to Lin Dahai. His primary objective was to supplement his foundational knowledge. However, he was unprepared for the fact that he would remain there for a full year. Throughout this protracted period, Lin Dahai diligently perused the collections on the 1st to 3rd floors. Through his readings, he began to formulate preliminary hypotheses regarding his physical condition. He realized that his difficulties were likely due to the practice of the Fantian Gong, where his physical strength had not met the requisite standards, rendering him unable to withstand the backlash from the dragon blood. Upon reflection, he recalled the peculiar circumstances under which he had acquired the 9 Dragons transformation from Changchun Daoren. The 9th transformation corresponded to the nascent soul stage, yet Changchun Daoren was merely at the foundation establishment stage, where had he obtained such an advanced technique? Even more perplexing was the fact that Lin Dahai and Appos' body had been reinforced with a millennium and Appos' worth of stone marrow. Yet he still struggled to endure the backlash from the 7th tier dragon blood. Was the 9 Dragons transformation truly a technique accessible to ordinary cultivators? Lin Dahai scrutinized the 9 Dragons transformation in his hands, sensing that it lacked some crucial element. Nonetheless, he was resolute in not relinquishing this technique easily. After all, it was the only tangible asset he possessed. Before addressing the issue of his physical strength, Lin Dahai decided to temporarily halt his practice of the 9 Dragons transformation. He understood that without a sufficiently robust physique to support it, forcefully cultivating this technique would likely lead to greater troubles and dangers. Lin Dahai unexpectedly learned of a location known as the Edge of the World, where records of the subsequent contents of the Fantian Gong were safeguarded by the Loose Cultivators and Appos' Alliance. Moreover, accessing these records would require a substantial payment of spirit stones or contribution points. Given that he was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, with a considerable journey still ahead to reach the pinnacle of Golden Core, he felt no urgency to explore the contents following the Golden Core stage of the Fantian Gong.